Damascus blood libel. The Damascus blood libel is another good example. The Damascus blood libel was in 1840. Were arrested in Syria and charged with kidnapping a Christian child and killing him for his blood, which was, a ridiculously medieval charge, but it was taken seriously, and Jews were put on the death watch for it. Luckily, through the agency of Moses Montefiore, a very important British Jewish international figure, they were rescued. But Heine wrote quite a bit about it in the contemporary press. And he just goes on and on about how can this happen in the 19th century? How can we have such anti-Semitism? Obviously, we're looking at it from the 21st century when we see that the 20th century was far worse than the 19th. But his attitude was, why are we dealing with these medieval charges? Once again, there was violence in 1819 that swept across Germany that affected Heine greatly. They were called the Hep riots. And there's a lot of scholarly debate as to exactly why they were called this. Apparently, the pogromists or those who perpetrated the acts of violence would go about the streets of various German cities shouting "Hep, Hep" as they attacked the Jews. No one knows exactly what that means, but there is some etymology that says it stands for "Hierosolima est perdita," a Latin phrase, "Jerusalem is lost." Not exactly sure what to make of that. It could be simply something made up by historians afterwards to try to explain a phenomenon that's poorly described. But what we know for sure is that there were these acts of lawlessness that spread across the country, kind of like a smaller Kristallnacht, that shook up the Jews of Germany, saying, you know what, this is not livable. We have to have some change here. Yes, Mr. Abramson.
How severe were these riots? It was like a whole country.
No, it was a whole country in that there are many, many different cities that suffered from them, but the level of violence, it was very little murder, for example. It was more like, hooliganism, beating people up, that sort of thing.
That is very important in history.
No. Big history books would have a little reference. Small history books would not, because it's important in German Jewish history, but not too much past it. Last question, then we better get going.
Historically,
yes,
it was an impetus for first German Jewish migrations out of Germany.
Correct. A lot of Jewish males in particular, because they also had the imposition on Jewish males not to be allowed to marry if they were second or third or fourth sons. So it's true, a lot of Jews came to America as a result. Okay, now another development that occurred, about which Heine was very excited initially, was the institution of des Judentums. This was sometimes translated as C for Jewish culture. It was a bold innovation that really changed Jewish scholarship for the next 250 years. It really started in the 1820s, following the Hep riots, and the idea was founded by a few intellectual German Jews that, Judaism as we understand it is fundamentally dead, but it has a lot of fascinating things going on, and we should study it like an ancient culture. Study it like the Latin language that was a dead language that was only used in a kind of a strange, decrepit, vestigial way. But let us dissect this corpse and find out all the wonderful things about it. So it was a kind of an unusual picture of enthusiasm about Judaism, but kind of like, damped enthusiasm. We're all very scholarly about this. We're not going to start Bible thought. We're going to figure out, the multiple authors of the Bible. We're going to look at the Babylonian influences on the Talmud and things like that. Included figures like Leopold Zunz, very important historian, the great historian Heinrich Gretz, one of the first encyclopedic historians of the period, and of course Heine's good friend Eduard Gans, who preceded Heine into Christianity, and Heine never really, stopped ribbing him about it. So Heine participated very actively in the initial sessions of the Wissenschaft meetings. He actually taught languages to students in their institution. He participated in their publication, but ultimately, after a few years of this, he felt that it really wasn't going anywhere, that they were not creative. the revolution that he had thought would occur, that all of a sudden Jews would become intellectually engaged with Judaism, not necessarily on a believing level, but an intellectual level. He did not create that revolution, and as a result, he quit it and quit Judaism altogether. This would be the moment of his conversion in 1825, in which he simply, in order to get a particular position that he was hoping for, he said, all right, let's just make a pro forma conversion, and he immediately regretted it. And in fact, for the rest of his life, he's constantly writing things about, it's kind of like with Tristesse, he writes about his reminiscences of the way he used to study Talmud. So, for example, here he writes an interesting poem about the Talmud, which he only studied very, very limited, in a very limited manner. I mean, he left school when he was 7. In contemporary schools, which is not terribly different, they don't start studying Talmud until about age 11 or 10 at the earliest. And even then, it's a very, very superficial kind of study. Nevertheless, he writes here, this is a passage called The Talmudic Scholar. Yes, his father led him early to the teachings of the Talmud, and within it he uncovered the halacha, this tremendous fencing school in which the leading Babylonian logicians used to carry on their prize fights with the pride of Pumbedita. Pumbedita is, of course, one of the famous cities in the Talmudic period. In this school, Yehuda gathered all the skills of controversy. He's referring to Yehuda Halevi, the poet, and his mastery was later proven by the book Kuzari, which is one of his major works. But the sky pours down upon us two different, quite different kind of light, both the blinding light of day and the milder moonlight. So the Talmud also shines two of old wise, and its two beacons, Halacha and Haggadah. The first, but the second, the Haggadah, he's referring to the legendary. He uses the phrase Haggadah, which you do find sometimes as well, but it's Haggadah or Haggadah in Aramaic, which is like the legends, the stories, things like that of the Talmud. I prefer to call a garden, a fantastic sort of garden, comparable to that other which, according to the legend, sprouted once in Babylon, Queen Semiramis' garden, the 8th wonder of the world. Queen Semiramis, who'd gotten all their teaching as a child from the birds, and who had always kept a number of their traits, would not think of promenading on its ground among us mammals. So she got to work and planted her own garden in the air. Right, this is the hanging gardens of Babylon. And he goes on saying, the Haggadah is a garden of an air child's fancy too. And whenever young Judah found himself confused and deafened by the never-ending quarrels of halakha, arguments over the annoying egg which a hen had laid one feast day, or about some other matter, just way he'd escape and refresh his weary mind in the blossoming Haggadah, where were lovely old traditions, angel fairy tales and legends, quiet histories of martyrs, festive hymnals, words of wisdom, humorous hyperboles, but the whole throbbed with zeal, glowed with zeal. Oh, how it glowed! What a garden of abundance. This does not sound like a zealous Christian convert. This feels like someone who was, constantly thinking of his Jewish background, about what it meant to live in those times, and what this ultimately meant for the Jews. Let me go on to some of his attitudes to emancipation as well. He eventually moved to Paris, and it was in Paris that he got caught up in the 1848 revolution. This was a Europe-wide phenomenon, which was a very brief, short-lived attempt to bring most of Europe to the left, sharply to the left. A socialist revolution, although it's not exactly appropriate to use that term in the 1840s. This is the period of Marx, but it's not really a Marxist kind of socialism. It is a kind of a secular messianism. He did favor a particular thinker named Saint-Simon. He was very attracted to his quasi-religious approach to a secular messianic period. But he lived through this very brief revolution, which was put down with some ferocity, and he remained in Paris for the rest of his life. And it was during this period that he contemplated a lot of things about what it meant to be Jewish. And I'll show you a couple of writings here on that point. Yes?
This is obviously translated to English, so
Yeah.
there's always something lost in translation. Did he write in prose?
He wrote in both prose and poetry.
Okay, and did he ever write stories?
He wrote stories as well, right? But a lot of it is kind of like travel literature, or like, very self-conscious mini stories, not really novels, things like that. I wish I had a German-English edition. My German is not so good, but I do have a few. I have enough to sort of get my way through bits of this, but I don't have enough to really, draw much. But these translations are pretty good. Listen to this one here. Yes, sooner or later, the Jews will have to be emancipated, be it from a sense of justice or wisdom or necessity. Among the upper classes, antagonism against the Jews no longer is due to religion. And among the lower classes, it is being every day more rapidly formed into a social hatred of the overweening power of capital, of exploiting the poor by the rich. Hatred of the Jew knows under another name even among the common people. So as far as governments are concerned, they have at last come to the sage conclusion that the state is an organic body which cannot achieve complete health so long as one of its members, be it the smallest toe, is diseased. Yes, the state may carry its head high and defy all tempests with staunch breast, but the heart within, yes, and even the proud head will feel the pain which a corn on the toe produces. The disabilities of the Jews are like corns on the toes of the German states. Right? So here his argument for emancipation is that ultimately the entire state cannot be healthy. Off the camera. Sorry. Thank you. There we go. We did, by the way, get compliments, not necessarily from Latvia, but some viewer did compliment Alexander on his work. There's a public thank you from Alexander. Okay. Now, let me read you a little bit about his sense of the mission of Israel, which is, I think, absolutely fascinating, which is related to emancipation. In truth, the Jews are of that stuff of which gods are made. And underfoot today, they are trod underfoot today, they are worshipped on the knees tomorrow. While some of them wallow in the filthy mire of money changing, others ascend to the highest peaks of humanity. And Golgotha is not the only mountain on which a Jewish God bled for the salvation of the world. The Jews are the people of the Spirit, and whenever they return to their principles, they are great and glorious, and they shame and conquer their clumsy oppressors. Very powerful passage, saying that yes, Jews are at the very bottom, filthy money changers, but when they rise to the best, then anyone who opposes them is shamed by it. Okay, you get a sense of his feelings towards these things. He actually fell ill in Paris right after the revolution of 1848, and he spent the last 8 years of his life slowly deteriorating. Visitors who came to see him saw that he was in great pain, could not actually see without holding one of his eyes open, and he was lying on the floor on a series of mattresses, which he called his mattress grave, because he was very hypersensitive to any kind of hard surfaces. People exactly what he was suffering from, it's quite possibly a venereal disease that he contracted from his days in Göttingen. Some biographies find that very ironic for someone who emphasized spirituality versus sensuality. But the last 8 years of his life were one of a slow and steady decline, in which he returned to a lot of the old themes of religion, and he evaluated them in a different way. Listen to this very, very powerful passage on Mashiach, when he thinks about what does it mean, the Messiah. Oh, dear, long-awaited Messiah, where is he now? Where does he tarry? Is he as yet born, or has he lain hidden somewhere for 1,000 years, awaiting the rightful hour of deliverance? Is he old Barbarossa sitting asleep in the Kiefhauser on his stone chair? This is some kind of Germanic myth, I think. Asleep so long that his white beard has grown through the stone table? Now and then he drowsily shakes his head, blinks with half-closed eyes, and reaches aiming for the sword, then sinks back into the heavy 1,000-year sleep. No, it is not Emperor Redbeard who will free Germany, as the people believe. The drowsy, dream people who can imagine only in the shape of an old sleeper. The Jews have a much better idea of their Messiah. Many years ago, when I was in Poland and met the great Rabbi Manasseh ben Naphtali of Krakow, I always listened with an open and glad heart when he spoke of the Messiah. I have forgotten which book of the Talmud contains the details that the great rabbi faithfully communicated to me, and only the main features of this description remain in my memory. The Messiah, he said, was born in the day when Jerusalem was destroyed by an evildoer, Titus Vespasian, and ever since he has been living in the most beautiful palace of heaven, surrounded by joy and splendor, wearing a crown on his head just like a king, but his hands are fettered with golden chains. What, I asked in amazement, is the meaning of these golden chains? They are necessary, replied the great rabbi with a subtle look and a deep sigh. For without these fetters, the Messiah may lose patience and suddenly hasten to come down and commence his work of deliverance too soon, and at the wrong time. He is not a sleepyhead. He is a handsome, very slender, but extraordinary, powerful man, blooming like youth itself. He leads a very monotonous life. The best part of the morning he spends in the customary prayers, or he laughs and jests servants, angels in disguise, who sing sweetly and play the flute. Then he has his comb and is anointed with nard. I don't know what nard is. Sounds like lard, but doesn't sound. You know what nard is? Alexander will fact check it for me. N-A-R-D. And dressed in princely purple. All after the Kabbalah. Going on Siri. That's so disruptive. At any I'm going to switch it around now.
Spike nard.
No way.
Nardin and mustard.
You are on
It's a
fire.
flower used in the manufacture of aromatic, colored essential oil.
Okay. Good enough. Got it. Aromatic, essential
as a
perfume.
And in religious context.
Okay. Okay, Alexander, the Lions want to hear the rest of the lecture. Okay. What's interesting here is his thank you very much, his transvaluation of the role of the Messiah. He portrays not the Jews as anxiously waiting for the Messiah, but the Messiah as anxiously waiting to come to the world, saying the Messiah is growing impatient with this world and demands to be loosed on the world to bring about this messianic redemption, but he is held fast with golden chains. Fascinating kind of metaphor. And you can hear the Judenschmerz just oozing through his writings. So, as a whole, did I skip something? What did I skip? No, that's it. So, his legacy, to conclude, a fascinating individual with a very ready wit, despite his conversion maintained a very long and deep abiding love for Judaism. And it speaks to the kind of complexities of Jewish identity in the 19th century. An identity that I think very much still holds fast today, as many secular Jews find it difficult to understand exactly what place does Torah have in the modern world. Heine articulated it so well in his beautiful poetry and prose. He was able to, express the longing for Judaism in the way that he imagined it, even though it did not necessarily conform to what he saw around him in contemporary Germany. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the costume tonight, and I look forward to speaking with you next week. It's a flower. Oh.
Most of the parts use
Pretty good, but not good enough. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Nice win. You've got 98 wins. You're almost at 100.
I win, you win.
That's right, ma'am.
Man,
Ooh, look at you. You're on fire today.
yeah.
There we go.
Hello and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. This week in November happens to coincide with the anniversary of a terrible event in Polish Jewish history, the burning of the Talmud in the wake of the Frankist disputation. So we'll talk a little bit about Jacob Frank and his movement and how it came to attack the Talmud specifically, and give you a sense of this very sad and unusual chapter in Jewish history. Jacob Frank was born to a middle-class Jewish family in Poland in 1726. His family, like many middle-class families of that era, were secretly worshippers of Shabbatai Tzvi, who in the 17th century had created a tremendous in the Jewish world by proclaiming himself as the Messiah. His particular story ended very badly, as he ultimately converted to Islam, but many of his followers were really quite active still well in century, both in Eastern Europe, also throughout the Mediterranean basin. Many of them even followed into apostasy to Islam and became a movement known as the Dunme. Jacob Frank, our subject, actually traveled to Smyrna and a few other places where there were large numbers of Sabbateans, and he was highly influenced by their teachings. Frank came back to Poland to Islam as well, and gathered around him a large group of followers who were very interested in his charismatic leadership. In particular, he promoted an idea of purification through transgression, or aveil lishma, for the right reason, as it were. And his movement was reputed to not only be involved in public desecration of the Sabbath and things like that, but even wild orgiastic rituals that were looked on with high levels of disfavor by the rabbis. He was denounced the non-Jewish leadership of Poland, but his movement found a rather interesting sort of strategy to counter the attacks of the traditionalist communities. They argued that, in fact, they were not Talmudic Jews, they were Zoharistic Jews, meaning they were Kabbalistic Jews, and in fact, the Kabbalah taught doctrines which were much closer to Christianity, in particular the idea of the Trinity. As a result, the church actually took Frank and his followers under their protection. In particular, a bishop in Poland argued that the Frankists and their disputation over the Talmud. This occurred in 1757. As the Frankists disputed with the Talmud, with the traditionalist community over the role of the Talmud. The dispute was quite intense, but as these things often happen, the church decided in favor of Frankists, and the Talmud was burned in Poland. Some 10,000 volumes of Talmud were collected, a tremendous loss to the libraries of the Jews of that era. Frank ultimately led a checkered career afterwards, converting to Christianity and attracting even more followers in his now third, made something of a career of it. But he got into trouble with the authorities because of his ongoing antinomian activities. Ultimately, he was in prison for a while. He carried himself as a noble, but when he died, he had a very large retinue, as you see in this contemporary depiction of his deathbed. The movement did continue under his daughter, Eve, and traces of it lingered well into the early 19th century. The long-lasting impact for the Jews, however, was the devastating attack on the Talmud, once again, resulting in a huge loss not only of the human capital of many Jews who actually were attracted to Frank's movement, but also of the destruction of many precious volumes which were lost forever. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you have an excellent week, and I look forward to speaking with you again. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hope you had a fantastic break over the Sukkot holiday. We're back here with another edition of This Week in Jewish History. And this week happens to commemorate the Yortzeit, or the death anniversary of Rembrandt, very important 17th century painter who was not Jewish, but who had a very close connection with Jews and Jewish subjects, represented them in his art. So let's have a look at the present to understand a little bit about Rembrandt and his Jewish connection. So Rembrandt was a very important 17th century painter, and here's a self-portrait, one of many that he made. You can see the tremendous depth of expression that's evident in his portraiture, and that's especially useful for us because he painted a lot of portraits of Jews, as we shall see. The historical accident that placed Rembrandt in close proximity with many Jews was the fact that he lived in Amsterdam, which was home to many refugees from the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions of the late 15th century, including Baruch Spinoza, shown here, a descendant of those refugees. This is not actually one of the portraits painted by Rembrandt, but Spinoza is perhaps the most famous Jewish resident of Amsterdam, so I've chosen him here as a representative of this community, which indicates the high degree of liberality that was present in this town. A tremendous amount of religious freedom, which used to feel very much at home in Amsterdam. And Rembrandt lived in a highly Jewishly populated quarter of that city. As a result, he used many Jews as his subjects for his art. This is perhaps one of his most famous representations of Jews, a portrait of an older Jewish man. Once again, you see the tremendous genius of Rembrandt's brush in this very detailed representation. But perhaps more interesting for us is the fact that Rembrandt viewed 17th century Jews, his contemporaries, as the legitimate inheritors of the ancient tradition, and did not see any break between the Jews that he saw every day and the larger story of Christianity. As you can see in the portrait on the left of a young Sephardic Jew, Rembrandt used his models as the basis for his representation of Christian figures, such as Jesus, shown here on the right. Fascinating way of looking at contemporary Jews, which was not at all typical of his generation. However, yet, despite the fact that Rembrandt had painted many portraits of Jews, we also have an unusual phenomenon in which many of his portraits are misidentified Jews. This particular example, for a long time, was thought of as Rembrandt's work of a Jewish rabbi with a but a closer examination by art history. Not only was it not one of Rembrandt's originals, the schools, his student Willem Durst painted this, but also a closer examination of the artwork. This rabbi is wearing some very suspicious jewelry, would not indicate that he is in fact Jewish. And so many of those representations are thought to be Rembrandt's originals aren't nor Jews. He had a very profound connection with the Jews, and those portraits that survive have really given us a unique glimpse of the work of a great artist and a great community. Well, I hope you found it interesting, and look forward to speaking with you in the future. Have a great Shabbos and a great... please visit the main website, www.jewishhistory.org, for lots of information, and take care.
When I gave a talk at the International UFO Congress, I was taken out to a room. A stranger comes in, puts his chair right up there against mine face to face, and then tells me...
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another installment of This Week in Jewish History. This week we'll be talking a little bit about a very important book called Nathan the Wise, or Nathan der Weise in German. The inspiration for this very important book in German literature and in the history of the Haskalah was written by Otto the Freien Lessing, and he had the inspiration for it in August of 1778, when he wrote a letter to his brother regarding the mission of the Jews at the time. Lessing, of course, was a non-Jew, but he was very much influenced by his close contemporary Moses Mendelssohn, whose dates are almost identical to his own. They were close friends. Mendelssohn was a fascinating figure who was shown here, by the way, in the red jacket on the left, and Lessing is standing behind the chessboard. Here, Mendelssohn is having a debate with one of his critics, Lavatia. And Mendelssohn was a fascinating figure who advocated the acceptance of Jews in larger German society. Mendelssohn was himself an observant Jew, fully Shomer Shabbat and Shomer Mitzvot, although he had difficulty articulating a version of Judaism that would withstand modernizing pressures. In fact, all of his surviving grandchildren, save one, ultimately converted to Christianity. That's a topic for another lecture. At any rate, Mendelssohn was the inspiration for Lessing's work, Nathan the Wise, which basically takes off on a ring parable. He probably got the idea from an early Italian writer, Boccaccio, in which there's this parable of a father who hands down to his son a special ring that will give him the powers to be beloved by both God and by other people. This ring is handed down for generations, father to son, until finally there is one son, one father, who has three sons, and in his quote-unquote foolish piety, he promises the ring to each of the three brothers. After he dies, the young men discover that there are three rings now. Obviously, the father has made at least two and possibly three replicas of it. They each possess one, but none of them know which one is the real ring. The parable here is, of course, compared to the three great Western religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, are rather exclusivist, that their communication from God is, in fact, the veritable one. And the three of them disagree as to how to share their special treasure. Lessing's parable concludes with a message of tolerance, that all three brothers should realize that they have a mission to live according to the highest ideals of their faith, and that they will ultimately find out in the end which one of them was the true ring. But given the existential circumstances of the moment, there's no way to determine the truth between the three of them. He said this in Crusader times with dialogues between a Knight Templar, one of the Christian Crusaders, the Islamic Saladin, and a Jewish figure known as Natan der Weise, once again modeled on Moses Mendelssohn. There was significant criticism of Natan der Weise when it first appeared in 1779. It was held under a church ban, and Lessing's view of religious tolerance was highly criticized by many anti-Semites of the day, including the notorious Wilhelm Marr, Eugen Düring, and others, who all felt that he was capitulating to the liberal ideas of Jews such as Moses Mendelssohn. Lessing himself, however, had somewhat different views on Judaism as a whole. He's not intolerant. There were a few aspects of Judaism that he found rather noxious, specifically the notion of a chosen people. He felt that Christianity had somehow, with its rationalism, superseded Judaism, but nevertheless had a profound impact on the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, who viewed in Lessing a tremendous ally for their attempts to achieve emancipation in modern Germany. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed this installment. I hope you have an excellent week. This week, we celebrate and commemorate a very important turning point in modern Jewish history, specifically the admission of Lord Rothschild to the House of Commons, the British Parliament, only after a considerable struggle and the defeat of a particularly noxious law that stretches back into medieval times. So let's have a look at this story, which is quite fascinating. So it all begins with a medieval law called the requirement for a Jew's oath. They were not allowed to present their case in a court of law unless they were willing to undergo a humiliating ritual, which was intended to act as a deterrent to false litigation. Jew's oath often involved all kinds of really nasty and noxious elements, such as, for example, the Jew was often required to set foot on a pig, as shown in an 18th century rendition here. They were forced to put their hand on some Hebrew scripture. You can see that the artist here obviously has some sense of what Hebrew letters look like. It's just gibberish, so he's not Hebrew literate, unlikely to be Jewish. And of course, they're often required to be bare-chested and bare-headed. This is a very onerous imposed on the Jews to stop them from going to court, in redress of wrong. A lot of this changed with Jewish emancipation, a process that began in the late 18th century and was climaxed under Napoleon, who is shown here as a savior to the Jews. You can see that he's dressed in sort of neo-Roman garb, and he is lifting up this woman who represents Judaism, who needs his assistance. You can see the menorah and the Judean hills in the background. She's holding onto the two tablets, and all this is done over the protest of various clerics of different faiths who do not want to see Judaism raised to equal status. Nevertheless, emancipation progressed thoroughly through the 18th century, and in England it was well and securely held, but then challenged when Lionel de Rothschild, from the famous Rothschild banking family, ran for election in the city of London. Rothschild ran for election in the city of London in 1847 and won. But when he got to the House of Commons, he found that he was forced to take an oath that specifically referred to the Christian religion, and this he was unwilling to do. It was nothing like the medieval oath shown in the first slide, but nevertheless, it was something on principle he was unwilling to do. There was a great deal of tumult in the House of Commons. Ultimately, a bill was passed there, but not ratified by the House of Lords, the upper chamber, and as a result, Rothschild resigned. He turned around and immediately ran a second time and won a second time. And he went to sit in Parliament once again, but he was faced with the same dilemma. So they made an accommodation by allowing him to swear on a Hebrew Tanakh, a Hebrew Bible, instead of the Christian Bible. But he refused to say the words "upon the true faith of a Christian," which was the text of the oath. So once again, he resigned. He ran a third time and was elected a third time. And by now, it was already getting ridiculous. So in 1858, the House of Lords finally agreed that the House of Commons could impose their own oath. They could change the text. And so therefore, they used an amended text. This was in the Jews' Disabilities Bill of 1858, which passed in July of 1858. He was allowed to swear with this revised text, which had specific reference to Judaism rather than Christianity, and that ultimately allowed Lord Rothschild to sit for office. Very important turning point in modern Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed this short lecture. Please consider leaving a comment, liking it on one of those little Facebook up buttons, or even subscribing. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. We're going into the saddest week of the Jewish year, the week in which we commemorate Tisha B'Av, the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and a whole host of very negative things that have occurred to Jews on this day throughout history. It's kind of like, in a flippant way, National Jewish Bad Luck Day. And I'd like to turn to a specific story that occurs at this season in the year 1888 that gives me a tremendous amount of anguish, and perhaps it's worth in mind as we go through this difficult I will also, for those of you who are in Surfside or in South Florida during Tisha B'Av, I will be lecturing on this topic for about a regular 60-minute lecture, which we hope to post online in a little while. What I'd like to talk about is the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, a very horrible and sad story that involves the church and a young boy named Edgardo, who was a 6-year-old living in the home of his parents in Bologna, Italy. He was a regular Jewish boy, nothing special or distinctive about him at the time, but what brought him into world attention was an emergency baptism that was apparently performed on this child when he was very ill several years earlier by a non-Jewish servant girl that was living in the Mortara home at the time. She felt that he would go to hell if he were not baptized, and therefore she took a bit of water, she sprinkled on his forehead, she pronounced a few words, and he was considered baptized. Now, this would have meant nothing except for the fact that the church held that once a child is baptized, they actually become Christian, no matter how nonsensical the circumstances under which that baptism occurred. And therefore, the Pope Pius IX, shown here, and the Grand Inquisition, which was still active in Bologna at the time, went to the Mortara home in June of 1858, knocked on the door, and kidnapped the child, took him away from his mother and father and his siblings, and brought him directly into the church, where he stayed for the rest of his life. His parents made tremendous efforts to try and release him, but the Pope was adamant, in fact took a personal interest in the child, placing him in a special school that was designed specifically for Jews who were converting to Christianity, and he ultimately ended up priest of the Augustinian order. When he finally was freed from the church officially, he remained a Catholic and in fact dedicated his life to proselytizing Jews around the world. There was at one point a moment where the Pope was willing to release Edgardo back to his family, but only on the condition that that his parents would also convert to Catholicism, and tragically and heroically, they refused. You can see from this photograph here taken when he was an adult that there's a certain amount of ambivalence with his mother, who is clearly in this photograph heartbroken at the circumstances, and one of his brothers who views him just by body language alone with some degree of suspicion. Nevertheless, this very sad story has some very important implications for Jewish history as a whole. First of all, let us recall that this occurred in 1858. This is a modern era, and there were modern communications. The world as a whole was aware of what Pope Pius IX was doing, and it, in fact, protested significantly. There are numerous editorials, even in the New York Times. The folk hero of the time among the Jews was the Moses Montefiore, perhaps known to visitors of Jerusalem for his construction of the famous windmills there, and his tremendous efforts were insufficient to release Edgardo from the church. This prompted a very important change in the way Jews viewed their relationship to the secular world. It was the formation of the Alliance Israélite Universelle, a French organization that was designed to be a world conglomerate of Jews and lobby more effectively in the modern world for Jewish causes. This eventually fed to the World Jewish Congress, the Federation Movement, and so on. As for Pope Pius IX, he was recently, in the 21st century, beatified, which means the church recognized him as having achieved 3 of the 4 elements necessary for sainthood, which strikes a tremendously discordant note in many Jewish minds. And he was the subject, the entire story was the subject of a rather important book by David Kurtzer entitled The Kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara. Edgardo's story is one of exile within exile, galus within galus, and it's worth meditating upon as we go into this commemoration, the sad commemoration of Tisha B'Av. May we merit to see no more pain in the Jewish people in the future. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I think we're running a little bit late. So 20 seconds. So watch record that. So it's this time of year, I often think about my grandmother, Alaa Shalom. She passed away
a year, 2 years ago, and this will be right around the time of her birthday. She was a woman of an exceptional sense of humor, very biting, acerbic, sometimes harsh Lithuanian style of humor. You would not want to be on the receiving end of it. But as once I started to figure out what the Yiddish punchlines meant, I really learned to appreciate her joke. So I'd like to tell one joke in her name, in her memory, that is probably not a joke, but I think that since I'm saying it over in the name of my my holy grandmother, Alea Shalom, then maybe it'll be okay. And I don't think the rabbi ever watches these videos, so I'll probably be okay. So joke goes like this. There are two brothers, and one of them, very, very holy Jew. He goes to shul every day, very careful with how he treats people in business, a lot of derech eretz, personal courtesy, and so on. And after many years, he passes on, and he goes straight up to Shemayim. As it happens, his twin brother is not such a mensch, and he's always trying to cheat here and there. He never goes to shul, very careless about the mitzvos, and generally disregarded. It happens, they both died in the same day, and this brother went somewhere else. So the brother that went up to heaven, you know, he's having a good time up there. It's beautiful weather, and there's like palm trees everywhere. You know, short sidebar here. My father, who lived in northern Canada all his life, he came to visit us in Florida after we'd been living here for many years because he had never seen a palm tree in his life. And within 2 weeks, he said he was sick of them. But at any rate, so he's enjoying, the brother is enjoying Shemayim. He thinks it's a great place. It's a little bit like Boca Raton. And but after a while, he thinks, you know, he'd like to see what's Tutzach with his brother. What's his brother up to? So he gets a weekend pass, and he goes down to the other place. And there he sees Tuck. It's very crowded. It's smoky. It's dark. There's jazz music, lots of herring, schnapps. He has a weekend. And then after a while, you know, he goes back to the Shemayim, and he drives out a little bit, and he's walking around the pastoral areas, and he thinks, you know what? We should liven this place up a bit. We should party. We should maybe set up crudités, maybe some cold cuts, you know, maybe we should. So he goes to God, his proposal that they should have and he describes to God what he has in mind, that they gather everybody together, and they have some food, and they get music, and God looks and says, for 5 people, it pays to hire an orchestra. Okay, that's my grandmother. Okay, all right. So tonight's lecture is a little bit more on color than that joke. We're going to speak about a very misunderstood individual, Moses Mendelssohn, who is often regarded as a turning point in the history of Jews in Europe. He really represents kind of like the beginning of a new form of Jewish identity. And after his death, especially through the 19th century, there are a lot of competing Jewish movements that laid claim to his heritage really as their own. And I'm not sure that they've always been entirely fair in understanding Mendelssohn as their intellectual ancestor. He was an extremely complex figure with a tragic, in many ways, life, and at the same time, one of great triumphs. And I think it's extremely important to look at his life and understand the type of tribulations that he endured, because in reality, he was the first European Jew to articulate to a larger Gentile audience how it would be possible for Jews to live as emancipated citizens in a free state. He, of course, not experienced that. He died in the late 18th century. But over the course of the 19th century, actually really the late 18th century in France and then throughout the 19th century elsewhere, all European states would be exploring the ideas that Mendelssohn first brought forward to the scene. So let's understand a little bit more about his background specifically. There are portraits of him. This is considered one of the more authentic versions. He was born in 1729. He lived in Berlin under a single rule until he died in the same 1986. And as I mentioned, he's a transitional figure between the medieval period and the modern period. In the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about what it meant to be a Jew in the medieval era and how that transitioned into the modern era. For those of you who are familiar with Western historiography, the medieval is a term that's long gone by the time you get to the 18th century. But for Jews, we really remained in a pre-modern state much longer than Western Europe. And for us, modernity refers to that moment when Jews were finally emancipated as citizens within a modern state. He himself was personally observed, quite scholarly. He wrote extensively on the Jewish tradition, some very, very impressive translation projects of Tanakhs and so on. Yet he is widely regarded as the intellectual father of the Reform movement, which has a highly divergent understanding of the responsibilities of Jewish law. His activity on behalf of Jews in Europe was key in setting the stage for their later emancipation. We'll have to speak a little bit of what that means. And he earned his fame as well as a philosopher, although much of his philosophy is misunderstood and not widely studied to this day. Nevertheless, he was really an unusual figure, and we'll explore all those aspects of his life. By the way, this cool device is something, you know, the Tom people, they like the lectures and then they make better. They start by editing out the joke at the beginning, and then they kind of fold the PowerPoints into the lecture. So you can see the same lectures, except shorter and better, on TorahCafe.com. And they sent me the microphone so that, you know, you could hear me a little better. And this week they sent me this really cool automatic clicker. Watch this. Wow, that is phenomenal. I can do it again. Watch this. All right, okay, I really like it. And watch this. You see, I don't have to, like, for example, I don't have to like point over here, because I can go like this and you can see exactly where I'm pointing. Right, I can point over here and wherever I want to point. This is a really cool thing. Okay, right. So, I'm sorry? Probably. We'll have to see when they take this. But thank you, Torah.com, for this cool device. I think that actually, you know, the microphone's been great and this automatic clicker is great. I think we need a Jaguar now to really help me get here on time. And okay. Anyways, on the cusp of modernity. So what is the separation between medieval and modern when it comes to the Jews? There's a lot of different ways to try to understand this, but perhaps the most obvious way is the understanding of what place do Jews have in modern states. Are they equal partners in the building of a multicultural state, or are they literally tourists with temporary residence privileges in a given state? I mean, in Germany, for example, Jews had lived there. By the time we get to Mendelssohn, Jews had lived there for over 800 years, and yet they did not enjoy permanent residence rights. They could be and were frequently expelled from given locale at the whim of local rulers, and their very existence, economically, socially, it was extremely precarious throughout this entire period. So that said a lot for the kind of factors that developed the Jewish culture, Jewish personality type, perhaps. And one of the things that really changed with modernity is the notion that perhaps Jews should be included in the overall attempt to create a geographic state reality in a given territory. Among the last generations to experience not being a citizen. In France, it would come very rapidly. In 1789, you have the revolution, and then 2 years later, the French government formally admits Jews to be French citizens. Germany would take quite a bit longer to deal with that question, but nevertheless, Mendelssohn was the last of that generation that lived entirely in servitude, as it were. What did it mean to be in this medieval state? Well, first of all, I mentioned the residency rights, which was a very big deal. There are all kinds of social disabilities, Jews excluded from higher education, Jews excluded from certain occupations, lots of restrictions to try and, you know, minimize the number of Jews who are allowed to go into different trades and so on. Marriage restrictions, for example, in Berlin, where Mendelssohn made most of his fame. Oh, right, gotta catch up with the the speaker. Where Mendelssohn lived, there were several classes of privileged Jews that allowed them various levels of security living in the state. If you were at the top level, like one of the most important Jews allowed in the state, because you were, let's say, a renowned physician or a financier or so on, then your first son would have the right to marry and dwell in Berlin. Your second son could only live and dwell in Berlin if he also owned 1,000 tailors. Your third son could only live there if he also owned 3,000 tailors. So in other words, it was really tailors meaning like dollars, not tailors like soap, like Motel Camsoil, right? And the fact is that they really didn't want Jews to live there. This is one of the reasons why we have in the 1840s, by the way, a large German migration to America. Some of the first major institutions of Judaism here in this country are from, German Jews who were unable to marry because of these very severe restrictions. And all kinds of humiliating things that really sent a message that Jews are not part of the society. For example, a picture of the 18th century Jew's oath. If a Jew was ever taken to court by a non-Jew, then the Jew's oath was simply not considered valid, and they imposed all kinds of additional humiliations upon the Jew to make sure that they would, try to avoid swearing in court. You see, they would have to bare their chest, put their hand on a Torah, and stand on a pigskin with bare feet. The idea was to show that no Jew would normally want to do such a thing, so it was a deterrent. It was attempted as a deterrent to keep them out of there. And there are stories or incidents of, for example, local villages in Germany that would require the mayor to stand in the central square with the head of the local Jewish community on Easter and deliver a formal humiliating slap to the face, as if to indicate, we're remembering what happened so long ago. And those kinds of things really cemented permanently the idea that the Jews were transitional figures. However, and this certainly had a lot to do with how Jewish culture evolved in Ashkenaz in particular. The concept that non-Jewish culture was fundamentally toxic, it was antithetical to Jewish values versus them, a very hostile attitude to everything non-Jewish, and a fear of things which were not, was definitely inculcated in the Central European regions. And at the time, there's a lot of grassroots Jew intent with the social and economic status quo, was not necessarily directed at the existing political leaders. There was a lot of discontent that was directed at the rabbinic establishment, because Jews were persecuted economically and had to endure creating social regulations. There were a lot of areas in which this was actually, ironically, good for Judaism, because that level of anti-Semitism forced a kind of internal, inward-looking culture that meant Jews would stay out of, culturally dangerous areas such as, the opera house or the theater, things like that, and would look inwards. So there were a lot of Jews who were dissatisfied with their rabbinic leadership at the same time, and so there was a widespread grassroots movement to try to change something somehow. Through Mendelssohn's leadership, but through leaders of his students, and his students really took advantage of this kind of popular discontent to create new movements. The period in general that were, I forgot, don't have to do that. Wait a sec, let me go back. Okay, here we go. And there we go. Okay, see, I don't have to do it. I can just do it like that. I can do it behind my back. I can do it. Period in non-Jewish history is called the Enlightenment. It's a translation of the German term of Klärung, which means, like it sounds, it's like an illumination, a period where more light is shed on topics. It extends through the 17th through the 18th century, so right now we're towards the end of the Enlightenment period, also known as the Age of Reason. So called because there was a turn, a quite decided turn away from religion and religious authority during the period. Much more pronounced among Christians than among Jews. Jews would catch up only after, and of course the Jews would call it the Halah. The term Haskalah is not an exaction of Aufklärung. The word Seichel, of course, it means intelligence, but so it's more closely related to the idea of the age of reason than the age of light. It's fundamentally a similar phenomenon, and God in later lectures will talk about how that expressed itself distinct from the Enlightenment. But figures such as Locke and Voltaire in the area of politics, in the area of society, Spinoza, of course, in the area of religion. He's and what's purposes is that including in thinking is a fundamental questioning of, have we been doing things right these lives? Do we really stray appropriately from the classical values of Greece, Athens in particular, and add all these accretions of strange ideas? And should we not really be looking at beings as, fundamentally rational individuals that deserve our respect? This is the beginning of the so-called women's question, the very, very beginnings of the idea of, emancipating women, the emancipation of blacks. Here is Oladua Equiano, a very famous former slave who purchased his own freedom from a very grateful master, and then became literate and wrote a very, very powerful diary of his experience as a slave that really turned the intellectual world against slavery in a very, very big way, and contributed ultimately to the abolitionist movement throughout Europe, and included, while we're emancipating everybody, we might as well emancipate the Jews as well. Now, we're borrowing this term emancipation. It's not a fair term to borrow. It's mainly a term that Anglo-Jewish historians use based on the American example. Obviously, the Emancipation Proclamation, which occurred much later in the second half of the 19th century, and it's not a fair example. Jews were not slaves. Jews were disabled. Jews were handicapped socially and economically, but they were not enslaved. Nevertheless, this term was borrowed to the equalization of Jewish rights in Western society. So that's the period that we're working in, and this is where Mendelssohn comes to the fore. Okay, any questions? Yes, Judith.
I take it that whether you were dealing in a Roman Catholic Europe or as in Germany, a Lutheran society, the anti-Semitism was essentially, or the limitations were essentially the same on the Jewish population.
That's a fascinating question. To repeat for the camera, was the anti-Semitism experienced in, let's say, Catholic countries like France comparable to the anti-Semitism experienced in primarily Protestant countries like Germany? I think I'd think a little deeper on that question before giving a sophisticated answer. But off the top of my head, it seems that there's a lot more popular anti-Semitism in German lands. I mean, at least if you try to measure it in terms of the output, like what's the propaganda, what's how many woodcuts do you have, how many movements, how many blood libels, things like that. I would like to think that it's probably a lot more roots phenomenon in the Protestant countries, which I think has to do perhaps with the questioning of religion, much more than it would in the Catholic regions. Yes, Judith.
No, I use Lutheranism.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I'm not familiar with how extensive other Protestant movements had reached into the areas.
Lutheranism would be a more precise description of the regions we're speaking about as well. And I think it's too sophisticated a question for me to answer effectively now. But I would think that Germany probably has more of a grassroots phenomenon. In France, there's a lot more, it's like, I'll tell you this. Being multilingual is a wonderful gift because you can say offensive things so many different ways. And I've always been struck by the fact, because I grew up in northern Canada, that when the English, the Anglophones curse, it usually involves sex. But when the French curse, it almost always involves the church. You know, you say tabernacle, which in English is tabernacle, right? Well, no big deal. Or muzikris, like, these terms are. So I would think that the coloration of those, it's a fascinating question. We have to do it in the graduate school. Let's go on. Okay, sorry, too far. So have a look at, here's a map of Europe. This is a map actually from the 1880s. I'm sorry, the contrast is not exactly right, but here's Germany here, Belgium, France out here, and here Eastern Europe. And the colors represent the population density of Jews. And the main picture that I want to get across here is the idea that there is quite a tight little knot of Jewish population in the Rhineland region in Germany. And then, of course, in the northern part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Romania, places like that. And then it kind of gets really thick when you get into Poland and Russia. Because the big story here is that most Jews live in Poland and Russia. And in Western Europe, it's a much smaller concentration than you'll have in Eastern Europe. So we'll talk more about Europe. Actually, we have talked about Eastern Europe previously. Now we're concentrating on slightly less absolute number and a lesser population density as well. So back to Mendelssohn. His father was a sofer in Dessau, a scribe, and in fact, his father's name was Mendel. He was of that first generation of Jews that, in line with the increasing bureaucratization of society, Jews received in Central and Western Europe last names, surnames, in the 18th century in particular. So his name, probably like my own ancestor's name, his father was Mendel. And so when he was asked to choose a name, he chose the name Mendel's, right, the son of Mendel. And probably one of my ancestors was named after his father was Abram, so Abram's son or Avram's son. His father was not a highly distinguished individual. He was apparently well respected. But his profession, besides being a sofer, when he was younger, he was a klapper. A klapper is an interesting profession. Where your job, as and many communities would employ several of these, where they would get up very early in the morning and they would walk around and bang on the wooden shutters to wake up the men to get the shul for minyan, clappers. Nowadays we have iPhones, which are very useful, and they would actually, in big communities, you'd have multiple clappers. So you would like tell one to go away, get weg von mir, and then the other one would show up and bang 10 minutes later. That was like the snooze clapper. But that's what he did. His mother's side, however, was very illustrious. He was descended from, among others, Reb Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, very famous commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, and several other really important figures in German history. His father gave him a strong Talmudic education, and he was particularly taken with one individual teacher in Dessau. By the way, he himself used to sign his name Moses of Dessau, like Moses from Dessau. When his teacher received a position in Berlin, Mendelssohn followed him there as a young man to continue his studies under his teacher. He had no residence rights whatsoever in Berlin. He was allowed there temporarily only as a student living completely. He was not allowed to have any employment or anything like that while he was in Berlin. He took to his studies with tremendous alacrity, learning not only the traditional Talmudic curriculum, but also mastering Latin, Greek, English, French, and even Italian. And he would converse in all of these languages and write in these languages, especially in German. Menachem.
How would he learn foreign languages if he wasn't permitted to go to schools?
He learned them from primarily contacts of his Rebbe, who were also Jews who had these languages in just without learning them in formal environments. Just passing these things down. Jews at this time, the best biography of Mendelssohn by far is by a man named Alexander Altman, who, among other things, in this 800-page tome, analyzed what books were published in Germany for about 50 years before Mendelssohn was born. And there's just an incredible effervescence, thank you, of interest among Jews for secular studies, languages, things like that. We studied last week the quadrilingual dictionary that was written by Why can't I remember? I did a lecture last week, didn't I? Nathan of Hanover, thank you. Thank you for helping me out. So there's a lot of interest in these things, and he picked it up that way. But he was an autodidact for the most part. He got a job eventually, illegally, a tutor in a rich man's home, and he was quite adept. He never made a living as a teacher or a philosopher, although he was what we'd call perhaps a public intellectual. He ended up working for this individual's silk factory, becoming a partner, and he had a life of business throughout. He eventually married from it Guggenheim, shown here. I'm not sure if there's a relationship to the famous Guggenheim family. And then a year after he was married, again illegally, he finally earned the right of residence. Together they had 10 children, of whom 6 survived to adulthood. But as part of the confusing legacy of Mendelssohn's life, it's often pointed out that none of his ancestors remained Jewish, even though he himself maintained a very, he was a completely observant Jew by Orthodox standards. Only 2 of his 6 surviving children remained within the faith, and the other 4 all chose to convert, which was very, very common among German Jews in the 19th century, who were converting primarily because that was the only way to get ahead economically, socially, and so on. As Heinrich Heine put it, he himself, of course, converted to Christianity and continued to regret it throughout his life. A very powerful poet of the 19th century. He wrote of baptism as a ticket to European culture. And so Mendelssohn's children were not unlike them. And of the 2 children who remained Jewish, neither of their children survived or sired great-grandchildren. So his personal family lineage ended with his grandchildren. In 1871 was the last of the Mendelssohn family to practice Judaism. Early on in his life, yes, question.
How were those converts accepted in society? They did convert.
For the most part, the conversions were pro forma. You know, this is different perhaps than in France, as we were discussing earlier. Conversion was kind of like, just do this, get it over with, and then you can be, let's say, for example, like his great, I think it was his grandson, Felix Mendelssohn, the composer, right? If you want to have, or Gustav Mahler, the great conductor and composer as well. If you wanted to get your job, you just had to be Christian. And in fact, as we shall see right on this slide here, he was a brilliant writer, and the Prussian Royal Academy of Sciences wanted to make him a member, but the King of Prussia blocked it. So there's no way a Jew can be a member of the Prussian Royal Academy of Sciences. So at some point, you simply had to decide, what am I going to do? Am I going to follow my career interests, my passion, my love, all these things, or am I going to stick with a religion that I don't necessarily feel very much to, that is a persecuted religion, it's very tenuous, I could be kicked out of the country at any time. For many Jews, it was simply not a reasonable question. Of course, converts the way to go ahead. So in his early youth, this is one of the many commemoratives that were coined in his honor. There's a commemorative coin that says Moses Mendelssohn on it. He competed in an essay competition that included, among others, the incredible philosopher Immanuel Kant. And he defeated Immanuel Kant, which is an absolutely phenomenal concept. Immanuel Kant did not necessarily return the favor. Later, when he heard about Mendelssohn's death, Kant apparently remarked, well, Christianity has lost nothing by his demise, which is probably to say after someone passes away. But at any rate, it gives you a sense of what kind of individual he was. If he had all of these disabilities and the lack of education or formal education, and nevertheless could defeat the world's greatest living philosopher in an essay competition, gives you a sense of who he was. Perhaps the turning point in his life is the so-called Lavater affair. Johann Lavater was a Christian priest, Christian minister, who was quite impressed with the kinds of things that Mendelssohn was doing. Up until this point, by the way, Mendelssohn was not doing very much Jewishly. Obviously, He was personally observant, and he had a large family and so on. But his fame of his work in German on philosophical themes. He was a student of Leibniz and several of the important philosophers of the day. And he was publishing in scholarly journals, and everybody was saying, isn't this amazing? A Jew who is able to discourse in the highest levels of philosophy. We have to understand that from the perspective of the 18th century, to see a Jew in very highfalutin circles, a believing Jew doing these things, it probably would have felt like you were watching a trained monkey do the same things. You would be completely amazed because you just assume we're of a different order altogether, completely incapable of this higher order of thing. And to see a Jew succeeding at the top of this field, it was something that people were constantly remarking upon. So Johann Lavater wrote a public treatise that was addressed to Mendelssohn and essentially said to him, listen, Mendelssohn, you are amazing. You are so intelligent. You are a credit to your race. You are a phenomenal individual, but I can't understand why you hold on to this archaic, outdated, irrelevant religion. So he gave him a public challenge in print that Mendelssohn should either refute his claims, meaning attack Christianity, or convert. Because it's not logical, said Lavater. If you're such an intelligent person, you must see the truth of Christianity and you must become a Christian. Why would you stay in that old-time religion? That makes no sense. So one or the other. Either refute Christianity or convert to Christianity. One or the other. This caused a tremendous amount of distress to Mendelssohn. And actually, it took several years for all of this to die down. He could not ignore this challenge because so many Jews looked up to him as, an important figure, a representative of their people. And for him to simply ignore a public challenge like this would be considered kind of defeat. But on the other hand, what was he supposed to say back to him? Do you think that it would be reasonable in the 18th century for a Jew to actually attack Christianity in a print format? Absolutely not. It was suicide, and it could have tremendous repercussions on the broader Jewish community. In fact, Mendelssohn himself was involved in averting a decree of expulsion that was imposed on a neighboring Jewish community, and he simply couldn't stand up and face Lavater's challenge. It was not a fair fight that Lavater was proposing. So he wrote back to him in a very, to use his phrase, polite and restrained but forceful public response, essential content of which was, I'm not free to answer your challenge. I live as a member of an oppressed minority, and he said quite clearly, it's really not, frankly, safe for me to say everything I think about Christianity. But more to the point, Mendelssohn argued that it doesn't matter what I think about Christianity. That Judaism is a religion which is for Jews. It's almost tribal in that nature. Jews have the obligation of 613 commandments, whereas non-Jews only have these 7 Noahide commandments. So he says to Lavater, why are you bothering with me? I'm not bothering with you. I'm telling you, if you have 7 commandments, then the God we share will reward you in the afterlife, and you are living a perfectly well-actualized life. Me, on the other hand, I have different responsibilities. I have 613 commandments that I have to live up to. Let me live my life, and you'll live yours, and gesundheit, hey, so to speak. But Lavater would have nothing of it, and the discourse went back and forth between them, and more significantly, it went beyond the two of them to many other thinkers who participated in the debate, in the journals of the day, in the newspapers of the day, primarily writing, incidentally, on Mendelssohn's side, but quite a few very sharp-tongued critics who indicated that, Germany is a Christian country, and there's really no reason for us to tolerate this kind of business. We should either keep it with the status quo or even be harsh with our Jewish minorities. This was not at all what Mendelssohn was interested in engaging in, but nevertheless, Lavater's challenge put him in this difficult situation, and actually it dogged him to the end of his life. And we know from his private correspondence a little more about what he thought specifically that he would not write. Some of that with you in a moment, but maybe I'll pause for a couple questions. Yes.
My question is in reference, you mentioned me as far as the secular involved at the beginning.
Oh, look. Watch this. We can go like this.
And you make much more for our rabbinical view of them because you cannot go to the upper end or the other.
Yeah.
My question is with this: is he involved to make a step because the Mendelssohn and the name and the connection and the greatness of this to do something for secular education, the high qualified youngsters to enter in the academic field?
Yes.
As far as you know, numerus clausus, numerus nullus.
Right. Absolutely. In fact, that's it. Let's just right. He did, in fact. So let me address that specifically now. Now, I'm going to go a little bit out of sequence because I want to address this question, which is, if I can paraphrase for the camera, did he do anything to try and elevate the secular education of Jews as a whole, academically and so on? And the answer is definitely yes. One of the really seminal works that he wrote, and again, this is before the Lavater affair, and it was short-lived, but it set the tone of a future direction that would become very important for him. He and a few friends published a short-lived journal called Kohelet Musar, which was only 2 8-page editions in print run. That's it. But it had a tremendous impact on Jewish readership. And what exactly was this Kohelet Musar? It was a kind of a Hebrew language imitation of a German literary form that was popular at the time, these so-called moral readers. I think that in contemporary terms, they would probably be similar to Reader's Digest, which are kind of like short little things that are meant to be uplifting and edifying, not terribly challenging intellectual, not big, heavy, paper or hardback tomes, but you can read on the bus or something like that. He wrote this Kohelet Musar. What was interesting about it, it was written from a secular Jewish perspective in Hebrew about appreciating the wider world around them. It was these 2 essays that was the first time that really, because what did Jews write? Jews write rabbinical things. Jews write some scientific talks, but to write on a popular level to say, wait a minute, we can appreciate the whole world around us. We can appreciate music and art and nature and all these kinds of things. So it was like, hey, wait a minute, nobody actually thought of this. And then he put a lot more energy into translating key texts into German to allow Jews to learn more about the German language and beyond that. But before that, I get to that. That's a big controversy. Let's just go on to, let's go back to where I left off here. Okay. So the consequence of the Lavater affair is that all of a sudden, because of Lavater's challenge and Mendelssohn's response, the question of Jewish emancipation really came to the fore. And people were saying, wait a second, what are we really doing with the Jews? Okay, Mendelssohn is a very exceptional individual, but we do have several thousand Jews live in Berlin and maybe 100,000 living all of Germany. What are we doing with these people? So Mendelssohn kind of turned away from his philosophical writings and he focused writings on the Jewish question, obviously with a strong philosophical content, as we shall see. And he turned to some of his friends like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, asking them, could you please write to question? Von Dohm, who was an important intellectual at the time, wrote a very significant tractate that was later published and republished many times on the civil improvement of the Jews in Germany, where there are a lot of non-Jew parties who are saying, you know what, it's time for us to take the emancipation to the Jews, to take the Enlightenment to its final step, and really say we are a country made up of many religions, not just one. Mendelssohn was very close with a lot of highly influential intellectuals, such as Johann Lessing. And in fact, this picture here is a very famous one. It shows Mendelssohn and Lessing here with Lavater in the background, and they're all discussing the future of the Jews. Lessing, of course, wrote a very famous play called Nathan der Weise, Nathan the Wise, in which the Jews come across very, very well. The lead character, Nathan, is actually based on Mendelssohn's character, and Mendelssohn becomes the primary, poster child, so to speak, for the question of the Jewish future in Europe. And then we get to these things here. And now Mendelssohn worked very hard. He sent his Christian friends because he felt only the Christians could really argue for the emancipation of the Jews. It's difficult for the Jews to do it from within, but he decided to work on educating Jews at the same time. And this is where his legacy becomes extremely complicated, because one of the things that he did most significantly on a literary level is he translated the Bible into German, which you might think not such a hugely controversial topic. I mean, after all, in this shul alone, there's so much art scroll, Hebrew translated into English. What's the big controversy over translating the Tanakh into German? And it's not even really German. They translated it into German written in Hebrew characters because the Jews couldn't even master or weren't as familiar with the Roman alphabet. They had to learn German with Hebrew letters. But this book, the Biur, which is the title of the commentary on it, was actually burned by many Jewish communities, and especially in Eastern Europe. You imagine burning the Torah. He wrote this German translation. What is the big problem with the German translation? I ask you, Ms. Abramson, why would that be such a big deal to translate into German? Doesn't matter. We translate lots of things. Let me ask Ms. Abramson, what do you think?
Well, if you think about it, there's like a million words for one word. And like in Hebrew, you have Amar.
Okay, I'm going to pushing the buzzer on you. Good argument, but that's not the reason. Okay, Judith, what do you think?
Well, for one thing,
Okay, she's a very secure individual.
I don't know how many Jews in Germany could read Hebrew.
Okay.
And two, how many Jews in Germany were familiar with German as opposed to Yiddish.
So that's the point here. Very good, Judith. Thank you. I hope you're paying attention, Ms. Abramson, because it's like this. We have Art Scroll primarily because you need the English as a window into the Hebrew. The English helps us get into the true language of the Torah, so to speak. But when he wrote the Biur, they had enough Hebrew to be able to figure out the Chumash, but they had very little German. They had Yiddish. And so the Biur was explicitly, as he wrote his own sons, it was a way of helping Jews learn German. Even though it was a holy book, it's the Torah, it was felt by many Jews to be a kardom lachpor, shovel to dig with. It was degrading to the Torah to use the Torah as a translation text so that Jews should learn German. And of course, the extended argument learning German, is it not to assimilate, to convert? And in fact, the next century would really say, if that's how you prove the intention of it, the ends and the means seemed very much linked. Now, maybe it's not a fair criticism of Mendelssohn, but nevertheless, this is how he was perceived in the East. Yes, Menachem.
Was there any controversy with the German and Christian establishment over his attempting his translation? Because, of course, they have the Bible in German, but it comes from Latin and Greek, not direct translation from Hebrew.
I'm unaware of any Christian controversy over it. But among Jews, very, very heated controversy over it. And he called this a first step toward culture for the Jews. Right here, I'm translating the German. When the Jews get this, they'll be able to speak German properly. Then who knows? They may be able to read Goethe, Schiller, whoever. Was Goethe alive yet? No. Well, they would have eventually. And so, controversial that many Jews wanted to have it banned, but one of its allies was very close, King Christian the Seventh of Denmark, who actually got him to subscribe to it, which really huge boost because it's impossible to admit when the King of Denmark is actually a subscriber. The way you would buy books by then is you would usually pay for them in advance as they were being written, and you would have them come out. And the list of subscribers was considered a very, kind of an endorsement. So meanwhile, he's also working on a very philosophy, which is perhaps his most significant work, Jerusalem oder über religiöse Macht und Judentum. Jerusalem, or on religious power and Judaism. And it had a two-pronged kind of thesis that perhaps did not turn out exactly the way he thought it would, but was very significant at the time. Ever since the Lavater affair, he was obsessed with the notion of what right does the state have to dictate my personal religious observance? And he wanted to argue that fundamentally the state has no right to coerce anyone to believe anything. He wanted to really argue a sharp distinction between the power of the state and the power of the church, so to speak, which sounded good so far because that made sense for Jews, that the Jews could not be forced to believe as Christians do. But at the same time, while he's arguing for a lack of state coercive power, the argument could be said that Jews should also lack coercive power over their own members. Meaning, how can you argue on the one hand that I don't think the government tell me what to believe, and at the same time say, but I do believe the rabbis should tell me what to believe? How can you argue for a lack of coercion in one place and for a lack of autonomy on the other? So he argued for state liberalism, but he wanted to argue that the Mosaic constitution, so to speak, only had complete authority in ancient Israel. So in other words, he wanted to say that adherence to the commandments was one born completely out of faith, and people who chose not to observe the commandments could not truly be forced or punished by even Jewish authorities, because the Jewish authorities today did not have the same level of power that they would have in the time of the ancient Israel. I myself have difficulty understanding his argument. I have to say I've tried to read Jerusalem, I think 3 times, and I've never gotten past 3 or 4 chapters before I get too bogged down in it. That's my weakness because it's considered a great classic of modern Jewish philosophy. Even if I don't understand his thesis, I do understand his questions. And the questions are ultimately the same questions that Jews have been asking for the last 200 years since Mendelssohn. On the one hand, we want the government to stay out of our belief system and not tell us what to do. But at the same time, we want to maintain our own group integrity. And that means that we have to cede power to our leadership. We have to say we want our rabbis to be able to tell us what to do, to force us, because we don't have somebody forcing us to have some standards. We're just going to, disappear through assimilation. But on the other hand, who likes to be forced to do anything? So Mendelssohn's thesis really encapsulates the problems of living as a Jew in modernity. Okay. Now, how was it received? Not with as much excitement as he had hoped. On the one hand, the so-called Altgläubiger, which is the group of Jews that would later be called the ultra-Orthodox, primarily those Jews who lived in northern Hungary, Sighet, places like that, they felt that everything that Mendelssohn said was heresy, was really completely antithetical to Judaism. To argue, for example, it's not appropriate to punish Jews for transgression, that was, completely undermining the authority of the Beit Din. Please recall that in medieval times, one of the features of the pre-modern Jewish community is that the rabbis had the authority to inflict a whole range of sanctions on people who did not meet communal norms, including corporal punishment. I mean, people could be and were in fact flogged for repeated violations of the social order, which could be things like public Sabbath desecration. Communal or corporal punishment was reserved for things like refusing to give your wife a get, refusing to show up if you're summoned to Beit Din, things like that. But still, the rabbis has power. And for Mendelssohn to say they should not have that power, that was heresy. The Maskilim, and these are just beginning to emerge right now, the movement of Haskalah is going to be more like the 19th century. They're not happy with the idea that Mendelssohn also argues that the commandments are valid, that they do count, that you still have to keep them even if you're not coerced. So nobody's really happy with Mendelssohn's thesis, and maybe that's why I find it so difficult to read today. But nevertheless, he did not. It's been read many times, translated to English, but it has not yet found its legs as a convincing philosophical document. So try to understand his legacy as a whole. So he had limited results in the political sphere. He died unemancipated, as did German Jews for approximately the next 80 years. And many of the kind of arguments that he advanced for the emancipation of Jews, it would take several generations before they came to fruition. His philosophical response to modernity, his argument for what exactly it meant to be a Jew in the modern era, I'd like to say that he got the questions right, but I'm not convinced by his answers. And we're still struggling with the same questions. His answers are not satisfying, and so many Jews look for other alternatives. Nevertheless, Mendelssohn was a towering figure of the 18th century, certainly one of the most prominent Jews in the entire population of Europe, and many have looked to him as kind of like the intellectual father of their movements. In some cases, you could say the neo-Orthodox, because after all, he was personally observant, and he did argue for continued observance of the mitzvot. And at the same time, the Reform movement can claim him because he was challenging the authority of the rabbis and arguing for at least philosophical notion of autonomy. He died after a brief illness. It was kind of like an extended aspect of the Lavater affair. He had written a long response to another Lavater-like attack by another thinker, and he was actually very, very disturbed by having to write it, so he insisted to his wife that he had to get it out to the publisher the very day he finished it. It was at the beginning of January 1786, a very, very cold day. He went out, he got a cold after giving this manuscript over to the publisher, and he was dead within a few days of this flu. So I want to thank you very much. We're finishing a little early. I don't know why that happened. I suppose I talked a little faster. But thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. And I look forward to speaking with you next week when we're going to Eastern Europe to look at the life of Shimon Dubno. Thank you all for coming tonight. I know that it's the penultimate day, the snow day, and it's tempting to stay home. But I really appreciate, having an audience here. Otherwise, I would just be talking to myself. It's really nice to have you here. Tonight's lecture, of course, is on Herod. And the first bit of not such great news is that we don't have a sponsor tonight. I can't exactly figure why nobody wants sponsoring this week. Oh, we got a sponsor tonight. Okay, thank you very much. I'll have to wipe that out. I was going to make the joke here, though. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Rottenbergs. Well, I'll edit it later when I put it on the web. But the joke that I was going to make is nobody wants to sponsor a lecture by Herod because he's got such like an ambiguous sort of legacy. But we'll skip over that. Thank you to the Rottenbergs for sponsoring the trip. The purpose of sponsoring. Now, I sent out that survey a couple weeks ago with fascinating results. We went over them very briefly. One of the problems that we're having is not too many people on the web actually know why we're doing this. The reason we're doing this is because we want to raise funds for student scholarships. We have this web page for Friends of Jewish History, and you'll see it at the end of the lectures. There's a little box you can click on, and then you can give money so that we can support our undergraduate students and get the excellent education that they deserve. Okay, you can see we raised $3,700, including $14 from the pushka on my desk. That goes in every now and then. Okay, now I'm going off my game because I wasn't expecting a sponsorship at the last minute. Let's begin as we usually do with our sources. where do we learn what we know about Herod? So there are three principal sources that we're going to rely on for today's discussion. The first is, of course, Josephus, who is undoubtedly the greatest contemporary chronicler of Herod's life. Very important, first century before the Common Era, and then just edging into the first century life. We also have a couple other, scattered passages about Herod. We have some phrases that have survived from Nicholas of Damascus's work. He was actually a court biographer of Herod, but we've lost almost everything that he has written. We have some passages that refer to first century Israel from Pliny the Elder, very important Roman historian, but Josephus is a major source. As we've discussed in the past, Josephus is somewhat problematic because, after all, the documents that we have in his name were written explicitly for a Roman audience in a very polemical time. He has a case to prove. It's a very complicated case. He himself is a turncoat who decided to abandon the Jewish cause in order to join Vespasian and Titus in the destruction of the. So there are a lot of problematic elements to it. Even in his somewhat lyrical description of Herod's cruelties, we have some suspicion.
Come back in a few hours.
Conflation of stories and of embellishment.
Best wishes
really
with stand-up comedy.
Within a very Hellenistic kind of framework, but nevertheless, he is our number one go-to.
Best wishes with stand-up comedy.
Second major body that we have, and again, problematic.
Oh, come on, you're dropping the ball.
And as we've discussed in many discussions in this room, the Talmud is an amazing document with a phenomenal amount of information, but often very difficult to tease out the historical data from it appropriately. The authors of the Talmud were all in the Pharisaic tradition, and they were very polemical towards Herod himself, and yet they had an ambiguous sort of vis-a-vis his work, as we shall see by the end of today's lecture. Admired some of the things that he for Judaism and the Jewish people, at the same time extremely critical of his incredible cruelty and of his cavalier treatment of the rabbis in particular. I shouldn't even say cavalier, of his inhumane treatment of the rabbis in particular. So, but we do have passages of that are relevant to Herod that come from the Talmud. We'll see some of them today. And finally, I think really fascinating, I spent the whole weekend reading about this, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which don't say too much about in person, but they do have a lot to say about first century life in general, first century before the Common Era. Let me take you through a very quick discussion of what are these Dead Sea Scrolls, and perhaps in another lecture some other time, we'll go back to them and explore it in much greater detail. The Dead Sea Scrolls are so named because they were discovered on the shores of the Dead Sea in Israel in 1947 when two Bedouin boys were wandering throughout the region looking for some lost sheep, and one of them wandered into a cave and found, actually what he did was he stood at the edge of the cave, kind of like one of these really inaccessible caves on the edge of a cliff. He threw a rock in to see how far it went in. Perhaps he would scare the sheep out, and he heard the unmistakable sound of the rock breaking pottery. So he went in to explore, and he found a whole bunch of clay jars that sealed up some ancient documents, which he then brought out, and they got onto the black market. From the black market, they were eventually purchased by antiquities dealers and came to the attention of Israeli scholars as well, but and they realized that this was an incredibly important, but it was all swallowed up within the political environment of the War of Independence, because Israel was declared a state in 1948. When you go into the cave, though, the most important of them is Cave 4. There are 10 different caves. There were these holes in the wall that were, it was a man-made cave. It was hewn out. There were other caves that were natural, but this one was actually man-made. Holes in the wall that support evidently wooden shelves, and then they put the scrolls directly on top of the shelves. It was actually a library that was well used by the Qumran community. We'll speak about them, who they were in just a second. It was suddenly abandoned in the first century. After it was abandoned, who knows how many hundreds of years later, the wood eventually deteriorated and all of the scrolls fell to the ground, where they lay on the surface of the cave, subject to the climactic changes, the rain, the very limited humidity in the Dead Sea, and eventually quite a few of them were horribly damaged. And they ended up with approximately 100,000 pieces, some of them no larger than a square centimeter, and it occupied much of the energy of many scholars over the rest of the 20th century, trying to patch these things together and determine exactly what they had to say. There's also a major political story behind this, because when they were discovered and when they became popularized, there was a widespread belief that they must shed light on early Christianity, which they do, but only from a tangential point of view. The reality is they don't discuss Christianity, but they do discuss very significantly the various sectarian movements active in Israel at that time. Lawrence Schiffman, who is without doubt the preeminent scholar of the scrolls, argues that the authors of these scrolls, that is, the ones that were authored in the first century, were primarily pious Sadduceans who had left Jerusalem and set up this commune by the Dead Sea, which was principally male. In fact, some scholars believe they were celibate because they found graves nearby, approximately 1,100 male-only graves in one graveyard, and then elsewhere, a smaller grave site that has also some women and children. So they're probably not exclusively celibate, but it was probably an Essene-like community, but made up principally of Sadducees, agreed with the Sadducees in Jerusalem. To reiterate exactly who those were, you'll recall from last week's lecture, the Sadducees were basically the temple ritual officials who had capitulated to Roman rule and were thoroughly corrupt by this time. The Pharisees, which later would comprise the rabbis and modern Judaism as we understand it, had already separated from the Sadducees. The Dead Sea Scrolls were likely written by Jews who were more closely allied to the traditional Sadducean political group, but disagreed with how far they had gone in terms of their abandonment of Jewish halakha. Okay, I'll pause for a question. Yes? Tzedukim, right, as opposed to Perushim. Okay, so here we go. So we have some interesting discussions from the Dead Sea Scrolls about what sectarian life was like at the time, and I find that absolutely fascinating. Oh, there's also a really interesting political thing that goes behind it, because when scholars first got these, there was a certain amount of an anti-Semitic tinge to the major scholars involved with the Dead Sea Scrolls. They tended to be politically pro-Arab in the early Arab-Israeli conflict, and when they did not find the kind of Christian documentation that they were hoping for early on, they held these documents back until 1984, when they began to leak out, and a lot more scholarship was interested in what exactly did these documents say. The pressure eventually built, and now these scrolls are available for everyone to read, and we see that fundamentally they are really Jewish documents, not mainstream Jewish, but nevertheless concerned with the temple and with Pharisaic law and with purity laws and things like that that are entirely within the realm of Jewish concern. So those are our main sources for the period that we'll discuss. So let's go to Herod himself. And it is a really ugly story. So let's just place him within the context of the Hashmonaim, of the Hasmonean dynasty that we've been speaking about for a while. At the very top, you have Matisyahu, the father of the Maccabee rebels. Underneath him, Yehuda Maccabee, Judas Maccabee mentioned here. These are the progenitors of the beginnings of the Hashmonaim period, when you have a resurgence of Jewish statehood after the successful repulsion of the Syrian Greeks, and especially of their Jewish allies. We talked last week about John Hyrcanus, Yochanan Cohen Gadol over here, and now we're moving all the way down to his great-grandchildren, grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren already down to the period of Herod. Herod himself was born in the year 73, more or less before the Common Era, and he died in the year 4. His connection to, let's go over here. His connection to the Hashmonaim is because he married Mariamne, or Miriam, was the last of Hashmonaim, and in so doing, he legitimated his claim to the throne, because you could say he, and especially his offspring, who he would later murder, by the way, were actually drawn from the Hashmonaic stock. He was already married at the time. Mariamne, the first, by the way, 10 wives that he had. His first wife was named Doris, but when he married Mariamne, he sent Doris and her son away so that he could, enjoy his much more royal life. His parents were Antipater II, known also as Antipas the Idumean, and this is related to something we talked about in last week's class as well, that according to the rabbis, Herod was a punishment to the Jews, because Hyrcanus, when he conquered the Idumean region, known as Edom in some rabbinic manuscripts, refers to a region immediately under Yehuda. When he conquered that region, he forcibly converted the Idumeans to Judaism, and this was definitely an outrider in terms of Jewish practice. Forcible conversion is not something that the rabbis condone, and so they argued that Herod was a punishment many generations afterwards for that original act. His mother was a Nabatean, though his father was technically Jewish from the Jewish line. The mother was from Nabatea, which is a Jordan. Evidently, she went to Judaism, because Herod is considered fully Jewish, even there were some questions about his father's personal relationship with Judaism. There's no question that Herod himself was not observant in any modern sense of the word at all, and in fact, he was a great enemy of the rabbis, but nevertheless, his Jewish status is not questioned. His ability to be a king, however, was definitely criticized by the rabbis. They felt that his background was insufficiently of the tribe of Yehuda to merit being the king. But nevertheless, that's the route that he took. His rise to power is very significant. 47, he involved in pacifying the Galilee. His father was allied with the government after one of the Roman emperors, Pompey, I believe, had conquered Israel. And so Antipater, his father, had sent Herod to the north to pacify the Galileans. There he put down with force, and he executed the Jewish rebels without a trial. The Sanhedrin, which was still in evidence and still in activity at this time, was very unhappy with this act. I mean, execution without trial is definitely not practice, and as a result, they called him in for with a subpoena. So the Talmud has a discussion of this, which is actually in the Talmud itself not referring to Herod. It refers actually to someone under the rule of King Yanai, but some scholars have argued that in fact the names are transposed, perhaps intentionally, and it actually does refer to this moment when Herod was called before the Sanhedrin. The Gemara Talmud in Sanhedrin 19b goes like this: they sent him, meaning they sent to the king, which is presumably Hyrcanus II, who was king in Judea at that time, and they said to him, has killed a man, meaning Herod was your employee, killed all these rebels, Galil, without a trial. So Hyrcanus sent Herod to the Sanhedrin, saying, go ahead, meet with him. So they said to him, they said to the king, you come here as well. The Torah says, and the master shall be testified against. Let the master of the ox come and stand on behalf of his ox. This is all kind of like euphemistic language, meaning, hey, King Hyrcanus, it's not good enough for you just to send Herod. You have to answer for him because he was acting on your command to put down the rebellion. So Hyrcanus came, and Herod was there. He came and sat. So Shimon ben Shetach said to him, and according to the scholarship that says this is referring to Herod, it says it's actually referring to Shammai, the famous Shammai study partner of Hillel, who was known for his strong and sometimes inflexible stance on these matters. So they said to him, King Yanai, it might have been King Hyrcanus II, stand on your feet and you will be testified against. And it is not before us that you are standing, but rather before the one who spoke and the world was created, meaning you're standing before God. As it says, and two people who have the fight shall stand before God. So he, Yanai, or perhaps Hyrcanus, said to him, it is not as you say, but as your colleagues say, meaning Shammai, why are you giving me such a hard time? You can't proscribe against me. What about all the rabbis here? Let them say there's 71 judges in the Sanhedrin, not just one rabbi. So what are you telling? What gives you the right to tell me, the king? So that's not the right thing to say to Shammai, because he's not afraid of any man. So Shammai turned to his left, meaning looked at his colleagues in the Sanhedrin, and they all lowered their face to the ground. He turned to his right, and they all lowered their faces to the ground, meaning the other rabbis in the Sanhedrin did not have the same kind of gumption that Shammai did, and they were scared to criticize King Yanai or maybe King Hyrcanus. So Shimon ben Shetach said to them, again, it might have been Shammai, are you all such things? Meaning, do you think this way? Let the stir of thoughts come and review. Meaning, my colleagues, how can you be so cowardly? Herod clearly killed all those in trial. He deserves to be condemned. So at that point, Gabriel came and struck them to the ground, and they died. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Later, they will be killed by Herod. At that moment, they said, presumably the moment before they died, they said, King does not judge and is not judged. He does not bear witness, nor is he the subject of testimony. Meaning we can't force Hyrcanus to condemn his own man. Bottom line of the story, it's an interesting kind of echo you hear in the Talmud, and this is kind of the difficulty of working with the Talmud as a historical source. Herod appeared before the Sanhedrin actually armed and with a full contingent of soldiers along with him. And that was a very, very chutzpahdik, very kind of thing to do, meaning to say, I don't really care what you're going to say, I'm going to do what I want to do anyways. And in fact, the Sanhedrin, according to Josephus, was cowed by him, and they refused to condemn him. So let's look at this very quick chart that gives you a sense of his meteoric rise to power, and it involves a lot of geopolitics of the time. In the events I just described occurred in 47. In 40, the numbers count down now because we're before the Common Era. Caesar was assassinated. Herod wisely allies himself with his assassin Cassius. We've all read Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, so you remember all these things. And he did a great job collecting taxes for Rome. What I think is the most important thing my undergraduates ever away from my classes is the rule of history. Remember the Abramson rule? It's about money, right? Herod can maintain his power as long as he produces the money. As long as he's producing a great tax revenue stream for the Romans, he is in like flint, as it were. So at this point, 43, his father, Antipater, was killed by an assassin, a Jewish assassin, who was probably paid for by Hyrcanus II, possibly because of the embarrassment he suffered at the Sanhedrin, we don't know. Antigonus II revolts against Hyrcanus, and Herod steps in, protects Hyrcanus II, who may have been complicit in his own father's assassination, and as a result of the energy he expends to protect Hyrcanus, he is able to secure marriage with Hyrcanus' daughter, Mariamna. It's at this point that he sends away Doris, but this will ultimately bring about his own downfall because he will be insanely jealous of Mariamna for the rest of his life. In the year 41, Herod bribes Mark Antony, and who is very pleased with the gift he receives from Herod, and he decides not to listen to complaints from the Judean population about Herod, and he places him and his brother in charge. And they are working together still with this nominal king, Hyrcanus II. Then civil war emerges as the Parthians invade. Antigonus takes control briefly, captures Hyrcanus and Facile. They die. Herod manages to escape by getting to Rome, and here he hides with Mark Antony. You get a sense of like the very close relationship that Herod developed with the Romans. It would be crucial for him. But in 37, he comes back. He defeats Antigonus, becomes the absolute ruler. He goes back to the Sanhedrin that had criticized him, and he murders half of them immediately. And then he also takes over for himself the power to appoint high priests. This is the low point of the high priesthood in Jewish history, when it was completely out of a cruel and, in fact, even maniacal leader, as we shall see shortly. In 31, Mark Antony is out of favor, but no problem. Since Herod is still generating a lot of efficient tax collector, Herod just switches his allegiance to the new emperor, Octavian, and everything is hunky-dory. So you get a sense of how Herod managed to maneuver to power in a very complex situation with lots of assassinations, simply by maintaining the revenue stream and by wisely choosing the correct allies in Rome. Now, let us turn to that relationship with Rome in closer detail. Here is a map that shows you the extent of Herod's kingdom. He was very effective at controlling populations, not so great at expanding, but as you can see, Israel at this time did not extend very far south. Here's Masada here, where the Dead Sea Scrolls are located. The south of Idumea is not really part of Israel at the time, including a part of the coast here around Ashkelon, and Gaza is at this point in Israel. Israel also controls a certain amount of the Transjordan region on the other side of the Jordan River. The Decapolis here are 10 city-states that have a certain degree of autonomy, so they're not part of Israel proper, but Israel extends, or Herod's Israel extends into the Galil and then way into Syria as well. He had quite an extensive territory and was very effective at actually controlling the populations and to significant taxes from them. His title at the time is Rex Socius et Amicus Populi, or Populi. He was the king and the friend and ally of the Roman people. The term itself is worth unpacking. He was, in fact, king, absolute ruler. Still had to serve the Roman emperor. And from time to time, he would go to Rome to arrogate more power for himself and to, in some cases, get Roman support. For example, later on in his life, when he decided he wanted to murder his two sons, he wanted to put them on trial for treason, and in fact was successful in receiving Roman support, he had to go there to approval, because it would not be seemly for a king to murder his own sons without the tacit approval of the Roman emperor. So he had certain powers, like for example, like a regular king, he could appoint his own heir to be his successor, but he could not do so without confirmation from the Roman emperor. He had four basic responsibilities to Rome. He had to administer Israel. He had to be the chief judge of Israel. He had to maintain the national budget, and he had to defend the borders from attackers. We don't have a clear statement of tribute, meaning what he paid specifically, but it is assumed that he kept most of this going from the 20s onward. He had no independent foreign policy. He had to follow Roman lead in how he wanted to expand the territories and so on, but he did maintain a standing army, which was very significant in quelling the population. So as long as he was within these boundaries, his authority was absolute. His authority extended to the unimaginable, almost Caligula-like activities that he engaged in. The Talmud is especially describing the cruelties that he engaged. I will share some of them with you shortly. In fact, okay. So his relationship with the Jews. Shall I pause for a moment for questions? Yes, Professor Levine. in terms of his respect for Jewish law, highly qualify that. He respected Jewish law and stability and loyalty. He respected the structure as long as it essentially he wanted. I think that would be fair to say. Matthew was also not kind to Herod. I mean, he is associated with the so-called massacre of the innocents, which does not have any other contemporary source. Maybe we'll just, since you've asked, we'll turn to it now briefly. And it does give you a sense of, who this person was, how he was viewed. And there's also historical data that we can derive from the Christian Bible as well. In the case of Herod, he's portrayed as uniformly evil, which is not completely out of step with the way the Pharisees would have viewed him as well. Although there are some embellishments that we don't have a Pharisaic tradition about. Like, for example, according to the account in Matthew, chapter 2, if I remember correctly, someone told me about it. It's like the rabbis, when they give sermons on Shabbos, say, someone told me, it says in the newspaper, right? So the Magi come, if I remember the story correctly, the Magi come to Herod and they say, the Savior is born, we're here to go see him, right? The three wise men, right? Yeah, three wise men. And he says, a Savior, a Mashiach, that can't be, I'm not going to tolerate it. Where did you say he lives? And of course, he didn't say that. He said, where did they say? He said, it's something in Bethlehem, right? In Bethlehem. So Herod goes and seizes all of children and murders all. He doesn't want to have a rival for the throne. It's a story that clearly is a prefigurement of, I don't know if that's the right use of the term, of the Pharaoh's massacre of Moses' generation of babies, right? And a lot of the Gospels are modeled directly on Jewish motifs from the Hebrew scriptures. So just like Pharaoh murdered all the babies, so too would Herod murder all the children, but Jesus escaped. Now, did this happen or not? I read one piece of scholarship that argued that even though there's no contemporary Jewish source, besides Matthew, which is also a Jewish source, there's no contemporary qualifying Jewish source, including Josephus, but on the other hand, it's not at all out of keeping with Herod's personal activity. And how many kids are we talking about in Bethlehem? Maybe 20 children would fit that bill. Bethlehem, even today, is just a small village, so it's not at all impossible. It could have occurred just as the story. At any rate, I'm not sure why we got off on that tangent, because you mentioned Matthew, right? Okay, right. So let's go on. His trip with the Jews. He was desperate for Jewish support. He really, really wanted the Jews to like him. He expended tremendous effort trying to win over popular opinion. Not so much that he would control his own behavior and that he would not move forward with his will, but he really wanted to try and be a popular leader. And he was able to control Israel for 30-odd years, so he was not without some success. The kind of things that did to try and appease the nation, even though he himself was extremely Hellenistic in his approach to life. He was actually one of the founding members of the Olympics, the Olympic Games like we have today. Definitely sponsored kinds of pagan activities in the larger ancient Near East. He built gymnasia inside Israel proper, right across from the temple and so on. But he knew the sensitivities of his population, and as a result, he did not put graven images on coinage. The Herod coins do not have offensive human images that would have been, deemed offensive by his population. One exception, however, which was extremely significant and had a relationship ultimately with the Roman-Jewish War later in the first century, is he mounted the Roman eagle above the entrance to the rebuilt temple. Roman eagle was, of course, a national symbol for the Romans. It's a symbol that refers to putting the brand on this building, and he felt that maybe he'd get away with that. Maybe that would be a statement of the greatness of Rome. The Jews, of course, would have none of it, and ultimately they would rebel over that one image. He also had a problem with his sister marrying a Nabatean who refused to convert and be circumcised, and he would not allow her to marry him, which indicates he has some sensitivity towards, the ongoing problems of intermarriage in this period. And there are a few moments in his career when he was actually generous. He would provide tax relief from time to time during economic crises, and he was known to open the granaries when there were famines. So he definitely did act as a very efficient administrator and sometimes even a compassionate one towards his population. But at the same time, he would brook no dissension. And the Pharisees were arguably the most significant popular rulers of Israel, in the sense that they had the support of the wider population. They refused to swear allegiance to Herod, among other reasons, for his extremely cruel behavior towards his opponents and even towards his progeny. Why don't I turn at this point to his madness, which is perhaps one of the, or actually, let's look at his building campaign. Right. The building campaign is the most lasting part of Herod's legacy. These are some of the most amazing things that he's constructed. I've only chosen 4 basic pieces of Herod's architectural legacy, but it is prevalent throughout Israel. He was a major master builder, and you see his footprint all over Israel. But the most important, without doubt, was the structure which the rabbis called Herod's building. The rabbis at the time were uncomfortable using the term Beis HaMikdash, temple, to refer to Herod's extensive refurbishment of the temple. But nevertheless, Herod considered it, one of his crowning glories, one of the most important public structures that he created. The status of this is, by the way, a reconstruction at the Holy Land scale, reproduction of it, so you get a sense of what the building must have looked like. It was a much simpler building before Herod, primarily wooden in construction, without the filigreed roofs and the Corinthian column tops and things like that. You can see here there's a lot of Roman elements with the kind of circular stairs. Here's the Corinthian columns at the tops of them, and of course the gold work at the top. It was definitely a majestic building constructed out of Jerusalem stone, so it would have that refractive quality of light that when the sun hit it, you would see that golden color that would be highlighted by the actual gold that was applied to the doors and so on. He cleared the entire Temple Mount and built it up with a palisade around it. And in fact, the temple walls that we revere today are constructed by Herod. They are from this particular generation. They are on the site of the original Temple Mount. Today, of course, the Dome of the Rock stands in the place of the temple. But nevertheless, this was his crowning achievement. The rabbis, as I mentioned, were somewhat ambivalent because even though Taka, it's a nice building, they would say, and I guess in sort of a Yiddish Hebrew, they say Taka, it's a nice building. But on the other hand, it's Herod who's building it. So it's hard to get really enthusiastic about it, nevertheless. It did not last long, of course, because the Romans would destroy it towards the end of the 7th century. This building lasted much longer, and in fact, it is present today. This is the enclosure around the tomb of the patriarchs, the Marat HaMachpelah in Hebron. You can a very similar style of architecture. The large, heavy blocks here used to construct the walls, the kind of filigree pattern at the top with the battlements that may be a little bit newer. I'm not positive, but this, essentially, you think about the targets of his activity. He really reached out to the Pharisee community because they were the ones that had the most touch to the Jews, the rural population, and he wanted to give them structures that they would respect and admire. Hopefully they would transfer their allegiance to Herod. That did not happen, but nevertheless we are left with some magnificent and very functional structures as a result of his extensive building activity. My favorite personally, or maybe my second favorite, is Caesarea, an absolutely gorgeous town, which was a deep water port that he constructed on the coast, largely for pleasure and for commerce with Rome. This is an artist's rendition of what his palace must look like. It had natural water pools out here in the palace, jutting out on a promontory to the Mediterranean Ocean. We only have pieces of it structured, but modern Caesarea has been extensively excavated, and you see a tremendous number of monumental sculptures and architecture that really show a strong Hellenistic influence and makes it a gorgeous city. It's not a particularly religious city. It's never been associated heavily with, it's not like Bnei Brak or someplace like that, primarily because of the Herodian origins of it, but it is a atypically beautifully part of Israel. Some of the excavation of his palace there with the Mediterranean Ocean in the background. Here is a gorgeous shot of an amphitheater that he built, which has been thoroughly renovated and now is actually used in Israel today for various theatrical events. You can imagine just watching a play or a concert or something like that. The sun, I guess it would be setting, right? That facing towards the west. The sun setting and watching it. I mean, actually, I don't know if it would be really nice if you're sitting over here. The sun would be in your eyes, but still, absolutely gorgeous architecture. You get a sense of the grandeur of Herod's reign when you look at structures like that. And finally, a lot of major public works, like these aqueducts that run up and down the coast, carrying water to Caesarea and other places, all classical Roman architecture with extremely beneficial public import. So again, you get a sense of he murdered so many of his relatives, including his wives and his sons and things like that. But if you just think about the buildings he put up, it's hard to like with that. I'm sorry, I take it back, right? But nevertheless, he did leave a tremendous architectural legacy. Here's my favorite. The palace complex at Masada. Now, he did from time to time create these little hideaways for himself. There was a period of time where he had to hide out among the Syrians. There's a period of time when he had to hide out among the Romans. So he definitely tucked away throughout Israel a few kind of like luxury palaces, so to speak, if I can, his Mar-a-Lagos that he could go to on the weekend. Lahavdil. But the Masada fortress was one of them. I'm sure many of you have been to Masada. It is a redoubt that is on one of the flat mountaintops near the Dead Sea, not too far from where the scrolls were found. Very inexpensive place, and of course the Jews, the Zealots, would make it their last stand in the Roman-Jewish War, only falling after a long, difficult siege in the 8th decade of the 1st century. So he built a complex on the top here that was later occupied by the Zealots, and this 3-stepped palace complex. Here's another view of it in an artist's reconstruction, and it must have been absolutely gorgeous. You can only imagine what it would be like to, the view over the mountains of stuff like this. In fact, I can tell you from my own experience, I remember when I was 18 years old. It's funny, my son, who's gone to be a soldier now in Israel, he is preparing for his first call up. He wants to get into a high level unit, and so he's really working on his Hebrew in a kibbutz. And he is totally in the kibbutz, just like when I was 18. I totally loved the kibbutz too. I tell you, if I go to college, I would have stayed in kibbutz. I would be eating avocados and things like that, even today, I'm sure. But at any rate, one of the real moving moments that he had and I had, and I think it's like a generational thing. Every Israeli, every visitor to Israel has to do this. You have to climb Masada, in the wee hours in the morning by candlelight, and then you get to the top and you watch the sun rise, and it's just overwhelming. It's a life-transforming moment to be at the top of Masada. Okay, anyway, so you can imagine he would have seen that every single morning. Okay, so that's, now, what about his madness? Because now that we've had a sense of some of the contributions he made to Israel, his madness was absolutely incredible and has become a major staple of a lot of artwork over the centuries, and a lot of dramatizations in play and in music and so on. So just to get a quick list of the kind of people that he killed and why he killed them. He killed Antigonus, you recall, that was one of the rivals for the throne early on in the conflict with Hyrcanus. Then, when he got to power himself, he tried to take away the Kohen Gadol position, high priesthood, from his brother-in-law Aristobulus, that would be Mariamne's brother, and he tried to appoint someone else in his stead because he wanted a Kohen Gadol that he himself controlled. He had, however, really serious mother-in-law issues. Mariamne, who was, of course, this Hashmonaim royalty, her mother was really offended with the idea that she had to marry Herod. And she harbored a resentment against Herod to the end of her life, which he, of course, hastened by murdering her. So Andra, Mariamne's mother, was very upset that her son could not be Kohen Gadol because Herod said so. And at that time, Herod's power was not absolute. So what happened was she went to Rome, and the Romans said, no, let's just kind of keep this quo. Let's Aristobulus be the high priest. Okay, Herod? Herod said, fine, no problem. Then when they were in Jericho, and they were having some kind of perhaps hell-type sporting event, Herod had Aristobulus drowned. And it was a very public event. They were all at this public swimming pool, and Aristobulus was with the other boys in the pool, and they were all splashing around, and Aristobulus did not come up, and he was killed. Everyone knew that Herod was complicit in the murder of Aristobulus. At that point, his power was definitely ascendant. He ended up killing Hyrcanus II, the prior king, who was his wife's grandfather. But at this point, relations had definitely soured with his wife Mariamne and her mother. I mean, you can imagine he murdered Mariamne's brother, and that was Alexander's son, not to mention Zaidi as well. And so they were actively plotting against him, especially Alexander. So what he did was he put them in jail, and he elections that when he was traveling, he put them in jail. He said, happens to me, meaning because they were still powerful people. If anything happens to me while I'm traveling, they should be put to death. So they were his insurance policy against any untoward activity. Incidentally, there is one legend when he was growing ill and feared his death was near, he actually put out a decree that 12 really important people should also be killed when he dies, so that the nation should definitely be in a state of mourning. He wanted to make sure that the nation was sad when he died too. Yes, he was kind of awful. It gets worse though. So he at that point he's estranged from his second wife. He is at this point accumulating 8 more in succession, one of which is also named Mariamne, which has made things more confusing. And the sons that he had with Mariamne came back from some time that they had spent in Rome, and they were also upset because they felt that their father was not treating their mother appropriately, and he was correctly suspicious that they were trying to take over the throne. He ultimately accuses them of treason, jails them. He goes to Rome to get permission to kill his own sons, to have them tried and then put to death. And the Emperor Augustus is rumored to have said before he ascended to this, it's better to be Herod's pig than his son. He also puts to death Mariamne, and this is really a turning point for him and for his madness. When he killed Mariamne, he apparently immediately felt incredible regret and remorse, not get over for the rest of his life. The Talmud refers to this in a very bizarre way, that he in fact preserved her body in honey, kept her close to him, her body close to him for the rest of his life. He could not be separated from her body even in death. A very bizarre kind of story. He was racked with guilt for murdering her. All of these people around him were killed. He was in a fugue-like state of madness when he fell into it. I think madness would be fair to say. He was definitely just going one step beyond the other, clearly tormented by Mariamne's death, by his murder. Josephus, if we are to believe Josephus, he portrays this as kind of like an Agamemnon-like madness, kind of like, or an Oedipal kind of madness. It definitely fits within the Greco-Roman tradition. It's a long arc tragedy where the protagonist descends to the very bottom of human morality and is constantly self-flagellating over this. If Josephus is being, unusually literary, it's not borne out by the other sources, which clearly reference this kind of activity on the part of Herod. The Talmud, for example, clearly put him as driven mad. The Talmud says that he suffered from infestation of worms that invaded his body, and that he was tormented physically and mentally by them until they finally ate away at his brain. Ultimately, he died miserably in pain, probably from renal failure, surrounded by people who did not respect him. And shortly after his death, his reign was done away with, and of course, we would very rapidly descend into the Roman-Jewish War. So to try and put together this complex life and achieve some kind of sense of what is his legacy, it's definitely very ambiguous. On the one hand, clearly an evil character, one you want to put in the pantheon of greats in Jewish history. And in fact, some of the commentaries that I received on that survey that we sent out earlier this month were very negative because they want only the positive hero types. And we will talk about one, God willing, next week. We'll talk about Rabbi Akiva, who is unquestionably a phenomenal figure in Jewish history, who is a role of generations. But this is a history class, so we also look at the negative individuals as well from time to time. So Herod's conduct as a ruler really has both extremes. On the one hand, incredible evil, incredible cruelty, just with no regard for basic human decency whatsoever. He cut a swath through his own dynasty with murders of his own flesh and blood, so much so that even the Roman emperors, and it's really hard to impress Roman emperors with cruelty, even they were put off by the kind of decisions that he made. And at the same time, he also was very public-minded, with a tremendous building campaign that produced structures of incredible value to the Jewish people as a whole. And although we don't necessarily think so much about the origins of some of the physical structures that we revere too, they nevertheless are the result of Herod's own activity. Built on the same site, retaining the same sanctity from the original sacrifices practiced there in ancient times, but nevertheless, Herod's building, as the rabbis put it, at the same time. So, complicated figure. Thank you very much for your patience as we went through his life and works, and I look forward to seeing you, God willing, next week when we speak about Rabbi Akiva, phenomenal figure in Israel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the very first lecture of HIS 155, History of the Jewish People 1. This is a fascinating course. It's a survey course that will be the first of two that cover all of Jewish history from the beginnings of the diaspora in the first century to the present day. Today's topic is, what is Jewish history? It's true, but I hope you'll find it interesting. Let's have a look at the Prezi right now. Okay, so here we begin. The topic is, what is Jewish history? Let's have a look at the very first slide. Many people wonder, what exactly are we doing when we're studying history? I mean, why do we need to have so many historians? Isn't this the kind of thing where, I can just read one book and I'll be done? I will know the history, just like, for example, I might know Euclidean math, or I might know great geometry or something like that. Why do we have to go on and on and on? Why are there so many revisions to history? I mean, what are these things? Can't we just start with the basic information, get it right, and move on? So that's a very common thought, and specifically when you want to buy your history textbooks and you see that they're a lot more expensive to buy the 5th edition than it is the 4th edition. But part of the reason is because certainly there is such a thing as bad history. So there are people who distort history, who don't act, who tell the story wrong, things like that. And one of the major advances in the modern production of historical analysis was occasioned by the thought of Leopold von Ranke, who's shown here on the right. I'll give you a close-up. One of his most famous quotes is this phrase, "Wie es eigentlich gewesen war," which means the way truly was. Meaning, we're going to try and get history right. Let's just get all the facts, like a videotape or something, and we will just play it, and then we'll have the actual history. This is the way he actually was, von Ranke. You can see he's pretty relaxed. He seems like he knows what he's doing. He's got a big, thick history book, which perhaps he assumed would be the last history book that would ever be written, because once you write it the way it actually was, what else is there to say, right? Well, there's some problems with this model, and we have advanced in our discipline of history over the last couple hundred years. One element, though, he definitely had right, and that is the notion that it's certainly wrong to distort history, to try and airbrush out those offending, or actually airbrush, I'm dating myself with that phrase, to Photoshop out offending elements. Here, for example, is a photograph of a very important figure in British history, Oliver Cromwell, and he was famous for demanding that portraits of him, official portraits, be done with quote-unquote warts and all. And as you can see, he had a rather prominent wart right up here on his forehead, and he insisted that when an official portrait is done of him, it be done without removing any of these offending items. So history should be like that too, right? We should not remove the warts of history. We should try to portray all of the negative aspects of history as well. In fact, as we see from his death mask, this is another bizarre thing they used to do in the 17th and 18th centuries. They used to take like wax molds of people's faces immediately after they died, and then they would make them into plaster casts, which would be sold and distributed. It was a popular kind of item, but it's valuable for historians. Here is the death mask of Oliver Cromwell, and yes, there it is, the wart. You can't miss it. We have, in fact, an accurate rendition of history. But on another level, that is the point about what history actually does. For this image, for example, this is an official portrait of Louis XIV, the Roi Soleil, or one of the French kings from the 17th and early 18th century. Now, this portrait is certainly idealized. I mean, it's done by an artist. If there were any warts on his face, he would certainly have removed them here and things like that. So you can see on the level of, what are we looking at? There is a lack of verisimilitude. That is really the word. A lack of accuracy, perhaps, in the photograph-like reproduction of his likeness. But at the same time, I think this image says a lot more about who he was. I mean, check out the clothes. Those are just so wild. He's got this rather racy slit up his skirt, or maybe that's a robe. The hose are really, quite impressive. They go with the heels, I think. And that wig that he's wearing, I mean, this says something about Louis XIV that you would not get in a photograph. This talks about his view of himself as a larger-than-life figure, someone with power. You see the sword sticking out underneath. At the same time, a sense of style. It's rather cumbersome. Can you imagine walking around in that kind of outfit? That's hard to imagine. But it says more about Louis XIV in this artistic representation than you would get in a simple photograph. And if you find that maybe a little bit of a stretch, check out this image. Here you see that, once again, he has definitely a pronounced penchant for skirts. But the way he views himself here is he's somehow, at the head of battle. He's a kind of scroll. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but hard not to miss the victory there, placing a laurel crown on his head, indicating that he's really, victorious in every way. And she's got the sun banner above him. And this is certainly nowhere near reality on one level, but on another level, it says a lot more about what the reign of Taurus must have been like. So history, on one hand, it is very much like mathematics or a physical science, like biology, physics, things like that. But on the other hand, it's much closer to poetry. It's one of the humanities. It's one of those areas in which the freedom of human expression is extremely important for understanding history. Okay? So that's the first point, that we should understand that history is, on the one hand, an attempt to capture the realities and the photograph-like accuracy of some kind of reproduction of the past. And that's really important. We can't make up facts. The facts have to be real. But on the other hand, history also involves a certain amount of poetic license in the sense that we've got way too many facts. We've got an abundance of facts. Like, for example, does it matter what shoe size Louis XIV wore? It does if we want to try and identify if a particular pair of heels were his or not. But does it really matter for the larger history? No. It is accurate, but on the other hand, in terms of poetic license, it just doesn't matter for history. And on the other hand, if he viewed himself in an extremely grandiose fashion, there's no way to actually photograph that, but it can be captured in art. So historians do the same kind of thing. Historians work with facts, and they also have to deal in the world of interpretation, literary analysis, as it were, of the timeline of history. That's one kind of general thing that speaks to a deeper sense of what von Ranke meant when he said the way it actually was. So let's go on to the second point, very important, which deals with the social function. And we're going to tie that to Jewish history. So what do we mean by the social function of history? Well, basically, history has to do something. History has to somehow meet a need in our intellectual and even our physical lives. What exactly is that need? Well, first of all, let's note that the word story is embedded in the word history, and that's because history provides a narrative. Narrative is a really important term here. Narrative is kind of like the logical sequencing of facts to tell a coherent story. In other words, a story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. History is quite chaotic. There's a zillion things happening every single day, but somehow you have to pick out from those zillion data points those elements that come together to form a coherent story. Like, for example, if you were to tell the story of your life, if you were to tell every single detail, it would literally take you as long as you have been living, and then some, perhaps, to describe all of it. So naturally, what you would do is you would select those data points that are especially important, like when you were born, where you were born, who your parents were, key moments in your childhood, things like that come together, and that makes the story of your life. So history is the same kind of to provide a narrative. Now, what does this narrative? Narratives affirm victory and rationalize defeat, to put it in kind of a military metaphor. In other words, when we're talking about our life story, if, let's say, we have a positive, healthy vision of our, when we achieve things, we're going to play those up, and we're going to understand them as the result of our hard work and effort, things like that. But on the other hand, when we have setbacks, our life story is going to kind of explain why those facts happen and give us a chance to try and move on in our lives, because we can kind of shelve them away in a manner that allows us to consider the meaning of our life as a coherent whole. That's why history is often written by the victors, So if you think about history in countries, for example, the winners will invariably portray their side in a battle as just and perhaps, defending the honor of religion and, state and power and things like that. No one's going to say we attacked the other country because, we liked their natural resources and we wanted to steal them. They'll always affirm the victories and rationalize the defeats. So historians are employed, sometimes literally, to try and write histories that defend a particular agenda. Like, let me tell you something a little bit about myself. When I was a young historian back in the 1980s, really, in early 90s, where just being born, I remember being one of the first people in the graduate school to start using email. It was really bizarre. We thought it was so amazing. But at any rate, when I was a young historian, we had these things called card catalogs, where if you wanted to find a book in a library, they had these massive wooden filing cabinets with these little tiny drawers. You would have them out, and they were filled with index cards. I'm not kidding you, little paper index cards. Each book was listed on the index card, and you had to kind of rifle through them all in alphabetical order. You hope, because if one was out of place, you might never ever find it again. And once you found that index card, you'd write down the call number, and you'd go up to the stacks, and you would find that specific book. And if the book wasn't in your library, then you had to go to the librarian, and you had to order it through interlibrary loan. And if it was in a library that didn't have interlibrary loan, then you had to travel to that library, perhaps in another country. And if that book was in another language, then you had to learn that language. And it was like such an incredibly difficult amount of effort that as young historians, we used to get points just for finding the facts. I mean, just by going through all that effort to locate the facts, that was worth something. Nowadays, you guys have it so much easier on the one hand, because you want a fact in any language, at any time, at any place, you just hit your keyboard, or you whip out your smartphone and you've got it right there. That's amazing. So finding facts for you guys is no problem, unlike, my generation. But what is a serious problem for you, which was not as serious for us, and I'm not going to get into it today, but serious problem for you is figuring out which facts are useful, which facts are relevant. Filtering through this universe of facts to get the right ones, that's the task that you guys have to deal with. And I don't envy you. Here it is. It's like the internet. Finding the facts is not so important as interpreting. Really important thing that we have to understand in terms of it's not connected to the social function of history. History is really messy. There's so many incongruent data points that interfere with the simple narratives. Meaning, here, trying to tell the story of your life as a heroic struggle towards, some goal, and then you've got these data points of all the times that you were lazy and you didn't try hard enough and you failed as a result. So, what do you do with those incongruent data points? You have to try and work with them. One last really important thing: when you're not sure why anything happened in history, and this is related to this social function here. I'm going to give you what I like to call, because it gives me great pleasure, the Abramson rule of history. This is something that my students know will eventually show up on an exam somewhere. The Abramson rule of history is as follows. If you're not sure why something happened, it's probably because of money. Money is really crucial to the flow of history, the writing of history, the unfolding of history, as we shall see multiple times through this course. So let's move on now to ask the question, what is Jewish history? So if we understand this concept of, there's way too many data points and we have to kind of sift through them to get the basic idea, we're going to come up with this kind of statement, this kind of formulation of Jewish history. They tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat. I mean, you look at our holidays, Passover, Hanukkah, all kinds of things like that. And, typically this sort of narrative that we have. Here we are, we're kind of like an embattled minority, unfairly attacked by oppressive regimes. We somehow survive miraculously, and now we celebrate our survival. That's a really basic, what they call an elevator pitch to Jewish history. That's the narrative that is so often used to try to put together those specific points to create a coherent narrative. But is it really the best? Well, there are some aspects of this narrative which are very useful. For example, if our object in creating this narrative is to try to reinforce our integrity as a people in the sense that avoid assimilation, to kind of understand why something happens and so on, that it actually works fantastically well, because no matter how much the Jewish people are persecuted, by returning to this particular historical narrative, it helps justify and helps us understand the nature of this suffering. It ironically reinforces our belief in the traditional values of this narrative, which includes typically belief in God, the chosenness of the Jewish people, the eventual redemption through the Messiah. All these kinds of things fit together really well in this narrative. Now, there are other narratives that we could choose from, and in fact, many other historians do, as we shall see shortly. But when we work with this basic, they tried to kill us, we survived, let's eat narrative, we see it echoing throughout Jewish history. For example, this very early passage in the Gemara, in the tractate Shabbat of the Talmud, there is a discussion of an old historical work called Megillat Ta'anit, or Megillas Ta'anis, which is basically a record, kind of a chronology of all the terrible things that happened to the Jews in ancient times, along with the Denu they turned out, and it's recorded as a scroll of fasts. That's the translation of Megillat Ta'anit, because on those days when terrible things happened or nearly happened, these would be fast days in the Jewish history. So the rabbis ask in the Talmud, already we're talking 1700 odd years ago, they ask, so who wrote this Megillat Ta'anit? Who wrote this scroll of fasts? So Hananiah ben Chezkiah and his circle are credited with it. Why? They loved troubles. They loved analyzing these and working with them and recording them and so on. So Reverend Shimon ben Gamliel writes, so you know what? We love troubles too, which is an ironic statement, but I think it fits into this narrative notion of Jewish history. But what can we do? If we were to record them, we are not up to the task, meaning there are just way too many of these troubles to really put them down. It's overwhelming. And in fact, those of us who lived through the 20th century, particularly those of us who are older and remember the middle of the 20th century, it's just absolutely excruciating to think about the kind of troubles that Jewish people have gone through. But this kind of narrative has its difficulties. For example, what about Jewish successes? How do they fit into this narrative, which does not always emphasize those areas where Jews excel? Excuse me. And what do we do about Jewish culpability? For example, when Jews do something wrong, how do we that into the oppressed minority, unfairly persecuted? How do we understand those events? Did they happen, for example? And how do we deal with the symbiosis with non-Jewish culture? How do we deal with the? I'm speaking to you in English, a non-Jewish language, using modern tools of history, which were primarily invented by non-Jews. How do we, and we can go on with, what we wear to or what we eat, all these things are the result of symbiotic or co-living relationships with non-Jewish cultures. How does that fit into this overall narrative? Sometimes these are difficult questions to answer. But let's have a look at a couple of Jewish historians and what they've done. I should say, in this frame that you're looking at now, there's only one Jewish historian. On the left is Heinrich Gretz, the first great encyclopedic Judaic historian. And what I mean by that is we had a lot of people, really, from Megillas Ta'anis and even earlier, we had a lot of Jews who recorded historical events, but more in a kind of a martyrology. They're trying to list the terrible things that happened, kind of like in a chronological format. And we've got quite a few of those going back for a couple thousand years. But it was only in the 19th century that Jews really got into the writing of history in a critical fashion, adopting the kind of techniques that von Ranke was promoting. He was a student of Rav Samson Raphael Hirsch, and was a master of many languages. And he wrote this massive 6-volume history of the Jews. That's how it appears in English in 6 volumes, which articulated the kind of narrative that I have already described. And it was an amazing hit for Jews because here was in one massive work the whole panoply of Jewish events all recorded together, and it told a coherent narrative, and it made Jews feel really proud about being Jewish, which was extremely significant for the social function of 19th century Germany, where Jews were trying to gain access to larger non-Jewish culture. They were trying to achieve a nation, and as a result, they were demonstrating to themselves and to the larger world that they were worthy of equality and citizenship. And we will explore this topic, God willing, History 156. However, Gretz's work appreciated by all. On the right, you see a German non-Jewish named Heinrich von Treitschke, who was roughly the same generation as Gretz, and he criticized Gretz bitterly. And he coined the phrase, which you see at the bottom of your screen, Die Juden sind unser Unglück, which means the Jews are our misfortune. He felt that Gretz was unnecessarily laudatory of Jewish activities, and that his narrative was too simplistic, and that the Jews were, in fact, rather nefarious agents in world history, constantly bringing down healthy societies and reducing them to rubble. And he felt that the Jews should be citizenship, should be denied equal rights, and in fact should maybe be even chased out of the country. When we look into his heart of hearts, let's zoom in here, we see that his slogans were really influential on 20th century history. This is a picture of Nazis looking at a bulletin board put up by a really nasty propaganda rag called Der Stürmer, the stormtrooper, edited by Julius Streicher. At the top it reads, Mit dem Stürmer gegen Juda, with the Stormtrooper magazine against Judaism. And then underneath you can see they're reading pages from that magazine. You can see the caricature of a Jew on the left there, and the phrase in the top is von Treitschke's famous phrase, Die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. We've got to. So here you have two very oppositional models as to what Jewish history means. On the one hand, you have Gretz, who promotes this heroic aspect of a peaceful, peace-loving minority, and you have, on the other hand, the von Treitschke model, which the Jews as agents of decay, isolation in every society they live. So how do we sort through these two things? Basically through something called historiography. This is really important for more advanced history students, but I'm going to give you just a 2-minute description of this right now. So historiography, translated, is the writing of history. What is history, but how is history made? And it takes into account all of the things we've discussed so far, including the kinds of narratives that are constructed, the social function that the history is applied to try and tease out what is wrong with this history and how can we improve it. The kind of problems that historiographers have to deal with, or historians who study geography have to deal with, are the following. For example, source bias. This includes the bias of the author, but also the bias of the sources that he or she goes to make that history. For example, one of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilbert, did not read Hebrew or Yiddish. So he wrote a fantastic, amazing, multi-volume history of the Holocaust called The Destruction of European Jews, which was an incredibly useful work. But because he was not able to access traditional Jewish languages, he didn't have enough material on, modern historians criticized his work because he didn't have enough material on what the Jews thought about what was happening to them. Memoir literature and newspapers and diaries and things like that. So his history, which is, again, extremely valuable, but it presented from the perspective of the Nazis understanding the bureaucracy of murder. So the sources that historian turns to are really significant for creating the final document. Propaganda agenda is the document, the final book of history, say, trying to push an agenda. So every book pushes an agenda. That's really another way of saying narrative. But is it doing so in an unfair way by omitting those key data points, or by downplaying them, or by taking them out of context, and so on? And finally, common in Jewish historiography, geography. That refers to the writing of legends. So, for example, if you're writing about some great rabbi, and he had failures in his life, maybe even character failures, how do you write about those things? Is it important to write about those things? How does it deal with halacha, hilchas lashon hara, things like that? So, good hagiography omits all those things, but that's also bad history. So we want to understand this eigentlich gewesen war, like von Ranke said. Just to tell you how the story keeps going, for example, Gretz is not the end of Jewish history. And much more has been written in the century following his death, and into the 21st century, we show no signs of slowing down. Shimon Dubno here, another great encyclopedic historian, writing a 10-volume history of the Jews, which is also translated into English in a 5-volume edition. He criticized Gretz for his excessively Prussian attitude towards Jewry, in which he said that the Eastern European Jews were hopelessly backward and superstitious. He took a very, very dim view of Kabbalah, of the Hasidic movement, and so on. Dubno, living in the Russian Empire, emphasized, true expressions of the Jewish spirit, of the folk culture, and so on. And then later in the 20th century, the great American historian, originally born in Europe, Salo Baron, in his magisterial, I think it's 16-volume, Social and Religious History of the Jews, takes issue with what he calls the lachrymose vision of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full. That he says, why are we always emphasizing all these persecutions? Can't we just get off the persecution thing and about Jews as part of the larger social, religious, economic, political elements of a society as a whole? This is just a couple of tidbits to give you a sense of how historians disagree with each other in terms of historiography, and as a result, they create very different histories as a whole. Okay, last slide. What's in this course? So basically, we're going to study the Jewish diaspora, meaning the time that the Jews spent out of their country from the destruction of the temples in the 1st century all the way up to the present day. Of course, the last part of the second element of this course will deal with modern Israel. I'll get to that when we get to semester. In this semester, we're going to focus on the Roman-Jewish wars to the Spanish expulsion. And then next semester, we'll begin with the Spanish expulsion and go up to the present day. Okay, great. I hope you enjoyed this short lecture, and I hope you'll think about it. Your task now is to do the reading, which is posted there on your blackboard, and then take the self-test to make sure that you understand all the things that we've talked about today, and then move on, succeed, and do great. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, at this point, we should change gears a little bit, and we're going to move from a standard historical narrative of the Jewish people in the ancient world, and we're going to talk about a text in particular, a text that is clearly foundational in nature, one that is exceptionally important for the history of the Jewish people, and in fact, it would be impossible to understand the later development of the Jews without understanding the nature of this particular book. I'm talking about the Mishnah, authored, or rather edited by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, and so that's what we're going to turn to right now. Let's go straight to the Prezi and see what's what. Okay. So the Mishnah is, as I mentioned, a major text in the Jewish intellectual tradition. And perhaps one of the most important reasons that this text is so different from so many others is the fact that it made Judaism portable. it made it diaspora ready. It is a massive text that allowed Judaism to leave the narrow confines of the polity of the region of Israel, and specifically leave the temple itself and exist effectively as a viable entity outside the land of Israel in increasingly far-flung diaspora that Jews found themselves in. The Mishnah was kind of like a portable tabernacle. It was a portable religion, something that could be taken with them wherever they went and could serve as the fertile soil for the development of Judaism in many other climates. It takes Judaism out of a physical structure and puts it into an intellectual, textual structure, and later the foundation of the Talmud, which it really takes it even to a further level, and we'll that in a later lecture. So our discussion today is going to be based on the mission. We're going to, because we're not talking about a span of time, we're talking about it situates within history. That's really the main source for it. However, as we shall see, there are a lot of really useful extra Mishnaic texts that were considered and yet rejected for inclusion in the Mishnah by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, and those texts were preserved in other bodies of information, which we have to this day. So the Mishnah has kind of like a second edition that's not considered as valid as the Mishnah itself, as we shall see shortly. That's useful for understanding the Mishnah and the Talmud as well. We also have, to a lesser degree, some sources from non-Jewish origins, such as Roman and Persian documents, that reflect on the Mishnah and give us a sense of what that text really means as a whole. Okay, let's recap, though, the historical background so we can place this text in its appropriate context. The temple was destroyed in the late 1st century, and the Jews assessed their sovereignty. Roman imposition of more tightened restrictions on Jewish activity, the developed more and more fractious movements within Judaism, in particular the birth of Christianity, began to fragment the Jewish population, already suffering body blow from the destruction of the temple. There was an attempt to regain Jewish sovereignty of some sort, or at least government in the land of Israel, under Kokhba in the early part of the 2nd century, and that unfortunately failed. And there was a tremendous amount of persecution under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the late 2nd century, things look terrible for the Jews. They've lost their temple, they've lost any kind of government. Their leadership is increasingly persecuted. They're being scattered throughout the ancient Near East. In fact, how is it possible that the Jews could survive such a tremendous threat to their identity? Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was the answer to this difficulty. According to Talmudic legend, he was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died. Rabbi Akiva, of course, one of the most famous rabbis of the ancient period, killed through Messianic persecution as one of the so-called 10 martyrs of the state. In Hebrew, the Asara Malchus, that are commemorated in the High Holiday service. He had a political position because the Jews did have a very tenuous kind of at least titular leadership that was grudgingly recognized by the Romans. He was known as the prince, and he held a certain degree of political authority over the Jews. He shared much of that authority with the Av Beit Din. That is something for a much larger discussion, but think of, for example, Hillel and Shammai. If you're familiar with rabbinic texts, Hillel was the Nasi and Shammai was the Av Beit Din. He was known, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, was known for his very close relationship with a mysterious Roman leader known as Minos in the Talmud, where the Talmud records all kinds of long-winded and complex discussions of theology that they had, really quite profound and fascinating aspect of dialogue between the Roman and the Jewish world, which represents two things. First of all, it represents the engagement of Judaism with a much larger population, but at the same time, it also represented a pragmatic modus vivendi, because a close relationship with the Romans was essential for Yehuda HaNasi to maintain his authority over the Jews and to wield that power effectively to maintain the integrity of the Jewish people. It's possible that this Antoninus was even Marcus Aurelius, the famous emperor of Rome, who was known as the kind of philosopher king of the period, although his dates are just a little bit early to really judge Uranasi well. It could have been one of his successors, perhaps modeled after Marcus. Nevertheless, the idea is that Rabbi Uranasi had close ties with the Roman government and was able to gently negotiate the difficulties of maintaining Jewish existence under these trying conditions. So let's look at the Mishnah itself. Let's try to understand some of the background of it. First of all, the Mishnah is a crucial text in what is known as the Oral Torah. According to traditional rabbinic theology, which has come down as the basis of modern Orthodox theology today, for example, the Torah was given to Moses in two distinct forms. The first was the written Torah, which is expressed in the first 5 books of Moses, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Scriptures, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But alongside this written Torah was a massive body of information known as the Oral Torah, so called because it was not conveyed in a written fashion. It was conveyed only as oral teachings from God to Moses, from Moses then to Joshua, and so forth, all the way through the generations. Now, this Oral Torah, we do have several references to a body of knowledge circulating in the ancient world, but we have no written examples of it until we get to the 2nd century, when several rabbis, not only Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, but also Rabbi Meir, for example, began to keep small personal notebooks of the Oral Torah, which they would share with their students. The Oral Torah has a very important role to play in that the written Torah is difficult to understand. It has a lot of opaque moments in it, and it has a lot of passages where, if you're reading it as a totally secular document, this is, for example, a spelling error, or why would you say it in this way? Or, for example, why are these letters printed upside down? And there are such things in the written Torah. The Oral Torah is the very important complement to the written Torah, and it is the interpretive tradition which the written Torah is understood. This is one of the most significant what's the word for crossroads. This is one of those specific crossroads where Christianity and Judaism goes another way. Judaism clearly follows the very strong influence of the Oral Torah, whereas Christianity essentially leaves behind Oral Torah to some degree, creates its own Oral Torah, is far beyond the scope of our discussion today. But that's one of the crucial elements of traditional rabbinic theology, the idea that there are 2 Torahs, the written and the oral. What exactly is in this Oral Torah? Well, there are basic expressions. The first is jadical, meaning deriving the essential meaning of these often opaque passages in the Torah. This is known in Hebrew as midrash. And midrash takes itself 2 forms. Sometimes it is halachic midrash, meaning it is an explanation that clarifies a law, and sometimes it is agadic midrash, which means legendary midrash, where it teaches some kind of ethical, moral, philosophical lesson built into the text. Not necessarily one that commands specific legislation, but one that speaks to a larger topic of how a Jew should behave. Secondly, the oral expressed in the esoteric, meaning the mystical. And this is, of course, the long Kabbalistic tradition, which will be the subject of lecture later on in this course, but it doesn't find written until really quite a bit later. Midrash also doesn't find a lot. Well, no, I shouldn't. I'll take that. Finally, the legal expression of the Oral Torah is what we're going to be focusing on today. That is the Midrash, meaning we have this wonderful document, the Chumash, the 5 books of Moses. How are we supposed to behave? How are we supposed to interpret this document so we know how a Jew should live his or her life? So the legal functions of the Oral Torah, which are explained at great length, or at least discussed at great length in the Midrash, are threefold in nature. The first is the Oral Torah clarifies ambiguities. For example, the Torah says that on the holiday of Sukkot, one should gather 4 types of plant life, the so-called arba minim, known as the lulav and esrog, for example, and you're supposed to wave them in various patterns. Now, in terms of the description of those 4 types of plants, it describes the palm frond and the myrtle and the I forget what the other one is called. It's the aravot in Hebrew. And then it says, the last one, it says the pre-eitz hadar, the fruit of a goodly tree. So what does that mean? It's ambiguous. Does that mean, for example, an orange, which are delicious down here in Florida, a grapefruit? I mean, if you were to walk into synagogue with a grapefruit, I think you would, laugh at for the rest of the year. In fact, the Oral Torah clarifies when it's pre-Eitz Hadar, it's referring specifically to a citrus fruit known as the etrog, which is shown here on the slide, a little kind of greenish, sometimes yellow fruit. Secondly, the Oral Torah supplies omissions in the text. The Torah, for example, says that in the Shema prayer that Jews are to place these words as a sign upon their hands and as frontlets. That's how Totefot is usually translated. Frontlets between their eyes. So, what exactly does that mean? Are we supposed to take that, metaphorically? Is it a real term? That's obviously not Jewish practice. Jewish practice explains that when it says a sign upon your hands and as frontlets between your eyes, it refers to these complex leather and parchment devices that are placed on the head and forearm, as you see the picture of the young man there. These tefillin. The Torah itself doesn't say anything about how tefillin should be constructed. It is only in the oral Torah that we have such things. And finally, the written Torah often is prone to simplistic misreadings. For example, when it says ayin tachas ayin, an eye for an eye, the oral Torah is quite vociferous in maintaining that that does not mean that if Reuven knocks out Shimon's eye, the just punishment for Reuven would be to have Shimon knock out his eye. What it means is that the monetary value of Shimon's eye should be calculated, and Reuven would be required to pay that money to Shimon. So 3 basic functions: clarifying ambiguities, supplying omissions, contradicting simplistic misreadings of the text are really what the oral Torah is all about. That's the Mishnah as part of the oral Torah. So when Rabbi Yehuda Nasi sat down to write the oral Torah, as it were, there was a tremendous amount of controversy, and that controversy lasted for a couple of centuries. The fact is, if it's been oral for so long, it represents a huge break in tradition to commit it to writing, and there was tremendous hesitancy to do so. However, he was very mindful of the tremendously dire situation that the Jews found themselves in, the phenomenal political and social pressure of the Roman persecution and the dispersion of the Jews and the economic realities of Jewish life at the time. And so therefore, he instituted this very bold plan to gather rabbis from all around and to collect all of the oral teachings that they had received. He collected them assiduously and wrote them down, and then he took all of these texts and he organized them into a form which he called the Mishnah. The term itself, Mishnah, comes from the word Lishanen, which means to teach. It is the teaching. Now, when you can get all these rabbis together in one place, and they're all saying over the teachings, as you might expect, particularly when you're dealing with an orally transmitted amount of information, there will be some inconsistencies. And there were a tremendous number of inconsistencies. So Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's genius in this particular area was to go through all of these texts and to filter out those that he felt were somehow defective. Not inauthentic, but perhaps not the best way that a subject could date it, or perhaps misleading, or perhaps fragmentary. And so what he did was he kept the best texts and he placed those in the Mishnah, and the texts that really did not fit, they were set aside and they were incorporated later into texts we know as the Tosefta and the Burnt when we go to the Talmud later on in this course. So let's look at the structure of the Mishnah, understand what it's all about. He divided it into 6 distinct areas of human activity. The first is known as Zra'im, or seeds, and this is basically a huge compendium of law dealing with agriculture. Things such as the sabbatical year, that the idea that the land of Israel has to lie fallow 1 year in 7, the prohibition against mixing crops together, and the laws of blessings, because all of these foods that come out of the ground later, sustain us, and therefore the most important tractate perhaps is the first one, Brachot, which deals with blessings. The second section is Moed, which deals with times, which deals with essentially the holidays, Shabbat, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, things like that. The third section, and the largest actually, is Nashim. Actually, I take that back. Let's go on. Nashim, or women, is probably better stated as relations with women, because the Mishnah is a tremendously androcentric document, meaning it is by men, for men. And when it deals with women, it's really all about how to relate to women. That's why it's one of the most mysterious topics of the Mishnah. But what it deals with, for example, is marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, the concept that a man who unfortunately dies childless, his widow marries his brother, things like this. Those are all dealt with in the Torah as nashim. The fourth section is nezikin, or damages. Nashim is perhaps the most studied sections of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, or the Talmud is really essentially an extended commentary of the Mishnah, as we'll discuss in next week's lecture. Nezikin, it deals with damages like torts, civil law, criminal law, things like this. Reuben's cow eats the grass in Shimon's porch, and Shimon's porch falls, and Reuben's cow goat breaks its leg. How do you sort those things out? That's all in seeking. The last sections are not as well studied. Kodshim deals with essentially the temple rituals, holy things, and Tahara deals with complex laws of maintaining ritual purity for several of the functions in the temple in particular. So that's basically the content of the Mishnah. It forms an acronym in Aramaic, Zman Nakat, which means time flies, or time is taken, which is an easy way to remember all 6 of these. Now, one of the most fascinating aspects of Mishnaic debate is the fact that since it involves the opinion of so many rabbis, it is quite intentionally ambiguous in nature. Meaning, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi rarely clarified, what is the bottom line. A typical Mishnah will read, Rabbi X says that this kind of chicken is kosher. Rabbi Y will say this kind of chicken is not kosher. And that's the end of it. Then you'll go on to something else. And so here you are, if you're trying to read a law book, a law code, you're saying, well, which one is it? Do we accept the opinion of Rabbi X, or do we accept the opinion of Rabbi Y? The Mishnah rarely says what Rabbi Yehuda Hasi feels is the text. And so as a general norm, rejected opinions are cited in this text. This is something which is really quite fascinating, and speaks to the root of Jewish culture, because in the very, very foundation of this important document, debate is essential. The only way you can really engage this text properly is by arguing, okay, well, what are the grounds for Rabbi X's opinion? What are the grounds for Rabbi Y's opinion? Perhaps Rabbi Y was speaking out of a particular circumstance. Perhaps Rabbi X was speaking under the assumption that certain factors were pertaining to the situation or to the chicken, and so on. So it means that the only way you can really learn Mishnah properly is through dialogue, which is later expressed in commentary. That's essentially what the Talmud is going to be, as we'll speak about next week. The Mishnah also is not a typical law code, in that a lot of non-legal material is also included within it. Most famous, perhaps, is the tractate known as Pirkei Avot, the chapters of the fathers, which is an absolutely brilliant and soaring discussion of Jewish philosophy and ethics, which is ritually studied every every year as an incredible, basis for Jewish thought and morality. So, in conclusion, the Mishnah is a work of subtle genius. The fact that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi left it so often open-ended and left it rather unfinished in nature meant that the only way that Jews could deal with this is through being involved. It's not a kind of text where you can read it once and understand what's going on. Every passage has to be puzzled over, and perhaps every passage should be debated, which requires an interlocutor. It requires someone else. It requires a chavrusa, a study partner, to engage in text together. This formed the basis of Jewish study, requiring Jews to live close together and to be attracted to people who were able to explicate this complex document. And in a way, the book was essential to preserving oral quality of the oral, because it required that active human interface, and also preserved the vitality of the Jewish people and allowed them to keep their Judaism even under the trying circumstances of the diaspora. So that's about it. I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and I look forward to speaking with you on the next topic. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a great topic. We're going to look at the Talmud, a topic that really is fascinating for me. It's something that I've spent a lot of time studying and something that I continue to get a lot of energy out of. It's an extremely important text in Judaism. It's been called the Constitution of Judaism because of its very centrality to Jewish life and thought. And so let's have a look at what exactly is involved with the Talmud. So what we're looking at right here is the frontispiece, or the title page, of a very famous edition, A Widow and Brothers Rom from Vilna. This is a typical title page from a so-called Vilna Shas, and we'll explain exactly what that term means. As you can see from the bottom there, this one was published in 1881. The edition comes really from the 1860s, and it's one of the most important editions of Talmud that's ever been published. Moving along in the text of the Talmud. Oh, by the way, I kind of sort of like including this because I always felt such a warm feeling when I looked at this particular page with the the portico, the gate going into the Talmud. It always felt so fascinating and exotic. And okay, here we go. So to begin with, I'll tell you a very quick story about something that happened to me when I was studying in yeshiva, which is, of course, a center for adult study of the Torah. And I was studying in a place called Or Sameach in Jerusalem. And they had this problem where they had a lot of students who had come to the yeshiva, especially those who came from the collapsed Soviet Union, where there was a certain amount of predation that perhaps the yeshiva perhaps something would go wrong with the yeshiva, and people would be left without anything to eat because the yeshiva did provide food for these often impoverished individuals. But the problem was, so a lot of these young men would go into the yeshiva, into the cafeteria. They would take their lunch portion, and then afterwards they would take a second portion and they would take it up to the dormitory room. And the problem was that, this cost a lot of money for the yeshiva, and it also, attracted bugs and all kinds of things like that. So the yeshiva decided to make a new policy that they posted outside the yeshiva door, outside the cafeteria door. The policy read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Now, what the administration of the yeshiva had probably not counted on is the fact that these are young men who spend their entire day focusing on textual questions and on analyzing possible readings of ambiguous text. And so when out of lunch that particular day, I happened to glance back and I saw the sign, and I saw that someone had subtly altered it with just a few little emendations. And so it read like this: The yeshiva provides food for one portion only? No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. So this is an illustration of the kind of skills that are developed through studying the Talmud. Very, very sensitive analysis of the text, of what is possible with, and real phenomenal mental exercise, spiritual exercise that has been the primary intellectual occupation for the Jews of the diaspora for about 1,500 years. So I'm going to take a lot of stuff from a book I wrote a couple of years ago, a small book that is a brief and personal introduction to something they call the Sea of Talmud, that talks a little bit about my personal encounter with the Talmud. It has a lot of kind of like fun stories like that in it, I think, and a lot more material which really talks about what exactly is the Talmud. By the way, this photograph here, two things. First of all, it's not photoshopped. That is an actual photograph of me wearing a black suit going into the Atlantic Ocean. A friend of mine, Stephen Mills, took this great photo. And it was, I have to say, I had a lot of to do when I got home because my wife was a little bit perturbed with what I had done. Luckily, however, the cleaners, and I thank them in the book, the dry cleaners did a good job with, they cleaned it perfectly well. I was able to wear it again, of course. And the funniest part is that the sand got into the of the cuffs of the pants, and they had to actually unsew all of the cuffs, get the sand out, clean it again. Second thing I should tell you is that I'm holding a Talmud volume there, but we've read no Talmud volumes were harmed during this photo shoot at all. Of course, that would be disrespectful, and we took good care of the Talmud. At any rate, on my website, there is a short excerpt from this text that basically talks about what I'm going to say today. If you'd like to read the whole thing, of course, that would be great. So, what is the Talmud? First of all, it is an extended commentary on the Mishnah. I refer you back to the lecture where we talked about what the Mishnah was. We won't go over that again. But basically, this is a long discussion of the text of the Mishnah. It goes off on tremendous tangents. Often the tangents are longer than the actual discussion of the Mishnah itself, and can really comprise any type of information. There's discussion of biographies of great rabbis, or recipes, or analysis of anthropological or zoological phenomena, what kind of lessons we can get on the behavior of a cat, meteorological information. Really, a tremendous gamut of information is contained within the Talmud. And that's why it's known as the wine of Torah. Let me show you a chart which explains why it is the wine of Torah. Let's jump ahead. Here it is. Basically, it's because per se, it reads two other elements of Jewish thought, which are combined into this overarching masculine, the Talmud. First of all, about law, about practice, although there are a lot of Mishnayot to go into very different topics other than practice per se. But in order to understand that Mishnah, quite often the rabbis have to bring in midrash, which is essentially rabbinic commentary on the various biblical passages, and very creative kind of commentary, much like that sign, the yeshiva in Jerusalem. And finally, the Talmud has a tremendous amount of mystical thought. The Kabbalah, a lot of the esoteric teachings of Judaism are brought into the Talmud in the context of the discussion of the Mishnah, or one of the many fascinating tangents that Talmud contains. Kind of like a process of distillation, termed wine of Torah, because it is something that requires effort and processing in order to access it. Jumping ahead now, just to quickly review, we saw this in the Mishnah, but let's look at it again. The Talmud is often called Shas, which is an acronym for the Hebrew phrase Sidre, the 6 orders. And since 6 orders apply to the Mishnah, which is the commentary on that Mishnah. Some people sometimes confuse the Talmud with the Gemara. They are actually identical. Gemara, which is the Aramaic term meaning completion or learning, is related to the Hebrew cognate word Talmud, which comes from limud, learning. And both of these documents sit right on top of the Mishnah, So when you buy an edition of the Talmud, you automatically get the Mishnah contained within it. I'll show you a picture of that short. Actually, why not? Look, I have a copy of the Talmud right here with me. This is one volume of 20. This is the Babylonian Talmud. And well, this one's a little bit anomalous. Let me just get another one off my shelf. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I have one handy here. This is Tractate Shabbat. So to just give you a sense of how this looks. So Tractate Shabbat is one of the longer tractates. And it goes to not 314 pages. It actually goes to double that. Let's see, this is 157. No, that's right. Pages. It's double the folio size. Oh my gosh, I can get into so much detail here, but I better. But when you look at the whole volume here, this is the Talmudic text itself, and this is a whole bunch of commentary, including various edited versions of the Talmud, like the Alphas and so on. So of a typical volume that's this thick, about half of it is typically Talmudic pages, and the rest is commentary. And of course, there is commentary on the pages. I'm going to show you a chart of that in just a second on the Prezi. But at any rate, this is a 20-volume edition, the most standard edition, the Vilna Shop, my favorite portico drawing. Well, I really enjoy this. Oh my gosh, I feel like going inside. So back to the 6 orders of the Mishnah and the Talmud basically are listed here and their topics. And as I mentioned earlier, the Talmud goes off a tremendous amount of tangents, so you can't simply think that everything dealing with marriage and divorce is in the order called Nashim. You will find marriage and divorce in Moed, in Nezikin, and other orders as well. It's a very fluid and flexible, or maybe a better word to use would be it's a very fragile and delicate structure that keeps many disparate topics joined together, although in a non-linear fashion, something that you'd expect to see in a more Greek-style textbook. At any rate, who wrote this text? Well, there are basically hundreds of authors involved. There are the original rabbis of the early period, the period of, let's say, Moses, Joshua, and the elders, as Pirkei Avot describes it, that will hand down teachings, and they are continued through the prophets and various scholars through a period known as the period of the Zugot, which are associated with the Mishnah, and then the Tanaim, which are the Mishnah teachers proper, and then finally it reaches the Amoraim, or the speakers, who take all of these things and combine them into the Talmud. Another way to look at it is basically these are the transcripts of huge mass discussions of rabbis in the various academies, both in the land of Israel and in Babylon, processing all of this material, analyze the Mishnah by bringing variant texts from the various Baraitot and Tosefta. You'll remember that from our lecture on the Mishnah. Comparing them and trying to refine exactly the truth of the material as a whole. I mentioned there are 2 Talmuds, the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is actually a bit of a number because it wasn't written particularly in Jerusalem. It was really written in the north, in the Galil region, the city of Tiberia region. But at any rate, this is an earlier version of the Talmud, which was written probably around the 4th or 5th century of the Common Era. The Babylonian Talmud written 100 or 200 years later in the Mesopotamian region, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. The Jerusalem Talmud is not nearly as popular as the Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian more authoritative, primarily because it could consider the Jerusalem in its own deliberations, although there are many sections which are in the Jerusalem that are omitted from the Babylonian Talmud, primarily because they are not as relevant to Babylonian life. In particular, for example, the agricultural law that was related to living in the land of Israel, the sabbatical law, things like that. Whereas the Babylonian Talmud is especially expanded in the area of civil and criminal law, the order of Nezikin in particular. When people say they're studying the Talmud today, they're almost invariably studying the Babylonian Talmud, although there are many scholars, of course, who look to the Jerusalem Talmud for a tremendous wealth of information that's not present in the Babylonian.
So the Talmud, as it's presented, is very fascinating. A lot of people like to look at the page of the Talmud itself, and in reality, the page of the Talmud is a page of history presented in a two-dimensional format. In many ways, it's similar to the internet, the World Wide Web specifically, because it has hypertexting. And it is possible that when you study the Talmud, you are really engaging in a massive conversation that covers millennia, literally millennia. We'll look at a text that goes back to the Mishnaic period, quoting a text from the Bible that's even earlier, that will be debated by two Talmudic rabbis, and then there will be people in the 10th century, let's say Rashi discussing it, disputed by Tosafot in the 13th century, moving up through, let's say, early modern Europe and all the way up to the 20th century. It's a fascinating, really 21st century, a fascinating document that offers so much history really on a single page. The page is divided into three basic areas. There is commentary on the text. That is basically a way to try and just get a sense of what does the text say. The Talmud is written in a highly arcane Aramaic idiom that not only is difficult because of the linguistic difference, where we no longer have Aramaic as a vernacular. It was, of course, the vernacular of the rabbis when they wrote the Talmud, written in a highly coded and condensed version that is this for oral retention, because, as I should not omit to mention, this is oral Torah. It was committed to writing only centuries after it was discussed. So in the oral format, it's really highly compressed, often with one word signifying an entire paragraph of meaning. And it takes many years to be able to learn to decode the text, which incidentally is presented entirely without punctuation. That makes it, even easier to figure out. Then there is a second level of discussion on the Talmudic page, so-called analysis. And that's especially something you see with Tosafot, where text will be compared. Tosafot will say something like, wait a minute, how can it say this on the page of the Talmud when 30 pages ago we saw something totally different? Or even 30 pages later, we will see something different. The concept of time, of linear relationship of ideas is not truly the Talmud. It's one huge gestalt whole, like the sea, that you have to really approach at any shoreline, and eventually you will reach the other shore. But quite often you have to experiment with swimming in hot water, or cold water, deep water, water filled with massive marine life and jellyfish and sharks and all kinds of things like that. I'm getting off topic. And the other thing that you'll find in the Talmud is often coded material. We'll talk more about this when we get later in this course, but codes basically are an attempt to kind of digest all this material and say, all right, let's organize this and say, what exactly is the bottom line? How are we supposed to behave? Is this chicken kosher or not? Can this couple be legally wed or not? And the codes, which often appear on the page or as cross-references to the codes that are printed elsewhere, will tell you that kind of information. What is the bottom line? The Talmud, like the Mishnah, often does not get to the bottom line, often does not produce a sentence that says, after discussing this for 10 pages, we have decided X. That does occur occasionally in the Talmud, but more often than not, it does not. And it is up to the student, guided by a teacher, a qualified teacher, to really understand what did the Talmud just say after all. It's really not so simple. Here's a look at the Talmud page. I showed you a copy in my own Talmud, but here's from Tractate Brachot. And really, we could spend a lot of time talking about all of the details, but just to give you a quick look, you'll see that the Mishnah occupies the top part of the central portion, and that's, of course, the that comes from the 3rd century. Then following it is the Gemara, that's signified by a larger print, Gimel and Mem for Gemara or Talmud, which is a discussion of that Mishnah. Now that section of the Gemara can and does go on for many, many pages before the Gemara then concludes and a new Mishnah is presented. On the right-hand side, it'll be on the left-hand side on other pages. It's always on the center of the binding, though, is the commentary of Rashi, which essentially a really important, just to follow the line-by-line description of what's happening in the Talmud, sort of unpacking that really dense text for 11th century readers.
Now, of course, we often need commentaries on Rashi to unpack it for 21st century readers. And then on the opposite side, you typically have Tosafot, which are the school. It's not just a single person, a school of rabbis who analyze the text, who try to break it down, criticize it, question it, turn it every which way, and try to get, wring every last little bit of truth out of it. Tosafot includes, among others, Rashi's own descendants. And then typically on the outside, sometimes squeezed on the inside, and even between the margins, you'll see cross references to other texts, such as the codes. And that's a typical page of Talmud. Okay, there's a lot more to say about how the Talmud was studied, the role of women in the study of Talmud, but I fear I'm running out of time right now, so I'm going to stop here. And I certainly encourage you to read more about this amazing document. Okay, today's topic is really bizarre. It's one of the most unusual chapters in this long history of the Jewish people. It's the story of the massive 8th century conversion of entire kingdom, Khazaria, to Judaism. Wow. So why did they become Jewish? What happened to them? It's really an amazing story. If you look at this first slide here, you see the green area is roughly the range of Khazarian influence. It's a massive region in the area of what would be called, let's say, Ukraine, a good chunk of Russia, the Caucasus mountain regions, Georgia, Azerbaijan, places like that. And this region was Jewish for about 500 years. Wow, how did that happen? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's look at it in a little more detail. So first of all, perhaps you have come across the story of the Khazars through this book, the Sefer HaKuzari, written by the great Spanish Jewish poet Yehuda Halevi. This is a 12th century work that is quite a bit later than the actual conversion of the Khazars, which is dated to 740. But it essentially tells the story of why this King Bulan of Khazaria converted to Judaism. Now, what's really important to understand about this, though, is that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was not trying to write a history book. This is a work of Jewish philosophy. If you want, it's a work of comparative religion. It's not indeed an accurate historical account of the conversion. The story goes like this, as presented in the Kuzari, but basically, it's, in brief, it really is what happened. This King Bulan, a pagan living in his capital of Itil, which is on the northern part of the Caspian Sea, wonders about, what religious verity, and he decides he's going to hear from all the great monotheistic faiths. He feels like it's time for himself and his people to move on from paganism, and clearly monotheism is a burgeoning trend, and therefore he says, okay, let's find out about, what's going on with the monotheistic faiths. He calls for a debate between the three great Western faiths, that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And he has all of the figures discuss the historical elements of their faith. And ultimately, after he hears all of them, he decides that Judaism makes the most sense. And he converts himself, and his entire nation follows him into Judaism. That's the basic story as presented in the Kuzari. Now, why Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wrote it, he could only write it within a very special environment of Spain, which had large Muslim and Christian populations, was Jews an opportunity to defend their faith against the arguments of the other two great monotheistic faiths. And by couching it within a historical fact, the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, he was able to present this rather challenging theological debate within a historical format. But really, his main goal is to present the truth of Judaism vis-a-vis its competitors for people's allegiance. So we can't look at the Kuzari as a historical document. It is a work of phenomenal Jewish philosophy, but nevertheless, the basic story is really the core of what happened. But let's go into a little more detail into that. So here's a map of the entire region. That you can see that the city of Itil there on the north of the Kaspisches Meer, which is the Caspian Sea. This happens to be a German document. And they really extend quite far. If you can see up towards the top left, you see Kiev, which according to the great Ukrainianist Omelian Pritsak of Harvard, the late Ukrainianist, he believes that Kiev was actually a Jewish outpost of the Khazars, which is fascinating to think that, you know, the century of the entire Eastern European civilizations of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, what's called the mother of all Russian cities, so to speak, was actually a Jewish trading post to begin with. But nevertheless, you see it goes all the way from Ukraine, right much of the Don region in Russia, and well into Central Asia. So what exactly happened? Know a little bit more from a 10th century document that was written also in Spain, or it comes to us from Spain. This is a beautiful view of the Alhambra, a very important Spanish palace that many believe was actually constructed by Jewish figures at the time. We'll talk more about that in a later class. The great Jewish diplomat Chasdai ibn Shaprut, conducted sort of a survey of major Jewish communities throughout the world, and he sent a request out to Khazaria, and he received 2 responses from a King Joseph, who in fact told the whole story of how Khazar became Jewish in the year 740, and in fact, this is really the basis for Yehuda Halevi's story. There are a lot of additional details there, but the kernel of the story is, this King Bulan had this 3-way dialogue with Jews, Muslims, and Christians, and in fact ultimately decided to become Jewish. So we have multiple sources that point to the same story of the original conversion of the Khazars. But really, more really important fact. Here's we have some evidence from the Cairo Geniza, which is quite fascinating. The Cairo Geniza is a topic that I wish we could have a lot more time to talk about, but basically this is one of the most important sources for Jews in the medieval period in the Muslim world, and in fact important source for Muslim history as well. According to traditional Jewish law, any document that has one of 7 names of God that have special holiness may not be destroyed. You can't just throw away, for example, a Torah scroll, chas v'shalom, or a prayer book, or anything like that cannot be thrown away. And so the halacha is, then and now, that these things are stored in a special storage area called a Geniza, which means basically a storeroom or a place where you put things that are important. And then from time to time, they're taken out and they are buried in a Jewish cemetery. It happened that in the town of Fostat, not far from Cairo, there was this ancient, or this very old synagogue built in the 9th century that they had this custom there that anything written in Hebrew, regardless of whether or not it had sanctity, was stored in the attic, which is shown here in this kind of artistic representation of it in the Ezra synagogue there, where they stuffed away all these documents, and not only including autographs of Maimonides himself and all kinds of other really famous works, but they included marriage contracts, ketubot, business contracts, doodles, shopping lists like, honey, would you please pick up some baba ganoush on the way home from the shuk? All these kinds of documents stored in the Cairo Geniza. And then at some point, probably in the 12th or 13th century, it was sealed up, and it remained sealed until the 19th century when it was opened up and people found about 250,000 documents related to about 500 years of Mediterranean history. This compares, by the way, with about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So it's a phenomenal treasure trove of information. Now, we're going to go and talk specifically about what does the Cairo Geniza say about the Khazars, because, of course, it overlaps with that period. And one of the most fascinating documents is this one here, the Kievan letter, which, it has some pieces are missing, and it's difficult to make out certain letters, but many scholars, including the previously mentioned Omelian Pritzak and Norman Golb, who wrote a book on this document, argue that it comes from Khazarian Jews from Kiev, probably in the 11th century. And essentially, it is a document that is called a Teuda in modern Hebrew, or a certificate. The document says, the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding man, and he needs your support. So please, give him, be generous with him. And essentially, we still have these documents today. If you live, for example, in any Jewish community, and you live in a single family dwelling on the street, you will get, charity collectors knocking on your door and presenting you with letters, something like this. Usually they're laminated, and they usually have signatures from the people of the community that say, this person deserves your support. He has 17 children. He has to marry them off. He does this. He supports the yeshiva. He does whatever it is. And so this is essentially, 1,000 years ago, they were doing exactly the same thing with these kinds of documents. What's interesting when you analyze this particular document, though, is you look in the bottom left there, you see something written in Turkic runes, not written in Hebrew, but written in Turkic, which was the language of the Khazars. And it is translated as the phrase, "I have read it." Now, Golb and Pritzak argue that what this means is that this document was obviously written by a professional scribe who knew Hebrew and who would put together the document. And then the officials of Kiev would sign it, indicating, yes, they approve, the contents are true, including officials who could not even sign their name in Hebrew. When it says "I have read it," it means probably someone read it and translated it to him in Turkic, which indicates a low level of Jewish literacy. If the heads of the community cannot even manage a basic Hebrew letter, what the content of their Judaism? And so that opens up all kinds of questions about the Khazars' conversion, which we'll turn to right now. So what were the prime reasons for it? Probably the most basic reason for the Khazar conversion was the fact that they had geopolitical questions to deal with. We saw that when we looked at the spread of Islam. I've added this kind of yellow region that says Khazar influence. But when you look at this, you see, okay, Islam is rushing up into the Khazarian region from the south. Islam is an up-and-coming faith. It's expanding with tremendous rapidity. And the Khazars, who are pagans, are saying, oh my gosh, we could easily be swallowed up in the in the Muslim expansiveness. At the same time, not really shown here in this map, but I kind of like the colors of it, Christianity is spreading from west. Christianity has already taken over much of the northern bank of the Mediterranean Sea, and it is steadily making its way into what would later be Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, Russia, and so on. And so the argument is King Bulan realized, wait a second, if we succumb to Muslim pressures, then we will lose our religious identity, and along with that, we will lose a considerable amount of our political independence. Borderland region, and we end up being on the front lines with the spread of Christianity. Similarly, if we were to elect to become Christians, then ultimately we would fall within their geopolitical orbit, and then we would become a borderland to the Muslims, and we would potentially have a political and military dispute with them as well. But Bulan, in fact, both the Christians and the Muslims regarded Jews as sort of privileged, protected people. The Muslims through the Pakar, the Christians through the doctrine of witness. They said, wait a second, what if we take a moderate approach and we become Jews? Then Muslims will have, respect our political integrity, at least to some degree, Christians as well, and we can retain our identity within the context of these other two great Muslims. The Kahaba to be what he decided, and in fact, the Khazars did maintain their independence as a nation for about 5 years as a result. Still, we have lots of other questions like, wow, they became Jewish. I mean, what happened? Why did they become Jewish besides geopolitical? How Jewish were they? How can we know anything more about them? I mean, they're all really big questions. So let's look at those right now. So evidence from medieval travelers that, in fact, the level of their Jewish commitment was fairly thin. Travelers like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptachy of Regensburg, talk about the Khazars, and they don't seem to have a lot to say about them. It doesn't seem to really excite their attention that there is this huge Khazar kingdom. Not to mention the Gaonic responsa that has survived from Babylon, which is not so far from Khazaria. We don't have too much reference to the Khazars. They don't seem to be really on the radar of the rest of the Jewish world, so much so that we really only hear about them in the 10th century with Chasdai ibn Shaprut. There's a significant question that maybe they didn't practice very basic rituals like circumcision, and that's like one of the most fundamental Jewish rituals. As Jews become assimilated, it's one of the very last rituals to go. Perhaps they were Karaites. Perhaps they practiced a form of Jewish expression that denied the validity of the oral Torah. That's also a possibility. It's kind of lost in the dark. And it's very difficult for us to determine this from the archaeological record. If you see, for example, this coin from early Khazaria, it looks like a Jewish symbol, but the fact is the Star of David wasn't the Jewish symbol for many, many hundreds of years later. So it's hard to really understand what kind of Judaism they practiced, but the bottom line is they probably were not practicing rabbinic Judaism as other peoples were. Many scholars feel that perhaps the reality of the Khazar environment was such that only the top layer of society, the royalty, for example, converted to Judaism, and the rest of the population just maintained a nominal kind of attachment to Judaism. All these things are possible as we understand the degree of conversion of the Khazars. Now, what happened to them? So this is kind of an interesting topic that many scholars look at today. Perhaps the most significant argument that really stirs the pot over the Khazars is expressed in this book, the famous author Arthur Kessler, called The 13th Tribe, in which argues, along with several other scholars, that the Khazars, when they disappeared, they essentially formed the ethnic basis for Eastern European Jewry, known as Ashkenazic Jewry. Most scholars dispute this theory. In fact, they impute less than ideal motivation to those who advance this proposition. But just in brief, why would you argue that the Khazars became Ashkenazi Jewry? Well, because you've got this massive population, and where do they go? I mean, what happens to them? That's the central argument, really, is where do all these Khazars go? We know that they're there until the 13th century, and all of a sudden they disappear. The problem is very little evidence to indicate that the Khazars had any impact on Eastern European Jewry culturally, so it's hard to see any influence on these people. And at the same time, there's lots of evidence to indicate that Rhineland Jewish civilization, which is the heartland of Ashkenazi Jewry, the word Ashkenaz is associated with the northern German region of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. There you see lots of evidence, like, for example, linguistic evidence. Why is it that we have no appreciable impact of Turkish or Turkic language on the language of spoke overwhelmingly Yiddish as their mother tongue? Yiddish is basically medieval German, so they carried the language with them, medieval Germany, into Eastern Europe and Poland and Russia, places like that. And there's a lot of Slavic influence, Russian language and Polish language, Ukrainian language, Belarusian, but very little Turkic. One of the great scholars of the Yiddish language, Max Weinreich, does argue that there may be a few key terms, like, for example, the very popular Yiddish term daven, which means to pray. That does not have a clear Hebraic root, nor Aramaic, nor German. It may be related to a Ukrainian term, a Slavic term, but it's also possible that it comes from a Turkic root. So it's not saying that the influence of the Khazars is completely missing, but there's so little and such tangential evidence that people argue that it's simply not real. More likely, the preponderant of the opinion is that the Khazars had such a thin attachment to Judaism to begin with that in the 13th century they simply abandoned Judaism altogether and assimilated to various indigenous faiths, presumably Christianity eventually, and so on. Now, what are the perhaps inappropriate scholarly motivations of people who want to argue for this? Some say that the reason why we'll produce this particular argument is because it undermines the Jewish claim to antiquity through the Middle East in particular. In other words, if Ashkenazic Jewry are really descended primarily from Khazars, that means they are not ethnically related to the ancient Hebrews of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. And this would mean that they have less legitimacy, as the argument goes, to the land of Israel. That's for this kind of argument, which is incidentally very much favored by white supremacists and other groups, not well supported by the scholarship, but nevertheless, one can see why they would want to argue this point. That being said, looking at the Jewish people as a whole, if you want to try and look at genetic background, it's clear that Jews are completely whatever peoples they live with. If you look at the Jews of India, they look like the non-Jews of India. If you want to look at the Jews of Poland, they look like the non-Jews of Poland. The Jews of Ethiopia look like the non-Jews of Ethiopia, and so on. So it's really a specious art. Judaism does not define itself by religions. It is fundamentally a people who are defined by the Torah and faith. Nevertheless, go on past this. So what about the Khazar legacy? So besides the possible intrusion of the love for Chinese food that affects the Jewish people, I want to put this picture here, it's very difficult to determine the specifics of how the Khazars made a larger impact on Judaism. However, it's very clear that they are well integrated into the medieval non-Jewish environment of the time. Multiple data points that argue Khazars existed. Many others are aware of them. We have them in historians, for example. Perhaps the most interesting leg Khazars is in Russian culture. The early document that describes the birth of Russia as a culture, called the Povest Vremenia Chviet, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years. And in the central story of the post is the transformation of pagan Russia into a community. Although this document is written many centuries after the Khazar conversion, it's almost identical to the Khazar story. The king Vladimir, in the year 988, holds a debate among four practitioners of various faiths. In this case, he's having Jews from Khazaria, explicitly mentioned Jews from Khazaria, discuss Judaism. A Muslim discusses Islam, and two forms of Christianity are represented, both Western Christianity, later called Roman Catholicism, and Eastern Christianity, the Orthodox Christian interpretation. All debate, and Volodymyr actually comes very close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what would Russian history be like if, in fact, he adopted Judaism? But at the last minute, he says to the Jews from Khazaria, he says, "Okay, let's wrap it up. I want to become Jewish. Where do I sign out. But before we do, just tell me, where's your homeland? And the Chazars say, oh, sadly, Israel was our homeland, but it was taken away from us because of our many sins. And Volodymyr says, what? You guys live in exile? Forget it. I don't want that to happen to me. And so therefore he also comes very close to Islam, but in a rather humorous moment. He sort of says to the Muslim, he says, okay, great. Islam, that's the way to go. Sign me up. Let's first drink a l'chaim. And Muslim says, wait a second, you have to realize that in Islam, we don't drink alcohol. And he says, what? Are you kidding? We Russians love our little cups, which is, shot glasses. There's no way we're becoming Islamic. And as a result, he turns away from Islam. Then it comes down to the Roman Catholic Christian and the Orthodox. He ultimately, of course, chooses the Orthodox. And in 988, there is a mass baptism in the Dnieper River. And ultimately, Kiev and later its successor civilizations in Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia become Orthodox Christians. So that's perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars, the non-Jewish world. Okay, a fascinating and unusual chapter in Jewish history, but it's time to move on. Thank you for listening. Okay, so today we're going to talk about a subject that's of extreme importance in understanding the survival of the Jewish people. Obviously, we like to think there are a lot of supernatural forces involved, and one supernatural force in particular. But if we analyze the survival of the Jewish people, we can see that despite its apparently miraculous longevity, the Jewish people did put in place a lot of really significant sociological, even anthropological mechanisms that supported their survival throughout a very difficult diaspora filled with persecution and, on the other hand, threats of assimilation. And much of that success was due to the fact that they worked out a rather excellent communal structure known as the Kehillah. It's an organization that really helped the Jews survive. And in fact, it persists to the present day, not so much in the traditional sense of the term, but at the very least in the organization of synagogues. They adopt, by and large, the exact same structure of the Kehillah as was used in really the ancient period through the medieval up until the early modern period. So let's have a look at the Prezi and see exactly how that worked. Okay, so here we go. Here's our Prezi. And okay. This, by the way, is a rather amazing image. This is of the Wolpa Synagogue in Poland. I chose because I wanted to have some kind of facility that we could look at. You can see the really Oriental-style pagoda-like architecture that was common for many of these wooden synagogues in Eastern Europe. Many of these synagogues, I'm not sure if the Wolpa synagogue was included in them, were made entirely without nails, entirely with natural wood. The reason being Kabbalistic in nature, that nails being metal somehow defile the structure, and so they made it completely out of wood using tongue and groove techniques, really phenomenal works of art. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk about them in a later class. But at any rate, let's go to our topic, which is really Jewish communal structure. So the passage in Pirkei Avot really says it all. If there is no flour, there is no Torah. And if there is no Torah, there is no flour. Meaning, you have to have work in order to engage in it, and you have to have social activity and able to continue working. We need both of these things together. And in many ways, the way that the Kehillah was structured was essential to Jewish survival. The Kehillah supported Jewish survival, and ongoing Jewish survival, there was a perpetuation of the Kehillah structure. This would come crashing to a halt in the 19th century, and in many ways the Jewish world has suffered tremendously as a result of the Kehillah, still trying to figure out exactly how to define its existence after the loss of this institution that lasted close to 2 millennia. But nevertheless, let's concentrate on the ancient and medieval periods today. The Kehillah survived at keeping the Jews intact because there was a tremendous amount of coercion involved in the system. In other words, you had to belong to the Kehillah, and once you belonged to the Kehillah, you had to follow. It's very important that we understand, up until the late 18th century, really, the French Revolution, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You either belong to the Jewish community or you belong to another religious community, the Christian or the Muslim community, depending on which culture we're looking at. There was no such thing as saying, you know, I just feel like opting out. I don't feel like belonging to the Jewish community. Now, it's true, as I may have mentioned to you before, the current, inheritors, excuse me, of the Kehillah structure would be an institution like, let's say, the United Jewish Appeal, the Federation Movement. And once you get on their mailing list, the office through the FBI Witness Protection Program, but that's not true of the ancient period. In the ancient period, the only way was within a corporate structure, the Kehillah, or moving out to a different estate, let's say in a feudal system, like Christian peasants, and so on. On the other hand, if the Kehillah is overly coercive, if there is no freedom and no dissemination of power, then the Jewish community would simply dissipate of its own accord, as people would voluntarily elect to leave the community and join the other communities they had to compete with. There was no middle ground. You were either in or out. And we should remember that the Kehillah, even though it exercised this coercive power to keep the Jews intact, we should view the fact that they did so within the context of an often hostile minority. Tiny Jewish minority within an overall hostile environment can spell disaster, but the Kehillah was an important mechanism for keeping them alive. This is exemplified in the late 19th century work of Shalom Aleichem, the great Yiddish writer, who wrote, as you can see in this picture here, Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the Dairyman, popularized in English as Fiddler on the Roof. The idea being that Jews, like violinists, perched on the very top of a peaked roof, and they're trying to eke out the tune of their lives. They're trying to play music, all the while balancing precariously on the rooftop. And that was the nature of Jewish life, trying to figure out exactly how to maintain a Jewish existence within a hostile environment. And the Kehillah was one of the most profound balancing factors. Now, actually log in and see the Prezi. You can watch this little video of Tevye, where he talks about tradition and things like that. It's really great to watch it, but, actually maybe we should watch it because it's fun. No. We're going to go on. Go and log into the Prezi, and you'll be able to hold it properly. We're going to go past this. Okay, sad but true. Okay, so here's the Kehillah, and I've broken it up into several main parts, so you can understand the most significant elements of the Kehillah. The first element of the Kehillah, first section, were the so-called Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. This was typically an association of 5 men. Women were not seated on the Tuvei Ha'ir. This is a very androcentric institution. It's also a plutocratic institution, meaning it is dominated by wealthy individuals. The members of the Tuvei Ha'ir were expected, in exchange for the great honor of receiving these leadership positions, they were also expected to essentially write checks to the Jewish community. And so it was kind of give and take. Wealth gave privilege, but at the same time meant responsibility. And quite often, the Tuvei Ha'ir would have to underwrite a lot of the very important work that the Kehillah would do, as we shall see later. The Kehillah the Tuvei Ha'ir, would appoint one member who was known as the Parnas, or the president. The word Parnas and president are most likely related. but the Hebrew term parnas means the one who provides. The parnes means to feed, to provide, that kind of thing. And that was a very accurate term because the Tuvei were required to give of their own wealth to keep the society moving. There were periodic elections move in and off of the Tuvei, but this was a standard feature of every Kehillah. Now, the Tuvei was balanced by the Beit Din, typically comprised of 3 rabbis. The Beit Din were given the task of ensuring that everything that happened within the Kehillah, including the actions of the Tuvei, were entirely within the bounds of Jewish law, of halacha. And this meant that sometimes the Tuvei and the Beit Din come into conflict, especially because the salaries of the Beit Din were actually paid for by the taxes collected by the Tuvei and often supplemented by the Beit's own resources. So if the Beit Din were to be overly strict and demanding of the Tuvei, chances are the Beit Din, or at least part of the members, would simply be fired and they would lose their position. On the other hand, if the Tuvei did not behave in accordance with halakha, as clearly stipulated by the Beit Din, then the large masses, the Jewish population as a whole, would lose their confidence in the Tuvei and exert the kind of soft pressure that would ultimately cause Tuvei members to step out of those leadership roles. So the Beit Din and the Tuvei had kind of like a dynamic relationship of opposition and pressure that kept the whole thing basically running according to Talmudic law and with a fair degree of equity. The Beit Din would also, of course, be adjudicating all kinds of internal disputes as they occurred in the Kehillah, and was an essential aspect of making sure that there was consistency and integrity in all of the legal affairs of the Kehillah. Both the Tuvei and the Beit Din employed people called gabayim. The word legabot in Hebrew means to collect or to enforce. And I kind of like the term enforcer myself. Now, you may have heard this term gabai from synagogue membership, because there's always someone in the synagogue called the gabai whose job it is to basically make sure that everything runs properly during the services, that the correct people are called up to the Torah for the readings and the order and things like that, which doesn't sound like such a, it's an important task to running the community, but it doesn't sound like such a forceful task with a tremendous amount of authority. The traditional Gabayim, however, were extremely powerful because they were given the task of carrying out the will of the Tuvei and or the Beit Din. In the case of the Tuvei, the most thing the Gabayim would do was they would collect the taxes. They would have the responsibility of going out and making sure that every member of the Kehillah paid the required amount as assessed by the Tuvei. And so this is a system. It's not like an income tax system where you fill out your forms and you have appeals and things like that. But the Tuvei would basically have a look at your wealth and say, okay, you have 3 cows this year, so we think you should pay this amount of money. And you would have to surrender it. And if you didn't like it, the Gabayim would come. And if you didn't like that either, well, then you could run into the Gabayim of the Beit Din, which could impose even further sanctions. They could impose fines. They could impose social ostracism, meaning, like, for example, you would lose synagogue privileges, or there would be proclamations saying people couldn't do business with you for a period of or most seriously, you could lose burial privileges, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. The Gabayim had a tremendous amount of authority because they were acting on the decrees of the Beit Din and or of the Tuvei, and they had a tremendous amount of impact on society. Again, though, the coercive nature of the Kehillah, although it may rank modern sensibilities, is essential to keeping the Kehillah functioning. They have standards and consistency and make sure that Jews comply. Well, I should also mention that corporal punishment was not at all unknown. That, for example, let's say a person refused to appear before the Beit Din when summoned on repeated basis, let's say, then that person could actually receive lashes, failing to comply with the Beit Din's demands. Now, the majority of the work of the Kehillah The actual functioning of the Kehillah was done by the Chevrot, and these were dominated by women. The Tuvayir, the Beit Din, the Gabayim, all male, but the Chevrot predominantly female. The word Chevra in Hebrew means association or a group of friends, and basically we could translate this term as committees. There were a whole host of committees that were dedicated to serving all the needs of the Kehillah. Things like taking care of orphans, taking care of widows, taking care of poor brides, taking care of travelers, study associations, you name it. Anything that the Kehillah wanted to organize, they would create one of these free-form committees, again, dominated by women, who would then use some of the resources that were given to them by the Tuvayir to make sure that they could carry out. So let's say, for example, very common, you have the Hachna, the providing for poor brides. There'd be a certain number of brides in the Kehillah that did not have sufficient means to set up their first home, and so there would be a Chevra, Hachnasas Kala Chevra, that would go to the Tuvayir, and they would say, all right, we have so many brides this year, we need so much money, and the Tuvayir would have to disperse those funds. Ideally, from taxes collected from the large tax base of the Kehillah as a whole, but more often that they would have to actually come out with some of the money from their own pockets. So the Chevra would be responsible for carrying out this function within society, and they would rely on the Tuvayir to provide them with things. We should all understand that compared to surrounding Muslim or Christian societies, the Jewish level of social service, the social safety net, as it were, was massive. There was very little comparison. The Jews were really very, very self-sufficient as a community, creating all of the various institutions they needed to care for those who are downtrodden within society. The Gabayim, if we can go back for a second and remember these guys, one of their functions was collecting, for example, for the weekly relief. As described, for example, in Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, there will be several different funds, one for people, not even 2 meals worth of food to their name, one for people who had like 3 days worth of food, and another, let's say, for people who needed food for the Sabbath, or especially for, Passover. That's the Gabayim would go out and they would collect all of this money door to door, and the Chevras would be in charge of dispersing it as appropriate. Now, these are the form. I forgot to mention the most important Chevra of all, the so-called Chevra Kadisha, the holy Chevra. And the Chevra Kadisha, it was a male and a female Chevra, were associated specifically with Jewish burials. Chevra Kadisha was typically populated only by the most respected, typically older members of the community for Kabbalistic reasons, which we won't get into right now. And the Chevra Kadisha had tremendous authority. If they were so commanded by the Beit Din, or in some cases the Tuvayir, the Chevra Kadisha could withhold funeral services from a recalcitrant member of the community. And this was taken very seriously by the communities. The thought of not having a Jewish burial struck fear into the hearts of Kehillah members, and typically even a warning that the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury a Jewish member of the Kehillah was sufficient to get them to comply with the standards of the Kehillah as a whole. Now, of all these groups, we should remember that there were a few alternative loci of power, meaning places where you could exercise power. There were a few kind of like disruptive power structures that were tolerated within the Kehillah for special occasions. One of my favorites, for example, is that if a woman felt that she was not being treated well by the Beit Din or the Tuvayir, and she felt that her case was not being considered adequately, for whatever reason it would be, she could actually go into the synagogue on the Sabbath morning, do the Torah reading. She could in the men's section and go right up and stand on the bima with the Torah open and refuse to allow the service to continue. Of course, it requires a separation of men and women during traditional services until her case was heard. And this was a huge public embarrassment for the year or the Beit in if they had not been handling her case properly. And it was kind of a threat that many people could use, women could use in particular, to exert their will despite the lack of power. The occasions in which this would typically be exercised is, let's say, for example, if a woman separated from her husband and her husband refused to grant her the requisite get or bill of the way Jewish law is structured, ultimately divorce only happens when the husband grants the wife a bill of divorce. It's a situation that is extremely dire in the 20th and 21st centuries as the divorce rate increased, and that's maybe for something we'll talk about at the end of this course. But it's not an unknown phenomenon throughout Jewish history. Now, if a woman felt that, she was being pressured unfairly, let's say, have her parents pay off her husband's debts before he would give the get, and they didn't have enough money or things like that, then one of the ways that she could retaliate is simply by going to the synagogue and stopping the services, publicly shaming both her ex-husband, who's actually still married to her but separated, and the holders of real power, the Tuvei and the Beit Din, into acting more forcefully. And of course, as mentioned, they could use corporal punishment to make sure that the husband gives her the get. So that's kind of like the main structures of the Jewish communal structure. To jump ahead to the 16th and 17th century, all the way really through the 18th century, one of the most fascinating elements of the entire system is when a whole bunch of these kehilas, essentially Jewish municipalities, got together and decided to unite, and they formed something known as the Council of Lands, Council of Four Lands, in which they brought all of the kehilas together into essentially a government within a government, a state within a state that existed in the medieval and early modern Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have meetings twice a year in the market city of Lublin and discuss all kinds of issues important to the entire region, including, for example, husbands who run out on their wives giving a get and they move from one city to another. Well, the Kehila system allowed for a level of standardization so that people could not escape their due. They were also quite involved with copyright law. They instituted the so-called Haskama, because this was coming out around the time that printing was popularized. The Haskama that is today called an approbation at the front of a typical traditional religious book will usually say, some rabbi will write a letter saying this book is kosher and it will not pollute your mind if you read it, things like that. But back then, the Haskama was designed mainly to enforce copyright, telling readers of the book that they are not allowed to republish this book on their own until a certain point in time has arrived and things like that. They also, kind of interesting, they engaged heavily in sumptuary legislation, which essentially are laws limiting consumption. How so? One of the things that went on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was that Jews would make celebrations, simchas, for a circumcision or for a wedding, a bar mitzvah, and there was a significant amount of one-upmanship, where if let's say Reuven made a bar mitzvah and he would serve 3 kinds of gefilte fish, then when Shimon had to make his bar mitzvah, he would serve at least 4 kinds of gefilte fish, and then when Levi wanted to make his, even though he had very little money, he couldn't certainly offer less than 4. His friend Shimon did that, and costs skyrocketed. Simchas just ballooned up, and so the Council of Land said, okay, now on, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish at a bar mitzvah. You cannot invite more than 300 people to a wedding. They kept on making these laws over, and which indicates that people simply weren't paying attention. That despite the highfalutin nature of this really huge agglomeration, gathering, let's say, kehilot, they still were not paying attention when it came to things like how we're going to run our own simchas. That's kind of a funny thing. Maybe we'll return to it when we get to the modern period. At any rate, that's the entire story for now of the structure of the Kehila. It's we should bear in mind that it was very coercive. that the Tubayir would assess your taxes and you would have to pay it. You would have tax collectors, the Gabayim, coming. Of course, it was a progressive tax where if you made less money, you had to pay less to the communal funds and so on. But the Tubayir, with the Beit Din in particular, really helped keep the Jewish people in line and behaving with one basic Talmudic standard of law, which was important at keeping the Jewish community well structured and keeping its vitality intact. When we get to the 18th century, we'll see that the destruction of the Kehillah, which came with the French Revolution of 1789, and in Russia with the formal decree in 1844, for example, this structure ended. And although Jews now had much more freedom in terms of defining their own identities, often secular identities, in contravention to traditional Jewish law and practice, nevertheless, that also opened up the very dangerous avenues to assimilation, as Jews simply did off the sides of core population. So that's basically it. Overview of Jewish structure. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to talking with you in the next lecture. And welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today we're going to look at Jews in medieval economy. To start with, much of our thinking about Jews in the economy is colored, unfortunately, by the image of Shylock. This is a character devised by Shakespeare of a medieval money lender in Venice. The title of the play, The Merchant of Venice. And Shylock is angered by the fact that his daughter has decided to marry a non-Jew. And in the context of the play, what Shylock does is he proposes the extremely harsh punishment to his debtor, exacting a pound of flesh for a loan that he failed to repay. The story ends up well for everyone except for Shylock, of course, but the idea of Shakespeare's play really resonated very deeply in the Western and kind of codified an image of the Jew as avaricious, unscrupulous individual who involved with his and will stop at nothing to get. So to a certain degree, grossly unfair and anti-Semitic portrayal of Jews. Although I will highly recommend Shakespeare's play, I think that it's not at all a monochromatic or multidimensional representation of Jews. The money-lending Jew Shylock comes off quite pathetic in certain passages. But let's try and understand what are the roots of this anti-Semitic image and understand the role that the Jews played in the economy and how that affected their relationship with people around them. This is primarily true, by the way, we're speaking today about Jews in the medieval Christian. Within the Muslim world, things are slightly different. We're not going to treat that today. Okay, so first of all, in order to appreciate any sense of the Jews in the medieval economy, one must understand that Jews are a deeply and fundamentally urban people. Not since the Jews left the land of Israel in the first century when in the Roman exile, and until really their return in the late 19th century with the advent of the Zionists, have Jews been agrarian to any significant degree. For example, here is a Yiddish, looks like a film script, but shows the Jewish farmer, and I think it actually means the Jewish farmer. I mean, this is him. His name is Shloimi. That guy behind him there isn't even a farmer. He's just helping him out. The idea is that there's so few Jewish farmers everywhere. Anyway, even Tevye, the rural dweller of the shtetl in Fiddler on the Roof, merry man himself. He wasn't even a worker of the land per se. And this is basically a truism for much of Jewish history. For reasons that I hope to explore in the next 15 minutes or so. But Jews basically avoided the agrarian experience having left their homeland in Israel in the first century. They congregated in urban areas, either small urban areas like villages or increasingly in large cities. And this has on what kind of professions Jews would choose and what kind of economic impact they would have in society. Here's a picture of typically Jewish urban. And Jews are a very gregarious people. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue to form a minyan, a mikvah for the family purity law, within distance of a restaurant for sure. So these are the kinds of things that really make Jews want to live in an urban environment. And don't forget, it's also quite a bit safer for Jews to live in an urban environment, to live closer together, in many cases behind ghetto walls that were actually preferred and selected by the Jews themselves in many cases, because this did not so much prevent the Jews from leaving the ghetto as it prevented from marauders from getting into the ghetto. If you find this a very difficult concept to grasp, all you have to do is come down here to South Florida and drive around Boca Raton, and you'll see all these massive installations of Jews in things called gated communities, which are essentially, modern self-imposed ghettos, because they're kind of keeping hoi polloi out and protecting the civilization within. So Jews are a fundamentally very urban population. Ironically, this means that they come into close contact with another highly urbanized element of the medieval population, and that is the clergy. Jews, because they were increasingly living in larger towns and in cities, this is where the cathedrals were built. These were where peasants would gather for their church services, and so Jews and Catholic clergy were regularly elbows in the urban environment, which had an unusual kind of spin-off effect in their relationship. We'll talk about that more in the next lecture. But that's the first point. Jews are highly urbanized. Take away the ancient period when Jews lived in their land, take away the modern Israeli period where they live in their land once again, and in the 2,000 years in between, they're really a very urbanized people. Now, in that urban environment, it's important to realize that medieval is structured quite differently from modern society. In modern society, we are citizens and the government deals with us as individuals. We all have a label called a social security number, for example, in the States, or insurance number in Canada. And the government wants to know exactly our individual taxes, and we have to pay on an individual basis to the society. And we're judged individually and, tried individually and so on and so forth. This is not at all the case in the much more primitive medieval environment, in which people were grouped within communities, or more properly, corporations. This is sometimes called the feudal nature of society, in which people basically kind of like were coalesced, forcibly so often, within certain segments of society that correspond loosely to economic activities. We look a little bit closer at this very simple drawing that shows serfs and peasants, the largest group of the population, who are occupying the bottom of this triangle. Above them are knights and vassals, who are engaged in various military affairs and things, so on and so forth. Above them you have the nobles and the church, and then finally you have the very top, the king. This is a fairly simplistic drawing, but this is the basic idea of feudal society. Now the question that remains is, where do Jews fit within this? They're certainly not the king. Church, are they noble? Hardly. They're certainly not knights either. And are they serfs? No, they're not agrarian. They're living in an urban environment. So are they? So early on in the medieval period, Jews took on the status known as servi camerae, which is Latin for serfs or servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber. This was a really important thing that had a tremendous impact on protecting the Jews and allowing them to survive much of the medieval period. Specifically, it has to do with the Abramson rule of history, which is money. It's really all about money. Now, in all of those other groups, for the most part, were not generating income. money, as we today, in terms of currency, which of course back then was just coins and metals, was not in large supply. People were dealing with barter, a lot of service exchange, so you didn't have a lot of in society. But the Jews were going to be very prominently figured in commercial activities. And the Jews were the ones who were actually accumulating money, as we understand it today, of cash. So the king realized this, advantage of it by taking the Jews directly under his own economic supervision and taxing them directly without any intervening reporting relationships. For example, the knights did not tax the Jews, the church did not tax the Jews, only the king taxed the Jews. And this meant that there was a symbiotic relationship where the king had a vested interest in the economic well-being and the physical survival of the Jews in his kingdom. Because the more they survived, the more they flourished, tax income he could derive from it. This often put the king at odds with the clergy, and there was a secular and religious conflict over, what role the Jews played in society. But this fact that they were servi camerai, extremely influential in affecting the Jews throughout most of the world. Now, in that regard, how were Jews making money? The most important single piece of legislation that affected Jewish activity was the so-called Law of Gratian. Gratian was a church official 12th century who codified a practice, official canon law, that allowed Jews to act as money lenders. Were they allowed to act as money lenders? They had a guaranteed monopoly on money on interest. Specifically, it's based on this idea that Jews and Christians, and actually Muslims to a different degree, in common, that it is to lend or on interest one's fellow. Listen, Deuteronomy said, you may charge interest to a stranger, you may not charge interest to your fellow. Which means, as the Jews interpret it, Jews may not borrow money and pay interest on it from another Jew. Jews may not pay interest to another Jew at all. And I've tried calling up the various credit cards that I have in my wallet to see if the CEO is Jewish, but I haven't had too much success with that. At any rate, Christians, under Gratian in particular, interpreted this verse exactly the same way. To your brother, you must lend money without charging interest. To a stranger, you may charge interest. And so therefore, what that meant was that Christians couldn't borrow money from each other and pay interest, but they could borrow money from a Jew. And let's understand how important money lending is in society. That's the only way that you are going to get any kind of commerce happening. That's the only way you're going to have any kind of advancement in the economy. Let's say, for example, it's an agrarian economy and people are farming and they invest in their seed. They put their seed in the ground and then they've got to wait. Until they can harvest it. And since the harvest is going to be months down the road, therefore they have to get some way to get through this difficult period. They borrow money at interest and then they'll pay it back at harvest time. So the Jewish activity as money lenders was extremely important for preserving and advancing the medieval economy. Here's an interesting image showing a Jewish medieval money lender. See him on the right there. He's wearing, so obviously this is designed by a Christian artist because you can see the bottom of his robe, he's got some Hebrew letters there. It's actually pseudo-Hebrew because the artist doesn't know how to make in this woodcut. And on the left is a Christian money lender, a borrower. You can see that he's clean shaven. That's one of the marks of Christians in this period. His money bag, which is on his belt, is empty. You can see kind of like the artist's rendition of empty pockets there. And he doesn't have any pants. I mean, come on. He can't even afford a pair of pants. No, I'm just joking. He's wearing hose. But anyway, he's got his hand out saying, I need money. And the Jew is sitting there with a big bag of money and he's counting out and so on. And he even has on his desk a primitive calculator known as an abacus to help him calculate the rates of it and so on. Now, why would Jews want to go into money lending? Because one would think, it's not such a nice profession, maybe. Why would you want to go into this? So here's the advantages. It's pretty clear. First of all, it's profitable. You can make a lot of money from money lending. Well, we should understand that the interests that were charged in the medieval period could approach 50% interest. That's huge. That's more like the department store credit cards. Huge amount of interest. And very commonly, 30% interest rate. Secondly, as we mentioned before, it is urban. It allows Jews to remain in their, traditional living quarters among other Jews and so on, assembling minyanim and things like that. Thirdly, it's intellectual labor, and perhaps another way to put that is not physical labor. Imagine the life of a farmer digging in the ground from dusk till dawn, and backbreaking labor, and any weather and all kinds of stuff like that. This is much easier work. You work with your brain instead of your back, so definitely much more attractive. It's portable because from time to time Jews would exiled from their homeland or from their place of residence. We'll talk about why that is in a moment. And so, when you have money, it's very one place to another. You can bury it, come back and get it. It's not like real estate where, it's stuck. And if you're exiled, that's it. You've lost it. So it's a very significant form of portable wealth. And finally, this kind of job is very easy. You can keep banker's hours, let's say 10 till 3, and the rest of the time you have for Talmudic study and things like that. So moneyland definitely has a lot of advantages. The disadvantages, though, are also significant. First of all, there's of non-payment. Now, it's true that you have recalcitrant customers who will not pay you back. Because the Jews were serving Kamarai, they could call on the king to enforce the arrangements and force recalcitrant debtors. Very difficult thing to do. You involve a lot. You got to pull a lot of weight. Secondly, even though this is an essential function in society, they want to promote some popularity. For example, credit cards. Everybody loves credit cards. When you get an application in the mail, it feels like free money, right? You don't have to do anything about it. But when you start getting those bills, and the bills just don't go minimum payments, you feel about it. So there's going to be a popular resentment built against the Jews. When you get to the lecture on the Eastern European Center, you'll see how that really could result in sometimes catastrophic violence. In some occasions, this meant there were popular uprisings, of which there were several, for example, in the 17th century, that devastated Jewish communities. And sometimes a situation like in the 13th century, where the Jews would be lending money to powerful lords, and when the debt was simply too high, the Lord said, "You better to cut our losses, let's just kick out. It'd be easier to keep our debts clean, not have any moves." Then, for example, what happened in France in the 13th century, the Jews were actually expelled 3 times, which meant that back 4 times, because what would happen is they would be expelled because the debt would get too high, and then people say, we really need that credit function to bring the Jews back, start money lending that is low, get them out of them. It's like a friend of mine that was at my shul who was kicked out of yeshiva 3 times, and I said to him, yeah, but that means you were accepted twice at least. Okay, aside. Anyways, so that's the money thing was certainly the backbone. It was the primary, pillar of the Jewish economy for much of the medieval period and many of the countries in which they lived. But that was by no means the only way that Jews, supported themselves in this economy. For example, Jews were highly active in a whole range of trades. Remember, if the vast majority of the population, we're talking about over 95% of the population is farmers, they generally don't have a lot of time or leisure to develop specialized crafts. And so as a result, these urbanized Jews began to socially stratify their activities in highly specialized activities like the needle trades, in which Jews excelled later on in history. Also silversmithy, making gold objects, anything from simple spoons and knives. And by the way, by the kind of surnames that Jews often have, like Schneider, which means tailor, or Zilber, silversmith, all kinds of things like that. They're also involved in music and the arts. This, by the way, is in the center there in white jacket is my good friend Aaron Kula, who leads an amazing modern klezmer troupe called the Klezmer Company Orchestra. I'll try and play some music of his under the background when I edit this video. And because Jews have the potential to get to rehearse, unlike peasants who are living far and spread apart in their farms and things like that, it meant that Jews were able to develop in the arts significantly, and many of these medieval musicians were Jewish, certainly in 19th century Eastern Europe. And another interesting aspect of Jewish activity was tavern keeping. You see in this depiction showing Jewish tavern keepers and a pleasant musician there with looks like Polish, perhaps Ukrainian clientele. Jews could set up these way stations for peasants to either come in and get a drink or for travelers to actually enjoy a hotel meal. It's also related to the distribution and production of alcohol, which Jews often have a monopoly on, especially in Eastern Europe, something called provenantia, and this is also a profession that continued over into modern. Finally, we should understand that many Jews were, again, we're talking about Jews who were organized, literate, which made them highly distinct from the rest of the population, and so they were able to engage in real professions as well, such as, for example, medicine. Jews certainly were involved in medicine from a very early medieval period and excelled in that field. Maimonides, for example, and continues once through to the modern period as well. So that's just an overview of many of the types of occupations that Jews were engaged in. They all really hinge on the fact that Jews were urbanized. And I think that of their dwelling arrangements has a lot of, that's really a key idea to understand much of what happens in medieval Jewish history. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's lecture is remarkably unpleasant and a lot of nasty stuff. We're going to talk about medieval anti-Semitism. A warning straight up, a lot of the images that I will need to use to illustrate the nature of medieval anti-Semitism are quite graphic and kind of painful to look at. So if you are under the age of 18, this might not be the right video for you to look at. There we go, fair warning. Okay, so the first thing we need to say about anti-Semitism is that it's bad. The second thing is that it can be broken down into 4 basic periods. One of the really unusual aspects of anti-Semitism as a human ideology is that it really adapts to the nature of the society in which it is finding its host. It adapts to its host like a virus, really. And you'll see that, anti-Semitism can fertile soil in places where there are hardly any Jews, like Japan, for example, where there's a lot of fascination with the protocols of the Elder Design. We'll talk about that later. And it'll be radically different in nature, the anti-Semitism of 12th century, very different kind of phenomenon. There are 4 basic periods. We're going to focus on the third, but let's quickly run through those 4 basic periods in which anti-Semitism shifted its ideology. The first period is known as that of ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia refers to the fear of strangers. And this is kind of like the period in which Jews suffered a certain amount of at the hands of Greeks and Romans and other ancient people. and a lot of literatures from this period have negative things to say about Jews. However, most of those stay in the category of cultural conflict between human societies that differ one from another. And it's not unlike the way, let's say, Chinese people may have an antipathy to Vietnamese or Scandinavians of various stripes might dislike one another. It's normal for people not to like each other to a certain degree and to say nasty things about each other behind their backs and in print. And so, to a large degree, much of antipathy directed against Jews in the ancient period was related to misunderstandings in the basic practice. For example, the maintenance of a separate diet through laws, circumcision, so on. Well, let's look at one image to give you a sense of this. This, of course, the famous art of Titus or Titus that commemorated for the Romans the destruction of Judah and the temple and so on. And if you zoom in here and you have a look on the inside, there's actually this image that depicts Romans carrying off into slavery, and there's the menorah there, depicted the. Now, many people misunderstand this as a piece of anti-Semitic iconography. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's certainly, a piece of war monumental architecture. It commemorates a Roman victory over the Jews, no matter how it was and how much the Jews disliked it. But these kinds of memorials are very typical for the ancient, medieval, and might even say the modern world. There's nothing distinctly anti-Semitic about this, other than the fact that the Jews happen to be the victims in this particular image. So, in other words, ancient xenophobia is mainly a normal kind of conflict between Jews and non-Jews, just like many human societies have conflicts. Now, anti-Semitism gets a special character, which is something that's specifically for Jews when we get to the early Christian period. And now we're talking about basically the late 1st century up until, let's say, the 9th century. And this is a little different, and I would like this more time with this, but I've already given a lecture on this where you can zip back and see that. The basic idea, though, is that now, since Christianity is kind of like a daughter religion to Judaism, it's kind of like a breakaway minion that went viral and became a massively successful religion. There's a certain amount of tension that comes not from the normal intercourse or fissure between two peoples, but rather the kind of birth pangs of a new religion out of the old. And there will be tensions between the mother and the daughter, so to speak, of those religions. So early Christian Judaism is basically represented as a kind of a theological dispute, a dispute between a rabbi and a priest over what is the correct way to worship God. It certainly does not have the same kind of violent character that will appear in the Middle Ages, although there are exceptions to that rule. There are some really nasty things stated by St. John Chrysostom, for example, and others. But if you look at these images here, in the center you have a classic rendition of this way of thinking. None of these images date from the earliest periods, but they are, most of them are come hundreds of years later, but they really illustrate these attitudes. We don't have much in the way of artwork depicting it earlier. These are the Ecclesia et Synagoga sculptures or paintings or stained glass windows, which represent the church versus the synagogue. On the left is always the church, and she has an upright staff. She's crowned. She's got a straight posture, and so on. And on the right is representation of the synagogue, falling from the rock in an act of posture of decline, a broken staff, sometimes holding the tablets of the law upside down, meaning she's losing even her Judaism. And of course, she's usually blindfolded, meaning she can't perceive the truth of Christianity. So this is kind of like more specifically directed at Jews. It wouldn't make sense if this was Koreans. It has to be Christians and Jews specifically. And it repeats itself literally of times throughout. Here's another example, more crude. You can see the crown falling off the head of the synagogue. And this one here, a little more interesting, I think, but the blindfold is really very clearly depicted. And she's holding the tablets of the law upright. And here's a nasty one, 14th century German stained glass, and on the left you see doing really well, the upright staff, riding a tetramorph, a mythic beast, and a hand comes down from heaven, crowns the church, indicating pretty obvious signal of divine approval. But on the right, synagogue not doing so well, riding some kind of donkey or mule, not with the same connotation. Jesus riding holding on to the severed ram's head, which refers to the sacrificial law. The crown is being knocked off the head. The blindfolded, in case you missed the point here, there is a sword descending from heaven to the top of the skull of synagogue. Once again, a very clear signal of divine disapproval. This is kind of like a little more violent representation of it. It overlaps medieval period because it comes from the 14th century, but the notion is that it's still essentially a theological dispute at its core. Things change a lot in the medieval period, and we're going to talk a lot more about it, so I'm going to skip past it just to catch you up with where we are right now. Modern anti-Semitism, which really dates from the 19th onward, that's why the way the term anti-Semitism waned. In the 19th century, the term that was au courant in German was Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred. It was kind of like a rude term, a vulgar term. So Wilhelm, a writer in the 1880s, coined this term, Semitismus, which means I'm not a Jew. I hate the Semitic philosophy, by which he means obviously Jew philosophy, whatever that is, and that's where we get the term anti-Semitism. It's more appropriately spelled without a hyphen because there is no such thing as Semitism that one could be anti. At any rate, here's a representations of modern anti-Semitic thought, which basically comprises two main themes, none of which is religious. One of the big shifts with the modern period is that religion is kind of shunted aside. It's no longer relevant to the same degree it was in the medieval or the early Christian era. And now anti-Semitism is a secular phenomenon and also a much more dangerous phenomenon. As anti-Semitism leaves behind its religious roots, the violent correlation is inescapable. And this is a invitation of the Jewish peril, and you can see the idea here of the as a kind of a ugly tarantula creature, and you can see the disfigured me, which is typical of racist representations of Jews. They always have the heavy nose and the jowls and things like that. And the tarantula reaching all over the globe is indicative of the theory of conspiracy, right? Here is an interesting example from Saudi Arabia with an octopus. Again, the tentacles reaching out everywhere, controlling media, finance, stuff like that. Here's a 1977 British edition. And you can see once again the image, right? Because the snake reaches out over and encompasses the globe. In case the heavy nose and jowls and yarmulke were not enough to tip off, the snake has the star down, so you can tell, well, this is actually a Jewish snake that's represented. And here's one of my favorites. This is a great one. Mexico, 1930. The Invisible World Government, the Jewish program to subjugate the globe. And you can see the heavy kind of capitalist representation of Jew with big nose and jowls, the yarmulke, the watch fob, little dollar sign, and of course he's with his clans, he's squeezing the world. I don't know about that world around here to squeeze, but that you get the idea, right? So that's modern anti-Semitism. Now we have to get back to the nastiness of medieval anti-Semitism. And there are four basic elements that are especially pronounced in the medieval period, by which I mean, by the way, for this context, really the high Middle Ages till about 1700. That's kind of not the standard definition of Middle Ages for other purposes, but in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, this is basically when it works. In the 12th century, you get the development of this idea of ritual murder. It had some, antecedents, but the basic idea is that a child is somehow lured by a Jew for nefarious purposes. This is a theme, the alleged pedophilia that will penetrate very deeply into the Nazi period. And then that child is then set up for some kind of mock crucifixion and killed in the process. Again, let me reiterate that these things did not happen. I mean, Jews did, God forbid, never did anything like this. There were, however, children like, today, God forbid, we have such terrible things where children are occasionally kidnapped and murdered. God forbid, it should not happen to any of us. But it is but an evolution. They want some kind of reason. They want to know, how could such horrible thing happen? And the Jews were often a scapegoat where they were accused of doing these things. And the Jewish communities throughout Europe suffered greatly as a result of these false charges. Now, why to do this? Well, the idea was, if the Jews were originally responsible for the death of Jesus, which is also not true. Please have a look at my lecture on Judaism, the origins of Christianity. I discuss the charge of deicide in a little more detail. Then perhaps they want to do it again vicariously. And what better victim to represent Jesus than an innocent child? So the argument goes, and anti-Semitism has kind of like a bizarre but internal logic that allows it to somehow hold together and make sense to its practitioners. Jews wanted to reenact the crucifixion, the passion, through this act of ritual murder. It then devolves into an even nastier form of charge against the Jews. Once again, a totally false charge known as the blood libel, or in Hebrew, alilat dam. And the argument in the blood libel is that not only do the Jews want to re-crucify an innocent victim, like Jesus was crucified, they also want to take his blood for all kinds of crazy reasons. There was this argument that Jews had an unusual odor, and the only deodorant that would take care of it was Christian blood. The blood was used as a kind of what's that word again? When you make people love you. Why do I forget that word? Well, hopefully, to do these things in one take for some reason. Aphrodisiac. There you go, aphrodisiac. I knew I would get it. The blood was an aphrodisiac. It was assisting in, pregnancies, things like that. There was even an argument that Jewish men menstruated, and since this was the age before the iron pills, they had to take this blood to replenish their lost iron. Pretty bizarre things. But anyway, here's a representation of the murder of Simon of Trent. He's a young Christian child here, and he's being surrounded by Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the little round ruel on their clothing, which was a mark that Jews were required to wear in many parts of Europe after 1215. And they're torturing him. They're trying to put in the same wounds that Jesus suffered in his side and so on. And they're also performing a circumcision and collecting the blood, which they will then use. Oh, of course, obviously, I forgot. There was arguments that the Jews used the blood for the Passover matzah, or for the wine used at the Passover Seder. Note also that Passover always occurs around the time of Easter, which is the Christian celebration of the crucifixion of Jesus, and so therefore all these things come together seasonally, and there's typically the same kind of violence against Jews following these kinds of charges throughout much of the Middle Ages. You can see on the left there is a woman there, and she's bringing in all kinds of torture devices and so on to help out with this. Very nasty, but it gets worse. One of the major ideas that was circulating in the Christian world in the 13th century onward was the notion of union, and the idea of the host, which is essentially a wafer. In the Orthodox Church, it's like a cube of bread, and it's the body of Jesus, which I'm certainly no expert in, but a Christian would go through the confession rituals and so on, and they would be able to take communion, which involved the consumption of this wafer, which represented the body. So the argument was, if the wafer, the body of Jesus, and you want to say, here's the strange logic of anti-Semitism, that Jews want to, crucify Jesus and torture him, then doesn't it also make sense that Jews would also want to torture the host as well. And that's what this wafer was called. So we have all kinds of crazy stories circulating after the century that Jews, and by the way, of course, that these stories circulated served to support the argument that the wafer was in fact the body of Jesus, because if it wasn't, why would the Jews allegedly want to torture? Here's an example of some Jews with a very large wafer that they're poking with these kind of sharp things, and it's bleeding. Here is one of my personal favorites. I mean, and it's kind of bizarre that I have these things as favorites. It shows what I do with my spare time. But this is, I believe, from the German town of Posen, and it's a broadsheet that actually shows in a cartoon fashion, step by step, how a charge of host desecration would rise. Let's look at it a little closely. So on the left, there's a Christian who's gone into a church, and he is stealing the wafers. You can see he's scooping them up into his bag. Then in the second panel, brings them to the Jews. You can see Ruel on their clothes, indicate they are Jews, and he offers the wafers, which they then exchange money. They take it to the dog, and on the right-hand panel, you torture it, and miraculously the host bleeds. It's up the Ten Commandments there in the artist's imagination, what Hebrew letters look like. However, the police, sensing something is wrong, come to the door in the left panel here, while the Jews try to get rid of it. They do in the second panel by throwing it into the furnace. Amazingly, looking into the furnace, they see the small child, and doves fly out, which are caught by angels, all representations of miracles associated with the host. Then the Christians break in, arrest the Jews, and on the right panel, some of them are beheaded. You can notice that the Jew on his knee there is wearing the Judenhut, also a mandated article of clothing in many areas of medieval Europe. It later evolved into the witch's cap and the dunce cap, but it was associated originally with Jews. And finally, on the left, you see there's horrible torture of the Jews, and they're set on fire. And then in the third panel, the Christian himself is taken off, tortured, and punished. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So that's kind of like how these blood libels and host desecration would work. Again, please understand, this is a video, and I don't want you to walk away with the wrong message. Jews did not do these crazy things, but they were often charged with it falsely, and violence was frequently the end result. Here's one last illustration. This is one of my favorites. There's a brilliant book by Nina Rubin on this topic, and she uses this illustration there. You can see the father here, the aged patriarch. He's torturing the host. It's bleeding there. The mother is saying, "Oy vey mir," like, because she's shocked. It's her rather adult-looking son, kind of a creepy picture, for lots of reasons. But the adult-looking son is saying, "Mommy, mommy, my brother, whom your father threw in the cauldron for suggesting he wanted to become a Christian, has now rising up out of the cauldron like that." And that's also part of a cycle of stories that was prevalent in the medieval period. Very nasty stuff. But wait, it gets worse. Finally, one of the last representations of medieval anti-Semitism is the so-called Judensaal. Fascinating and totally grotesque idea. It means literally the Jewish pig. And it is a bizarre evolution or devolution of a judicial device that was employed in certain parts of Germany to punish minor offenders with caricatures drawn of them. And they were often, and these caricatures would be drawn and posted, and that was kind of like a punishment for various minor crimes. They were often drawn in these caricatures as consorting with pigs in one way or another, and they were often labeled Jews as a kind of a mocking device. And later, as that judicial device went into disuse, the whole idea of the association between Jews and pigs nevertheless maintained its status. So here's, for example, an image, and it has many of the common elements in the Judensaal. You can see that there are 4 Jews involved in various activities. Once again, right in the center of the backs of the 2 middle Jews, you see the Ruel, the Jewish badge, and the figures on the outside. You can see the Judenhut, and they're inspecting the anuses of the cow, the sow, and drinking its milk and so on. Here in this image, which is more typical, you see the elements of the devil being involved. You see on the right-hand side, the devil with his horns, also wearing the Ruel, is actively assisting Jews eating the excrement from the pig. You see there's a woman in the background, and she's also holding a ram's head, which we saw in a different image earlier for similar reasons, though. And on the top, there's a victim blood libel. Here's one more, Frankfurt, same kind of thing. You see the themes reiterated over and over again with minor variations based on artistic license. So if we take this all as a whole, I think the most important message about this third period of anti-Semitism, I really should have said earlier, is that it goes from, starting with the first level, you have the xenophobia, which can be expressed in violence. I mean, I'm not diminishing the violence, just the nature of the ideology behind the activity is basically a natural human conflict, no matter how severe it may erupt into violence or warfare. And then it goes into specifically a dispute between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism, which can express itself with violence, but for the most part, it's basically a theological argument. And then when you get to the 12th century, suddenly anti-Semitism goes off the rails, and it becomes really pathological with lots of bizarre things like that Jews need to drink blood and kill children, and none of this was present in the early Christian anti-Judaism. When we get to the modern period, specifically the 19th century and onward, people stop believing these kinds of crazy things, but they still want to have an antipathy to Jews, so they have to justify it in a different way. They do that primarily through racism and conspiracy theories. We will unfortunately have to talk about that in another lecture later on. But for the time being, I'm sorry that I had to expose you to these kinds of images. I hope that you found them enlightening, and hopefully we can keep all of this stuff clearly in the history of humanity and not have to deal with it in the future. Thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. Well, our topic for today is what is modern Jewish history? And the goal is to try and figure out really the meaning of all three of those words, modern, Jewish, and history. I think we'll probably focus primarily on modern and Jewish is a tough one, but we'll try and do this in the space of about 20, 25 minutes or so, maybe even. It's an interesting, the picture that in the background there is kind of interesting. It's a postcard from the turn of the 20th century. It was very popular at the time for Jews to send out these kinds of postcards, especially on Rosh Hashanah. Today, many people give out the high holiday cards, and it shows the American eagle on the left welcoming the Russian eagle, and underneath their counterparts are the well-to-do American Jews with their hands outstretched, reaching out to the dark, huddled masses of Russian Jews who are immigrating. This commemorates the waves of immigration that began in 1881 that we'll talk about in another topic. But this is welcoming the Jews from Eastern Europe to American shores. So too, this lecture is about welcoming modernity to Jewish history. So let's start by understanding these terms, medieval and modern. They're often used when referring to history, but in reality, they're kind of strange terms, and they apply primarily to Western Christian history. Since most of our scholarly models in the Western world are dependent upon the European tradition, these terms make sense. They're not an exact fit for Jewish history, of course, for other histories, Eastern history, for example, African history. But let's see how those terms work. So if we create a graph and we say on the y-axis you have level of achievement, right? Meaning the heights of society, you have culture and science and things like that. So higher is going to have more achievement, lower will have lower achievement. And then if you put an x-axis that measures time, so basically the traditional Christian European way of looking at history starts out in the ancient period, moves through medieval, and then goes into the modern period. And the scope of human achievement looks something like this. It kind of starts at a golden age in the ancient period. That's basically Greece, and then it sort of declines until there's a real break with the fall of Rome in the 5th century, and it goes into the Dark Ages, which is the medieval period. Medieval actually means between the periods, that is between the ancient and the modern period, because what happens is there's a renaissance, literally the period called the Renaissance, like in the 13th through the 15th centuries, and that begins to re-enervate or re-energize European society. Then there's a growth of art and of science and all kinds of things till we get to the modern period. So basically the way Christian Europeans tended to look at history, a golden age in the past, which is Greece and Rome, then declining into the Middle Ages, which is very dark and people sleeping on, on top of dirt floors and huts and things like that, Conan the Barbarian kind of stuff. And then it comes up through the Renaissance into the modern period, which is the period that we live in today. Although for some purposes, many people call this the postmodern era, post, but I wonder if I can edit that out. No, let's just go one take. The modern period, we're not going to talk about that. There'll be very things like literature, though. Now, that's kind of Western European Christian history. What about Jewish history? So it looks something like this, where you've got like a 0, and then there's a huge rise right up to the top after, let's say, the flood. You've got a huge rise that goes all the way up to the giving of the Torah way back in the when the Jews left Egypt and spent that time wandering in the desert. And then from that period, there is sort of a philosophical, slow but steady decline to the modern period. This is a concept known in Hebrew theology as Yeridat Hadorot, or the decline of the generations, which indicates that Jews slowly, as they get further and further away from any moment of Sinai, they begin to lose their spiritual sensitivity to God, their spiritual sensitivity to other human beings, and so on until we get to our kind of sad period. Now, this graph does not measure Jewish achievement. It measures really larger sense. It measures really Jewish spirituality. And this is a form of vision of the world that really applies primarily to traditional Orthodox thought as well. If we were to map out Jewish achievement, another graph would look different. But the point of this little exercise is that this terminology of ancient, medieval, and modern doesn't really make a lot of sense for Jewish history. So if it doesn't make sense for Jewish history, then what exactly are we talking about? We have to talk about modernity. So if you see them here, this is a great film by Charlie Chaplin. He released it in the 1930s. It's called Modern Time. Here's Charlie Chaplin on the left. And what this video is showing us is an example of how the over-mechanization of the industrial era eventually causes Charlie Chaplin to lose his mind. And as we'll see in a minute, he's actually going to become part of the machine itself. He is going to be so taken over by the things that connote modernity that he will become crazy and modern itself. Let's just enjoy this for a second. You see how he actually becomes part of the machine. This is a really famous scene. And you see how now he identifies his entire personality simply with the action of tightening those nuts and bolts wherever he sees them. And it dramatically alters his way of dealing with anyone, including and especially women. He sees, of course, the buttons on the back of her skirt. All right, so I think I'd better stop right now because it just gets funnier. But I encourage you to have a look at Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times, to get a sense of this. Okay, ways. The point of that little video was to say something about modernity. What do we mean when we say modernity? I mean, a lot of people seem to think that modernity means things like, an iPhone and stuff like that. It does not. There's a lot more to that term, modernity, than simply, let's look at some of the main elements of modernity. First of all, when is modernity? Well, for general modernity, that means for the world as a whole, it's usually dated as beginning from the 17th through the 18th centuries and extending into the 20th and even 21st century. But the beginnings of modernity really begin around the 17th, 18th century, and that's when you see a lot of the political developments, a lot of the social developments, and with industrialization, the technology. The kind of thing that is associated with modernity is the overwhelming of religious authority by scientific authority, reliance on reason rather than revelation. Prior to the modern period, when a person wanted to know whether or not something was true, they would go to a religion like a priest, a minister, or a rabbi. With people begin to look to other sources for truth. They look to professors, for example, to encyclopedias. They look to right up to our own day when you start Googling it to find out what is true. That's not necessarily a good example of reason over religion, but nevertheless, the trend is very clear that religion declines in modernity and scientific reasoning becomes much more ascendant. In terms of technology, industrialization makes a huge change with modernity. Industrialization refers to the creation of factories for mass production, primarily consumer goods. This means that people become much more urbanized. The nature of women's roles in society changes dramatically because they begin to be employed in the workplace, albeit at a much lesser rate of remuneration than men. But women's roles change dramatically. The way we relate to the environment has changed, as with electrification, for example. People don't have to go to sleep, with sundown and rise with sunrise. So time changes, all kinds of things change with industrialization. And globalization is extremely important, right? Beginning in the end of the 15th century, you have the discovery of the Americas, and all of a sudden trade really booms between the continents of North America and South America and Europe, Africa. So the interconnectedness of society becomes especially important in the modern age. Popular sovereignty is extremely, advanced during the period of modernity. Popular basically means that the sovereign, the leader of a given country, is the king. It is the people as a whole. So America, France, places like that, that's also associated with modernity. Now, if we look at Jewish modernity by contrast, it's got a few different features. First of all, later. The modern period in Jewish history, looking at a lot of the features that I've shown you on the left-hand side here, really takes place in the 19th and even the 20th centuries, particularly in places like the Russian Empire. One of the ways that science over religion is expressed in Jewish modernity, although it is expressed exactly the same way that there is among Jews the same kind of tendency of looking to science over religion, but within the religiously affiliated Jewish community, there is the rise of denominationalism. We'll spend more time talking as we move into the course, but basically the so-called Altgläubiger, or the traditionally Orthodox Jews, that term was not coined until the 19th century, they begin to bifurcate, and you have the growth of what would later be called the Reform movement and the Conservative movement and things like that. Those are expressions of Jewish modernity. There are new economies for Jews which were not available to them before modernity. Jews become emancipated, that is, they begin to get equal rights to non-Jews. They begin to penetrate activity economically, socially, culturally, that they had never engaged in before, particularly in Europe. And this phenomenon is something that is related to modernity in a very significant way. And perhaps the most significant of all of these is the decline of traditional authority, the decline of the Kehillah structure that we spoke about in greater detail a while ago. You can go back and look at some of the earlier videos. With the decline of the Kehillah and the Beit Din, it becomes possible for Jews who really identify themselves as secular individuals and no longer even affiliate with the Jewish community. Affiliate and nevertheless ignore the dictates of community standards. This creates a kind of a massive amount of fissures in the Jewish world, and as a result, the Jewish modernity is changed by the entire period. So if we want to look at the course of modern Jewish history, start really from the flourishing of these different phenomena in the 19th century, but it's useful to sort of take it back a couple hundred years and try to understand the antecedents for that change. And in that suggestion, you really have to look at a major scene in Jewish history, a huge rift in the progress of development of Jewish culture and community, and that would undoubtedly be the Spanish Portuguese expulsions of the late 15th century. The Jews of Spain, the Iberian Peninsula in general, were extremely cultured and advanced, very well integrated into society. It was already past their golden age, and they were beginning to experience more and more persecution of the Spanish Inquisition. But the sudden and dramatic expulsion of this large population really had a huge impact on the Jewish psyche as a whole. When you look at how the Jews of Spain and Portugal made their way throughout the Mediterranean basin and up into Northern Europe as well, and they carried with them memory of this dramatic change in their lifestyle, their situation, which had an effect on all of the communities that they visited and really shook the Jew world. So we're going to start with the immediate aftermath of the Spanish-Portuguese expulsion, and we'll go into that period, and hopefully that will give us a good starting point to understand the gradual unfolding of modernity among the Jewish people. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the near future. Essential lecture in Jewry. Today's a little different from most of the lectures because today I know something about, primarily because I spent a ridiculous amount of time researching the Jews of Eastern Europe for a book I wrote on the Jews of Ukraine, my PhD dissertation that was later published. So I crammed a ridiculous amount of information into my skull, and now I will dilute that into about 15 minutes, give or take, for the presentation today. Our task is to look at the Jews of Eastern Europe, their origins, and specifically looking at the big migrations that occurred after the Crusade of the 17th century, and then some of the major developments up to the beginning of the Hasidic movement. Okay, so here we go. Look at the Prezi. You can see in this map here that there's a huge movement of Jews from the traditional Ashkenazi homeland in the Rhineland in Germany, and they're to the east in the 11th through the 17th centuries. It picks up significantly in the 13th century onward, and they're eventually going to create the greatest, largest concentration of Jews in the world in the Polish-Lithuanian. And there are basically two reasons why this migration occurred. The first reason is that there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism developing in Western Europe. The Crusades, particularly the Mass in 96, were incredibly onerous for the Jewish population. The development of the blood libel, which was an outgrowth of the ritual murder charge that Jews somehow wanted to reenact the Passion, and then later the accretion of a new charge that the Jews wanted the blood of their victims, was getting absolutely outrageous. In the picture that you see before you here, this is a little bit later depiction in the 17th century, but the so-called Judensau, the Jewish pig, in which you see several Jewish figures. They're so labeled by the round symbol representing the coins that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the viewer viewer of this image would know right away that these are Jews we're speaking about, and there are Jews engaged in a whole bunch of nasty acts with a pig. A Jewish woman looks on in the background, and perhaps more significantly, the devil assists the Jews with these practices. And on the top, you see there's a representation of a victim of the blood libel, a child that's murdered with the various tools of torture. So, in a nutshell, feeling distinctly unwelcome in Western Europe from the 13th through the 16th centuries. You add to that fact the idea that Jews were welcomed and, in fact, even invited into Eastern Europe, primarily to develop the very rudimentary economies that were occurring in Poland, Lithuania. At that time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was still basically operating with a barter-style economy. They didn't have a very advanced system of cash and currency, and no systems of credit, especially at the smaller levels. And so there was a desire to bring the Jews in order to kind of seed the economy and get it going, something that they had done in Western Europe, and the hope was they would do the same in Eastern Europe. To facilitate this end, the Poles offered the Jews something called Magdeburgrecht, or Magdeburg law, which is essentially a kind of a charter that entire Jewish communities would be granted if they agreed to move to a particular residence within Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have all kinds of rights that they could stipulate and argue for early on, like, for example, the right to distill alcohol, to produce it as a monopoly. This was something called propinatia. The right to regulate what kind of trades are practiced within a particular town. All kinds of specific, in some cases, even the right to defend themselves, to set up walls if necessary. All kinds of interesting sort of perks that the Jews found very attractive, so that they would come to these communities. When you combine that with the anti-Semitism they were experiencing in Western Europe, it looked like a no-brainer that Jews should go to the Polish-Lithuanian. And in fact, they did in huge numbers, and with a tremendous sense of security and relaxation, as it were. It was not a wealthy lifestyle, but it was a relatively secure lifestyle compared to the vagaries of Western Europe, where Jews, for example, were being expelled multiple occasions, 3 times alone from France in the 14th century. So coming to this part of the world, the Polish-Lithuanian made many Jews quip that Poland, which is the Yiddish term for Poland, Poland was actually an acronym for Polin. Here we will rest, here in the night, in our sojourn. And that's really what Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine, the southern region, was for Jews for much of this period. The backbone of the economy was the so-called arenda system. And this was something that originally looked like a fantastic economic deal, but all disastrous results. Basically, there was a triangular going on here. One point in the triangle. Another was formed by their overlords, the Polish nobility, who were primarily living in the northwest, in the cities of Poland, like Warsaw, Lublin, and so on. And the third point were the masses of Ukrainian peasants who were living on these large estates called latifundia. The Polish noblemen were loath to go all the way out to Ukraine and try to manage these large farms and all the people living there who were indentured as serfs. They're not quite slaves, but certainly not free either. They couldn't leave the land without permission. They couldn't marry without permission, all kinds of things like this. So what the Polish nobility did was they hired the Jews to be the leaseholders of these lands in a kind of tax farming scenario where Jews would be, managing all kinds of affairs in the region. Taxes on grain, tolls on bridges, all kinds of things in order to raise funds. The system worked in this way. The Polish nobility would stipulate a certain revenue that they expected from their latifundia in a given period of time, let's say a year. The Jews would accept that figure. Let's say it's 5,000 zloty, just to make up a number. And then what they would do is they would go and they would have all the ways that they could exact that sum from the Ukrainian peasantry. And if they could exact more than the 5,000 zloty, let's say they exacted 6 or 7,000 from the 5,000 zloty, then the difference would be the profit of the Jewish community. And this was essentially the backbone of the Jewish community's economy, although they did engage in a lot of other trades like, the needle trades, silversmithing, things like that. The essential aspect of the economy was this fundamentally exploitative relationship in which the Jews were charged with the task of exacting large amounts of money from the Ukrainian peasants. This did not endear the Jews to the peasants in the least. And in fact, a growing movement of rebellion began to simmer in Ukraine. It was led by a group of men known as the Kozake in Ukrainian, in English. These were sort of freebooters, kind of like Ukrainian Robin Hoods, who had often fled the entire system. Let's say they were who ran away from their property and so on, and they created these sort of encampments in the rapids region of the Dnipro River, Zaporizhia, and they would spend much of their time, sort of raiding communities, taking the wealth from the Polish nobility, sometimes raiding Turkish lands, redeeming slaves, for example. Many Ukrainian children were taken as slaves, and they are kind of a hero outlaw status within Ukrainian culture. For Jews, are more like Hell's Angels, like swooping in on their motorcycles with the tattoos and everything and wreaking havoc, because the Jews, of course, were essentially their class enemies. The Jews were not the architects of the economic system that oppressed them, but they certainly were part of that system. And so much of their anger against the Poles was vented on the Jews. We should overlap this with the fact that it was not only an economic conflict between the Poles and the Ukrainians, it was also a religious conflict. The Poles were Catholic, the Ukrainians were Orthodox, Christian Orthodox, and there was a strong effort to try and Catholicize the Ukrainians. Similarly, the Poles speak a slightly different Slavic language written in Rome. The Ukrainians spoke a different dialect of a Slavic language written later in Cyrillic characters. And, the Poles were trying to essentially elide the Ukrainians into their larger national religious group, and the Ukrainians resisted this and wanted themselves differently. So what ended up happening is in the year 1648, one of these leaders of these troops, a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, raised up a huge number of them to go on the march and attack the Polish communities throughout Ukraine, and in fact penetrate into Poland. For over a year, the entire region was thrown into with a tremendous devastation wreaked upon Poles and Jews in particular. The Jews suffered perhaps worse because they were located in Ukraine, running those latifundia, and so unlike the Poles, who were much further away, the Ukrainians were able to vent much themselves. The total number of Jews killed was astronomical, perhaps 50 to 60,000 Jews, an amazing number given the larger Jewish population there, and it had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish psyche, made its imprint on the liturgy and other places. The movement eventually sort of petered out. The Ukrainians under Khmelnytsky decided they wanted to ally themselves with the Russians, which may have been a disastrous political move on its own, but the Jews would not forget the devastation visited upon them as this peasant community rose up in protest. Shortly thereafter, the Zera Tachvatat decree of 1648, the false Shabbatai Tzvi appeared on the horizon and created a tremendous stir in Eastern Europe, as many Jews felt that finally, after huge suffering that they endured in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, now had sent the Redeemer to the Jews, and they would all turn back to Zion, enter into the Messianic age. This ended in a tremendous disaster. Who was somewhat mentally imbalanced, went to visit the Sultan to demand that he turn over Jerusalem, and the Sultan counteroffered by suggesting that he remove Shabbatai Tzvi's head, a unfelicitous development that he could choose to avoid should he convert to Islam, which in fact Shabbatai Tzvi did. And ultimately, many of his followers decided to convert along with him. They are the so-called Dunme. These are Islamic followers of Shabbatai Tzvi who were descended from Jews. But many Jews simply gave up in disgust and disappointment, turning back to their homes in Eastern and in Western Europe. There are some critics of later developments of Eastern European history who say that this had a tremendous impact on the development of the Hasidic movement, which deserves a far greater treatment than we can afford in this short lecture. But basically, this was a very populist movement that began in the 18th century under the great Baldov, a teacher with a very charismatic way and very suffused with and very much suffused teachings. He reached out to the dispossessed Jewish masses who were still reeling from the impacts of the dual crises of first the Chmelnytskyi and then Shabbatai Tzvi's demise. And the Hasidic movement gained a tremendous amount of strength and energy and swept through southern Poland and western Ukraine in particular. It met with a tremendous amount of opposition. By the way, this is a picture of the great Alter Rebbe, the first rabbi of the Lubavitch movement, also known as Chabad, very prominent in contemporary Jewish affairs today and throughout the world. But at any rate, moving on, the Hasidic innovations, many of which were challenging traditional norms, for example, with regards to slaughter of animals, for the kosher laws, different times of day for prayers. These met with tremendous opposition by the traditional Lithuanian community, which viewed this man, Rabbi Kramer, better known as the Vilna Gaon, as their leader, who felt that the Hasidic movement was ultimately contrary to the traditional norms of Judaism in a way that was completely unacceptable. A series of bans and counter-bans between the so-called opponents, or in Hebrew, mitnagdim, Ashkenazi pronunciation, misnagdim, or to our friends, the misnagdim opposed the Hasidim bitterly. The Hasidim returned that opposition in kind, and for much of the last quarter of the 18th century, there was a phenomenal amount of fighting going on between these groups. Ultimately, it was resolved once both groups realized that they faced a far greater threat from the Hasla, a movement that was Western Europe, and we'll speak about that in Essential Lecture. And they came to a truce, a kind of a modus vivendi, which really has persisted to the current day. Okay, that's about it for Eastern Europe. A quick rush through this period. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the next. Hello, everyone. So today's topic is going to be on the Hasla. We're going to talk about a movement that's extremely important for the development of modern Jewish identity, something that I'm especially interested in this course. But let's get right to it, because this is an essential lecture, and we want to try and boil everything down to the most concrete points possible. So first of all, what is the Haskalah? This is a Hebrew term. It's derived from the Hebrew root sachal or seichel, meaning intelligence, and it is a translation of the German term Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. This is a movement that the Enlightenment, that spread across Europe about 50 to 100 years prior to the Haskalah, and Jews really picked up on it and translated it into Jewish terms. And it has some specific elements which are really particularly appropriate for the Jewish community, distinguish it from the Enlightenment as a whole. In the In the generality, however, the Enlightenment was a reference to a greater emphasis on reason as a source of truth rather than religion, for example. So there's a decline of religion in the Enlightenment, more emphasis on science, more emphasis on popular sovereignty, ideas of democracy, things like that. America is very much a child of the Enlightenment, and we'll see how it expresses itself in Jewish culture. I'll point out just now in past a slide where we look at in detail, the Haskalah is expressed very differently in Western Europe than it is in Eastern Europe. That is, the Jews who became maskilim, that is, those who adhere to the Haskalah, really took different things between West and East, as we shall see momentarily. The Haskalah is especially associated with this man, Moses Mendelssohn, a rather amazing individual who lived in the 18th century. And although he himself was strictly observant, he managed to cross the barrier to become quite famous in general German society of the time. Known as the Eloise, the genius of Berlin, he attracted a wide following primarily of liberal non-Jews and aspiring maskilim, that is, Jews who wished to penetrate the larger culture of Germany with his ideas. He was an extremely controversial figure in many quarters. His translation of the Chumash into German was received with great applause from many Jews in the West, certainly an opportunity for Jews to apprehend German thinking properly, because here they had a text that was in Hebrew that allowed them to really experience proper vernacular German, whereas Jews in the East felt that it was a transgression to use the Hebrew text in this manner, that it would open up the floodgates of assimilation. And in fact, none of Mendelssohn's grandchildren were Jewish. All of them ended up converting to Christianity in one form or another, and his commentary was burned. Nevertheless, he is sort of like the central figure in pushing forward the Haskalah, and even though he himself maintained that strictly observant lifestyle, his followers in the second and third generation of his intellectual inheritors were not able to retain that, as we shall see if you look at some of the longer lectures. So what's very important about the Haskalah politically as opposed to intellectually is the fact that it was related very closely to the concept of emancipation. Emancipation was a term that later Jewish historians borrowed from American culture, somewhat inappropriately. Obviously, if you study history, you're familiar with the Emancipation Proclamation, the freedom of the African American slaves. And Jews wanted to kind of hijack this term, in English language at any rate, hijack this term to refer to the granting of equal rights to Jews in Europe. Now, the Jews were not slaves in Eastern Europe, but they were subject to a large variety of disabilities. They were considered non-citizens. Generally, they were resident aliens. And they had to endure all kinds of ritual humiliations, like, for example, appearing in the town square once a year where the mayor of the town would slap the chief Jewish community across the face, and all kinds of strange things like that. Discriminatory taxation and economic discrimination. Various types of privileges were revoked or were not granted. For example, this is a picture of the Jews' oath, which is a 17th and earlier century phenomenon. Since Jews were considered broadly untrustworthy, should a Jew be required to present himself in court, in a secular court, his oath was considered invalid unless he went through a ritual humiliation to indicate that he really didn't mean what he was saying. And Jews would, of course, strive to avoid this kind of humiliation. As you can see from the picture, he's got his shirt bared, his head is uncovered, he's made to stand barefoot on a pigskin and lay his hand on a Hebrew Bible before he takes his oath. So there are all kinds of these discriminatory impositions on Jews, all kinds of higher access to education was close to them, many professions were close to them, and so Jews in Western Europe really wanted to be emancipated and to be granted the kind of freedoms that would allow them to express themselves politically, economically, socially. culturally, and so on. They finally got their chance in 1791, 2 years after the French Revolution, in which, with the toppling of the king, France suddenly became a dramatically transformed democracy. And as you can see in the period, here are French citizens saying the indivisible unity of the Republic, in which they claim liberty, equality, and brotherhood or death. So if it's liberty, equality, and brotherhood, that surely must include the Jews. Now, when this came before the newly formed French Parliament, hesitated a little bit. By 1791, they affirmed that, in fact, yes, the inhabitants of France were so to be considered French, and they were to be given equal. Tremendous milestone in the organization, and as we shall see, it had a tremendous rep. Of special interest is Napoleon's Sanhedrin. So, as I mentioned, in 1791, the Jews were given equal rights, but within a decade, there were a lot of complaints. Non-Jews, particularly in the Alsace region bordering on Germany, saying that the Jews had taken these rights in an exploitative, fair manner to their non-Jews that had come into competition with. Obviously, this is an aspect of economic competition because Jews were suddenly allowed into various professions, into various economic activities that previously closed to them, and a lot of markets shifted as a result. So there was a certain amount of emancipation. Napoleon thought about the question, and ultimately he took a very bold, characteristically bold act. He summoned a Sanhedrin, meaning he tried to reestablish the grand court of the Jews that had not existed for 2,000 years. The 2 millennia separating ancient Israel and 18th century and 19th century France did not bother Napoleon, and he in fact convened a large body of Jews, which involved Jews of various stripes. At this time, you had a lot of maskilim who were very much promoting the proposal, and so Napoleon put 12 basic questions to the Sanhedrin, asking the Jews to kind of summarize it into one question. What's going to be with you Jews? Are you going to consider yourselves members of another nation who are temporarily residing in France, which is historically how Jews would have regarded themselves? They're part of the Jewish people, a kind of tribal biological relationship, and they anticipated an eventual return to Zion under a Messiah. Or, said Napoleon, will you consider yourselves loyal members of the French nation, expressing a Mosaic persuasion, but nevertheless loyal to France, fighting against its enemies, upholding its laws, etc., etc. The Jews of the Assembly of Notables, which was later expanded to form the Sanhedrin the Sanhedrin under Napoleon, answered with a thunderous yes. In fact, they said when they were asked if they would defend France against his enemies, which was a very subtle question, would you fight against Jews who were in war with them? They responded, jusqu'à la mort, to the point of death, meaning that the Jews would really buy into this. Napoleon accepted the answer and therefore confirmed the emancipation. He added a few anti-Semitic discriminatory laws to try and reduce the competition, but that's a little bit more detailed than we need here. This great picture here shows, it's a state picture that Napoleon commissioned, so it portrays him in the light that he wanted. And you can see here he is holding up the Ten Commandments. It says la loi, the law, meaning the Ten Commandments of the law, in his right hand. And on his right, there are several Christian prelates who are demanding that Napoleon not extend, equal rights to the fallen Judaism. That's the woman who's there, and he's reaching out his hand to pick her up. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments as well, you can see there. And in the background, you have the Judean desert, the menorah, and so on. Napoleon obviously viewed himself in a kind of neo-messianic fashion here as being someone who would ultimately, transform the world by rescuing the Jews, among other things. So the whole idea of the Haskalah in Western Europe was really tied to this idea of emancipation, that the Jews would still political rights if only they behaved appropriately, if only they met the required questions of people like Napoleon, with the right answers. France, it happened suddenly, all at one shot, basically, and then a little bit of a hiccup under Napoleon. But in Germany, it was a difficult, drawn-out process for most of the 19th century, and as a result, German Haskalah expressed itself rather differently. So let's look at the distinctions between how the Haskalah expressed itself in the West and in the East. So in the West, and now we're talking primarily countries like Germany in particular, France as well, England, to a certain degree, major cities and places like Hungary. The Jews there were reaching for this goal of emancipation. They believed that if meet the requests of the dominant nation, if only the German government would see that Jews are really loyal citizens, then emancipated, and everything would be wonderful. In the East, in the Russian Empire, there was no such thought that perhaps the Jews would gain. The Russian culture did not hold for most Jews the same kind of attraction that German culture in particular did for Western Jews. And so rather than striving for accommodation to the state, there was more of a rumbling of West. In what apish manner, the Jews often tried to adopt German norms with tremendous just to long hallowed religious traditions and customs and so on in order to try to appear more German. And that led to a tremendous degree of assimilation, as we shall see. In the East, the Haskalah was not expressed in a pro-Russian assimilation. Rather, it was expressed in a rather revolutionary fashion, either through socialism, which again represented a desire to do away with the Russian government, although it may have been expressed entirely in Russian language tradition. The idea was fundamentally revolutionary rather than assimilationist, or Zionism. The bulk of the Zionist movement, although its leaders hailed from Western Europe, where they had a lot more freedom of movement and a lot more freedom of activity. In Eastern Europe, there was a great yearning for it. Presented a challenge to the status quo in many ways, as we shall discuss, God willing, in another lecture. In the West, there was a huge emphasis on Jews learning the vernacular, that is, learning German, being able to communicate effectively in the language of the country, to observe its civic duties, to serve in the army, pay appropriate number of taxes, and so on and so forth. In the East, there was a certain amount of desire to improve the ability of Jews to speak Russian. By the way, in the East, the vast majority, well into the 90%, the majority of Jews spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is essentially a version of medieval German written in Hebrew characters with a huge influx of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words as well. As Billy Crystal put it, said, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That's a joke. I can't hear you laughing, but I hope you are. Anyways, but more significantly in the East, the language question for masculine was resolved in favor of Hebrew. Those, of course, were the Zionists and the revival of this ancient language that had become moribund. It was not spoken at that point. Or the affirmation of Yiddish, which was not considered a bona fide language. It was considered a bona fide language. It was considered a jargon or the Jewish language, full-fledged language. So many people in the 19th century said, no, this is in fact the authentic voice of the people. Let us create a literature in Yiddish. Let us affirm Yiddish. Let us standardize its punctuation and its spelling and so on. So that's how the language question formed. In the West, there was some significant liberal support. That is, the idea of Jews attaining emancipation was a cause célèbre among many individuals. Lessing, for example, and others really believed that the time had come for Jews to be free. In the East, you didn't have the same kind of significant figures in the Russian leadership who felt that Jews should also achieve this goal. And finally, in the West, you have a level of denominationalism, where in their attempt to articulate an identity that was at once both Jewish and German, you have these new formulations of traditional Judaism that challenge the status quo very significantly, in the East, you don't have a nearly as large phenomenon. In the large cities like in Lviv or Lvov, you might have, let's say, a Reformed temple, but the vast majority remained Orthodox, even if they were rejecting Orthodoxy. The movement they were rejecting was Orthodoxy. They did not really get attracted to an alternate movement. Let's look at those liberal movements now. So, two very significant. The first is the Liberal Crusade, which is known in America as the Reform Movement. This is a grassroots movement that really got started in the first decade of the 19th century, and it's often associated with the work of this man, the scholar Abraham Geiger, who identified a real need among German Jews to express themselves in a way that they felt meaningful. They were alienated by Hebrew. There was a large ignorance of the language. They were put by the archaic and rather oriental forms of worship with the long talit and the mixed seating between men and women, the kind of chaotic service, and so on. And they felt that, they wanted to really emulate more Protestant German norms in their form of worship. So there are a lot of innovations that Abraham Geiger and the Reform movement in general brought about that were considered, in the traditionalist opinion, that in the introduction of church bell into the synagogue on Saturdays, of course, that was considered a violation of the Sabbath. The removal of the mechitza, separating the men's and women's section, the removal of certain passages. For example, the idea of messianism was very problematic to the whole goal of emancipation. If the Jews were ultimately waiting to go back to Zion, to Israel, then what did that mean about their homeland here in Germany? And so therefore, messianic references in the liturgy, which are rampant, were removed. Things like the term synagogue was changed to the term temple. Synagogue implies temporary, it means literally a gathering place. It's a translation in Greek of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, whereas temple, Beit HaMikdash, implies permanence, singularity, and so on. So by changing the name from synagogue to temple, it meant we're going to stay here. This is our temple in Berlin or Hamburg or whatever. But it was the Hebrew language that caused a major split in the 1840s when at a reform they voted to Hebrew from the liturgy entirely. And of course the movement has gone back and forth on many of these issues. But Zacharias Frankel, shown here, who was a convention, said that's it, it's too much. The pace of change of this liberal movement, the reform movement, was simply too fast for him. He felt that it was moving willy-nilly, and it was kind of pushed by the demands of the public, by a rabbinic leader standing out front and determining the change and the nature of change. So he formed a movement which was called at that time the Historical Positivist Movement, which agreed in principle with the appropriateness of changing practice, but disagreed with the reform movement in terms of the process of change. He emphasized much more of a leadership of rabbis who were learned, who would express themselves and issue written opinions to shuvot, to try to articulate the direction and the pace of change. And this eventually became known in the American world as the conservative movement. So these two movements were considered anathema by the so-called Outglauberinnen, the old believers, who took on the term Orthodox. It was originally a term of opprobrium, meaning one doctrine or straight doctrine. And this was considered by those who hurled this term at the traditionalists to be a kind of a sense of being closed-minded and blinkered. But the Orthodox ultimately took that term and said, yes, we agree, we believe one way to worship God. Of course, there are many different strands within that one way. It's not monolithic, but they held to the inviolability of things like the Torah coming from Sinai in its entirety, and the 613 vote as being eternally valid, etc., etc. Let's look at the Orthodox reaction to these movements. So there were two basic reactions, very, very different in character. The first is exemplified in writings of the Khatam Sofer, a very important Hungarian rabbi, who felt that reform, either in its liberal form or in its conservative form, was represented and challenge a very existence to Judaism and had to be rejected completely, pushed away with both hands. He coined a term which is kind of hard to explain in a minute, but maybe I'll try. There's this law that has to do with the consumption of wheat that is grown after a certain date before sacrifice will be offered in the temple. This wheat was called chadash, or new. It was new wheat. And there's a debate in the Talmud on what level is it forbidden? Is it forbidden by the Torah or is it forbidden by the rabbis? So the Talmud concludes, Chadash Asur min Torah, which is understood in its context to mean the new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. The Khatam Sofer took that whole phrase and he translated it literally, Chadash Asur min Torah, meaning whatever is new is forbidden by the Torah. And this represented a kind of, it's a little bit of a joke and a pun as well, but this represented a concept of saying, no, we are under such tremendous stress right now as a people that any change represents a potential breach that could widen to destroy the walls that were identity, and therefore everything that is new, modern, must be rejected. There's a lot to talk about how exactly to apply this principle, but this is ultimately expressed in certain ways which have an extreme allergy to anything new, whether it's technological, sociological, or so on, and view Chadash Asur min Torah. Everything new has to be approached that were highly toxic, and that perhaps it was quite dangerous to the well-being of the Jewish people. Another approach, which is more characteristic of Germany, is the one evinced by Raphael Hirsch. Now, the Khatam Sofer's approach would work very well in an environment where the vast already essentially believe in the Torah, coming Sinai, and the inviolability of the inviolable, I'm not sure what the right word is here, and the permanence of the 613 mitzvot. But Rav Hirsch is working in an entirely different environment where the vast majority of Jews are actually leaving. They're already voting with their feet and they're moving to these new liberal environments. The dam has already burst, and Rav Hirsch had to find a way to try and articulate a safe space where he could at least retain a core population that would ultimately grow to a much larger movement. And so he coined a term. Actually, I'm not sure if he coined the term, but the movement was named after him, Neo-Orthodoxy, or as it's translated often in America, Modern Orthodoxy. And the basic concept was that, let's look fully at our practices. Let us determine which practices are mandated by the Torah, and we will absolutely, without compromise, adhere to those principles and behaviors. On the other hand, those other things which are merely accretions of fashion style over the centuries, if they are, external to the essential aspects of Judaism, we can simply abandon them. So elements like trimming one's beard in an appropriate manner, or wearing clothes that are appropriate for 19th century Germany, attending university, all kinds of things like this, which are not so clearly by the Torah. And of course, there are discussions about all of these things, but those things could be adopted. And so he tried to articulate kind of an interesting balance between modernity on the one hand and traditionalist orthodoxy at the other hand. This movement eventually coalesced into the Torah in Derech Eretz, Torah with the way of the land. It's a paraphrase or a quotation from Pirkei Avot, and it's expressed in the modern Orthodox movement in America. However, of this strategy, Rousseau articulated the Austritt, which means the separation. And it was a very controversial thing that occurred in the 1860s in Germany, where he appealed to the German government, the Austrian government actually, and said, I'm not sure whether it was Austrian or German, but oh well, maybe I should edit these things. Anyway, let's just keep on. He appealed to the authorities, and it was a very unprecedented appeal, to actually split the Jewish community in two. Traditionally, each municipality was governed by a single Jewish body. You had a parnas, a president for the entire body, the kehila, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But under Rav Hirsch, he said, look, it is impossible for us to have one community when you have a large number of Jews who believe, for example, in the use of Shabbat, which is considered to be absolutely a desecration of Shabbat by other Jews, and therefore he appealed, he petitioned, and was granted the right to create a separatist community where it was comprised entirely of Jews who served the halacha. This strategy of retreat, of strategic retreat, was emulated throughout the next few centuries as a way to maintain the of orthodoxy within an environment that encouraged assimilation to the outside world. So if we kind of summarize these things, we see that in the 18th and 19th century, there's some tremendous change going on in the Jewish world. We see the growth of the Hasidic movement, which is essentially the first modern Jewish reform movement, which was a great challenge to the status. We see, as we talked about today, the rise of the Hasidim and its challenge to the traditionalist authorities. And we also see the rise of neo-traditionalism, which is in many ways a reaction to just as much as neo-orthodoxy is. So people like the Chatam Sofer, one might even say the Vilna Gaon, and others felt that, okay, the only way to really defend against these modern challenges is to create new boundaries that perhaps did not exist in the 16th and 15th century, but create these new boundaries in order to ensure the integrity of the Jewish people. All those things come together with the decline, coercive authority of the Kehillah, that is the central governing body of the Jewish self-government, loses as much of its authority under the pressure of the new nationalist movements, like in Fleet, did away with it because they had one court system, not a secular one and a Jewish one, and it allowed for the among Jews of very affiliation. In time, Jews could actually opt of the traditionalist community without suffering real dire consequences because they no longer had a coercive authority. On the one hand, there's a positive to this because it allowed for a kind of intellectual and spiritual freedom. Jews could identify themselves, for example, as Hasidim, or they could identify themselves as Reform Jews, all kinds of different ways of expressing themselves religiously. But the negative side of it is rampant assimilation, because many Jews simply said, well, why should I identify with being Jewish at all? And sometimes many of these movements were really stepping stones towards that, and as we see with Moses Mendelssohn. So that's the Haskalah nutshell. There's a lot more to say. I hope you watch some of the longer lectures and lecture useful. Thanks. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to talk about kind of a nasty subject. I'll try and make it quick, but I think it's an extremely important topic for understanding much of the 20th century in Jewish history. I'd like to look at the topic of modern anti-Semitism. The first thing that we have to say is sort of a preface, and this is supported by a lot of videos that I've already put on this series, so you can go back and watch them later. But the basic concept that I really need to get across is the fact that anti-Semitism can be divided into four distinct periods. There are four distinct historical ideologies that at various points in time, and anti-Semitism is kind of like a very dangerous ideology in that it's able to adapt to the changing climate, both culturally, spiritually, economically, religiously, of a particular host society. And anti-Semitism will adapt to the needs of that society in order to perpetrate this nasty message to another generation. Those four basic periods are ancient xenophobia, which is really contained within the Greco-Roman world 2,000 years ago. And then following that, really Christian anti-Judaism, which is a rather different. You notice they use different terms for the anti-Semitic thought, to use the term anachronistically, because they have very different basic elements that they contain. Ancient xenophobia refers to the idea of the hatred of that which is different. That's what xenophobia means. Anti-Judaism is a religious dispute that is specific to the relationship of Christianity and Judaism as a daughter and mother dispute. Christianity being born from the Jewish society, Jewish ideology, and yet seeking to distinguish itself from its mother religion. There's a certain amount of antipathy that develops there, and we discussed that in an earlier lecture as well. The third period is medieval Jew hatred, which is perhaps the nastiest of all the periods of anti-Semitism in terms of the message, in which all of a sudden, although there is a very tenuous connection to religious ideology, it goes totally pathological. It goes completely off the rails, and all kinds of crazy ideas like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children, and just insane things like that are prevalent in the medieval period. The period that we're going to talk about today is modern anti-Semitism. And when I say modern here, I'm referring basically to the late 19th century onward. That's really what modern means in terms of these four categories. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined in 1879 by Hamar. I'll show you a picture of him in a minute. And the reason why the term had to be invented is because the existing terms for Jew hatred, the Judenfeinde or Judenhass, for example, were considered in 19th century German society very, boorish and uncultured, and only people of very low thought and sensibility would actually resort to that sort of ideological mindset. By coining the term, a philosopher named Wilhelm Marr tried to give it a more scientific sounding name, to say that, it's not that I hate Jews, it's that I hate what Jews stand for, which is specifically this idea of Semitism. What is Semitism? I mean, as you probably know, the Semitic language family includes many peoples from the Middle East, including not only Jews, but also Arabs and so on. And many people from the Middle East are not Jewish, they are Christian or Muslim or Druze and what have you. And furthermore, many Jews, although they have an ancient connection to the Middle East, they have a wide variety of racial and ethnic backgrounds. So what exactly is Semitism? Wilhelm Marr wanted to argue that there is this, international world conspiracy of Jews to try and destroy, Germany and Germanness, and that's the Semitism that he's referring to. So it's not that they're anti-Jewish, it's that they are anti-Semites. They are proudly saying they are trying to rescue Germany from this horrible fate of being dominated by Jews. Here's a picture of Wilhelm Marr. You can see that here's his book also. That was where the term anti-Semitism first appeared. It's titled "The Way for Victory of Germanness over Judaism, Jewishness." And it has kind of a shrill tone that the Jews are taking over, the Jews are dominating all society, and we have to kind of rise up and we have to defend ourselves from them. Later in life, he apparently recanted his anti-Semitism, but at that point it was really too late. Now, this flows very heavily into the concept of race that was also gaining tremendous currency at the end of the 19th century. We, in the early 21st century, tend to think of race as a given, especially in America, which has such strong racial consciousness as a legacy of the African slave trade. But we should recall that for most of human history, race was not a final concept. There was definitely a consciousness of different skin tones, and one finds in many societies a color bias that is linked to what might want to say proto-racism, but the idea that all of the peoples of the world can be easily categorized into groupings based on their external physical features is something which is relatively new, meaning in the last 200 years or so, it's begun to develop a lot of currency. I would like to go into this in greater detail, but I don't think this is the place. Basically, the idea gets a lot of currency after Charles Darwin's theories are promulgated. Darwin, of course, one of the great thinkers of the 19th century who developed the theory of evolution, argued that creatures adapt to their surroundings. And you have this clash of the environment and other competitors for sources, and only the strong survive. And the various creatures, whatever you have, turtles and tigers and elephants, whatever, they adapt themselves to their environments, the survival of the fittest sort of thing. And he applied this basically to creation, but he did, maybe that's not such a term to use in this context, he applied it to all the creatures of the world. However, some thinkers took his thought a step further, or a step backwards in this case, a concept known as social Darwinism, which basically Darwin was not only correct when it came to salamanders and seaweed, he was also correct, they argued, when it came to human societies, meaning that there were elements in societies which could be broken down along racial lines that competed with each other, and they found their own particular niche in society based on their racial ability to compete with other peoples and survive. This was advanced most prominently by Art de Gobineau, who we could say is an anti-Semite in this regard, who really argued for the inequality of races, the non-equal nature of all races, and the Jews were among them. So taking Darwin's thought, filtering it through social Darwinism, and then through the racism, and again, in this time period, racism was considered a term that would, people who believed in it could bear it proudly. It did not the opprobrium that it would have in the 21st century. And eventually, of course, it found its physical application in the writings of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's racial expert, who borrowed very heavily from these earlier thinkers. So in this context, Jews have to have some kind of role. What is their role in this, survival of the fittest of races? And this is where I'm going to get to the main point. This is the takeaway. This is what you have to get out of this lecture. Anti-Semitism, period, loses its religious moorings. It basically just ships away from all of the arguments that were prominent in earlier periods. For example, Jews are guilty of deicide, of killing Jesus, or Jews need to drink Christian blood, or any of these kinds of crazy things. Primarily because people were religious and they wanted something more scientific. Science was a new religion, and if science could justify anti-Semitism, it would be very appropriate for the wish to hold to this belief. And the two major elements of modern anti-Semitism, once again, now that it's lost its religious moorings, are racism and conspiracy. The concept that Jews are somehow locked in this international conspiracy to dominate the globe. Let's have a closer look. So the concept of racism shows up all over modern anti-Semitism. If you look, for example, at a 20th century example here, this is from some of the Nazi propaganda that was directed at children. This children's book shows a child in class, an Aryan child in class, and the caption underneath says that the Jewish nose has kind of like a sort of a curve to it. It looks like the number 6. And here he's demonstrating, for the benefit of the rest of the class, how to recognize a Jew in the street. This is the the concept that the character of the people could be expressed somehow in their physical appearance. And Nazis made tremendous use of this. This is an English translation of Der Ewige Jude, one of the most notorious propaganda films ever filmed by the Nazis, which really emphasized a lot of these, racial characteristics of Jews. You can see in the looks and all the physiognomies of the Jews here, with the heavy cheeks and the large nose and the bulgy eyes. those kinds of things. Meant to indicate that their facial features themselves could reveal, the character of the person underneath. One of the you'll see in a lot of this so-called scientific anti-Semitism is the notion of parasitism. That when you think about all the various races of the world in the racial hierarchy, races do different things. There are the noble Aryan people of the Scandinavian countries and German places like that, and they're supposed to be noble, punctual, reliable, honorable, things like that, and leaders in general in this sort of hierarchy. Then you have, like, for example, at the bottom, you would have the African races who are destined to be slaves and are slow-witted and lazy and things like that. And, everyone fits in the middle, the Romance peoples, things like that. This is all nonsense, by the way, but this is part of the thinking of modern anti-Semitism. So what role do the Jews have? The Jews are fundamentally parasites. The Jews are understood to be some kind of bacilli, a germ, a virus, something like that eats away at a society from within. So, for example, if you looked at, this is also in Nazi propaganda, their gift pills, the toadstool or poison mushroom, which is meant to indicate this danger that Jews may look like human beings, but they're really not. Just like toadstools, poison mushrooms really look like mushrooms, but they're not. They're a totally different character, and so on. And in his children's book, a really twisted piece of children's literature, the Nazis were teaching young children how to recognize the difference between regular mushrooms and toadstools, regular human beings and Jews. Or another example, you often see Jews portrayed as various denizens of the dark, like spiders, snakes, salamanders, maggots, things like that. The spiders are especially prized because of the idea of it combines with the domination of the globe metaphor, with the often portraying them, catching things in a much larger scope than they actually physically contain. Here's an English language version of a text I'll talk in just a second, called The Prose of the Meetings of the Learned Elder Zion, the world's greatest forgery ever, a world's greatest act of plagiarism ever. This is a 1977 edition. You can see you've got this snake that's encircling a globe. He's wearing a yarmulke. He's got heavy jowls, a big nose, things like that. And in case you weren't sure of his national identity, he's got Stars of David all around. That's a very helpful kind of clue as to the notion that the Jews are controlling the world. Finally, this is one I hadn't seen before in a while. This is one of my favorites, actually. It's got kind of a maggot, a massive, ugly maggot sitting on top of the globe, and reflected in his eyes, you can see very faintly, is the American dollar sign and the Soviet hammer and sickle. The idea is that those really are at the root of capitalism and Soviet communism. And the German language caption in the top left talks about how the Jews will feed on the peoples of the world. And that's this idea of parasitism. The other major element, which you see combined in those other images, is this concept of conspiracy. The notion that while it's no longer fashionable to hate Jews because of some religious purpose, Jews may be hated because of some supposed massive global conspiracy that they're all engaged in, slave Christendom and so on. So here is one of the world's greatest architects of this conspiracy theory, the Russian monk Sergei Nilus, who actually claimed to have discovered the minutes, the record book of the latest secret world conspiracy, which was then published as the Elders of Zion Protocols. So the Elders of Zion Protocols, of course, meaning like the records, the way they do things, stuff like that. And it's been translated to multiple languages and so much. Here's, for example, a Brazilian version from 1937. You see, once again, the snake motif encircling the globe and so on. Here is an Arabic version, which is unusual because it has an octopus. Same idea of the tentacles reaching out and encircling many areas and so on. And here's even a Japanese version, which again speaks to the absurdity of anti-Semitism, that Japan, which has maybe 5,000 Jews on all the 4 islands, nevertheless has a significant anti-Semitic tradition that is largely European in origin. The last thing that I'd like to touch on in this short lecture is the disturbing trend of Arab anti-Semitism. One of the characteristics of this ideology is that if you compare the Muslim world with the Christian world, it really had a much thinner and less expansive tradition of anti-Semitism. To be sure, there's definitely arguments between Jews and Arabs. There's definitely atrocities, and that's for other lectures. But the sheer amount of ideological output of ideologues, of thinkers who wanted to advance anti-Semitic ideas, there's no question that in Christian Europe, you have a far greater scope of material to choose from. Nevertheless, in recent decades, especially in the context of the conflict over the state of Israel, the Arabs have been catching up, and Muslim anti-Semitism, I'm using those terms roughly interchangeably, that's probably not so fair right now, but Arab anti-Semitism has really begun to catch up with European models, primarily by borrowing from them. But a few images. Here's one that shows Ariel Sharon, one of Israel's leaders, and he is bludgeoning Palestinian Nazi swastika, and the blood is then sprinkling on, it looks like possibly Jewish children behind him there, indicating that they are also soiled by his decisions, his political decisions. And this is basically a political cartoon. There is an anti-Semitic element in there. Anytime you use the swastika in connection with Jews, it has an overtone of anti-Semitism, but it's not nearly as some of the other versions we'll have here. This is a classic restatement of the Christian blood libel in a Muslim context. You can see here are laughing Israeli soldiers who are feeding Arab children into a kind of a ringer that kills them, obviously, drains their blood, which is then consumed by Israelis. Very distasteful and hateful representation of what is essentially a Christian motif transformed into an Arab context. And finally, here's another example that emphasizes the conspiracy that shows contenders for the 2012 presidential election. On the left, Mitt Romney. There's a box opposite Barack Obama. And they're both smiling and holding a dome on the rock, indicating that they're going to make a meal out of the Arab lands of Jerusalem. And of course, in the background is a leering Jew that indicates that he's there in that meal as well. And that gives you a sense of it. Anyways, that's it for a quick discussion of modern anti-Semitism. I'm sorry it's not a very pleasant topic, but, have a look at some of the other lectures. They're more fun. But this is part of the reality of Jewish history in the modern era. Thank you for watching. Hello, everyone. Today's lecture is going to be part of the Essential Lectures in Jewish History series, but it's going to be a little different for a few reasons. I've been reading Ruth Weiss's new book on Jewish humor. I'll show you a cover of it a little bit later, and it occurred to me that for the section on Jewish culture, we really should discuss humor because it is such an important element of modern Jewish culture. And she presents a fascinating thesis that I think we should explore a little more with a little more detail. So let's get right to the material. So first of all, I think what's most exciting about her book, besides the jokes, which are quite excellent for the most part, is the concept that Jews are not always funny. This is like a shocking revelation to me. My wife likes to say, for example, that Jewish men developed humor as a kind of an adaptation to the, in Darwinian sense, this is a way of, for example, being able to attract an appropriate mate. But, I've always thought that Jews were always funny, but the truth is when you look deeply at the sources, it's not necessarily the case. I mean, let me give you a couple of examples of biblical humor. For example, in Genesis 32:7, so Jacob is very worried about his encounter with his brother Esau. He has, prior to this chapter, already taken his birthright and a couple other things, and so he sends out messengers to see, how is Esau going to greet him, and he says, Shuva malachim el Yaakov, and so the messengers came back to Jacob, more, and they said, Banu malachicha el Esav, hey, we talked to Esau, your brother, v'gam holikrascha arvara mel shimo, and you know what, he's coming, he's bringing forth, because it's going to be armed men coming with. So that passage was not really so funny. Here's one that I think is a little bit funnier. I actually enjoy this one every year when we read it. It's in Parshas Beshalach, Exodus chapter 14, verse 11. The Jews have just left Egypt, tremendous miracles and the death of the firstborn and all those things. And they make their way out to the sea, and they realize that they're trapped between the water and, of course, Pharaoh's army, which is behind them. And they're either going to drown or they're going to be killed in warfare. And so they turn to Moses and they complain, Vayomer el Moshe, they say to Moses, Hamibli ein kvar, what? There were no graves in Egypt? That you had to bring us here to die in the desert? And it's kind of funny. It illustrates this aspect of Jewish complaining, which is a remarkable theme in Jewish humor that we'll see a little later. But still, this is just a couple of jokes in a rather massive book. It's hard to imagine that a work so central to Jews would have so little humor in it. We can look a little further in Jewish literary tradition. We see, for example, in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat, there's a discussion of two guys have a bet, and they want to see who can make the famous sage Hillel get angry. And it's a bet for quite a large amount of money, 400 zuz. If you're familiar with the Passover Seder, a zuz is actually equivalent to half a small goat. Anyway, so this guy goes up, and it's Friday afternoon, and Hillel is in his house having a shower, and so he knocks on the door, and he speaks in a rather rough way. Is Hillel here? Is Hillel rather disrespect? Hillel turns off the shower, comes outside, and wrapped in a towel. He says, yes, my son, what can I do for you? And the guy asks him a really stupid question. Hillel takes the time to answer the question properly and then sends him on his way. The guy comes back again, takes Hillel out of the shower again, and this goes on for a few episodes until finally, when Hillel comes out, the man says, either you're going to get upset, which is, of course, his object because he wants to win the bet. And Hillel sits down on the front porch and says, ask me all the questions you have, don't worry. And then the guy gets upset and he says, oh my gosh, Hillel, there should be no more of you in Israel. And Hillel asks him the whole story, and he explains to him what's going on. And Hillel says, hey, it's worthwhile that I should not get angry and that you should lose 400 zuz. So again, it's a nice story, and I find it amusing, but it's not exactly funny in the sense of modern humor at all. In fact, you can find so many examples where the Talmud provides excellent material, really great material for humor, and yet the rabbis of the Talmud don't follow up. Like, for example, also in Tractate Shabbat, it's Daf Kuf Nun Vav, Kuf Nun Zayin, I think, where there's a whole discussion of this concept, Mazal Yisrael. There is no mazel, there's no luck for the Jews, which is meant in a different context where it's discussed there, but still, this is a great opportunity for a tremendous amount of humor, and the rabbis simply don't pick it up. So, and finally, we get to medieval humor. There's just not much funny that I can think of in medieval Jewish literature. So what with this? One is tempted to conclude, as Dr. Weiss does, that in fact, Jews were not especially funny, at least not any funnier than any other people until the modern era. So we're going to have to explore what exactly is it about modernity that suddenly unleashes this torrent of Jewish humor. Dr. Weiss argues that the turning point really had to do with emancipation. Here, by the scholar of Yiddish literature, and this is a picture of her recent book on the topic. You can see the fake glasses there, which are inspired by Groucho Marx. I'll show you a picture in a few minutes. At any rate, she argues that the 18th and especially the 19th century, which were exceptionally important for the emancipation of Jews, very closely with the development of Jewish humor. And I encourage you to go have a look at the lecture on the Haskalah, the essential lecture on the Haskalah, where I talk a lot more about what that period meant in Jewish history. Specifically, she refers to the activity of this man, Heinrich Heine, arguably Germany's greatest modern poet, exceptionally popular in the 19th century, who was of Jewish origin and faced with the challenge of his Jewish background, which was impeding his career advance. He converted, at least to a form of Protestant Christianity, and then did not end up getting the job, and he spent the rest of his career really making his own conversion. But he had an acerbic wit and a tremendous sense of humor, and he was incredibly influential. Heine really exploited the notion of Jewish otherness, of Jewish side of mainstream culture, as he himself did, and by extension, many Jews identified with that feeling, particularly in Western Europe, and this is the origins. I have a little bit more to say about that. Europe, the classic figure, without doubt, towering above other humorists of the time, was the great Shalom Rabinowitz, known much more popularly by his pseudonym Shalom Aleichem, which is a greeting in traditional Yiddish. It really means, how are you doing, peace upon you. And Shalom Aleichem, with his extensive treatments of and send-ups, really, of shtetl life and Jewish foibles in late 19th Eastern Europe, were absolutely hilarious. The thing that's tragic, however, about Shalom Aleichem, for our purposes, is that the vast majority of his humor is untranslatable. Humor, more than any other genre, requires an extensive cultural familiarity, and if you have to explain, you're essentially ruining the joke. So in order to understand Shalom Aleichem, you really had to have, first of all, the linguistic ability to get the nuances of the Yiddish. Not only that, the Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian that he often, also the dialectical variations in which you would have to be able, when an educated Lit is speaking, or when a peasant Galicianer is speaking, and so on. Secondly, you have to read it within the context of the persecution of Jews in the late 19th century Tsarist Empire in order to understand Tevye's subterfuge. And finally, and this is perhaps the saddest thing, his greatest character, of course, is Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the dairyman, who was famous in the adaptation on the Roof, which is a very funny adaptation for an American audio of the original. Tevye is an Am Haaretz. He is a well-meaning and lovable fool who is uneducated, and he is constantly butchering quotations from Torah and the Mishnah and the Talmud. The only way you get the joke is if you know how he's butchered the original phrase, how he has misconstrued it. And fortunately, I've had many students who have listened to Tevye speak in the Roof and think he's actually quoted the text, which is right. These two figures, Heinrich Heine, particularly in Western Europe, Shalom Aleichem in Eastern Europe, are responsible more than anyone else for elevating the status of Jewish humor and ultimately making it a career path for American Jewish comics well. Now, returning to this period of time, referring specifically to the 18th and especially the 19th century, starting in Western Europe and then radiating through Eastern Europe, this is a period when Jews were gradually receiving emancipation, meaning they were gradually receiving legal status, sometimes with non-Jews in their given societies. But there's a big gap between legal emancipation and social emancipation. The process begins, and again, I encourage you to look at the lecture on the Haskalah for more details on this, begins really in the late 18th century, when the French first emancipated the Jews. It was called into question, and then Napoleon, in the beginning of the 19th century, came to Grand Sanhedrin to confirm the rights of the Jewish people in France. Here you can see he's depicting himself in 1806 as a kind of a Caesar figure, a Judean desert background, and he's holding the law, which has this ambition.
That could also, I guess, play a part in the sort of psyche and the psychology of maybe, right? Like, maybe the fights make them feel normal. But to me, having said that, yeah, look, we've been starved for fights as well. We haven't had fights in about 3 weeks. Like, major event. No, the last one was the Kevin Lee, Charles Oliveira. But it happened in like, to think about this, man. It's what, 27 years, 20, whatever, how many years of the UFC's existence? 1993, so yeah, that's 27 years. In the UFC's existence, this is the first time it's ever been held without anybody. Like, look, I get it, I understand. It's the UFC, they don't be trained with these guys, man. And sometimes it doesn't we have that mentality, right? Oh, my God, this fucked up, that's okay, I'm not yeah, we do this, we have that mentality, right? Like, fighters also have that mentality. Again, it's even worse for them. Yeah, it's even more so. You guys are just normies, man. We are hobbyists, we train jiu-jitsu, we love the fight game. And so, we're hobbyists. And even we have that a little bit of that in us, like For centuries, they had been one of many nomadic tribes inhabiting was not a settled agricultural society with laws and cities. It was a world governed by the strength of your family and the loyalty of your allies. In 1162, on the vast steppes of Mongolia, the Kamag-Mongol Confederation, a short-lived alliance of Mongol tribes, including the Borjigom, Taichud, was in disarray. The coalition collapsed under repeated assaults by the Tatars who were backed by the powerful Jurchen-ruled Jin dynasty of China. During one of these raids against the Tatars, a young noble named Yasubata captured a Tatar chief named Temujin Uge. When Yasuge returned to his camp, he found that his second wife, Oyun, who had been taken from her murdered husband, had just given birth to a son. The newborn was clutching a blood clot the size of a knucklebone in his tiny fist, an ominous sign that could foretell greatness or violence. To commemorate the boy's birth, Yasuge sacrificed the captured Tatar chief and named his son Temujin, meaning blacksmith, symbolizing strength and resilience. This child would one day become the legendary Genghis Khan. Temujin's upbringing likely mirrored that of other Mongol children of the time. He would have learned to ride before he could walk, mastered archery with the iconic Mongol bow, acquired the skills necessary for herding livestock, and practiced tracking and hunting game. Crucially, he would have been immersed in the lore and grudges of his people, especially the hostility towards the Tatars, the sworn enemies of the Kamag Mongols, and their overlords, the Jurchen Jin dynasty. As the eldest son of Hoelin, Temujin had 3 younger brothers and a sister. From Yasuge's first wife, Tsuchigel, he had 2 half-brothers, one of whom, Bekta, was slightly older than Temujin. The primary source for Temujin's early life is the secret history of the Mongols, a Mongolian chronicle compiled shortly after his death in 1227. Written for the Mongol imperial family, this epic recounts key events of Genghis Khan's life. While it offers valuable insights, the text blends fact with legend, especially regarding his early years. Distinguishing historical reality from myth can be challenging when analysing these accounts. One of the earliest recorded events in Temujin's life took place around 1170, when he was about 9 years old. His father, Yasuge, took him to find a bride among the Orkneyut tribe, to which Temujin's mother belonged. On their journey, they visited the camp of the Ongirat tribe. There, Day Sechin, the Ongirat chief, greeted them warmly and was particularly impressed with the young Temujin. Day Sechin shared a dream he claimed to have had the night before, a white falcon delivering the sun and the moon in its talons, a powerful omen. However, given the tendency of the secret history of the Mongols to include such auspicious dreams, it is plausible that this story was later embellished to emphasize heaven's favor towards Genghis Khan. Alternatively, Day Sechin might have used this story as a clever ploy to arrange a marriage for his daughter with any promising young suitor. Yasuge agreed to the marriage between Temujin and Day Sechin's daughter, Orta, who was slightly older. He left Temujin at Day Sechin's camp and began his journey home. On the way, he stopped at a Tatar camp. In the Mongolian steppe, hospitality was a deeply rooted tradition. Travelers, especially those unarmed and without hostile intent, could generally expect food and shelter. However, despite these customs, Yasuge was recognized as the man who had captured the Tatar chief Temujin Uge years earlier. The Tatars, harboring a deep grudge, poisoned him. Although Yasuge managed to reach his family, he succumbed to the poison shortly after Temujin arrived. Yasuge was a prominent figure among the Borjigom, while the Taichud held a long-standing grudge rooted in the shift of Kamag Mongol leadership from their representative, Ambagai, to the Borjigom. After Yasuge's death, the Taichud in his camp, including some of Ambagai's widows, and the scheming Tarutai, turned against Yasuge's family. During a feast, Hoelin was deliberately excluded from the ceremonial meal, a clear sign of ostracism. Despite Hoelин's efforts to defend her family, a servant who tried to support her was killed, and she, solidified his control over the family. Feeling cornered, Temujin and his brother Kasal, a skilled archer, ambushed and killed Bekta. Before dying, Bekta pleaded with them not to harm his younger brother, Belgute. Poland was furious that, after all they had endured, they would turn on one another. Soon after Bekta's death, Targutai of the Taichud came hunting for Temujin. It's likely that he had heard of Bekta's murder from neighboring families. Targutai captured Temujin and placed him in a canyway, a wooden yoke that trapped both the neck and hands, making movement nearly impossible. Paraded around the Taichud camp, Temujin faced humiliation, and each night, a different family would house him. Surprisingly, some families showed him compassion, even loosening the Kang at night to let him sleep. Eventually, one family, the household of Sorkin Shearer of the Swords, helped him escape, providing a horse and a bow for his journey home. This experience profoundly impacted Temujin. He had faced relentless cruelty from those who should have been his king. The Taichud and the Targutai, Umberguy's widows, and even his own brother Bekta. Yet the kindness of Sorkin Shearer's family and others, who had no familial obligation to him, was a revelation. It reinforced the importance of loyalty, not just by blood, but by character, a lesson that would shape his future leadership. A few years after his escape, Temujin returned to Daysecha to claim Borte as his wife, marking a joyful reunion. Borte's mother sent a gift of a black sable coat for her, which Temujin decided to take south to the court of Tokrul, Khan of the Keriot. Tokrul, who had been a blood brother to Temujin's father, Yasuge, was a powerful and wealthy leader. Years earlier, Yasuge had helped Tokrul secure his throne. Now, maintaining that alliance was crucial for Temujin. Having Tokrul's support would make the Taichud hesitant to invade Temujin's growing camp. Pleased with Tokrul welcomed Temujin into his retinue. Vibes seemed to be improving. He had gathered a small but loyal group of comrades, gained protection from a powerful overlord, and secured his marriage to Borte. It's likely that at this stage, Temujin envisioned a future, perhaps leading minor raids against tribes, without any realistic expectation of achieving the kind of power he wanted. However, history often defines that set Temujin on the path to greatness occurred around 1180. Years earlier, Yasuge had abducted Huela from her Merkit husband, an act that the Merkit did not forget. Learning of Temujin's recent marriage, the brothers of Huela's former husband, now leaders within the Merkit tribe, organized a raid to exact revenge. Temujin and his brothers managed to escape, but Borte, along with Suchigel and the servants, was captured and taken north to Merkit territory. Devastated and seeking refuge in Nuka and Khaldun, Temujin was forced to confront the loss and uncertainty that had once again overtaken his life. Once he regained his composure, Temujin, accompanied by his brothers, travelled to Tokrul's court to demand justice. Tokrul, enticed by the potential plunder of Merkit camps, agreed to help. At Tokrul's side was Jamuka, a childhood friend of Temujin's, and now an ambitious war chief within Tokrul's ranks. For the first time, Temujin was part of an organised military campaign. They launched a surprise attack on the Merkits, whose resistance quickly crumbled. Borte was successfully rescued, but by then she was either already pregnant or had recently given birth, leaving a lingering question about the paternity of her child. The true parentage of Borte's child remained uncertain throughout his life. Whether he was Temujin's biological son or the offspring of a Merkit captor was never definitively known. Nonetheless, Temujin always treated the boy as his legitimate heir, even though he still named him Jochi, which means guest. Despite Temujin's acceptance, the question of Jochi's paternity lingered, shaping his future and that of the Mongol Empire. Jochi would eventually become the progenitor of the Golden Horde Khans, who dominated Russia for centuries. After Borte's rescue, Temujin and Jamuka reaffirmed their bond as Anda, sworn brothers, and shared a peaceful prophecy of his destined greatness, though it is possible that Temujin himself encouraged these defections. Within a few years, Temujin's reputation as a just and fair leader attracted a growing number of followers, both warriors and their families. His increasing influence among the Borjigom clan led to the convening of a Kurultai, tribal council, where Temujin was elected as Khan of the Borjigom. Seeking to consolidate his position, he sent emissaries to Togrul and Jamuka. Togrul responded with congratulations, while Jamuka expressed resentment, attributing their separation to the influence of the Khan and Khan's descendants. Tensions escalated when Temujin's men killed Jamuka's younger brother, Taichar, during a dispute over stolen horses. Jamuka, interpreting the incident as an act of aggression, prepared for war. In 1186, the two factions clashed at the Battle of Dal and Baljut, known as the 70 Marshes. Despite Temujin's determination, his forces were significantly outnumbered and less experienced. Jamuka's superior military strategy led to a decisive victory. According to the secret history of the Mongols, captured warriors from Temujin's army were executed, some boiled alive, while a prominent prince was beheaded, his head displayed as a grim symbol of defeat. This brutal outcome marked a pivotal moment in Temujin's rise, teaching him valuable lessons about loyalty, strategy, and the harsh realities of power. One of Temujin's most defining skills was his ability to learn from failure, both his own and that of his enemies. After the defeats at Dal and Baljut, Temujin recognized that Jamuka's mistake was his failure to eliminate him when he had the chance. Jamuka's decision to let Temujin live allowed him to remain a potential threat, rallying his forces around him once more. The secret history of the Mongols notes that Jamuka's particularly cruel treatment of prisoners sparked discontent among his own men, leading to defections. This was an important lesson for Temujin. The excessive cruelty displayed by Jamuka made his followers uneasy, and as long as Temujin remained alive, he served as a focal point for those dissatisfied with Jamuka's leadership. From this experience, Temujin learned the importance of relentlessly pursuing enemy leaders to prevent them from regrouping or becoming symbols of resistance. The following decade of Temujin's life is scarcely documented. By 1196, he reappears in the historical record, but the intervening years were shrouded in ambiguity. It is possible that he spent this time rebuilding his forces, gradually recovering from his previous defeat. Another theory suggests that Temujin might have fled south to seek refuge with the Jin Empire. A surprising move, considering the Jin were traditionally his enemies. However, this strategy would not have been unprecedented. Steppe leaders often sought protection from sedentary powers when their fortunes turned, as demonstrated when Togrul fled to the Tangut Shisha and Karakitai during similar circumstances. Temujin's re-emergence on the political scene is recorded in the secret history of the Mongols, where he is depicted fighting alongside both the Jin army and Togrul against years, Temujin's reputation and power grew significantly. He proved himself a capable leader and a strategic thinker, particularly when it came to warfare and organization. Unlike many of his rivals who would typically slaughter defeated tribes, Temujin chose a different approach. Instead, he absorbed these tribes into his own, spreading their members among his people. This method not only increased his numbers, but also strengthened his influence. Loyalty and competence were highly valued in his ranks. Those who demonstrated both were promoted to higher positions, regardless of blood ties. Although many of his top commanders were indeed related to him, kinship was not the only criterion. However, Temujin's rise did not go unchallenged. His actions, along with those of his ally Tokro, earned them numerous enemies across Mongolia. Among these were the Merkids, Naimans, Tatars, Taichud, and other smaller groups, all of whom sought revenge. In 1201, these factions united and elected a military leader to confront Temujin. They chose Jamuka, who had once been Temujin's friend and blood brother. At the Battle of Koiten in 1201, the two forces clashed. According to some accounts, Jamuka's shaman summoned a snowstorm to give his troops an advantage. Despite this, Temujin emerged victorious, and Jamuka's coalition fell apart. In the aftermath, Jamuka, desperate to recoup his losses, looted the camps of his own allies before fleeing. Tokro pursued Jamuka, while Temujin turned his attention to the Taichud, seeking to avenge his earlier defeat. The Taichud did not yield easily. During the battle, Temujin had a horse shot from under him, suffered a severe neck wound, and almost claimed his life. Yet despite these injuries, he was ultimately triumphant. The Taichud were defeated and assimilated into his growing forces. Even the vassal tribes associated with the Taichud submitted. Notably, Sorkhan Shira and his family, who had once helped Temujin escape captivity, were honoured for their past kindness. One remarkable incident during this period involved the man who shot Temujin's horse. He approached the Khan, openly admitting his actions. Instead of executing him, Temujin recognized his courage and honesty. The man was given the name Jebe, meaning arrow, and welcomed into Temujin's retinue. Over time, Jebe became one of Genghis Khan's most trusted commanders, leading major campaigns in China, Kara Kitai, and even pursuing the Shah Khwarazm. His loyalty was rewarded because of his initial honesty, a trait Temujin deeply valued. In 1202, Temujin sought vengeance against the Tatars. After defeating them in battle, he ordered the execution of all male captives taller than the linchpin of a cart, a grim strategy aimed at eradicating future threats. Before the battle, Temujin had also instituted a strict rule against looting before victory was assured. This policy ensured that his forces remained disciplined and focused on defeating the enemy quickly. Once the battle was won, looting was conducted in an organized manner, with provisions allocated to the families of fallen warriors. This system fostered loyalty, as Temujin's followers knew their families would be cared for, even in their absence. Discipline remained a core principle under Temujin's leadership. When some Kamuk princes who had previously elected him as Khan broke rank to Luteri, they faced severe punishment, and their loot was confiscated. The nobles viewed this as an infringement on their traditional rights, leading many to defect and join Tokro Khan. Nonetheless, Temujin's insistence on discipline laid the foundation for the future success of his armies, as loyalty and order became defining characteristics of his rule. Tokro, now in his late 60s, was no longer the decisive leader he had once been. His weakened state left a power vacuum, and various factions within the Kiryat were already positioning themselves to succeed him. Despite Temujin's long-standing alliance with Tokro, tensions surfaced when Temujin proposed a marriage alliance to solidify their bond. He suggested that Tokro's daughter marry his son Jochi, while his daughter Kojin Beki would marry Tokro's son Sengoku Milka. However, Sengoku opposed proposed the idea, interpreting it as a strategic maneuver to undermine his own claim to leadership. Under pressure from his son, Tongval rejected the proposal, allowing a rift to form between the two allies. With the alliance weakened, rival factions, including the Kamak princes and Jamuka, took advantage of the situation. They whispered in Sengup's ear, stoking his distrust of Temujin. Eventually, Sengup convinced Tongval to betray his former ally. Their plan was simple: lure Temujin into a trap by feigning acceptance of the marriage proposal. A message was sent to Temujin, inviting him to visit the carrier camp to formalize the agreement. However, Temujin's advisors were suspicious and persuaded him to send scouts ahead. This delay proved crucial, as sympathetic herders named Badai and Kishlik overheard the plot and warned Temujin. Realizing the betrayal, Temujin escaped just in time. When Tongval and his allies discovered that Temujin had been alerted, they pursued him, leading to a confrontation at Kalkaljit Sands in eastern Mongolia. The ensuing battle was fierce and chaotic. Temujin's third son, Ogadai, was wounded in the neck, and one of his top commanders was fatally injured. Sengup himself took an arrow to the cheek. Despite their valiant resistance, Temujin's forces were ultimately defeated, forcing them to retreat. However, the Viz failed to capitalize on their success due to internal discord. Tongval's inability to assert control over the coalition, coupled with Jamuka's frustration and his secret warning to Temujin, meant that no decisive pursuit followed. Temujin and his remaining followers retreated to the desolate shores of Lake Baljuna in 1203. There, while drinking the murky waters, his loyal companions swore an oath of allegiance, a moment immortalized as the Baljuna Covenant. Though Temujin had suffered defeat, he still had loyal supporters, and his charisma continued to attract allies. Central Asian Muslim merchants, sympathetic to his cause, brought vital supplies, including sheep, to sustain his forces. Meanwhile, Tongval's coalition quickly fell apart. Power struggles erupted as various factions vied for control, and assassination attempts became common. Temujin took advantage of the chaos by sending emissaries to key leaders, subtly reminding them of past alliances or making veiled threats. This strategic manipulation deepened the mistrust among his enemies, gradually undermining their unity and setting the stage for Temujin's resurgence. As his enemies fractured, Temujin seized the moment. Under the cover of night, in 1203, his army launched a surprise attack on the Keriot while they were engrossed in a feast. Despite putting up a strong resistance, the Keriot forces were ultimately overwhelmed, and their leadership disintegrated as Tongval and his son fled amid the chaos. With their leaders gone, the Keriot had no choice but to surrender to Temujin Khan. Tongval, now a fugitive, attempted to seek refuge with the Naima in the west. However, his miserable appearance led a patrolman to doubt his identity, refusing to believe that this defeated figure was the formidable Khan. The patrolman killed him. Thus ended the life of Tongval, Khan of the Keriot. Strengthened by the incorporation of the Keriot, Temujin now held control over eastern and central Mongolia. His remaining adversaries rallied for a final stand, converging under Tayan Khan of the Naima in the west. This coalition included Jamuka, the Merkit, under Tokto Beki, the same leader who had once captured Borte, and various disaffected remnants of previously conquered tribes. Yet despite their combined forces, internal disputes weakened the coalition's unity. Buiruk, Tayan Khan's brother, refused to contribute troops from his branch of the Naima, while Tayan Khan himself clashed with his son Kuchuk, his wife Gobesu, and top commanders and their strategy. In a bid to outmaneuver Temujin, Tayan sent envoys to the Ongun tribes to the south, hoping for support. However, suspicious of the growing Mongol power to their north, the Onguns warned Temujin of Tayan's intentions. Temujin meticulously prepared his army, reorganizing it into the renowned decimal structure, units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. He appointed reliable commanders, increasingly anxious, unsure whether to retreat and draw the Mongols further in or stand and fight. His instincts favoured a strategic withdrawal, but his son and other commanders accused him of cowardice, pressuring him to engage the Mongols directly. To preserve his honour and authority, Tayang Khan was ultimately compelled to confront Temujin's forces head-on. At the Nong Cliffs, the final confrontation unfolded. Tayang Khan's leadership was disorganised and faltering, while Temujin had meticulously prepared his forces, establishing well-organised battle lines, delegating clear commands to his trusted generals. As the clash intensified, the Naiman forces were steadily pushed back, unable to withstand the disciplined advance of the Mongols. Sensing the impending defeat, Jamuka chose to abandon Tayang, taking his own men and leaving the Naiman leader to his fate. As night descended, many Naiman soldiers attempted to escape but tragically fell from the cliffs to their deaths. By morning, the remnants of resistance were easily overcome by Mongol troops. Tayang Khan was killed, and the surviving Naiman warriors were absorbed into the Mongol ranks. Temujin claimed Tayang's widow as his own, and the Naiman's Uyghur scribes incorporated their writing system, subsequently becoming the foundation for the first written Mongolian script. The year 1204 marked a turning point in Mongolia's history. Although some minor resistance persisted, no rival faction within Mongolia remained capable of challenging Temujin's dominance. Tayang's son managed to escape to the Karakitai, where he would seize power in 1211, only to face Mongol retribution in 1217. Similarly, the surviving sons of the Mergin chief sought refuge among the Kipchak Kanghan tribes in the distant west, but even that was insufficient to escape Mongol pursuit. In 1205, Jamuka, once Temujin's sworn brother and rival, was finally betrayed by his last 5 followers, who delivered him to Temujin. Instead, Temujin executed the betrayers, denouncing their disloyalty. In an emotional encounter recorded in the secret history of the Mongols, Temujin offered Jamuka the chance to rejoin him. Jamuka, however, declined a bloodless death. He assured Temujin that his soul would watch over his friend's family. In accordance with Mongol tradition, Temujin buried Jamuka with the golden belts they had once exchanged as symbols of their bond. An alternative account by the Persian historian Rashid al-Din, written a century later, claims that Jamuka was executed by being dismembered while cursing Genghis Khan. Despite this darker version, the story of their reconciliation remains more widely remembered. In 1206, Temujin summoned a great Kurultai, a grand assembly of the Mongol tribes. During this pivotal gathering, he was declared the supreme ruler of all the steppe peoples. No longer were they fragmented as Kariat, Nina, Tatar, or other distinct tribes. They were unified as Mongol under one leader. Temujin assumed a new title, Genghis Khan, which can be interpreted as fierce or stern ruler. This proclamation marked the consolidation of the Mongol Empire, and the world would soon come to fear the power and ambition of Genghis Khan. In the next episode, we will explore the early military campaigns under Genghis Khan, focusing on the unification of the Mongol tribes, the formal establishment of the Mongol Empire, and the initiation of the first campaign against the Tangut Kingdom in northwestern China. I hope you've enjoyed this episode of the history of the Mongols. Please like the video, leave a comment, as it helps the channel to keep growing, and subscribe if you want to hear more. Thank you, and see you all next time. Hello and welcome back to the history of the Mongols. I'm your host Kyle. In today's episode, we delve into the sophisticated strategies and enduring legacy of Genghis Khan as he laid the foundation of the Mongol Empire. We will explore his efforts to consolidate power, implement innovative governance, and address the challenges of tribal unity, alongside the pivotal military campaigns that expanded Mongol influence. Join us as we examine the methods, triumphs, and complexities of this unparalleled historical figure. Before we get started, I just want to address something before any comments come flooding in to correct me about how to say the name Genghis Khan. The name has quite a few pronunciations: Genghis, 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 and depending on language and history, they're all acceptable. So I'll mostly be using the Genghis Khan version, but again, all of them are acceptable. Before delving into the initial Mongol incursion into the Tangut, it is imperative to contextualize the preceding developments. When last examined, Genghis Khan had successfully consolidated the Mongol tribes, culminating in the formal establishment of the Mongol Empire in 1206. At approximately 50 years of age, Genghis had endured a lifetime of relentless struggle, seizing hard-won victories interspersed with bitter defeats. He had acquired profound insights, not only from his own errors, but also from those committed by his adversaries. However, despite the establishment of the Mongol state, its structure remained fragile. Tribal confederations historically lacked longevity, compelling Genghis Khan to devise strategies to forestall any resurgence in tribal discord that could fracture his nascent empire. To mitigate this risk, Genghis Khan implemented a series of transformative strategies aimed at dismantling the entrenched powers of traditional chiefs and khans. Central to this reform was the realignment of loyalty, now directed solely towards the Great Khan. Those leaders who exhibited resistance were systematically removed, thereby neutralizing potential nuclei of opposition. Moreover, the traditional tribal structures were disbanded, with families integrated among Genghis' own people, thereby consolidating unity. This restructuring was formalized through the extension of the decimal military system to the entire populace, effectuating a comprehensive social reorganization. The decimal system, referenced frequently, merits further elaboration. It was predicated on the organization of groups into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, denoted respectively in Mongolian as Arban, Jagan, Mingham, and Tumen. These units transcended tribal affiliations, merging individuals from diverse backgrounds into the same Mingham, thereby supplanting traditional kinship-based social structures with a uniform military administrative framework. In tandem with the military Minghams, civilian Minghams were instituted to sustain the martial apparatus. These civilian units were tasked with the production, maintenance, and provisioning of military equipment, and, in the absence of warriors, oversaw the pastoral economy, including the management of livestock. Consequently, tribal identities such as Taichud, Tatar, Kariat, or Naiman were subsumed under a singular Mongol identity. Only a select few tribes that demonstrated unwavering allegiance retained their integrity and leadership. Even they acknowledged the absolute supremacy of Genghis Khan, epitomizing the dictum, "There shall be no Khan but the Khan himself." Simultaneously, Genghis Khan promulgated a singular codex, Great Yasa, to supersede the disparate legal traditions of the constituent tribes. The Yasa functioned as a codified legal system, standardizing customary practices while prohibiting behaviors deemed sacrilegious or antagonistic to the spiritual equilibrium essential for the state's prosperity. Infringements, however, seemingly benign, such as washing soiled items in flowing water, inserting a knife into fire, or urinating on ashes, were met with capital punishment, as these acts were believed to disrupt spiritual harmony. This stringent enforcement of spiritual etiquette was paramount during a period when divine favor was deemed vital for the empire's survival. Notably, capital punishment remained a prevalent sanction within the Yasa, reinforcing the perception of Genghis Khan's resolve in its application. The Yasa also prescribed precise methods of animal slaughter, mandating that the hearts be crushed without bloodshed. a practice at odds with Islamic ritual slaughter, which necessitates bloodletting. This dichotomy provokes ongoing scholarly debate regarding the qiyas's applicability to sedentary populations and the extent of its enforcement in diverse socio-cultural contexts. These ambiguities highlight the complex intersection between nomadic governance and religious heterogeneity, a theme warranting further exploration as our narrative unfolds. To facilitate the governance of the Mongol undertook the establishment of a nascent administrative apparatus. Although modest in scale when juxtaposed with the sprawling bureaucratic frameworks of contemporaneous China, this rudimentary system was indispensable for overseeing a polity encompassing approximately 1 million individuals and an army numbering around 100,000. Following the subjugation of the Nile, Genghis acquired their Uyghur scribes, recognizing the strategic utility of literacy. At that time, the Mongolian language lacked a written script, prompting Genghis Khan to adopt the Uyghur alphabet, which continues to persist in Inner Mongolia today. One of Genghis's adopted sons, Shigi Kutuku, a Tatar, was appointed as the Yeke Jarguchi, or chief judge, tasked with adjudicating legal matters, preserving justice, and chronicling both the Khan's edicts and judicial decisions in this new script. A significant augmentation of the burgeoning administration involved expanding the Keshik to 10,000 men. Initially established in 1204 as a personal guard for the Khan, the Keshik transcended mere protection duties. Its members served as grooms, meal preparers, caretakers of the Khan's chair, and overseers of his livestock, armaments, and even musical instruments. Comprised of trusted individuals, often the progeny of commanders or allied chieftains, the Keshik functioned akin to a military academy, fostering the development of leadership competencies. Those who proved adept were entrusted with commanding armies or governing territories. The Keshik also served as a political instrument. Members dispatched back to their homelands often acted as intermediaries, reinforcing the Khan's influence and ensuring the loyalty of their kin. Consequently, the Keshik represented both a means of fostering elite leadership and a mechanism of political consolidation. These strategic measures fortified the core military values prized by the Mongols: loyalty and discipline. The Mongol command structure, particularly the decimal system, demanded unwavering trust among commanders, essential for the operational fluidity of Mongol warfare. Armies often operated across vast distances, necessitating precise coordination to encircle and neutralize adversaries. Such operational autonomy underscores the institutional loyalty embedded within the Mongol hierarchy. Even when the Khan campaigned on distant fronts, his commanders maintained allegiance and executed his directives, contributing to the empire's expansion. By eliminating potential allegiances that might undermine the Khan's authority and rewarding demonstrated competence, the Great Khans cultivated a resilient and reliable military apparatus. Soldiers demonstrated remarkable dedication, often enduring severe hardships without complaint. Their loyalty reinforced by a reciprocal relationship wherein the Khan ensured the well-being of their families. Instances of defection among Mongol forces during the period of imperial consolidation were exceedingly rare, consistently noted by foreign chroniclers who marveled at the Mongol steadfastness. Any potential threats to this consolidation were expeditiously neutralized. One prominent instance involved Koko Chu, also known as Teb Tengari, the shaman and Genghis Khan's stepbrother. Renowned for his purported spiritual prowess, allegedly capable of traversing snowstorms unclothed, Koko Chu had earned considerable reverence. According to one account, it was Koko Chu who conferred the title of Genghis Khan upon Temujin in 1206. However, emboldened by his perceived spiritual authority, Koko Chu assaulted Genghis' brothers, overstepping his bounds. In response, Genghis permitted his youngest brother to incapacitate the shaman, leaving him to perish, an unequivocal demonstration perceived power would be tolerated as a challenge to the Great Khan's supremacy. These measures established a degree of internal control within Genghis Khan's nascent polity, yet the stability of his state remained tenuous. Numerous adversaries or their descendants had survived the arduous wars of unification. Among them were Toktar Beki of the Merkit, his progeny, Buirum Khan of the Naiman, and his nephew Kuchlu, as well as Sengomen Khan, the son of the late On Khan of the Keragit. Of particular concern were the heirs of the Naiman and Keragit faction, as the Jin dynasty in the south could potentially endorse them as alternative leaders, thereby galvanizing residual dissident factions against Genghis Khan. In the years immediately following unification in 1206, it became imperative for Genghis to preempt any resurgence of opposition. Buirum was decisively defeated in late 1206, forcing the remaining Naiman, now led by Kuchlu, to migrate westward and ally the Merkit under Toktar along the Irtish River, where they faced defeat in 1208. Toktar perished in combat, while his sons sought refuge in the Kipchak tribes in the far west. Kuchlu, on the other hand, would eventually find sanctuary in the Kara Kitai, where he would later seize power in 1211, a development we will revisit in a subsequent episode. To the north, Genghis Khan compelled the submission of the various Siberian forest tribes around Lake Baikal in 1207, including the Kyrgyz, the Tuat, and the Oirat, among others. By 1208, Genghis had successfully secured both his northern and western frontiers, with his eastern boundary naturally demarcated by the Khingan Mountains, leaving the southern territories of China as the next strategic objective. While these efforts to consolidate an administrative framework and eliminate potential rivals fortified his rule, Genghis Khan remained acutely aware that idleness among his warriors could foster internal discord. Genghis recognized that the Mongols required a unifying external threat to channel their martial vigor. Engaging in campaigns not only served this strategic function, but also addressed pragmatic concerns. The environmental conditions of late century Mongolia, characterized by increased aridity and desertification, exacerbated by protracted conflict, had significantly depleted livestock numbers. A military expedition against China promised both material replenishment and the fulfillment of the Khan's role as a provider. Ideologically, the campaign against the Jin also reinforced Genghis Khan's political legitimacy, rooted partly in negotiation with the Khan-Mongol Union of the early 12th century, which had been dismantled by the Church of Jin. The brutal execution of Khan al-Bago by the Jin demanded retribution, presenting Genghis with an opportunity to fulfill his duty as avenger. Furthermore, although the Jin dynasty was temporarily preoccupied with internal uprisings, flooding, and conflict with the Southern Song dynasty, it would inevitably challenge a consolidated Mongol presence in its northern periphery. Perceiving Genghis Khan as a vassal, the Jin's acquiescence was unlikely, rendering a preemptive strike advantageous. It is crucial to emphasize that at this juncture, the Mongols did not conceptualize world domination. Even the prospect of fully yet crystallized as a strategic objective. The two kingdoms the Mongols faced at the outset was the Jurchen Jin Empire. Its capital, the Zhongdu, modern-day Beijing, was a huge stretch of territory from the Ordos Loop to the far east of Manchuria. Ruled by the Jurchen, a semi-nomadic people originally from Manchuria, it was certainly the strongest single military force in the world at this point, with a population of about 40 million, mainly Chinese but a notable Jurchen and Khitan minority. Genghis Khan would have considered them the single greatest foe he faced. To the west of the Jin dynasty, in the Gansu corridor, was the backdoor to North China, the Xia dynasty, or the Tanga kingdom. Considerably smaller in both population, geographic size, and in its military, it was a stout kingdom ruled by a people of Tibetan heritage, with a mixed population of Turkic nomads, sedentary Chinese, lies to the south. Most of the overland trade routes, the silk routes, were funneled through here, increasing the wealth of the kingdom substantially. It was here the hammer would flee first. The first Mongol raids into the Tangut realm in 1205, pursuing the fleeing Karian prince Sengomelka. The Sengom evaded them, as he had been chased out by the Tangut, and was then murdered shortly afterwards in the Tarim Basin. The Mongols made due with captured animals and goods before withdrawing. In 1207, the Mongols returned to the Tangut, a more serious probe this time, taking advantage of the first coup d'etat in the Shishia's history and the ascension of the new King Weiming. Tangut garrisons were sent out to meet the raiders and were destroyed, and the border fort of Ulahai was sacked and occupied until early 1208. The new Tangut king looked to the Jin, their nominal overlords, for aid, but in the winter of 1208, the Jin emperor had died and was succeeded by his uncle, Wenyan Yongji. History does not look kindly on him. So poor was his reign that his successor posthumously demoted him from emperor to prince, and hence, instead of emperor, sources call him the Wei Shaowan, the Prince of Wei. To give you an idea of his character, his helpful response to the Mongol attacks on the Tangut was allegedly to say, "It is to our advantage when our enemies attack. Wherein lies the danger to us? How could a man who tempts fate so willingly have been a poor emperor?" By autumn 1209, Genghis Khan was ready for more serious actions. His flanks now secured with the defeat of the Naiman Merkit force on the Irtish in the west, the submission of the forest tribes to his north, and the voluntary submission of the Uyghurs, the neighbours of the Tangut. In 1209, the Mongol conquests were to begin. The Mongols marched in spring 1209, when there would be sufficient water and sparse grasses to allow the perhaps 60,000-man army to cross the Gobi Desert. The Tangut armies, generally Turkic and Tangut horse archers and lancers, supported by Chinese infantry, fared poorly against Genghis, who personally led the invasion. His disciplined army in the open proved itself almost immediately. Made strong by their hard lives, at a strategic level, the army moved swiftly, effectively, and without complaint. Honed and sharpened by decades of continuous war, at the tactical level, they were a storm, outmaneuvering and surrounding their enemies on the field, their arrows flying far, hitting hard and striking true. Thousands of arrows would rise into the sky like a cloud, dropping like rain, and suddenly releasing cries of anguish from an army, dying men and horses. Wings of the Mongol army, separated by kilometers, but kept in touch through messengers, signal arrows, flags and drums, seemed to move as one to surround their foe. Or in their units of 10, 100, 1,000, sent to run against the enemy, appearing like an undisciplined horde before suddenly falling into a wall of unyielding cavalry, or swiftly wheeling about, turning in escalates to send arrows behind them, tempting the foe to pursue. Often they took the bait, charging the Mongol archers, who parted, the impetus of the enemy charge leading into nothing. Isolated, these horsemen were quickly surrounded, filled with arrows, or crushed by the Mongols' own lancers. The enemy infantry without cavalry support could be then almost contemptuously picked off. Like a wolf among a flock of sheep, Genghis Khan initiated his campaign by advancing toward Ulahai, decisively annihilating the Tangut force dispatched to intercept him. Shortly thereafter, the fort fell once more under Mongol control. Proceeding south along the Yellow River, the Mongols confronted the natural barrier of the Helan Mountains, which served as a protective shield from the west to the north of the Tangut capital. Zhongxing, Yinchuan, nestled within its agriculturally rich valley. On the capital's eastern flank, the Yellow River and its intricate network of irrigation canals formed an additional line of defense, sustaining the life and economy of the Tangut land. The primary capitulate shortly thereafter. Upon descending from the Helan Mountains, Genghis Khan found himself confronting the formidable fortifications of Zhongxing. The city's thick stamped earth walls, interspersed with robust tunnels, protected by irrigation canals, were impossible. Without adequate siege equipment, the Mongols resorted to pillaging the surrounding countryside, yet Zhongxing remained unbroken. In the autumn of 1209, nature intervened. Seasonal rains swelled the Yellow River. Seizing this opportunity, Genghis Khan ordered his forces to construct a makeshift dike, diverting the surging waters toward the city. The resulting deluge destabilized the earthen walls. Inundated homes threatened the populace with disease. The siege's hardships of hunger and fatigue eroded Tangut morale. Ironically, the dike itself eventually failed, flooding the Mongol camp, but by then, psychological damage to Zhongxing was irreversible. In January 1210, the Tangut court, recognizing the inevitability of defeat, initiated peace negotiations. As part of the resulting treaty, the humiliated Tangut kingdom accepted vassal status under Mongol suzerainty. Genghis Khan secured a Tangut princess as a consort, alongside substantial tribute consisting of falcons, camels, and textiles. In early 1210, Genghis Khan returned to Mongolia, vindicated by his successful campaign. Shortly thereafter, Tangut king Waiming died under suspicious circumstances, marking a symbolic end to the first Mongol conquest. While the Mongols encountered significant challenges when faced with fortified cities, their adaptability, tactical ingenuity, and open field engagements proved decisive. Although they lacked a reliable method for capturing defended settlements, the Mongols demonstrated a capacity to lure garrisons into the open, exploiting the defenders' misconceptions and weakness. Compared to subsequent Mongol conquests, the Tangut submission was comparatively lenient. The tribute demanded, though substantial, was not ruinous, and the Mongols refrained from establishing a permanent military presence within the kingdom. Tangut autonomy remained largely intact, except for obligations to provide military support and tribute. Nonetheless, discontent simmered within the Tangut court, where factions persistently advocated for resistance. This internal discord would ultimately precipitate the kingdom's downfall, a consequence not of direct Mongol domination, but of internal strife catalyzed by the uneasy vassalage. Upon his return to Mongolia, Genghis Khan received emissaries from the Jin court, bearing news of the enthronement of Wanyan Yongji as the new Jin emperor. The envoys also sought to reaffirm Genghis Khan's obligations as a tributary, harking back to the political dynamics established in 1196, when Genghis had engaged in military action against the Tatar tribes of Jin support. At that time, the Jin viewed him as a support, and it is likely that Genghis had initially sent gifts or tribute to the Jin in acknowledgement of this status. However, by approximately 1206, he had ceased this practice. In 1208, the Jin Emperor Zhangzong had dispatched his uncle, Wanyan Yongji, to re-establish the tributary relationship. But Genghis, perceiving Yongji as unimposing, had responded with overt disdain. Now in 1210, upon learning of Yongji's accession to the throne, Genghis Khan's reaction was one of irreverent amusement. Customarily, he was expected to perform the kowtow to acknowledge the new emperor. Instead, Genghis openly derided the notion, spitting on the ground towards the south, the symbolic direction of the Jin court, and remarked, "I thought that the ruler of the Middle Kingdom must be from heaven. Can he be a person of such weakness as Wei Xiaowang? Why should I kowtow for him?" He then mounted his horse and rode away, a gesture laden with symbolic repudiation. This act of defiance effectively constituted a declaration of war, marking the inception of a protracted conflict that would endure for 2 decades, far exceeding the lifespans of both Genghis Khan and the Jin Emperor Wanyan Yongji. The audacious rejection of Jin authority not only demonstrated Genghis episode of the history of the Mongols. Please like the video and leave a comment, as it helps greatly. And subscribe if you want to hear more. Thank you, and see you all next time. Hello, and welcome back to the history of the Mongols. I'm your host, Kyle. Last time we explored how Genghis Khan consolidated his power over the diverse Mongol tribes, effectively transforming them from a fragile alliance into a unified and formidable empire. Through calculated political reforms, Genghis dismantled existing tribal structures, centralizing loyalty exclusively under his leadership. He established the Great Yasa, a comprehensive legal code, and reorganized his army into disciplined units based on the decimal system, laying a solid foundation for the expansive empire that was to follow. After firmly establishing control within Mongolia, Genghis Khan set his sights on the Tangut Kingdom, marking the beginning of his ambitious campaigns beyond Mongol borders. In today's episode, we delve deeper into Genghis Khan's next major challenge, his confrontation with the powerful Jin dynasty of northern China. Let's get started. After returning from the Tangut Kingdom in early 1210, disrespecting envoys from the new Jin Emperor, Wei Xiaowan, Genghis Khan started preparations for a significant campaign. He began by gathering intelligence and reviewing his forces. Crucial information came from Muslim, Uyghur, and Ongud merchants, as well as defectors from the Jin dynasty, including Khitan and Chinese officials who urged an attack. By this time, the Jin dynasty was struggling. Severe flooding in the late 1190s dramatically altered the course of the Yellow River, devastating agriculture and communities. Ongoing conflict with the Song dynasty between 1206 to 1208 further weakened the Jin economy, causing severe inflation that rendered their paper currency nearly worthless. While Jin armies remained large and formidable, their effectiveness had declined, partly due to increased assimilation into Chinese culture, diminishing the fierce military prowess of earlier generations. In early 1211, the Turkic Khans of Al-Malik and Kailik submitted to Genghis Khan, providing valuable cavalry support. Genghis stationed his son-in-law, Tokuchar, in western Mongolia as a guard against potential threats, including the Naiman Prince Kuchuk, who had seized power in Karakitai. Confident in his strength and believing he had divine favor, Genghis Khan, in the spring of 1211, his force of approximately 1,000 was divided into two, one under his direct command, the other led by his eldest sons, Jochi, Chagatai, and Ogadai. By May 1211, the Mongols had crossed the Gobi Desert and entered Inner Mongolia, a grassland region between the Gobi and Yanshan Mountains, marking China's northern border. Contrary to popular belief, Genghis Khan did not reach or bypass the well-known Great Wall of China we see today. That structure was built later, during the Ming dynasty in the 15th and 16th centuries. The Jin dynasty had constructed shorter sections of defensive walls made from earth, and these were manned primarily by local tribes, including the Ongud. The Ongud, a Turkic Nestorian tribe, friendly with Genghis Khan since 1204, had previously refused a call by the Naiman Khan to attack the Mongols from behind, instead alerting Genghis to his plan. When Genghis Khan approached, the Ongud readily submitted and opened their gates without resistance. In return, they were treated generously by the Mongols. Genghis Khan solidified this alliance by marrying one of his daughters into the Ongud leadership, where she would represent Mongol interests effectively. The Mongol forces spent the summer resting in Ongud territory, utilizing its pastures to strengthen their horses. During this period, they also captured a few Jin-controlled towns, including Fuzhou, which fell after minimal resistance in late August 1211. Emperor Wei Xiaowan of the Jin dynasty was abruptly awakened by alarming Genghis Khan's army, personally commanded by him, was expected to pass through Yehuli, placing him only days from the Jin capital, Jongdu. The Jin leadership anticipated that this would be the decisive battlefield. Killing Genghis Khan would likely force his sons, commanding separate forces in the Ordos region, to retreat. As Genghis captured Fuzhou, formidable Jin forces consisting primarily of elite Jurchen and Khitan cavalry, backed by Chinese infantry. This army was led by Hu Xiaohu, an arrogant yet influential commander with considerable experience from conflicts against the Song dynasty. It's worth noting that historical records refer to him by several complex variations of his full name, Hashini Jujun Hu Xiaohu, but for simplicity, let's use Hu Xiaohu. Supporting Hu Xiaohu was a smaller force commanded by Wanyan Hu Xiaohu, assigned to fortify Wuxiaopao, a strategic location between Fuzhou and Yehuli. Combined, these Jin forces numbered between 300,000 to 500,000 men, although many were laborers tasked with constructing defences rather than fighting. Before the Jin could fully fortify Wuxiaopao, Genghis Khan dispatched his commander, Jebei, to launch a surprise attack in August, just before Fuzhou fell. Although Hu Xiao managed to escape with many of his troops to the southern fortress of Weihebao, this move disrupted Jin preparations. Meanwhile, Hu Xiao reached Yehuli and positioned his forces in Wanazui, also known as Badger's Mouth Pass, the narrowest point in the defile. He ordered his later rapidly built defensive structures and dig trenches. Despite receiving intelligence from his Khitan scouts about the Mongols' capture of Fuzhou and their temporary distraction with looting, Hu Xiaohu ignored advice to attack immediately. Concerned about the Mongols' effectiveness in open field combat, he chose to rely on the restrictive terrain of Wanazui to safeguard his flanks. As the Jin forces prepared for battle, a Khitan officer named Shimo Mingan, who had previously served as an envoy to Genghis Khan, was dispatched to reprimand the Mongol leader. However, the real objective was to gather intelligence and delay the Mongol advance. Mingan, a proud Khitan who had come to admire Genghis Khan, defected immediately and revealed Hu Xiaohu's battle plans to the Mongols. Genghis scouts quickly verified the information, and the Khan saw an opportunity to exploit the Jin's tactical errors. Realizing that the Jin had assembled a massive army to crush his invasion in one decisive strike, Genghis assessed his position. At that moment, he had only a portion of his full force with him, as his sons were still campaigning in the west. The caution displayed by Hu Xiaohu, however, worked to Genghis's advantage. Acting decisively, the Mongol forces moved into Yehuli, heading towards the Jin army stationed at Wanazui. When Jin scouts reported the sudden Mongol advance, Hu Xiaohu hastily positioned his vast army, deploying Jurchen and Khitan, heavy and horse archers in the front, with Chinese infantry and laborers forming a dense support line. Due to the narrow terrain, the Jin forces were tightly packed, limiting their ability to maneuver. The battle commenced with Mongol archers unleashing volleys of arrows into the Jin ranks, creating chaos as the densely packed soldiers had no room to evade. Seizing the moment, Mukhali, one of Genghis Khan's most dependable commanders, led a charge with his lancers, breaking through the disorganized Jin front. Genghis himself followed with his elite bodyguard, the Keshik. The Jurchen and Khitan cavalry faltered, retreating to the mass Chinese infantry behind them. This retreat caused panic as the horsemen trampled their own for a complete breakdown of discipline. The Mongols capitalized on the confusion, cutting through the fleeing Jin soldiers without mercy. The road became littered with bodies, described in the secret history of the Mongols as being heaped like rotten logs. Hu Xiaohu and Hu Xiao regrouped at Weihebao, a fort located several kilometers to the south, attempting a last stand. Yet, by the end of the day, the Mongol forces overwhelmed the remaining Jin troops. The victory at Wanazui was celebrated as one of the Mongols' most decisive and memorable triumphs. face of his once formidable army. The Mongol forces continued their advance, but were temporarily halted at Juyongguan Pass. This pass, situated at the narrow 18-kilometer long Guanggu Valley, served as a critical defensive choke point leading into the North China Plain, approximately 53 kilometers north of Zhongdu. During the Ming Dynasty, the famous Badaling section of the Great Wall would be constructed at the northern end of this valley, becoming a well-preserved and highly visited tourist site due to its strategic location near Beijing. In the 13th century, Juyongguan was already a heavily fortified stronghold, guarded by a substantial garrison. The Mongols, lacking effective siege weapons, could not breach it directly. Jebe Noyan, one of Genghis Khan's most skilled commanders, devised a cunning plan. He feigned a retreat, drawing the garrison out. Eager to avenge their fallen comrades, the defenders pursued him. About 30 kilometers from the pass, Jebe turned his forces around and ambushed them, annihilating the pursuing troops. With their defensive force obliterated, Juyongguan surrendered shortly afterward. By October 1211, Genghis Khan had led his army onto the North China Plain, unleashing chaos across the Jin dynasty's territory. Although he made a brief attempt to besiege Zhongdu, the city's formidable defenses proved too resilient. Recognizing the challenge, Genghis left a contingent to blockade the city and dispersed his forces to raid the surrounding areas. One Mongol army captured the imperial horse herds, significantly weakening the Jin cavalry. Meanwhile, Mongol detachments launched raids from Xijing, modern Datong, in the west, to Dongjing, modern Liaoyang, in Manchuria. Dongjing fell to Jebe Noyan after another successful feint retreat, but Xijing resisted the Mongol assault. By February 1212, Mongol forces withdrew to Hongkong territory, bringing with them vast loot and captured livestock. The horses and warriors needed rest after the grueling campaign. Surprisingly, the Mongols did not garrison the border passes they had fought so hard to seize. Scholars speculate that Genghis Khan may not have planned long-term occupation, or, given the Mongols' limited administrative experience, recognized that maintaining these positions would be impractical, while the Jin dynasty remained strong. Despite the heavy losses at Yehuling, the Jin dynasty remained intact. The Jin leadership, still reeling from the defeat, called for reinforcements from Manchuria. Wei Xiaowang appointed Hu Shaohu as deputy military commander and tasked him with reoccupying the critical border forts, including Juyongguan. Meanwhile, tensions escalated as the Jin rulers, suspicious of the Khitan population's loyalty in Manchuria, sent Jurchen colonists to assert control. Ironically, this only sparked a massive Khitan rebellion, led by Yellow Luge, who soon declared allegiance to Genghis Khan and proclaimed himself king of the new Liao dynasty. Concurrently, the Tangut began raiding the Jin's western frontier. The Song dynasty halted tribute payments to the Jin, and famine broke out in several provinces. The Mongols returned in the autumn of 1212, after giving their horses a summer of rest, but the campaign was abruptly cut short when Genghis Khan sustained a leg injury from an arrow during the assault on Xijing, forcing a temporary withdrawal. In 1213, as famine and Tangut raids and internal strife continued to spread, Genghis Khan, now recovered from his injury, once again directed his forces towards Jin China. By July or August of that year, he had returned to the valleys south of Yehuling, where towns and settlements fell with alarming speed, either through surrender or force. On the route to Juyongguan, near present-day Huailai, he encountered a large Jin force under the command of Zhuhu Gaoqi. Although the Jin army reportedly numbered around 100,000, the narrow valley terrain limited their mobility, allowing the Mongols to crush them. Survivors fled to the fortified Juyongguan, where they had covered nearly 50 kilometers of ground, with caltrops to deter the Mongol advance. Mongols returned to Juyongguan in September, a messenger from Wei Xiaowan arrived to reprimand Hu Xiaohu for his inaction, but Hu Xiaohu killed the envoy out of panic. Realizing he needed to take control, Hu Xiaohu seized Zhongdu, executed the emperor, and placed Wei Xiaowan's nephew, the 50-year-old Wu Dubu, on the throne, expecting him to be a puppet ruler. However, Hu Xiaohu's arrogance alienated the court, and despite achieving some minor victories against Mongol raiding parties in November, his luck soon turned. Falling ill, Hu Xiaohu left Zhu and Gaoqi to deal with the Mongols. Gaoqi's failure and hasty return to the palace to avoid Hu Xiaohu's wrath resulted in Hu Xiaohu's capture and execution by Gaoqi, who was subsequently pardoned by Wu Dubu and promoted to vice commander of the empire. The political chaos at Zhongdu paralyzed the Jin government for 2 crucial months, just as the Mongols were breaking through Juyongguan. By December 1213, as the Mongol army gathered before Zhongdu, the new emperor sent a peace offering to Genghis Khan. Recognizing the Jin dynasty's weakened state, Genghis left a small force to blockade the capital and unleashed a massive offensive across the North China Plain. The campaign, described by one Chinese writer as creating dust and smoke that rose to heaven, devastated Hubei province, Shaanxi, and western Shandong. Nearly 100 towns fell to the Mongols. Agricultural lands were ruined, and the Jin dynasty's reputation for military strength was shattered. By February 1214, Mongol forces were converging on Zhongdu. Despite the Mongol success against smaller settlements and in open field battles, Zhongdu posed a formidable challenge. As the Jin capital since the 1150s, it was heavily fortified, with nearly 30 kilometers of 12-meter-high earthen walls, reinforced by 900 towers, equipped with various siege weapons. The city was surrounded by 3 lines of moats, and fortified by 4 outer forts, each with its own defences, and connected to the city via underground tunnels. The countryside had been stripped of any usable resources, from food stores to stones that could serve as projectiles. With 4,000 soldiers in each of the outer forts, and an additional 20,000 guarding the city walls, Zhongdu was prepared for a prolonged siege. During the siege of Zhongdu, the Mongols found themselves facing significant challenges. Despite their relative lack of experience in siege warfare, they managed to maintain a strategic advantage by having freedom of movement outside the city. As the siege continued, desertions from the Jin side, especially Chinese and Khitan soldiers, bolstered Mongol numbers. Some of these defectors brought valuable resources, including catapults, and provided technical expertise that enabled the Mongols to construct more siege engines. At one point, the Mongols managed to breach one of Zhongdu's gates, possibly by force or with internal assistance, only to be caught in a trap as the street behind them was set ablaze. The unit barely escaped, suffering heavy casualties. Another assault on the city was similarly repelled by the fortified garrison. To complicate matters, a disease began to spread among Genghis Khan's troops, leading to frustration as the siege dragged on. In April 1214, Genghis Khan made a strategic move by sending an envoy, a Tangut officer, to negotiate with the Jin emperor, Wu Dubu. The proposed terms demanded that the Jin formally submit and that Wu Dubu relinquish his imperial title. However, Wu Dubu, seeing no clear advantage in this proposal, refused. His only defense was that his forces had not yet been starved into submission. Genghis Khan responded with another message, emphasizing the Mongols' control over most of Shandong and Hebei, and questioning the wisdom of further conflict. The whole of Shandong and Hebei are now in my possession, while you retain only Zhongdu. God has made you so weak that should I further molest you, I know not what heaven will say. I am willing to withdraw my army. What provisions will you make to still the demands of my officers? Realizing his precarious situation, Dubu agreed to terms. In May 1214, the Jin emperor capitulated, remains uncertain what Genghis Khan's long-term plans were after this success, whether he intended to pursue his remaining enemies in the west, such as Kuchuk, or perhaps turn his attention to the Song dynasty in the south. However, those plans were disrupted in June 1214 when Wudugu, fearing that Zhongdu was too vulnerable to Mongol attack, made the fateful decision to abandon the city and relocate to his southern capital at Kaifa. This move was intended to put distance between himself and Genghis Khan, but during the relocation, Dugu's trust in the Khitan horsemen within his retinue faltered. When he attempted to confiscate their horses, the Khitans rebelled and fled north to inform Genghis Khan. Upon hearing of Wudugu's retreat and betrayal of their agreement, Genghis Khan was furious. To him, moving to Kaifa was not only an act of cowardice, but a clear sign of future resistance. Enraged, Genghis ordered his general Samuka, accompanied by Shimo Ningen and the 2,000 Khitan defectors, to march on Zhongdu with an army of around 50,000 men. Arriving by September 1214, they laid siege to the city. Although the garrison was significantly reduced, the remaining defenders were determined to hold out. Rather than launching a costly frontal assault, Samuka decided to starve the city into submission, aiming to bring the morale of its proud but isolated defenders. In early 1215, as the siege of Zhongdu dragged on, Emperor Wudugu made a final attempt to support the city. He sent relief columns loaded with food and reinforcements. However, the Mongols intercepted and defeated these columns with ease, using the captured supplies to feed their own troops. As the noose tightened around Zhongdu, the city's hopes for rescue grew increasingly bleak. The situation outside the city was just as dire as the Jin dynasty. Most of the Jurchen homeland, Manchuria, had already fallen to the Mongols, their vassal Khitan kingdom. In the chaos, one Jurchen commander in Manchuria declared independence and established his own kingdom in the far eastern part of the region. Further south, in the Shandong Peninsula, a local uprising known as the Red Coats erupted, fiercely opposing the Jin government. Any remaining Jin forces had either defected to the Mongols or been destroyed. By this point, only a narrow strip of territory along the Yellow River and the area around Xijing in the west remained under Jin control. Inside Zhongdu, the situation was growing increasingly desperate. Starvation had taken hold, and rumours of cannibalism circulated among the surviving populace. All possible animals had been eaten, and in one tragic incident, thousands of the city's young women reportedly threw themselves from the walls rather than face capture. Infighting broke out among the city's leaders. One commander even committed suicide, while another managed to break through the blockade to reach Kaifa, only to be executed for desertion. In June 1215, Zhongdu finally surrendered. The Mongol troops, frustrated after months of siege, unleashed their anger on the surviving inhabitants. Thousands were killed, and the city was thoroughly looted. Parts of Zhongdu burned for weeks. The devastation was so severe that when a Khwarezmian embassy passed through months later, they were horrified to see piles of human bones surrounding the ruins. The ground was greasy with human fat, and disease was rampant. Some members of the embassy even fell ill and died as a result. Amid this grim aftermath, the Mongols found small moments of satisfaction. One story that emerged from the chaos involved Qin Kai, a prominent officer, who climbed a Zhongdu tower and fired arrows in every direction. When Genghis Khan heard of this, he was so amused that he granted Qin Kai ownership of all the land within the range of his arrows. Genghis often appreciated such bold, symbolic gestures. Another notable incident involved Shigi Kutuk, Genghis Khan's adopted son. When several officers tried to bribe him to share the city's loot, he refused, declaring that everything belonged to the Khan. Such loyalty was highly valued and deeply respected by Genghis, more so than all the wealth of China. celestial endorsements. Unsurprisingly, loyalty to the Jin dwindled as more and more officials and military leaders defected to the Mongols. Soon the Mongols were able to consolidate their newly acquired territories with the help of loyal Chinese, Khitan, and even some Jurchen officials. Chinese soldiers, once fighting against the Mongols, now fought alongside them in the campaign to conquer China, an aspect we will explore in detail in future episodes. Chengdu, once a thriving metropolis, was left a hollow shell after the Mongol conquest. The city was renamed Yanqing by the Mongols and maintained some administrative importance. However, it would only regain significant prominence decades later when Kublai Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson, established a new capital near the site. But that chapter lies ahead of us. In the next episode, we'll see Genghis Khan return north of the Gobi Desert for the first time in 4 years, only to find turmoil brewing at home. While the Jin dynasty struggles to recover from its defeats, unrest among the northern forest tribes threatens the stability of the Mongol Empire. We'll follow the Khan as he works to suppress these rebellions, pursue his fleeing enemies, and ultimately counter the powerful Khwarezmian Empire. A meeting that will set the stage for one of history's most catastrophic invasions. I hope you've enjoyed this episode of the history of the Mongols. Please like the video, leave a comment, it helps greatly, and subscribe if you want to hear more. Thank you, and see you all next time. Hello, and welcome back to the history of the Mongols. I'm your host, Kyle. In our last episode, we discussed the remarkable campaign of Genghis Khan and his generals against the Jin dynasty of northern China from 1211 to 1215. Genghis Khan's empire had been solidified through intense battles with the Jurchen state. Following the capture of the Jin capital in 1215, Genghis Khan returned home. While many conquerors might have rested on their achievements, Genghis Khan was driven by an unrelenting ambition. Even as his forces continued their battles in China, he dispatched other commanders to quell revolts, eliminate lingering enemies, and extend the economic power of the Mongol Empire. These actions inadvertently set the stage for conflict with the Khwarezmian Empire, a vast territory stretching from Central Asia's Transoxiana to Western Iran. Today, we will examine the rebellion among the Siberian forest tribes, the fall of the Kara Kitai, and the Otran massacre, events that preceded the Mongol invasion of Khwarezmia. Before delving deeper, it's important to note that the timeline between 1215 and 1219 can appear complex, primarily due to the rapid succession of events and the unfamiliar geography involved. Genghis Khan's capacity to coordinate multiple successful military operations simultaneously across such vast distances underscores the impressive capabilities of his army. With that in mind, let's dive into today's episode. In July 1215, Genghis Khan crossed the Gobi Desert to return to Mongolia, marking his first return north of the Gobi since 1211. With the Jin capital of Chengdu, modern-day Beijing, captured just a month earlier, Genghis was confident his presence in China was no longer urgently needed. His trusted general Samuka continued the campaign against the Jin dynasty in his absence. Samuka successfully maneuvered through Jin territories, crossing the Yellow River and approaching their new capital at Kaifa, consistently outsmarting and defeating Jin forces. These relentless attacks prevented the Jin from reoccupying their lost cities, allowing Genghis Khan to focus on internal issues back home. However, his prolonged absence had unintended consequences. Previously, subdued people saw it as an opportunity to revolt. By 1216, rebellion had erupted among the forest tribes around Lake Baikal, north of Mongolia proper. These tribes had only recently been conquered and had grown increasingly increasingly restless during Genghis Khan's absence. The situation escalated due to the actions of one of Genghis's lieutenants, Korchi. Decades earlier, Korchi had secured favor with Genghis by prophesying his future triumph and had been promised 30 wives as a reward. In 1216, he traveled north to claim these women from the Tumed tribe near Lake Baikal. Upon arriving, Korchi bluntly demanded 30 women from the tribe, which was ruled by Bodoki Taka, the proud widow of their former chief. Deeply insulted by his arrogant demand, the Tumed captured Korchi, setting off further conflict. Genghis Khan was greatly displeased upon hearing about these events. Hoping to avoid sending an army deep into the Siberian forests, he initially dispatched Kuduka Beki, a trusted chief from the Oirat tribe, to diplomatically secure the release of Korchi. Unfortunately, this diplomatic mission also failed, resulting in Kuduka's capture. This escalated matters significantly, as Kuduka was not only a respected tribal leader, but also an imperial son, married to Genghis Khan's daughter, Jechiagan. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Genghis Khan first summoned Naya, a prominent general, who was unable to respond due to illness. Consequently, the responsibility fell to Borucal, a highly respected leader. Borucal, one of Genghis Khan's closest confidants, had grown up under the care of Genghis's mother, Hulu, and served as a high steward and commander in the Imperial Guard. His assignment to the mission underscored the seriousness with which Genghis viewed the rebellion. In early 1217, Borucal led a small force into Tumed territory, perhaps overly confident following recent victories over the Jin dynasty. However, during a scouting mission ahead of his main force, Borucal was ambushed and killed by the Tumed, prompting the remaining Mongol soldiers to retreat. The loss deeply angered Genghis Khan. The rebellion soon expanded, threatening the stability of the empire's northern frontier, as various forest tribes, including the Kyrgyz, along the Yenisei River, began openly resisting. Initially inclined to personally lead a campaign to suppress these uprisings, Genghis Khan was persuaded otherwise by his trusted advisor, Korchu. Instead, a carefully planned pincer attack was developed. General Dorbe Dokshin was sent against the Tumed, while Jochi led forces against the Kyrgyz and other tribes to prevent coordinated resistance. Dorbe Dokshin's strategic approach, taking unexpected paths through dense forests, allowed him to surprise and decisively defeat the Tumed during a feast. The victory was comprehensive. Both Kuduka Beki and Korchi were rescued. Kuduka married the captured Tumed leader, Bodoki Taka, and Korchi received his 30 promised maidens. Additionally, 100 Tumed warriors were executed in sacrifice to honor Borucal. Many others were enslaved. Genghis Khan took the children of his former friend Borucal into his household to raise personally. Simultaneously, Jochi's campaign was equally successful. Aided by Kuduka Beki's Oirat warriors, he subdued the Oirat, Buryat, Tuva, and ultimately the Kyrgyz by early 1218. Securing control over the productive Yenisei River region significantly boosted Mongol resources and influence. This territory would later form the foundation for Jochi's inheritance and the establishment of the vast Golden Horde. However, these northern victories were only part of a broader Mongol strategy. Following Genghis Khan's unification of Mongolia in 1206, defeated adversaries such as the Naiman under Kuchlug, the son of Taya Khan, and the Merkit led by Tokto Beki, had fled westward. In 1208, Mongol forces had decisively defeated these fleeing enemies near the Irtysh River. Toktoa, a personal enemy responsible for capturing Genghis' wife Norte decades earlier, was killed. His sons continued westward, while Kuchlug sought refuge in the Karagitai Empire, located in today's eastern Kazakhstan and northwestern China, setting the stage for future conflicts. After their defeat, the remaining uniting the vast Eurasian steppes stretching from the borders of Hungary eastward beyond the Aral Sea. Today, the Kipchak humans are perhaps most famously remembered for their distinctive battle masks adorned with moustaches. Historical accounts vary regarding the exact timing of the campaign against the Merkit. Some sources associate it closely with earlier events, like the battle near the Irtysh River, while others place it nearer to the later invasion of Khwarezm. From the Mongol perspective, other steppe nomadic groups represented significant threats because, unlike sedentary opponents in China, nomadic groups could retreat and regroup indefinitely, potentially rallying behind a charismatic leader. The possibility that these tribes could unite under someone like Genghis Khan posed a real danger. Moreover, their independence directly challenged the Mongol claim to supremacy over the steppes. Harboring enemies such as the Merkits effectively amounted to a declaration of war. With much of the Mongol army returning from campaigns in China, this period presented an optimal opportunity to decisively defeat the Merkits and also confront Kuchlug, who had fled to the Karakitai Empire. This campaign around 1217 to 1218 is notably the first major military operation led by the renowned Mongol commander Subutai, though historical records are unclear whether he or Jochi held overall command. Uniting with Tokchar, the leader of the Western vanguard, the Mongol forces advanced across the steppe to what is now western Kazakhstan. Near the Kem River, close to the northeastern shores of the Caspian Sea, Jochi and Subutai encountered and defeated the combined Merkit-Kangri forces. According to the Ming-era historical record, Yuan Shi, detailing the history of the Mongol Yuan dynasty, Jochi and Subutai pursued the fleeing enemies westward between the Ural and Volga rivers, penetrating deeply into Kipchak territory, where they conclusively destroyed the remnants. During this pursuit, Kojin was killed, and his relative Kulkutan Mergen was captured, effectively ending the Merkin threat. Kulkutan Mergen is notable for an anecdote that reveals the complex relationship between Jochi and Genghis Khan. Among the Mongols, all were trained archers from an early age, yet Kulkutan Mergen stood out as exceptionally skilled. In an impressive display reminiscent of Robin Hood, Kulkutan shot arrows accurately into targets, subsequently splitting them precisely with subsequent shots. Delighted by this remarkable feat, Jochi sent a messenger to Genghis Khan requesting mercy for Kulkutan's life. Genghis, however, held a deep-seated hatred for the Merkit, his long-standing adversaries, and was sensitive to persistent rumours questioning Jochi's parentage, suggesting he might be of Merkit descent himself. Genghis Khan's response, recorded by Rashid al-Din, was typically ruthless. There is no tribe worse than the Merkit. We have fought so many battles with them and suffered untold trouble and difficulties on account of them. Why should he be left alive to cause trouble again? I have stored up all these realms, armies, and peoples for you. What need is there of him? For an enemy of the state, there is no place better than the grave. Consequently, Jochi executed Kulkutan and his family, illustrating the underlying tension between father and son that would grow over the following years. This incident has been interpreted to suggest Jochi was less ruthless than his father, though it also underscores Genghis Khan's fundamental belief that sparing an enemy only invites future danger. Had his own adversaries recognized this, Genghis might not have survived his tumultuous early years. Jochi and Subutai began their long return journey to Mongolia, but were unexpectedly interrupted in early 1219 by a confrontation with a substantial army led by the Khwarezm Shah Muhammad II of the Anush-Tekhanitic dynasty. Originating in the Khwarezm region south of the Aral Sea, under Shah Takish and his son Muhammad, the Khwarezmian Empire had expanded significantly, filling the power vacuum left by the collapsing Seljuks, Gurids, and Karakitai. Muhammad, ruling since 1200, was known for his ambition, often styling himself the second Alexander the Great. In 1217, he had unsuccessfully marched against the Caliph in Baghdad, cavalry raids were aiming to confront the Merkit himself. Muhammad's army unexpectedly captured Jochi and Subutais forces. Recognizing Genghis Khan's trade interests with Khorasan, the Mongols requested safe passage. Shah Muhammad, distrustful and confident due to his superior numbers, chose to attack instead. Though heavily outnumbered, Jochi and Subutai fought bravely, and Jochi himself narrowly escaped death. With nightfall, the armies withdrew. The Mongols cleverly lit fires to make it seem they were settling down for the night, but under cover of darkness, they quietly retreated. When morning came, the Shah discovered an empty battlefield. The Mongols had fought more fiercely than he anticipated, inflicting severe casualties. This intense confrontation reportedly left the Shah deeply apprehensive about facing the Mongols in open combat, a fear that would significantly influence future events. Jochi and Subutai returned to Mongolia around late summer 1219, coinciding with important news reaching Genghis Khan. We'll revisit their story later. For now, we turn southeast, where other Mongol forces had been active. Kuchluk, the previously mentioned Naiman prince, fled to the Kara-Kitai Empire after his defeat on the Irtysh River in 1208. Established in the 1130s by Khitans fleeing the fall of the Liav dynasty to the Jurchen, the Kara-Kitai were initially led by Yelidashi. His formidable cavalry quickly asserted dominance in Central Asia, overcoming both eastern and western Karakhani rulers, decisively defeating Seljuk Sultan Sanjar in 1141 at the Battle of Katwa. Although significantly weakened, the Seljuk presence in Iran lingered for another 5 decades. Following these victories, Yelidashi controlled a vast empire from the Tarim Basin to Khorasan. The Anushtekinids of Khorasan, originally appointed by the Seljuks, became vassals to the Kara-Kitai. The Kara-Kitai Empire, known as Black Khitans, or Black Cathay by the Mongols, presents a fascinating historical episode. Predominantly Buddhist with strong Chinese influences, their decentralized empire was governed by vassal kings under the supreme authority of the Gurkha, the Khitan Emperor. Notably, 2 of their 5 emperors were women. Their ethnically and religiously diverse territories frequently entertained ambitions of reclaiming northern China. However, under the prolonged and ineffective rule of Yalu-Jilugu, the empire stagnated. After Kuchluk fled to the Kara-Kitai in 1208, Gurkhan Jilugu welcomed him, seeing the Naiman prince as a useful ally against troublesome vassals like Muhammad Khwarazm Shah. Jilugu offered Kuchluk titles, favors, and even a marriage alliance with his daughter. Kuchluk repaid this generosity by raiding the empire's treasury during Jilugu's conflict with Muhammad. A series of chaotic battles followed, including an incident where Jilugu sacked his own capital after being refused entry. In 1211, Kuchluk betrayed and captured Jilugu, holding him captive until his death in 1213, after which Kuchluk seized power. However, he struggled to manage the complexities of ruling such a diverse, decentralized empire. Muhammad Khwarazm Shah quickly seized Western territories, prompting conflicts with Kuchluk, who even challenged the Shah to single combat, a challenge the Shah wisely declined. Originally a Nestorian Christian, Kuchluk converted to an extremist form of Buddhism and began persecuting Muslim populations within his empire. His harsh actions alienated many, especially in the Tarim Basin, where he brutally executed an Imam Kota and deliberately destroyed crops each year, starving rebellious populations into submission. In the northeast, near the Mongolian border, several vassals of the Kara-Kitai Empire pledged their loyalty to Genghis Khan. Among them was Ozar, a Kalmuk who had risen from a horse thief to Al-Malik. On declaring his loyalty, he married one of Jochi's daughters. In late 1215, Kuchluk attacked Al-Malik, killing Ozar. However, Ozar's widow successfully defended the city and managed to inform Genghis Khan. Outraged by the murder of his son-in-law, recognizing Kuchluk's usurpation of Khan dispatched his most capable general, Jebbe Noir, accompanied by Itik and Barchuk and Khan Karnas, in late 1216 to confront Kuchluk. Kuchluk stayed quickly unraveled. After securing Almalik, Jebbe pursued Kuchluk to Balasagun, the capital of Karakitai, where Kuchluk was defeated but managed to escape. Jebbe then entered Balasagun without resistance. His local leaders rapidly switched allegiance to the Mongols. Kuchluk fled through the mountains to the Tarim Basin, where his oppressive policies had made him deeply unpopular. As Jebbe's forces entered the Tarim Basin, they issued a proclamation promising religious tolerance, a stark contrast to Kuchluk's harsh regime. This immediately triggered widespread revolts against Kuchluk's garrisons. Kuchluk was relentlessly pursued from city to city, many of which refused him entry. Eventually, he fled through the Pamir Mountains and the rugged region of Badakhshan, reaching the Wakhan corridor in northern Afghanistan. There, local hunters captured and handed him over to Jebbe. Displaying Kuchluk's severed head as proof of victory, Jebbe easily secured the submission of any remaining resistance. The conquest of Karakitai concluded swiftly and peacefully, significantly expanding the Mongol Empire westward. Jebbe returned triumphantly to Genghis Khan in 1219, bringing 1,000 chestnut horses as white horses, symbolic of the horse he had shot from beneath Genghis in their first encounter in 1202. An unforeseen consequence of this conquest was bringing the Mongol Empire into direct contact with the powerful Khwarezmian Empire. Shah Muhammad of Khwarezm had previously captured portions of western Karakitai territory, only to see the remainder quickly fall under Mongol control. This placed him face to face with the rising Eastern Empire along his northern border. Yet despite these developments, conflict between the Mongols and Khwarezm was not inevitable. In fact, Genghis Khan initially sought to avoid them. Early contacts appeared promising. A Khwarezmian embassy visited Genghis in 1215 and was generously received, part of a broader Mongol policy aimed at encouraging trade through generous payments to merchants. With abundant silver acquired from northern China, the Mongols aimed to stimulate commerce, particularly in difficult trade routes leading into Mongolia. In 1218, Genghis sent his own embassy to reaffirm peaceful trade relations and friendship with Khwarezm. By this time, however, tensions had grown. Much of the Karakitai Empire, previously a buffer state, had been dismantled by the actions of Shah Muhammad and Jebbe. Muhammad, suspicious of Mongol intentions, looked for fault in the embassy led by Mahmud Khwarezmi, likely the same individual later known as Mahmud Yalabach and Ogedei Khan. When Genghis Khan's message indicated he considered the Shah equal in status to his own beloved sons, Shah Muhammad interpreted this as a severe insult, implying that Genghis viewed himself as superior. This perceived slight greatly angered the Shah, escalating tensions between the two empires. After their initial meeting, Shah Muhammad continued questioning Mahmud Khwarezmi, a native of Khwarezm, about the intentions of Genghis Khan. Mahmud reassured the Shah by minimizing the threat, portraying the Mongol armies as insignificant compared to Khwarezm's powerful military, and emphasized Genghis Khan's interest in trade rather than war. Temporarily pacified by this reassurance, Shah Muhammad remained cautious. This diplomatic mission preceded a larger trade caravan consisting of around 450 merchants, with their attendants carrying valuable goods. In late summer of 1218, the caravan reached the city of Otran on the northeastern frontier of the Khwarezmian Empire. The city's governor, Inaljuk, who was Shah Muhammad's uncle, accused the merchants of espionage, confiscated their goods, and ultimately executed them, with only a single camel driver managing to escape. This rash, short-sighted decision, possibly influenced by Shah Muhammad, initiated independently by Inaljuk, carried grave consequences. Historians suggest that the decision might have been instigated by Shah Muhammad's powerful mother, Turk Khatun was Inalchuk's sister. Turk Khatun, a strong-willed woman from the Kanbi tribe, often openly defied her son's decisions and exercised considerable authority from the original Khwarezmian capital, Gurganj. Perhaps anticipating inevitable conflict with the rapidly expanding Mongols, she might have intended to force her son into decisive action. Despite the severity of the massacre at Otrar, it was not immediately a direct trigger for the Mongol invasion of Khwarezm. When the surviving camel driver informed Genghis Khan about the atrocity, the Khan was furious but initially hesitated to launch a full-scale invasion. At that time, his priority remained the ongoing conflict with the Jin dynasty, and the formidable reputation of Khwarezm's army was also a factor. Recognizing the economic benefits of continued trade over immediate conquest, Genghis Khan sent another diplomatic mission in early 1219. This embassy, led by a Muslim who had previously served Muhammad's father, along with two prominent Mongols, carried a straightforward message. Peace and resumed trade were possible if the Shah handed over Inalchuk for punishment. From the Mongol perspective, the incident was merely the fault of an irresponsible governor, not a deliberate act by the Shah himself. Shah Muhammad faced a critical dilemma. Refusing to surrender Inalchuk would inevitably lead to war with the Mongols. Conversely, handing over Inalchuk would antagonize the powerful Kipchak Khanli factions within his administration loyal to his mother, Turk Khatun, potentially destabilizing his rule. Choosing to side with his mother, Shah Muhammad made the fateful decision to execute the Muslim envoy, violating the most important diplomatic rule with the Mongols: never harm envoys. The Mongol envoys accompanying the diplomat had their beards shaved off in humiliation and were sent back to Genghis Khan, returning around the same time that Jochi and Sun delivered news of their own hostile encounter with Shah Muhammad's forces. To Genghis Khan, the implications were clear. A powerful adversary on his western frontier had openly challenged Mongol authority. Ignoring this challenge would damage his reputation and leave his western territories vulnerable. With General Makali effectively managing the ongoing campaigns against the Jin, his northern borders secured, and remaining steppe rivals subdued by commanders like Jochi, Subutai, and Jebe, Genghis Khan mobilized his armies and commenced his devastating campaign against Khwarezm. Now that we have examined the events leading up to this critical conflict, join us in our next episode as we delve into the Mongol invasion of Khwarezm. I hope you've enjoyed this episode of the history of the Mongols. If you could please take a moment of your time and like the video, subscribe, and leave a comment for me, as it helps out massively. Thank you, and see you all next time. Hello and welcome back to the history of the Mongols. I'm your host Carl. In our last episode, we explored the period from 1216 to 1219, focusing on Genghis Khan's return from northern China and the early diplomatic interactions with the Khwarezmian Empire. Three key events during this time set the stage for conflict between the Mongol and the Khwarezmian empires. Firstly, the collapse of the Kara-Khitai Empire removed the buffer state separating these two powerful empires, with Mongol forces led by Jebe taking control of the eastern territories, while the Khwarezmians seized western areas extending from the Fergana Valley. Secondly, a clash occurred between Mongol troops commanded by Jochi and Subutai and Khwarezm Shah Muhammad, likely in late 1218 or early 1219. Finally, tensions escalated dramatically following the massacre of a Mongol trade caravan at the Khwarezmian city of Otrar, ordered by its governor Inalchuk, who was Muhammad's uncle. The subsequent execution of a Mongol envoy sent by Genghis Khan to resolve the dispute effectively signaled Khwarezm's declaration. With Kara-Khitai gone, the Mongols and Khwarezmians now directly fought each other. present-day eastern Kazakhstan. Despite later characterizations of the Khwarezmian Empire as fragile, this perception was not obvious to Genghis Khan at the time. The Khwarezmian state controlled an expansive territory originating from the Khwarezm region, modern-day Uzbekistan, south of the Aral Sea. The dynasty's founder, Anushtegin Garch, had been appointed governor in 1077 by Malik Shah I, the last of the great Seljuk sultans. Over subsequent generations, Anushtegin's successors expanded their empire considerably, encompassing Transoxania, central Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, Iran, and even Azerbaijan. However, their grip over regions south of modern Turkmenistan, acquired after 1200, remained tenuous. The Khwarezmian military primarily comprised Turkic Kipchak Kangli, nomadic warriors, who fought similarly to Mongols, using horse archers, heavy cavalry, and infantry drawn from the diverse Iranian populations. The Kipchak Kangli also significantly influenced the administrative and bureaucratic structures of the empire. Historically, the Anushtegin dynasty was known for its ambition and strategic cunning, initially serving as vassals under the Seljuks, and later the Karakitai. In the late 1190s, Muhammad's father, Takesh, allied with the Abbasid Caliph, defeated and killed Toghut, the last Seljuk sultan. This victory allowed Khwarezmian influence to extend into Western Europe, but it also initiated an enduring rivalry with the Abbasids in Baghdad. The fragmentation of the Ghurid Empire in 1206 further expanded Khwarezmian territories towards India's northwestern border, while the Karakatai's internal collapse under Kuchuluk permitted their eastward expansion into the strategically valuable Fergana Valley. Given the rapid territorial expansion over just 3 decades, Khwarezm Shah Muhammad II, who ascended the throne in 1200, understandably viewed himself as a dominant ruler of the world. This self-perception might explain his dismissive treatment of Genghis Khan's empires. From the Mongol viewpoint, the Khwarezmians appeared confrontational, and considering their own rapid growth, Genghis Khan likely perceived them as potential rivals, who might soon attempt to capture newly acquired Mongol territories formerly belonging to the Karakitai. Internally, the Khwarezmian Empire was weaker than it appeared, since most of its territories had only recently been conquered. Their reliability under external threat was uncertain. The Kipchak Kangli, who dominated the empire's administration and military, frequently mistreated the urban Iranian population. Many served as mercenaries or owed greater loyalty to Muhammad's mother, Turkan Khatun, rather than to Muhammad himself. Muhammad and his mother were often in direct conflict, issuing contradictory orders. Officials across the empire would commonly receive conflicting instructions, choosing to follow whichever arrived later. This internal rivalry severely undermined Khwarezm's ability to defend itself effectively. Muhammad's actions over the previous 2 decades had also earned him few allies beyond his borders. From Baghdad to Delhi, the Khwarezm Shah was known as greedy, untrustworthy, and aggressively expansionist. As a result, contemporary observers expressed little sympathy for him during times of crisis. Historical accounts, such as that by Ibn al-Athir, explicitly blame Muhammad's aggressive conquests, which eliminated neighbouring brother states, leaving him directly exposed to Mongol attacks. Most sources agree that Muhammad's mistreatment of the Mongol merchants and envoys triggered the invasion, an event for which he was both responsible
ambiguous character. It could be the law of France, could be the law of the Torah. And while the clerics on the left-hand side are complaining, he's reaching out with his left hand and raising up the fallen woman of Judaism who looks to him with tremendous gratitude. So there's this idea that, you know, legally Jews could receive, as they did in France, emancipation with very little tararam, but the process of social emancipation was much more drawn out, especially in Germany, and even in Russia, the legal emancipation didn't occur until the 20th century. More to the point, we have this kind of attitude expressed in this anti-Semitic postcard, in which at the top you have this quote saying the poet's word, referring to Heine. Alle Menschen gleich geboren sind eine ehrliche, that all men or all people equal constitute one race, one people. And that very lofty statement is thus belied by the contrast between the comical and simian-looking African, and in the center the well-groomed and well-postured muscular Aryan, and then on the right the corpulent and capitalistic-looking Jews. There's a lot in the section on anti-Semitism. In other words, the picture is directly in opposition to the statement of Heine. And this is more of the sentiment that Jews really faced in Europe. And humor was born out of this understanding that they would never get really into that society fully. In many ways, Jews actually capitalized on that. Groucho Marx, shown here, in many ways, you know, exaggerated some of the stereotypical features of Jews in his own work, in his own physiognomy, in some way, makeup and so on. And he also, you know, made fun of it by saying things like he would never want to be a member of a club that would have him, which is in itself an inversion of these values. But let's go straight to the humor and try to understand that. So what exactly is Jewish humor? What do we mean when we're talking about Jewish humor? I refer now to the research done by Rabbi Joseph Telushkin, who is a scholar of many aspects of Judaism, most recently famous for a very powerful biography of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. He wrote this other very small and quite powerful book a few years ago called Jewish Humor, What the Best Jewish Jokes Say About the Jews. And in this context, I want to remind that Jewish humor, I'm looking at those jokes which can be well categorized as only fitting Jews. The vast majority of jokes for Jewish humor are just very low-class ethnic jokes in which you'd really just change the ethnicities from Jewish to Polish or to Irish or to Scottish, and you know, it wouldn't make that much of a difference to the joke. I'm going to try and hone in right now on those jokes that really only make sense within a culturally Jewish milieu, and I'd like to break it down into three main elements. The first element is Jewish humor really has a strong tendency to exploit the psychic distance between chosen status, because the Jews, of course, historically regard themselves as the chosen people, and their physical reality, their status on the ground, how they are treated by other people, how they treat themselves, and how they're treated by God in some cases. Secondly, Jewish humor has a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes, meaning it's kind of like a "you can't fire me, I quit" sort of attitude. That the anti-Semitic attitudes are quite prevalent, and that people are saying these things about Jews. So Jews will take hold of those attitudes and make fun of them in such a way that they really own attitudes, and the joke is on the joker in such a case. This can slide into self-hating Judaism. Sometimes these anti-Semitic jokes, when retold by Jews, retain their anti-Semitic venom, and so they have to be approached with a great deal of caution, in my humble opinion. Finally, I think another motif of Jewish humor is irreverence and chutzpah, which is a very difficult term to translate. It basically means like nerve or boldness or brazenness towards authority figures, including God. But brought to the human level to Jewish figures, rabbis, and so on, presidents of Congress, non-Jewish figures, of course, are very fair game. Okay, let me give you some examples of these jokes. So, first of all, let's look at the exploitation of the psychic distance between the chosen status and the physical reality. I'll try not to take too much time with these jokes. If you've listened to my lectures, chances are you've heard all of these, but I'll give you a couple. So, first of all, joke about a cucumber store in the Soviet Union. There's a big lineup of people outside the cucumber store. The owner of the cucumber throws open the window and he says to everyone, we've just learned that there are going to be less arriving today than normal. All Jews, please leave the line. We won't have enough for you, everybody. All Jews, please leave the line. So then he closes the door. And a little while later, he opens it up again. He says, we've just learned that one of the cucumber trucks is broken down on the way here. So therefore, all Lithuanians, Latvians, Poles, Ukrainians, and Uzbeks, please leave the line. And all these non-titular nationalities are forced to leave the line. And then a little while later, he opens up the door. And by this point, you're absolutely impeccable Soviet citizens, perfect records and ethnicities and so on. They're all standing in line, and he opens up the door and he says, we just learned that the last truck was taken over the mafia. We will have no cucumbers today. Everybody go home. So one of these Soviet citizens turns to the other one and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks, right? So that makes fun of the status quo of Jewish persecution and turns it into its opposite. Really, they got a break, making fun of the reality. Another example, the contrast between the chosen status and the degree of effort required to maintain that underlying question of, is it really worth it? And we could tell a lot of jokes in this vein. But here it is, the first three clergymen in outer space. Involves a rabbi, a priest, and a minister. Often those jokes are simply a very poor taste. This one is not so. And you have to have information that the sense of how it really has to fit within. Jews pray 3 times a day: Shacharis, Mincha, and Maariv, and it's related to the different times of the day. The Shacharis is the morning prayer, Mincha the afternoon prayer, Maariv the evening prayer. And the joke goes like this, that the first 3 clergymen in outer space, they get onto the space shuttle and they have their time up there and they come back down to Earth. And all the journalists crowd around them and say, what was it like up there? And what do you think? And the Catholic priest says, of the immensity of God's. And they ask the minister, what did you think? Out of the tininess of humanity. And they ask the rabbi, what did you think? Who had time to think? Shachris, Mincha, Maariv. Shachris, Maariv. Right? I think I gave that in the beginning, but you get the sense of it, right? And looking at this from a scholarly perspective, I don't have to tell these jokes so well. I just, the historian here. There's this difference between what's promised to the Jews and what they actually get in the real world. There's a lot of jokes in that thing. Second element that's very common to Jewish humor is a self-deprecating quality, values anti-Semitic attitudes. Jews are accused of having negative quality X. Here's a joke about negative quality X, but said in such a way that really has the Jews own that quality, laugh at it, and thereby remove the sting from the ones who would do them harm through this anecdote. So for example, perhaps one of the oldest charges against the Jewish people is avarice, that they are excessively. So it goes like this: the 2 Jews are walking down the street and they see a sign in front of a church that says, convert to Christianity and get $500. And Moshe says to Shlomo, you know what? I have $500. I'm going in. Shlomo says, are you kidding? He says, yeah, I'm going to go in. I'm going to do it. And so Shlomo, he's kind of surprised, but he stands outside. Moshe goes in. Was it Moshe? Yeah, I think so. Moshe goes in. 20 minutes go by, 30 minutes go by, an hour goes by. Moshe comes out. And Shlomo says, so? No? Did you do it? Did they give you $500? And Moshe looks at him and says, what is it with you people? right? Get it? Like he goes in there, and an hour later he comes out, thinking of Jews as Yubal, the other. Even no, right? Okay, I'm enjoying these jokes. I hope you are. Okay, let's go to the second one here. Kavod, which is a Hebrew term meaning honor. The notion that the Jews are really, puffed up and arrogant and want to get honor for themselves. So the joke goes like this. There's the women's group Hadassah, raises $1 billion to buy a jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force. And there's a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport, and they get onto these bleachers by a landing strip, and the Israeli pilot who's come here to fly it home, its maiden voyage to Israel, he salutes them all, and then he climbs up into the cockpit and pulls down the cowling, engines the fire and noise, and shoots down the runway, and then he stops. And he turns the plane around, and he shoots down the runway the other way, and he stops. Finally, he taxis up to the bleachers, and he opens up the cowling, and he gets out, and he goes up to the women standing there and waiting and wondering what's going on. He says to them, "Ladies, I'm sorry, the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the blacks." Right? Again, within the cultural milieu, the idea is that Jews are giving money, but they always want to get money they give, so they need plaques. This door was donated by so-and-so. This plaque on the door was donated by so-and-so. Okay. If you have to explain joking. Okay. Here's an ambition, right? In particular, the ambition of the Jewish mother. I'm not going to get into, by the way, the whole caricature of the Jewish mother and its anti-Semitic variant, in particular, the Jewish American princess. There's a lot to say, but let's restrict ourselves to this, ongoing trope that Jewish mothers are excessively demanding of their sons in particular. So it's a Jewish mother who is standing on her bank, and she's jumping up and down, and she's screaming, "Help, help! My son, the doctor, is drowning. Help! My son, the doctor, is drowning." Right? Get it? My son, the doctor. She feels the need to say the doctor there, and there's more like that. Okay. Alan, it really plays this up in a lot of his movies. So 4 ethnicities, 4 Europeans go out for a long hike. Again, this is not one of those offensive jokes. And they come back after, and the Englishman says, "I'm so I must have tea." The says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have the wine." The Frenchman says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have wine." The Jewish guy says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have diabetes." Right? The inversion there is that everyone else is thinking about, their national drink, and the Jewish national drink is a national illness. Finally, just one more example is cunning. So Jews are often accused by anti-Semites of being shifty and slick and finding the angles and so on. So the joke goes, the guy goes into a Jewish deli served by a Chinese waiter, and the Chinese waiter speaks impeccable Yiddish. And the Jewish guy responds and places his order on it. He's just so good to see a person, recent immigrant, with phenomenal command of this European Jewish language. So he asks him to speak to the manager, and he brings the manager over, and he says to him in Yiddish, "That's incredible. I can't believe how well your Chinese waiter speaks Yiddish." And the manager says, "Shah, he thinks he's learning English." Okay. Number 4, or the number 3, really, the last category that you see a lot of Jewish humor is having to do with irreverence or chutzpah, this idea that, Jews are an am kshei orah, to use the biblical term, a stiff-necked people who will argue with authority figures in all kinds of realms. So the rabbis in particular really have a lot of barbs directed at them. For example, there's one rabbi who is showing a young man around the synagogue, and he's showing him, he's going to be bar mitzvah soon, so he's giving him a sense of what all the furniture is and the shulchan and things like that. And he takes him out into the lobby and shows him the yortzeit plaques, these long plaques that have little light bulbs attached to them, in which there are all these names of people who passed on. And and he points to one of the acts and he says, "This young man is commemorating all the men who died." And the boy looks at him and says, "Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur?" It's hard telling these jokes to a TV screen, because I don't know if you're laughing. I hope you are. Okay, another one. This one's so. There's this rabbi who, and I'm almost done, by the way. There's this rabbi who is overwhelmed with the desire to eat non-kosher food. It's something that he's fantasized about a long time. Doesn't know what to do about it. So he decides to drive far out of town, way out into the suburbs, and he puts on dark clothes and a baseball cap, and he goes into a Chinese restaurant, and he sits at the very back, and the waiter comes up and says to him, "Bring your finest pork dish. I don't care what it is. I need to taste pork." So he goes away, and then he's sitting there in the back of the room. Door opens, and in walks the president and the entire board and the most prominent members of the country who eat this restaurant regularly. They look in the back of the room, they see the rabbi, so they walk over to him. They're kind of astounded, and they said to him, "Rabbi, what are you doing here?" Just as they're saying this, the waiter comes up with a huge roast suckling pig, and he put it down in front of the rabbi. And so the rabbi looks at the president and he says, "Can you believe this restaurant? You order a fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up. Right? They dress it up with all this other stuff." Oh, this is so therapeutic. Okay. Now, it's hard to express these appropriately, but a lot of this irreverence is directed at God. And it's also related to the first point, appreciating the tension between the status quo of the actual situation of Jews on the ground and suffering, often persecuted, and the large promises that are encapsulated in the Torah and the prophets. And in many ways, humor can act as kind of like an escape valve for these heretical thoughts that nevertheless would bubble to the surface, and much less socially advent of the fact that there are these jokes that kind of ease the tension. So I'll just tell you of many, unfortunately. There's this Jewish grandmother. She's down here on Miami Beach, and she's walking down the beach with her little grandson. And she's talking to him, and it's a beautiful day, and the wind is blowing. And all of a sudden, there's a rumbling around, and a huge amount of just comes up from the dumps onto the it's a tsunami. And when the water recedes, she looks around, and not there. So she lifts the word, and she raises her hand as Ribono Shel Olam, Master of the Universe. I have always been dedicated to you and your service. I have always done everything for the Jewish people. I have been so scrupulous with all of my observance of the mitzvot and so on. How can you do this? How can you take away my young child? And then there's a rumbling in the sand again, and another one of these huge waves comes and dumps on the Jewish grandmother. And when she gets up, she sees her young grandson is there, and she picks him up, and she looks him all over, and he looks fine, and he's so happy. And she looks up at heaven, and she says, "He was wearing a hat." Right? The idea of the irreverence and also the difference between the promises and the realities, and so on. So these are just a few examples, I hope they weren't too many, that illustrate these three key elements of Jewish humor. And notice that none of them can easily translate to other ethnicities. They only really make sense within a Jewish milieu. I hope you found this lecture useful, and hope you'll check out some of the other ones. Thank you. One of the first places to start in our discussion of the Holocaust is, of course, the name given to this event. We all know what we're talking about, the destruction of European Jewry in context of World War II. But there are a lot of difficulties with exactly what do we call this event. The term Holocaust is the preferred term, I guess, because it's become the most popular, but it has some aspects to it. For example, the term which was coined in the 1960s, is derived from the Latin Vulgate translation of the Bible, and it is Latin translation of the term ola in Hebrew, which means a sacrifice that is completely burnt up. That's where the holocaustus comes from. Caustic meaning like burning, and holo meaning like completely. And that is a difficult kind of transition because, after all, this implies that somehow the Jews who were killed in the Holocaust were a kind of a sacrifice, a pleasing aroma to continue the biblical metaphor. Does that make the Kohanim of the Korban Ola, the priest of the sacrifice, somehow like, God forbid, the Nazis? It's a very problematic term. And in fact, many Jews prefer to use very different terms to describe this event. In my grandmother, Aleha Shalom, her generation, the preferred term was Churban, which is preferred in many Orthodox circles. Churban is a Yiddishization of the Hebrew term Churban, meaning destruction, and it has a strong historical connection in Jewish memory to the destructions of the temples in Jerusalem. It comes from the word cherev, meaning sword, but it's a term used for certain specific historical events, most notably the destruction of the Jews' temples in Jerusalem in the year 586 and in the year 70, 586 before the Common Era, 70 of the Common Era. And this ties the Islam of Europe back to this long historical tradition from in Israel. One of the preferred terms is Shoah, which does not have a lot of this theological baggage. And many scholars are really trying to work with different terms, but Holocaust seems to be the term that we've settled on. So I'm going to use that term, even though it has certain caveats. We also have to figure out exactly when are we defining the Holocaust. We could make a reasonable argument to say that the Holocaust begins, with Hitler's rise to power, with the Nuremberg laws, definition of with Kristallnacht in 1938, with the onset of World War I in 1939, or we can make a very good argument for the beginning of mass murder, which doesn't occur, we'll see, until 1941. So it's a very difficult thing to actually pin down in specifics, because that's when you get into the difficulties of interpreting this event. But we will use the term Holocaust, and loosely described, we will understand it as the Nazi attempt to eliminate the Jewish presence in Europe, primarily through the mass murder process that continued from 1941 to the very end of the war. Looking at the origins, the very first place to start is really the First World War. One might like to think of World War I really as World War II, Part 1. Even though at the time it was considered the Great War, amazingly it was called the War to End All Wars, it had a tremendous impact on the frustrations of the interwar period that led to World War II. Look at this map. Left, this is basically what East Central Europe looked like before World War I. Major empires, Germany, Austria-Hungary, a dual monarchy, and Russia. And immediately after World War I, in the context of the peace treaties of Paris and Trianon and elsewhere, you can see on the right-hand side that Germany is carved up. In fact, Eastern Prussia is separated from Germany by a land bridge given so it would have outlet to the sea. Poland is created completely out of whole cloth. It's resurrected from its 18th century map. The Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are carved out of Russia, as is a big chunk of Romania, as you can see there. Austria-Hungary is shrunk to just a fraction of its original size, and out of the remnants of that empire created whole new countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and so on. And this was an extremely unworkable system, even though the thinking it was to give more self-determination to the many multinational ethnicities that are living in these empires. It really led to a tremendous degree of frustration. And there were some, strange kind of phenomena. For example, about 2/3 of the citizens of Poland were not even Polish. And similarly, about 2/3 of Austria's citizens lived outside of Austria. The capital of Lithuania, the capital city, was located in another country, And there are all kinds of these strange things that were associated with the map. So the losers of World War I, in particular Germany and Austria, that they want to revise the peace treaties, they want to revise these maps, hence they're called the revisionists. And they were constantly pressing to try and address these inegalities. Hitler was perhaps the most prominent of those revisionists. Here's an amazing picture of him as a baby, which is, sort of a sobering thought to think of him as a child like this, to grow up to be such a tremendous monster. He was Austrian in background. His father was a minor government functionary who died when Hitler was a young boy. And Hitler was kind of a difficult child. His father really wanted him to get kind of a safe government job, but he was insistent on being an artist, something for which he had remarkably little talent. And in fact, several times by the Vienna School of Art, which he felt was a result of the Jews acting, that somehow the Jews had denied him his possibility of furthering his career. During World War I, he was wounded and served with distinction, although he did not get promoted rapidly, primarily because of his very insubordinate nature, difficulty in following orders. If you look at this interesting picture here, this is from the Alexanderplatz in Munich at the onset of World War I. And the historian Alan Bullock looked very carefully at it, and he found with a glass that there was Hitler pictured in the circle there. And you can see he's obviously, like so many Germans at the time, and so many allies as well, the English and so on, he was thrilled with the prospect of going to war. He was wounded primarily in a mustard gas attack, and he bore a very strong memory of that attack, and it really had an impact on his thinking later with regard to the Jews. After the war, he became a rock star. His party, particularly with Ruth, was pronounced. He had a bold new way Germany had to proceed. He was a brash leader who was associated with modernity. He used improvised a lot of the iconography, the implementation, extremely brilliant move, kind of like branding his movement, and he rose to power. He never actually won the majority in any German election, but because so many parties running, unlike the American system, which has two basic parties, he was ultimately able to win a plurality, and in 1933 he officially power as chancellor. He built on a body of anti-thought that had infiltrated Germany to a tremendous degree in the Weimar. Here's a cover by Arthur Dintor, Die Sünde wie will das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Roman, a novel of the times. And this is kind of emblematic of anti-Semitic thought of the period. You see the blonde, muscular, shirtless Aryan who is nevertheless bowed down, healthy but otherwise weakened because he has this massive burden of vulture sitting on his shoulder. Vulture has stereotypical Jewish features, and the overall message of this cover art, which is just one sample of thousands, is that the Jews are kind of like a parasite race. The Jews are going to, make healthy Aryan Germany sick on the inside, like some kind of tapeworm or some kind of disease, and eventually they will feed on Germany's corpse. Here's another very interesting image. This was actually published in 1921 in a book of caricature Jews, and the author at the time obviously did not realize that Adolf Hitler would later become an extremely important name associated with anti-Semitism. And I have a feeling that this is actually one of Hitler's own early artworks. You can see in the lower right-hand corner the AH initials, but it's pure fiction on my part. Perhaps some art historian will look more deeply into this. At any rate, you see the image here, the young, attractive Aryan woman, very sad, sort of serious expression because she knows that her face, leering, overweight, older Jewish man in the background. In other words, Germany, young, healthy, full of vigor and promise, is nevertheless going to be dominated by the Jews, and they will ultimately bring about its downfall. Shrill kind of anti-Semitism, very much associated with German anti-Semitism from the 1880s onward. Now, if The great biographer of Hitler, Eberhard Jägel, associated two principal elements to Hitler's thought. One is anti-Semitism. He was absolutely a very and virulent anti-Semite. And the other was Lebensraum. Lebensraum is this concept that the Germans need living space, living room. And Hitler viewed this as specifically a drive to the east. He looked at the tendency of German colonization through regions in Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, and he felt that that had to be cemented and formally brought under German auspices. In other words, Hitler wanted to colonize Europe by moving eastward. This map here shows Europe at its high tide under Nazi control, and you can see it extends across North Africa, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. Spain is technically neutral, although in this situation, neutrality tends to favor the dominant power, which would be Germany. Of course, comes under his control all the way through Central Europe, going out to Eastern Europe, including Poland, the Baltic states, and then when he eventually invaded Russia, all the way up to Leningrad, which suffered a disastrous, horrific siege, and coming close to Moscow as well. Now, just to give you a very quick overview of Hitler's military strategy, basically what he did was he wanted to avoid two-front war. He wanted to avoid fighting Russia in the east, allies, France and England in particular, in the west. So what he did was he made a secret deal with Stalin in the late 1930s that said that he would invade from the east, from the west. Stalin would invade from the east, and they would simply divide Poland and the Baltic states between them. So this happened in September of 1939. Once his eastern front was stabilized, he had a peace treaty and non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. Then he turned to the west. He took over France in fairly short order, and once that was pacified in 1941, he double-crossed his erstwhile ally, Joseph Stalin, invading the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. And that went fairly well for Hitler until 1943, when the Russians began to push back, and the Red Army ultimately, together with the American army who invaded from the west, landing at Normandy, that's when they had a pincer movement that squeezed Germany's military forces out of existence. That's a very quick military history of World War II. One of the elements that led to World War II that was extremely significant in this context is the policy of appeasement, a drastic and disastrous policy followed by the Allies. Essentially, Germany was taking over region after region, violating the various terms of the agreements that Germany had signed in the Armistice Accords, and it came to a head with the Sudetenland crisis. The Sudetenland is a mountainous region to the west of Czechoslovakia, heavily populated by Germans who wished to join Germany. Hitler was really demonstrating that Germany was capable of surmounting the depression, regaining their national pride, and so on. This was, however, an extremely significant military strategic region for Czechoslovakia, because whoever controlled the mountain ranges could look down at lowlands. And so Czechoslovakia, having received those territories after World War I, was willing to cede them to the Germans. The Allies, however, essentially wanted to avoid at all costs World War II, and so Neville Chamberlain from England went to visit with Hitler, and the Prime Minister returned to England, waving a piece of paper indicating that Hitler has signed off on this deal. As long as he gets to Sudetenland, then we will have quote-unquote peace in our times. And it was a disastrous mistake. Immediately thereafter, Hitler went. September 1 of 1939, Hitler bombed Poland, invaded with his famous blitzkrieg or lightning war strategy and or tactics, and Poland fell very. Let us focus specifically on the fate of the Jews. The first impact of the Holocaust per se was the policy of ghettoization. Ghettoization was the concentration of Jews primarily in urban districts, major cities across Europe. The policy of ghettoization was not uniformly implemented throughout Europe. In some places, walls were constructed here where the Jews of Warsaw are commanded to create their own borders. In other areas, walls were never constructed. Nazis relied on social pressure of being caught and willing allies in the Jewish population to keep relegated within regions. Secondly, the Nazis seem to have a really clear policy on what to do with the Jews in the ghetto. Some of the ghettos, like Warsaw, for example, were clearly attritionist nature, meaning that the housed there, kind of in prison there, given very, very few rations to live with, and were simply to die of starvation or more commonly of typhus. Other ghettos, like in Łódź, also in Poland, seem to emphasize production. These are called product ghettos, where the Jews were put to gainful employment, primarily in the textile industry. It seemed that the thinking was that were to be slave labor to assist in whatever capacity with the German war effort. More likely, the reality is that the Nazis had a very chaotic bureaucracy. They were extremely particular about keeping and memos and things like that. They really had a very poor command structure. Their own leadership was really very loose and hands-off and allowing people to develop their own policies. And that's why the ghetto experience was so different. Ultimately, however, the ghetto experience ended in deportation to the death camps, whichever kind of ghetto that we're speaking about. Things changed dramatically on June 22nd, 1941, which is the date of Operation Barbarossa. So you can see in this map here, this is after Hitler had controlled all of his western front and was bombing England, hoping to conquer it. Hitler and invaded the Soviet Union. He went through Poland all the way from the Black Sea up to the Baltic Sea, through the Baltic countries as well, and he caught the Soviet Union largely by surprise and invaded with tremendous force and ferocity. Now, why this is significant for the Holocaust is because this is when we begin to see the first true acts of organized mass murder. It's quite late, 1941. In the past, there were what were called Einzelaktionen, meaning individual actions, beatings, robbery, the occasional cruel murder. But with the exception, perhaps, of Kristallnacht, which was a coordinated event, a large nationwide pogrom in 1938, there's really no significant organized activity to systematically root out the Jews and to murder them. That happens in the context of Operation Barbarossa, because what Hitler does is he sends out 4 mobile police battalions called Einsatzgruppen. And these are traveling battalions that have, like trucks and things like that. And they basically are charged with the task of going through all of the little villages, the Städtlach of Eastern Europe, rounding up all of the undesirables, principally Jews, communists, Roma, also known as gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone that was on Hitler's, list for extinction, and bringing them out to ravines or having them dig their own graves, you see in this picture, and then they were shot by firing squad, usually using machine gun fire. This occurred throughout Eastern Europe, resulted in approximately 2.5 million deaths. Here you can see the Jews have been asked to climb down into the pit first, and then they are shot from above. The Einsatzgruppen also demonstrated many different methods of executions. You can see here, and also in this picture as well. And this is essentially how most of my own family, my grandmother's parents, and her brothers and sisters made their fate in Lithuania. The Einsatzgruppen, their gruesome work between June 22nd, 1941 and late 1942, principally. But by the spring of 1942, an entirely new method of murdering Jews was implemented. And this is something more that we associate with the Holocaust specifically. Basically, something happened in the fall of 1941. Some historians believe that Hitler saw how successful he was in invading Russia so quickly, and he said, wow, do this, and maybe I can actually murder all the Jews of Europe. It should be well noted that although Hitler had a lot of very extreme rhetoric that was genocidal in nature, the truth is there were lots of experimental gestures made to do other things with the Jews. For example, to expel them, to encourage them to leave. Jews were allowed to leave Germany up until October of 1940, quite late. That's over a year after the war begins. At one point, there was negotiations to actually take over the island of Madagascar off the coast of southern Africa and use that as a massive reservation for Europe's Jews. And a similar plan was hatched regarding the Lublin region of Poland. But sometime in the fall of 1941, all of those plans were totally abandoned in the context of the Einsatzgruppen murders as well. And Hitler said, we're going to do something more efficient. It may have come as a result of the euphoria of the possible victory over Russia. It may also be a result of the sudden realization that Hitler was going to get stuck in Russia over the winter, which in fact happened, and that would be disastrous for the Wehrmacht and the German military effort as a whole. And Hitler's thinking was, if we are not going to win this war, if ultimately, like a chessboard, you can see what's going to happen in just a few moves, then let us just kill all the Jews of Europe. So what seemed to have happened is in the fall of 1940, they set up an experimental camp called Treblinka, which was distinct from the hundreds of concentration camps that had been designed beforehand. Basically, Hitler had a full network of concentration camps that existed really from the beginning of his tenure in the 1930s. But these were primarily for political prisoners and other enemies that he wished to simply remove from social currents. People died in the concentration camps primarily as a result of misuse or malnutrition. Let me start that over. People died in the concentration camps largely a result of abuse, of nutrition, of slave labor conditions, but they were not designed specifically to kill people from the beginning. This was a new phenomenon initiated with Treblinka, and 6 of these special camps, which were called in German Vernichtungslager, which means to make into nothing camps. These were distinct from Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, where people are simply imprisoned in concentrations. This is a place where the Nazis strove Vernichtung, for absolute destruction. The 6 camps are marked here: Treblinka, Chelmno, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, and of course the infamous Auschwitz, the greatest of the nadir of the Holocaust. These 6 camps were concentrated in Eastern Europe, although as the war progressed, several of the other camps, like Dachau, for example, retrofitted with some aspects of the concentration of the Vernichtungslager features. Here is a view of Auschwitz, which is perhaps one of the most notorious of those camps. The feature of the death camp, which is most well known, is of course the gas chambers. Jews and other undesirables. There are many non-Jews who are also imprisoned in these camps. Once again, the Roma slated for utter destruction. Many Slavs, many dissenters, homosexuals, you name it, all kinds of people were, persona non grata by Hitler, were sent to these camps. But Jews constitute a very significant population. Shipped from ghettos all over Europe in railroad cars, sometimes taking several days to reach their destinations. The Jews disembarked, and then they were exposed to a vast majority of them were sent for immediate gassing. Their whatever was valued person, including gold teeth, prosthetic limbs, glasses, sometimes hair, sometimes tattooed skin, whatever was felt of potential use to the Nazis was taken from the Jews, and then often with various ruses, giving them towels and soap, for example, and telling them they were going to be deloused, they were going to have the lice removed, because lice was a perennial problem among prisoners during the war. They were sent into these gas chambers and exposed to this poison, Zyklon B, or Zyklon B in English, was essentially a rat poison. In the gas chambers, like this one here, they would be asphyxiated by the gas, and within half an hour, they would be dead. Their bodies would be removed by other Jewish camp inmates, the so-called Sonderkommando, and then they would be sent to the crematoria for disposal. The crematoria were not designed to kill Jews. They were designed to get rid of the tremendous number of bodies that would accumulate every single day in these camps. There were Jews who survived the concentration camps or the death camps, primarily because a certain small proportion was selected not for immediate destruction, but for either scientific experimentation. The notorious Wasser Engel, the White Angel, Yosef Mengele, for example, liked to experiment on identical twin children. You would, expose one of them to various, inject him with various chemicals and so on, and then compare the changes with the child that was unaffected. They also experimented with different kinds of transplants, amputations, and things like that. Or they used them for slave labor, because all of the camps had some kind of industrial satellite camp. For example, Auschwitz had a small camp called Buna nearby that was used to make acetone. The Jews were used in incredibly horrible conditions as slave laborers and basically starved to death. See in this picture here. The worst among them became what the camp inmates called Musulmaner, or Muslims, which was a direct term, was used to say that somehow they had lost all will to live. I don't know why the connection specifically with Muslims, but nevertheless that was part of it. And people who reached this stage of extreme psychological distress were not long for this world. When the Allies finally came in 1944, 1945, they found, incredible scenes of destruction, people displaced homes, their families, their sanity, and quite often, and they found incredible swaths of corpses in many of the camps, like Bergen-Belsen, for example, and which is an entire story unto itself. Many stories here. I'm trying to keep this lecture under 30 minutes. Finally, the aftermath concluded with the International in Nuremberg, where a small number of core Nazi leaders were tried for war crimes. This is a larger discussion. I'm trying to keep it within 30 minutes, so I'm not going to go into detail, but it led to a rather extreme interpretation of the Holocaust, intentionalist theory, which has come under dominant today, called the functionalists. I'll just have to leave that as something for further research. That's basically a very quick overview of what is the darkest period in Jewish history. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Essential Lectures in Jewish History. I hope you like this beautiful new green screen I have behind me. I can do all kinds of cool things with it. I just got it this morning, and I hope I'll be able to put all kinds of excellent pictures behind me and use it in so many ways that you will be able to appreciate these videos even more. Okay, so over the next 15 minutes or so, I'd like to give you a very quick overview of American Jewish history. This is a complicated thing for me to talk about because it's so close to me. It's like right in front of my face. And as historians, we generally like to talk about things that happened a long time ago. The things that happen right now are much more difficult for us. So we usually give those things to the political scientists or sociologists. And the things that happen in the future, we give those generally to Department of Prophecy, which is quite all from my office. But let's talk very quickly about American Jewish history. Okay, so there are three significant waves of Jewish immigration, and they are significantly larger as we move on through history. The first wave are the Sephardic Jews who come in the 17th century, the 1650s, and they're tiny little populations that established beachheads in places like Charleston, South Carolina, or New York as well. These are populations that in many ways were fleeing the Spanish Inquisition as it reached out to the colonies. One of the first populations of Jews that arrived in New York, for example, were Jews from South America who had made it here, petitioned the authorities to live in this region, and received extensive rights, especially when New Amsterdam became New York. But these are tiny little settlements of Jews making very, very little impact on the overall population. A more significant population of Jews comes in the 1840s, primarily from Germany. And the Jews who are
So I'm gonna play this, then I'm gonna give you my thoughts on it because everyone's just turning on this guy. Alright, so let's go ahead and check out what Whitney Cummings had to say about Brendan. It's not great. But here's the thing, I'm actually also, but here's what I'll say. I'm gonna be, look, I'm not 25, I'm not one of these girls that's like, I've got all these standards, like, by the time you get older, you start going like, you know what, I've done every version of this. A guy that is like too hygienic and like obsessed with their appearance and like that's unattractive too. A guy that has like the exfoliant and like, you know, I mean, I dated a guy, this is probably more LA thing, who had like concealer for zits and like, you know, like shit that was like his name might rhyme with Mendon's Smob, but here's the thing, I just, you don't want the guy that's self-obsessed and like a malignant narcissist. That's gross too, you know? Like, the Bachelorette was on my podcast recently. The girl from the last season, Katie Thurston's her name. And, you know, the Bachelors, I guess those people, they meet and they get engaged after like knowing each other all. And so she's finding all these things. And look, what's the weirdest thing you've found out since? And she walked in on him showering and he was cleaning his asshole. He was squatting on the ground, you know, like a picture position, cleaning his ass. What? Yeah, but think about it. I saw. There's another your babbling Cummings. Brendan Schaub uses pimple concealer. But you know, Whitney Cummings, they want to talk. I mean, God knows how much work that woman's had done to her. But why does everyone love trashing Brendan Schaub so much? And these are supposed to be all his colleagues and friends. And she's to date Brendan. And constantly Brendan just keeps getting thrown under the bus. What are we doing here? I don't get the dislike for him. Well, I do get it, but I just love the fact that everyone loves trashing this guy and everyone loves hearing him get trashed. Like when she said that, the KFC radio guys are like, yeah, because they hate Brother John. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. It turns out Bobby Lee's wife and Annie have talked about Brendan Schaub being a creep before. So I'm going to go ahead and play this to give you my thoughts on it. But will they drop even more info about just what a creep Brendan Schaub is? It's weird though, like I remember seeing this one guy who like cheats on his fucking girl all the time. And he's hit on you, those guys hit on you. Yeah, he slid in my DMs. Like slid in your DMs. Yes, and Lee's wife and Annie have talked about Brendan Schaub being a creep before. So I'm going to go ahead and play this to give you my thoughts on it. But will they drop even more info about just what a creep Brendan Schaub is? It's weird though, like I remember seeing this one guy who like cheats on his fucking girl all the time. And he's hit on you, those guys hit on you. Yeah, he slid in my DMs. Like slid in your DMs. Yes, and like honestly, you need to reevaluate your life. I mean, we've had a couple conversations and it just never went there. These comedians don't want me. It's not just the comedians, Esther. We're glad you're here today. We wanted to tell you. But anyway, so yeah, so I see this guy who's like family. And at the malls, and I felt so guilty. What mall was it? Century City. Yeah. But it was just like I felt like my face was like hot when I And it wasn't like I've done nothing. I've only rejected this person's advances. I've never like seen him hook up with anyone else. I just know from the way he talks to me that he talks to everyone else like this. And it was just so. I mean, I was just bright red. I mean, I pulled it off. I made some joke about. Yeah, a rich guy.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that secondhand, like embarrassment, or that secondhand guilt that shouldn't be guilt, but it's there because you just happen to be like the object of their, like, you know what I mean?
Right. It's weird though. Like I remember seeing this one guy. Like, jeez,
they're talking about this as if they were in Vietnam together and sharing their war stories of Brendan Schaub just hitting on them. But what a scummy thing to do, trying to hit on Bobby Lee's wife. I mean, this chick, she's single, but like everyone, all of them know you're married and they all know your wife. By the way, did you catch Dave mentioning which mall? And if you ever follow Brenda Schaub's wife on Instagram, oh, she loves going to that Century City Mall. But, yeah, this was an older clip, by the way, so they've discussed this before. And, they're talking about Brendan Schaub. Damn, Papa. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub's assistant, or producer, whatever she is, went on Just Kidding News, and she admitted something pretty shocking. So let's go ahead and check this out. Then I'm going to give you my thoughts on it. But when I heard this, I found it to be pretty incredible.
I started being on camera, a lot of it was my boss had heard that people like the sound of me laughing at a joke. And so they would put a mic so they could hear me laugh. And I thought that basically everything.
like ASMR stuff. Like it feels good.
I liked hearing a girl giggling in a all-guy tip cast because it kind of broke up the monotony of like these dudes making raunchy jokes. And the more I was on camera, the more then the attention was on me, and people then like found a new target to find something wrong with.
Yeah, that's what always happens.
It always happens without fail, and I learned to deal with it better as I continued to do the job. It's definitely something I didn't understand was going to be like a huge part of working on social media.
It happens here all the time.
Your fans are pretty nice. Even when they're mean, they're fucking nice. I feel like your fans.
Very different from Fire the Kid. That's all
Fire the Kids are amazing. They're a bunch of piranhas.
I just felt that. I felt that really hard, actually.
They're fucking like aggressive, but in a way where like I get it. I just wish that they would be able to take it the way they dish it. It's like like if you're on like a comedy podcast, like audience, and you're trying to like give someone shit, you should be able to take the shit back. Like after I attacked someone like girlfriend or boyfriend, they're like, you're trying to ruin a relationship. It's like, well, he fucking left the comment.
Putting a flashlight on a comment is shit. We talked about it.
And like if his girlfriend isn't mad at it, she isn't mad at it. If she is, she is. Like, who the fuck cares? It's not that deep.
They're trying to prevent them from together.
Relationship, they have a child together. Like, okay,
None of these fuckers actually have a relationship. I don't want to get a burner account now.
So everyone I know has a burner account. And nobody wants to fucking admit it. I think it's because like I work in the comedy scene. I say most people don't, like the big comedians don't have burner accounts, but the people who work for them usually have burner accounts. And they, like it's either to like look through comments on accounts to see like, oh, like why don't these people like me engagement wise, like what's happening, like how can we help? Yeah, for like work purposes, or they'll go through Reddit to see what people are saying and then try to adjust the show to that, but they don't want like this employee going on someone's like Instagram story and seeing that like shit on the show. Like everyone has a burner account, nobody wants
I have a burner account. I fucking tell my wife she's a ugly cunt and everything.
So she just admitted everyone she knows has a burner account and makes their employees have burner accounts to read comments and read Reddit. So Brendan Shaw has burner accounts, and he makes her and probably Chin have burner accounts so they can read comments and read what they put on, like the fighter and the kid subreddit. She just admitted that. This assistant's always getting Brendan Shaw in trouble. Remember when she trashed Joe Rogan? I did a video about it, got 300,000 views, and she didn't do an episode of her podcast like 3 months. And now she's back and admitting that Brendan Shaw has burner accounts, reads comments, and checks subreddit, which we all know. But I mean, I wonder why was she doing like a press run? Why she got like 15 G's in her hand? Sound a little off about this assistant. I think she really doesn't like working for Brendan, because to go on a show saying, yeah, everyone I know has burner accounts. Everyone I know. Really? Brendan Shaw? Incredible. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brendan Schaub's failed whiskey business is officially over. I think fairly obvious by if you go to Facebook.
Coming to America at that time are primarily fleeing economic difficulties, economic restrictions, sometimes a certain amount of anti-Semitic discrimination that comes, for example, from restrictive marriage laws that will only allow a certain number of Jews to marry per family. So they come to America to try and, the land of opportunity to explore new options for them. The third and largest group of immigrants comes after the 1880s, and these are Jews primarily from the former Russian Empire. In the early 1880s, there's a series of pogroms, that is, these kind of spontaneous attack on Jewish populations that the Russian Empire proved incapable of halting over 4 years of sporadic violence. These pogroms, especially in the 1880s, were not huge and extremely violent attacks like we would see in the 20th century, although they would escalate. They would get much worse in 1903, 1905, 1919, and then especially, of course, in the Holocaust. But nevertheless, the fact that the Russian Empire was not able to really stop them was something that was very significant for the Jews of Ukraine, Poland, and regions like that. And so combine that with the anti-Semitic policies of the Russian government and the lack of economic possibilities in the region, meant that a lot of Jews sought out the Golden Medina, the golden land that was the New World. And so about 1.7 million Jews came from Eastern Europe to America between 1880 and 1924. At that time, the American government began to really shrink the immigration quotas, and very few Jews were allowed into the country. Tragically, this was also the case during the Holocaust, although many Jews chose to go to other countries, South America, a significant number to Israel and the early Zionist movement, Canada, a civilized country to the north, which has, for example, universal health care, things like that. So these are, that's the basic 3 major waves of Jewish immigration. And once again, they get progressively larger. There's a certain amount of internal conflict between the waves of Jews. The German Jews, for example, although very charitably inclined towards their compatriots from, or I should say their co-religionists from Eastern Europe, nevertheless regarded them with some disdain because they tended to be much lower on the socioeconomic ladder, coming in as immigrants, and they had to work their way up from, let's say, being pushcart sellers of recycled goods until they finally were able to establish some kind of storefront, and then in some cases even establish large department stores. By and large, the story of American Jewry in America is, did I say that? By and large, the story of Jews in America is a very successful one in which Jews really take advantage of the tremendous opportunities of this land in order to grow their primarily economic situation, their educational situation, and so on. But at the same time, there is a huge decline in religious observance. We should bear in mind that particularly for those Jews leaving Eastern Europe in the 1880s,
These were Jews who were bucking the system. These were Jews who were going against the conventional wisdom, which was that America was not the golden Medina, the golden land. It was in fact the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, primarily because of its dearth of major Jewish institutions such as schools, synagogues, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, you name it. There was very little here for Jews coming from Eastern Europe. And so as a result, those Jews who tended to immigrate before the Holocaust tended to come with a kind of willingness to adapt to America, a special desire to learn English, and even to refrain from teaching their children Yiddish, the overwhelmingly dominant vernacular of Eastern Europe. And they were willing to become Americans, to do everything it took to become Americans. This was not the case for the Jews who came after the Holocaust, who were not immigrants, they were refugees. Whereas the immigrant mentality is, I'm open to this country, I'm going to make myself over like this country, this is totally new and different, and I embrace it. A refugee comes with a mindset, my home was destroyed, my culture was destroyed, I will not open myself up to this foreign environment, I am going to make this foreign environment like my old home environment in Eastern Europe. And so there's a huge, marked distinction between those two groups. Let's jump ahead a little bit. There's a lot to cover, and I really want to focus on the turn of the 21st century. One of the major stories of American Jewry, besides the tremendous growth economically and education, their advancement in all fields of human endeavor, really, is the decline.
Gone in with the drug hug thing and the Fire and the Kids subreddit, and they are now just openly trashing Brendan Schaub and making fun of him. Wow. So, and like people during all those videos were like, well, they never came out and said his name. They know everyone thinks it's Brendan Schaub, nor they come out and said that it's not Brendan Schaub. And they're playing the jokes that it is Brendan Schaub, because it is. Because Brendan Schaub likes to walk chicks to the truck. Oh my god, this guy is the joke of comedians. I mean, he is suing someone, so, you know, my god. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. Brenda Schaub's wife talked about me on her Instagram. Shout out to the person in my comments who let me know this. So let's see what she had to say, and if she's gonna trash me or not. So this guy puts, I'm a huge fan of Brendan and you. I was super pissed on YouTube last night trying to watch some of his older fights. Why would you buy it? You're trying to watch old Brendan Schaub fights now. Apparently, some asshole started a page that bashes you guys, basically saying Brendan is a cheater, etc. It's gross. The whole hating thing is gross. And just want to give you guys a shout out. Love the podcast and what you guys do to keep your heads up high. Damn. Brendan Schaub's wife puts, I'm sure the person who started this hate page is super supper. She put supper? Is super successful, in shape, handsome / pretty, rich, and ambitious. She nailed me perfectly. So they had all the time in the world to go out of their way and make a tribute page on people they probably wish they were, but thank you for the love and support. XO. Then she put wish. Again, she meant that instead of with, so I guess she really did mean supper instead of super. First of all, she didn't address the allegation that Brendan Schaub cheating, because of course he's not. Is she trying to rip me off? I'm the person who says, are you 40 and why you fail that mic? You get to do that to me, sweetie. And what's this? I wish I was Brendan Schaub. Not like being me, but being Brendan Schaub's awesome. When you get the fuck locks and chicks while your dumb wife stays at home. And you have the road and get to harass other comedians' wives and try and sleep with them. And then all the wives talk about how your husband tries to pick up on them. And have them walk in a truck. And they all feel so bad for you. Because your man's just out there slinging it. You know, like Rogan, Dana White. That's it. But, yeah. So she's in Vegas still partying, I would assume. And Brendan, well, next time he goes on the road, he's gonna be trying to slam some new chicks. But, I don't know. Great guy, never met him. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Vegetarian can check it down from the surface and was near to them. Check it down from the surface. Correction to what I see cover. Shah Israel Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Correction for what I see cover.
on the warpath with the lawsuits. I would know something about this, but Bobby Lee's girlfriend and Annie Lederman have just revealed that he is threatening to sue them behind the scenes. Let's check it out and I'll give you my thoughts on it.
Go ahead. All right, I actually do want to come out. There's been a lot of a certain walk in a certain vehicle, and I want to say the initials are BS, but he did pass away recently in a hotel room, so I don't want to out him. Man, yes, it was a comedian with the initials BS that wanted me to welcome to his truck, but he has passed in Florida. God. May his soul rest. He's a good person. He's a good person. Oh boy. Well, I don't think we've ever addressed this on our show, but Dumois, I think we cut that out when we talked about it. We did. Okay, let's get juicy with it. So, Dumois is a celebrity, gossip account, and maybe about a month ago, they posted something about our show, and we know it was about our show because it had the word bloodbath in it, and it had it had. Oh, you never heard about the other bloodbath show? Oh wait, nobody talks about that. And never did give us a name. Yeah, I know. Give us a fucking name. So we this post on the gossip site said this popular podcast. So we're like, hey girl. And we know it was about our show because it had the word bloodbath in it, and it had other. Oh, it had. Oh, you never heard about the other bloodbath show? Oh wait, nobody talks about that. And never did give us a name. Yeah, I know. Give us a fucking name. So we this post on the gossip site said this popular podcast. So we're like, hey girl, thanks for calling us popular. And it said that we had a lot of controversy behind the scenes and tension. We were a part of a big scandal, and that the tension you were feeling was real amongst us. Any tension. But that scandal that they were referring to had nothing to do with the three of us, and it was because potentially we were being threatened, a lawsuit. And I'm scared to even say that out loud. I just won't say the name. We won't. Yeah. But someone was behind the scenes threatening to sue us. We never want to address certain either rumors or things like that. But genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, if someone were to just point blank ask me even the craziest question, I have nothing to hide. Ask me. I'm not threatened by it, so the threats actually. Whatever the threat is that we don't want to talk about because we don't want to add to, because even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote. That person who threatened us, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I fucking dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest, because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of that information's already out there, you little bitch. Yeah. Can't confirm. Yeah. Can't confirm. Bobby can't. Just also, I just want to say this, my currency is not money. My currency and where I see value power is in jokes. So I'm rich and you're broke, bitch. So come after me. You got nothing on me, you unfunny piece of shit. Come for me, I dare you.
So, damn. Well, that pretty much just outs everything. They were talking about Brendan Schaub, definitely. Trying to walk him to the truck. And this is the reason why Brendan Schaub has gotten so happy. And it seems behind the scenes has threatened to sue them. Now, Brendan Schaub suing YouTubers for frivolous things like copyright infringement. That's one thing that nobody really will ultimately care about, especially in the comedy community. However, threatening to sue another comedian's girlfriend for just telling a story, they never quit from making at it with you, but never denying everyone knew who they were talking about. But to be threatened behind the scenes a lawsuit over that. Wow, what an embarrassment. And the most embarrassing thing, by the way, now, is not even Brendan Schaub. It's all the people behind Brendan Schaub. It's the Brian Callens, the Sam Tripoli's, the Joe Rogans. Your boy is out here suing people for making fun of him and telling stories about him, and they didn't even confirm it was him. And this man is supposed to be a comedian. No, he's a rich kid playing comedian with daddy's money. Ugh, so pathetic. And these girls just tell a funny story, never confirm it's him. And Annie Lederman even said on an episode a while back, I won't reply to your welcome to my trunk comments. And that's probably when they first got threatened with the little lawsuit. So Brendan Schaub is a coward who likes to do things behind the scenes, sue people and threaten lawsuits. I wonder how that conversation went. Just to threaten the lawsuit. Like he probably had his lawyer send him a letter saying, shut up or we'll sue you. What an awkward thing to do. And if Brendan Schaub is in such an open relationship with his wife that everyone seems to claim, dude, it's
decline in the character of their Jewish observance and their Jewish identity in many ways. It is a story of increasing assimilation. We should understand that term. Assimilation, if you borrow it from the chemical sciences, essentially refers to like dissolving a solid within a liquid, and so that the solid is no longer visible. That's kind of a harsh term to use when you talk about Jews in America, because in many ways they tend to remain doggedly insistent on certain Jewish markers of identity. For example, most surveys indicate that Jews, no matter how tenuous their connection to Judaism is, they nevertheless retain a high degree of pride in their Jewish identity, and they will strongly identify themselves as a Jew, even if the other behaviors that they may manifest will not necessarily be in harmony with that view. On the other hand, every other marker shows Jews kind of walking away. In the 2013, the Pew Research study appeared, which was an especially damning report on the state of Jewish identity in America, and it indicated that Jewish intermarriage was well over 50%. And this is a phenomenon that had been observed. It's at the state where roughly 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. Huge figures. Now, obviously, differences between the denominations, and in fact, that's a huge. 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge state of Jewish identity in America, and it indicated that Jewish intermarriage was well over 50%. And a phenomenon that had been observed for several decades. It's at the stage 6 out of every 10 Jews who gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Several decades. It's at the state where roughly 6 out of every 10 Jews gets married to a non-Jew. That's a huge figure. Now, obviously, there are differences between the denominations, and in fact, in many ways, America is where many of the denominations flourish. We spoke denominations in an earlier lecture, but here in America, the consummate and the reform movement, for example, pace throughout the 20th. But their interest rates grew commensurately. But their intermarriage rates grew at a commensurate rate with the growth of the denomination. This is a very serious phenomenon, especially when you join the fact that roughly of all children born of intermarriages, and this is referring to whether the mother or the father is Jewish. Jewish law traditionally ascribes Jewish identity only to those children born of a Jewish mother or those who convert to Judaism. 1/4 of children born of a marriage between a Jew and a non-Jew identify themselves as Jews. So you combine intermarriage with a low level of identification of children of intermarriage, and you're seeing itself out of existence in America. There are other factors, for example, Jewish women tend to be highly educated. High education is often correlated with low levels of fertility, meaning Jewish women are much less likely to have children because they postpone childbirth till their education and their careers are well underway. So the Jewish birth rate is about 1.1 overall, well below replacement value. And again, there's denominational shifts in that. The Orthodox birth rate is quite a bit higher. It's about 4 and a bit per family, but nevertheless still a very serious phenomenon for the long-range demographic of the Jews, because Orthodox Jews constitute only about 10% of the American Jewish population. Now, I'd like to spend the last couple minutes of this video talking about Samuel Heilman's thesis. That's an extremely important one for us to understand if we're going to look at the future of the Jews of America. I know I said prophecy was down the hall, but this is a phenomenon that we have observed for the last half century, and so therefore it's worth discussing in this context. Here's basically what Dr. Heilman argues is happening to American Jewry. If you were to look at, well, let's say we make a chart, and let's say on the vertical axis we put the number of Jews. Okay, so higher up on the y-axis you have more Jews, lower down you have less Jews. And then on the x-axis, let us place levels of Jewish identification, which means obviously Jews who are observant tend to be very high
on that scale, but other groups, like let's say quite determined Jewish Zionists or Jewish socialists, people who are really well invested and have lots in their lifestyle of Jewish identity, they would score high on that score. So if you looked at American Jewry in 1950, you'd have a significant number of Jews who were towards the non-identified or non-affiliated area of that chart. And then you have a very small amount who are highly affiliated. And you have a big camel hump in the middle of Jews who are moderately affiliated. Those moderately affiliated Jews were extremely important for the maintenance of Jewish life to the right of them, meaning those Jews who were highly affiliated. And I'll explain why. Because if you look at the 21st century, for example, you'll see that there's an even larger non-affiliated and remarkably low levels of Jewish identification. You have a higher incidence, small but still higher incidence of Jews who are highly affiliated. This might refer to the burgeoning so-called Baal Tshuva movement, those Jews who become observant later in life, which really took off after the Six-Day War in the late 1960s. And so there's a significant number of Jews who are sort of returning to Judaism in very significant numbers. But the moderately affiliated Jew, that camel hump that was present in the very first slide, the very first period that we were talking about, they've disappeared and they're basically nowhere. So that, is a very scary thing for a demographic perspective, but it's even more serious because if you think about the money that those people used to invest in Jewish life. In the 1950s, people who might not necessarily, for example, send their Jewish schools would nevertheless give a donation to a local Jewish school because they believed in the idea of Jewish education. Or they might not necessarily visit Israel, but you know what? They would give to United Jewish Appeal. They would give their money, as it were, to the right. In the 21st century, however, even though Jews are in general much more wealthy, the third, fourth generation are much more wealthy than their precursors, their money is typically going to other philanthropic causes. Very valuable ones, but not Jewish. For example, the art gallery or local hospital, lots of causes which are really important for the general society, but they are impoverishing the Jewish institutions that support those on the right. So Dr. Howman argues that if this trend continues, it will be impossible financially for Orthodox Jews to maintain their lifestyle in this country, and they will in fact have to immigrate to Israel. That's a very dire kind of prediction. At any rate, that's a very quick overview of American Jewish history from its beginnings in the 17th century, with emphasis on the early 21st century. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you love this new green screen. I'm going to have so much fun with it. Okay, I'll talk to you in the next lecture.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
I like how Joe Rogan
Hello, everyone. Hope you're well. I'd like to talk today about Soviet Jewish history. And unlike most of the other things I talk about in this series, I actually know a little bit about this because I did my dissertation work on the Jews of Ukraine during the period of the revolution at the beginning of the 20th century. So I'll try to talk fast and really only say the things that are most so that you get the essential lecture in Jewish history. Okay, so let's think about what do we mean when we say Soviet Jewish history. Soviet Union was a transformed Russian empire that emerged in War I. It had a revolution in 1917 that overthrew the empire, also known as the Russian Empire, and it lasted until 1991 when it finally fell apart for a variety of reasons that maybe we'll have a chance to touch on. It's not really appropriate to refer to it as Russia per se, because the by the way, it's a large area. It covers 1/6 of the Earth's land, so about a massive amount of territory, and it covers many different ethnicities who are not at all Russian, and in fact, many who are not at all happy about being included in Russia in one form or another. So we'll speak about the Soviet Union, prior to that, the Russian Empire or the Tsarist Empire. So anyways, there was a revolution at the beginning of 1917 as people were very upset with the costs of war, with the declining economy, and that overthrew the Tsar and put in place a provisional government. That provisional government lasted for about half a year and then was overthrown again at the end of the year. Now, you may notice I haven't mentioned specific months because the Russian Empire was literally behind the rest of the world by 11 days in the 20th century. They used an older calendar that had been revised by Western Europe a millennium earlier, and so they what they called February was actually what the rest of the world called March, and what they called October was called by the rest of the world November. That just gives you a sense of how different Russia was in many ways. At any rate, you have a first revolution in the beginning of 1917, a provisional government that was not especially effective, and then that concludes with another revolution, which is really the communist revolution. The communist revolution, led by a man named Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, represented an attempt to take the socialist principles of the Jewish author Karl Marx, Jewish but anti-Semitic. He was the classic example of a self-hating Jew, and I have a lecture on that. You can check it out if you like. Anyways, they attempted to put socialist principles into practice with this idea of shared wealth, this idea of shared resources, of nationalizing industry, of deprivatizing, and collectivizing agriculture, all kinds of things like that. In the first couple of years after the revolution, this was really impossible because World War I was still going on, and while they were hemming and hawing, the Germans were occupying a large portion of the Russian Empire. So they were engaged for the first couple of years in a period they called war communism, which represented an attempt to dramatically and rapidly introduce communism to the population, which was really quite upset about in many ways. There was a heavy atheistic campaign, which would later be expressed in a magazine with the interesting title Bezbozhnik, which means the godless. The Hebrew title, or the Yiddish title, was Apikoros, the heretic, in which there was a tremendous amount of violence done to religious individuals and their institutions. Churches blew up, things like that. Synagogues ransacked for holy books and then transformed into, public halls for theaters, things like that. War communism ended about 1920 when the war and the Civil War had slowed down. Let me mention the Civil War in a second. That was followed by a period called the New Economic Policy, in which a lot of the communist doctrinaire ideas of war communism were sort of stepped back because the population was simply not having it, and these kind of restrictive policies were relaxed for a while. Now, let me talk very briefly about the Revolutionary years and the Civil War, because it's an extremely important period in Jewish history. Basically, when the Russian Empire fell apart in the beginning of 1917, and especially when the Communism happened at the end of 1917, Jews were in a very unusual situation. They constituted a significant minority in the overall population, but an especially important minority in the urban centers. As we've discussed many times before, Jews tend to be concentrated in urban areas, and they tend to also be quite literate. And as a result, you've got these islands of Polish, Jewish, Russian cities surrounded by, for example, Ukrainian peasants or Polish peasants and things like that. And the Jews were a very important element in the actual life of these cities, and their high literacy rate meant that they had especially important roles to play in the functioning of this burgeoning new post-Russian Empire government. Several of these emerging states that were built up temporarily after the fall of the Russian Empire, most significantly Ukraine, but also in many ways the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and of course Poland, experimented with giving communal rights to Jews in exchange for their help with nation building. Ukraine had by far the most aggressive and ambitious program, declaring Yiddish a national language, establishing a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that would sit within the government. Fascinating period. Actually spent a lot of time writing about, and you can check out my book. It's probably still in print somewhere. I think it's being translated into Ukrainian right now. At any rate, that whole kind of bold and exciting new creativity ended in tremendous tragedy because these incipient governments could not control the violence in the countryside, and the violence was incredibly overwhelming. There were many different armed bands roving across the countryside, particularly in Ukraine, that were associated with one force or another, including the so-called white armies, which wanted to bring back the Tsar, to roll back the communist revolution, the pro-Ukrainian directory armies that wanted to keep in place the new Ukrainian government, anarchists that were especially significant in certain regions around the Dnieper River. You had the Red Army was also quite active in that region. Of course, they eventually would be all successful. And there were bands of hooligans and all kinds of groups that were just wandering around. And since there was no government, no power that effectively controlled the violence, it exploded in a blood. By consummates, there were about 50 to 6,000 Jews killed. It's quite likely that the number is significantly larger, although we lack really solid census data to get a solid handle on it. Be that as it may, there's no question that the violence of the year 1919 eclipsed anything that happened in the last 1,000 years prior to it, including the 1648 Khmelnytsky massacres, including the Crusades, and so on. It was in a period of tremendous and horrible violence perpetrated not only against Jews, but also against other minorities, such as Mennonites, Poles, and others. And as a result, it's unfortunate, just to step back and think about this historiographically for a minute, this violence has largely been occluded by the much more horrific violence of the Holocaust. But there's no question that the two periods are very closely related, and many historians have begun to have a closer look at 1919 in particular to understand how that influenced the later growth of violence in the region. At any rate, the Red Army ended up victorious. Many Jews began to support the Red Army and, by extension, the communist movement, primarily because they were the only army that was able to establish order in the region. And order is extremely important for all minorities because that's the only way that they can have a safe living space. And the Soviet Union began apace in the 1920s. I've already mentioned now, let's go back to our kind of timeline. So you have the war communism period, which is kind of like 1917, 1918 to 1920 or 1921, depending on how you want to count it. Then you have the new economic policy, which is like 1921 to about 1924. And unfortunately, during this time, which was kind of like a relaxation of communist principle, Vladimir Lenin had a stroke.
Welcome.
And he spent about 2 years.
Person? Yo, how you living, Pam? Oh, you speak French? Oh, tight. Hi. How are you? How did you find out about me? Yeah.
I go in your server and I see your server and view.
Well, tight. I'm glad you're here. We're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Being really incapacitated, and his deputies began to jostle with each other for control. Most important were Trotsky and Stalin. And ultimately, Trotsky lost, and Stalin became the new leader of the Soviet Union, which he led until his death in the early 1950s. Stalin was no friend of the Jews. Stalin was an incredible anti, particularly in the sense of wanting to destroy their national specificity. He did have, the ability to work with individual Jews who had adopted communist ideals, but the idea of a Jewish community, the idea of religion was anathema. Himself was a former seminarian. There's a whole lot with that. At any rate, during the 1920s, while there was still this sort of struggle as to who would control the Soviet Union, there was a brief flurry of cultural activity among many minorities, not only the Jews, but also the Ukrainians, Latvians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Poles, all these various national minorities had an unusual period of creativity that was determined by a policy called korenizatsiya, rootification, in the sense of like plants. The idea being that Marxism recognized the authenticity of indigenous cultures, which in this case would refer to, for example, Yiddish Jewish culture, devoid of all religious elements. So a tremendous amount of money and energy was poured into trying to encourage Jews and other minorities to develop their cultural activities insofar as they were consistent with the values of communism, which meant, of course, stripping them of any religious environment, stripping them of any kind of hostility with other nationalities, because this was to be the period of družba naroda, of the friendship of peoples, things like that. And it was like a huge renaissance of Yiddish culture in particular. This extended throughout the 1920s until Stalin really gained control and he put his foot down. By 1930, all of these various sections of the Jewish Party, including the Jewish section of the Communist Party, abbreviated under the term Yevsektsiya, Yevrayski Sektsiya, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, they were shut down, and you go into a period of darkness as Stalin begins to initiate the so-called purges. The purges were a horrible, terrible time in Soviet history when Stalin encouraged individuals to rat on their neighbors, in some cases even rat on their spouses, their parents, their siblings, incredible, horrible things where people would be accused of being saboteurs, of wrecking the economy. There's a lot to say about this. I'm going to skip through it. But basically, the entire Soviet Union turned into this sort of prison camp where people were suspicious of their neighbors, suspicious of their family members, and anytime a person got ratted out, they would be hauled in to speak to the precursor of the KGB, known at that time as the NKVD, and they would be interrogated, sometimes tortured, and forced to divulge the name of 10 other wreckers. Then these other so-called wreckers, who really had nothing to do with the downfall of the economy, would then be similarly arrested. They would also be interrogated, tortured, and they would reveal another 100 people, and the whole society was going into a spiral of destruction throughout the 1930s. This was interrupted primarily by World War II. And we have more to say about that in the lecture on the Holocaust, but basically Stalin signed an agreement with Hitler that lasted from 1939 till 1941, in which they both agreed to divide the regions that separated them, Poland, Ukraine, the Baltic states. And Hitler double-crossed Stalin in 1941, and that began the so-called Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union. At that time, between 1941 and the end of the war, a few years later, Stalin sort of put brakes on his anti-Semitic campaign and his other anti-nationalistic campaigns because he wanted to, try to bring all the minorities together under the anti-war effort, and that was successful for the Soviet Union, which eventually defeated the German army, and Stalin went back to his old anti-Semitic nationalistic policies. His death in 1953 was a stunning development for many Soviet citizens who believe that he was the great leader, a kind of a reincarnated Tsar, and his death left all but dissidents really shattered. It's an amazing phenomenon, not for this conversation. At any rate, we go into the next phase of Soviet Jewish history when now at this point, of course, the state of Israel exists, and many Jews are seeking to leave the Soviet Union to come to Israel, and many also want to come to the United States. But in a strange kind of quirk of thinking, those and other nationalities who wish to leave the Union are in themselves sort of an advertisement for why do they want to go? If everything's perfect here, if this is the workers' paradise, why would anyone want to go? Obviously, their departure looked bad in the Soviet Union. And so many Jews who applied for exit visas were refused, and they were called refuseniks because they were denied the ability to leave the country to emigrate to Israel or America, and so on. As a result of tremendous pressure from the West, especially Jewish communities here in the East, ultimately, and there's many other factors involved, trade issues, economic issues, military issues, ultimately the Soviet Union was forced to relent, and a trickle of Jews in the 1970s eventually became a river, and finally a thundering stream by the time you get to the 1980s. And many of those Jews migrated to Israel, which fundamentally changed the demographic there in very significant ways. Many of them moved to Brooklyn as well, and so that enriched the Jewish civilization in this great city. Ultimately, the end of the Soviet Union came in the late 1980s when Mikhail Gorbachev came to power, and for a host of reasons, once again, beyond the scope of these short lectures, he decided that the right approach would be to impose perestroika, or restructuring, and glasnost, or openness, trying to bring communist policies more in line with the standards of Western Europe and the United States. This proved to be impossible because many of the very non-Russian nationalities living in the Soviet Union really demanded independence, and so by the early 1990s, starting with the Baltic states and with Ukraine, these states seceded, and the Soviet Union fell apart and was reborn as Russia proper, much smaller in territory than the Soviet Union, nevertheless still quite a huge state, and Jews, of course, were at this point free to leave. But at the same time, there is a renaissance of Jewish culture in many of these post-Soviet states. We'll have to leave that for another lecture. Okay, that's your quick essential lecture on Soviet Jewish history. I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Hello, my name is Henry Emerson. I'm really glad that you decided to watch this video, which is accompanying my newest book, The Kabbalah of Forgiveness. The Kabbalah of Forgiveness is a commentary on a 16th century classic of Jewish spirituality known by the Hebrew title Tomer Devorah by Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. And what I'd like to do in this introductory video is tell you a little bit about the original book and a little bit about the original author, and then we'll wrap it up, and in the next video we'll be able to actually get into the text itself. So, first of all, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, that's my title for the first chapter of this really remarkable book, which essentially deals with the 13 different levels of God's mercy and how those can be applied to human relationships. Meaning, in traditional Jewish thought, God is merciful in 13 different ways. Hebrew, the Yud Gimel Midos of Rachamim. And according to the thought of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, these 13 ways can be emulated by humans on the planet here in a very, very effective way. It's a dramatically powerful book, very original and highly influential, and it's had a great impact on my life. And even though I wouldn't say that I've become such a tremendously forgiving person, but it really has helped me in my relationships with my family, my community, my co-workers, and so on. And I'm sure it's a book that will make a big difference to you as well. So, what exactly is this book? It fits within two distinct sort of categories of Jewish thought in the corpus of Jewish literature. First of all, it is really a work of Kabbalah. And secondly, it is a work of Mussar. Let's define what those two terms are. Kabbalah is the esoteric, mystical teachings of Judaism, which are enshrined in many books like the Zohar, the Sefer Bahir, many other books like that. And it deals with, sort of the structure of the universe, the nature of creation, really big, fantastic, kind of mind-boggling thoughts. And normally in Jewish thought, this kind of material is reserved for the elite. There's actually a ban that was put on the study of Kabbalah that was limited to anyone, for example, who was over the age of 40, which I made it for a while now. and had a tremendous background in the traditional revealed Torah, which means the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, the Talmud, and so on. And for most of human history, only really the elite studied, really highly educated people studied the Kabbalah. A lot of that changed, for example, in the 18th century with the innovation of the Hasidic movement. That's outside the scope of our discussion here. Tomer Devorah here actually is kind of an exception to the rule, however, and has been so recognized by luminaries such as Rabbi Yisrael Santer and many others. Study of this specific book, even though it is really suffused with Kabbalistic information, they have highly recommended the study of this book, particularly during the penitential month of Elul, which immediately precedes the high holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and of course during those 10 days of repentance in particular. That's because that season of the year is traditionally associated with forgiving others so that we may ask God for God's forgiveness as well, and so therefore it's a book that has somehow evaded the traditional ban. Well, actually, I shouldn't say somehow. There's a lot of really good reasons why it is considered exempt, but we're not going to get into them in this video. The other genre this particular book belongs to is that of Musar, which is a very old tradition in Jewish literary corpus, and it deals with strategies for ethical self-development. Some of the older texts include passages in the Bible itself, the classic collection Pirkei Avot, which is a 2nd century collection of the older teachings of rabbis, and goes through books like Orchot Tzadikim, Mesilat Yesharim, many very famous books. What's really unusual, though, about Tomer Devorah is it takes a Kabbalistic approach to ethical development, which is really quite distinct from any other text, and it set a whole new direction in Musar literature from the 16th century onwards. The author is one of the most amazing figures of the Great Sefat Circle, an amazing explosion of Jewish creativity and spiritual activity that occurred in the northern Israeli city of Safed, or Tzfat in Hebrew, in the 16th century. He had a very short life, but in that short life he was extremely prolific, wrote a lot of tremendously influential works of Kabbalah like Pardes Rimonim and so on, a commentary on the Zohar as well, and in fact he attracted one of the greatest Kabbalists to come visit him in Tzfat and be his student, the great Arizal, or Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, who came specifically to be a student at the feet of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, eventually went on to eclipse his own teacher in fame, and a very highly influential Kabbalist, certainly the most influential Kabbalist of the late medieval period. And in this book, what he really wants to do is he wants to try and describe the concept of the halachta b'dirachav in Hebrew, and you shall walk in his ways, meaning you shall imitate God. There's actually a Latin term for this as well, imitatio Dei, or the imitation of God, which has a very long tradition in Jewish scholarship. And basically, what the book wants to address is specifically the way in which God interacts with the universe from creation and onward is through these 10, shall we call them, vessels known as sfirot. I'm not going to go into great detail on what these sfirot are and how they work, partially because I have no idea. I'm only just a novice in this myself, but more importantly because we're going to try and keep these lectures to the Musar level of understanding how that applies to us in reality. For example, these 10 sfirot deal with kindness, severity, beauty, all kinds of things. How are we supposed to use these characteristics in our relations with others? Don't worry, as we go through the videos, it will be much clearer for all of you. I encourage you to go look at the website, which has been set up specifically to support these videos and the text. And there you'll get actual samples of the text as well. And it'd be great if you want to print them out or split your screen and you can look at them in Hebrew or in English while I'm talking. So basically, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is my title for the book, which is really only the first chapter of Tomer Devorah, deals with these 13 levels of forgiveness. We're going to start with the first video in just a few moments. Just click on the next video in this playlist, and I hope you find it as moving as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, I'm really glad that you decided to check on the second video in the series where we're going to look at the first of 13 levels of forgiveness as described in the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah or Date Palm Dvorah by the 16th century Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. So the 13 levels are based on a verse in Micah that goes through the attributes of God, which are in highly arcane language, but he teases them out to discuss these 13 different levels. And the first level of 13 is called Mikel Kamocha, like you. And Rabbi Cordovero evokes a very powerful image called the Melech Ne'elav, or the insulted king. So what does this talk? Basically, we have an idea, which is common to most Western monotheistic scholars, I'm aware, that not only did God create the universe, but God continues to maintain the existence of the universe. That God continues to send a flow of energy to allow it to maintain its existence. Were God to, at a moment, God forbid, remove that continuous flow of energy, the universe would simply disappear in an instant. So the idea is that God did not just, like in a deist position, sort of create the world and then step back, like creating a clock, winding up and then walking away. God continues to provide this flow of energy to the universe at all times. So if we accept that as a basic idea of Judaism, then that would mean that all of the energy that is directed to this universe at every moment is not only on a macro level, but also on a micro level. As the Midrash likes to say, there's not a blade of grass that grows without an angel striking it and saying, grow. Meaning that every single aspect of our existence is supervised, observed, and given energy by the King of Kings. This is a concept in Judaism known as Hashgacha Pratis, or divine providence in traditional theological language. So, given those two ideas, that God is constantly providing energy for the maintenance of the universe, and that God is completely aware of everything that happens in the universe, then it follows that whenever we use our own will and our own energy to sin, we are actually subverting the very energy that God gives us to perform God's will, and we're using it against his will. It's as if an employer gives his servant a walking stick and gives him a mission to go off on a journey, and the walking stick is for the servant's benefit, but then the servant picks up a stick and begins to beat the boss with it, meaning we're using God's energy against him. That's what's discussed in this first level of the 13 levels of mercy. The concept is really quite powerful if you think about it, also in the Midrashic context. By the way, Midrash are a series of ancient medieval discussions of biblical texts, really ancient discussions, often recorded in medieval documents that provide poetic, philosophical interpretations. These texts of Midrash are considered very holy by traditional Jewish readers. So one of the Midrashim, for example, splitting of the sea, which entered into the culture of the Western world, the Jews leaving Egypt, fleeing Charlton Heston, with the things like that. The Jews travel through these, which is miraculously maintains its in place with the water. And so as the Jews see that their escape is no longer barred and they can actually, flee from the Egyptians safely, what do? According to Medrash, they have some false idols, some statues, and they decide they should take them along with them through the waters of the sea. Now, just think about how mind-boggling that is. That here it is, God, transformed nature. God has altered the behavior of water and gravity and all kinds of things in order to demonstrate His will and His concern for the slaves who were fleeing Egypt. And at that very moment, not only the Jews are not recognizing that, but they're actually taking advantage of that salvation in order to rescue their idolatry. And it's an amazing thing. Similarly, the Midrash there goes on to say that God is providing the Jews with manna in the desert for 40 years, and they're receiving all this manna. And some of them say, "Wow, this is great. We're getting food from the sky every night. Let's set some aside so we can offer some offerings to our false idols." Here it is, the very gift of God itself, and the Jews are using it contrary to His will. So this is why God is called the Melech Aluv, or the Melech Ne'alav, meaning the insulted king, because here, God forbid, we are actually kind of slapping him in the face when He is benefiting us directly. It's an amazing, astounding level of forgiveness that's very difficult for us to comprehend. Nevertheless, in Tomer Devorah, the date palm of Devorah, which discussed in this commentary, the Kabbalah of forgiveness, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero does discuss it at some length. And I think that one of the ways that we can understand this best is in the sort of behavior paradigm set up by parents and children, especially adolescent children. I'm a father of 6 myself, thank God, so I certainly know a little bit about adolescent behavior, and it can be trying every now and then. The idea is that here you're giving so much energy to these kids, providing for their education and their housing and their shelter and their food and their all this positive energy all the time. And when they do things that are contrary to your will, it can be very frustrating. Similarly, if an employer is upset, an ungrateful employee, or if a spouse is, long suffering the foibles of his or her marriage partner, there's all kinds of, we are required to keep giving, even when the other person is not only rejecting, but throwing it back in our face in a very spiteful manner. And in that case, that is the giver, are to a certain degree like God in terms of giving to humanity. We are called upon to be with ourselves, to give and to totally ignore what comes back. So to go back, for example, to the adult, rebellion is part of developing their identity. Rebellion is part of them trying to figure out exactly who they are as independent individuals. And so on the one hand, yes, it would be nice if they could go straight from being beautiful 10-year-olds, being beautiful 20 or 30-year-olds without any of that crazy stuff in the middle. But it's a natural part of growing up that they should learn to rebel against authority in order to understand what independence means. So our task as the givers, as it were, is to forgive those kinds of return. And so that's interesting. I just thought about that. The word give and forgive are closer to that. I'm sure someone talked about that. Anyways, in my commentary, I go through the translation of the text, and please have a look on the website. You'll see some of the original text there in Hebrew and in English. And I go through several kind of discussions of the references there and the kind of the scholarly material. But the part that I kind of like the most, and I hope you'll enjoy too, is I try to take this book, which is really very much a pragmatic book, despite all of the Kabbalistic information and the Talmudic information. There's nevertheless, it's a book about practice. It's a book about how can we change our lives by implementing these 13 levels of forgiveness. So what I do at the end of each of these 13 sections is I try to provide the reader with a few practical examples. So where we might actually use some of these ideas. And if we rehearse them, then hopefully when real life presents us with an opportunity, we'll actually remember what we read and do the right thing. So here's an example. Let's say you're in line at the checkout. You're in the checkout line at this grocery store. You happen to be in the express line because you only wanted to grab a few things before you rush home. And, you're checking your smartphone, and a person behind you says, "Listen, do you mind? I'm really in a big rush, and I've got to get home. Could I just get ahead of you?" And, you're feeling kind of relaxed, and you've been reading the the Kabbalah of forgiveness, and you're thinking, yeah, sure. So you let that person go in front. And as that person goes in front, and she, let's say it's a woman, she's putting her items on the conveyor belt, you notice that, the sign says maximum 10 items. And you're looking at and she's got 18 items on the conveyor belt. And you're thinking, well, I mean, what a chutzpah, to use the Yiddish expression. What nerve? Now, okay, really, in the grand scheme of things, 8 items is not hugely more than 10. But here, she asked you to, give her something. Let her take your place in line. And then with that, forgiveness, she's gone and turned it back on you. Oh my gosh. Okay. So that's a fairly small example. If you read the Kabbalah of forgiveness, you'll be able to say, all right, the insulted king, God takes a lot worse punishment than I do. And I'm also responsible for a lot of that punishment of God. I'm not speaking theoretically here. I'm speaking, actually. So if God can tolerate my transgressions, then certainly I can tolerate 8 extra items on a conveyor belt. It's much harder, though, when you get to the serious family dynamics of, parents and adolescents and spouses and siblings. And, you just have to use your imagination a little bit about those situations where you're required to give and they're not necessarily respecting the fact that you're giving. You nevertheless you have to give and give again. That's this concept of the Melech Ne'alav, the insulted king. And if we can master this first concept of forgiveness, that giving is really something that is incumbent on us, something that we nevertheless have to give, and we should not necessarily anticipate an appropriate level of gratitude in return, then we made the first step towards 13 distinct levels of forgiveness. You thought this one was hard, which I did, which I do consider it hard. Sit tight, because the next 12 levels, each one gets harder and harder. By the time we get to 13, which is kind of like the nuclear option, if you can't find any other way to forgive a person, the 13th level is the absolute last ditch effort. You'll see that there's a tremendous amount of spiritual work that go on here. Now, one last thing before we close. In my commentary, as I work through this, really I'm working through it for myself too. I really want to become the kind of person that Rabbi Cordovero writes about in Tomer Devorah. I thought a little bit about what could I do to exercise this forgiveness muscle? What could I do to myself? How could I work on myself to try and produce the kind of person that I want to be? So I thought of an exercise that you might want to try as well. So the first level of forgiveness is all about giving and not expecting anything in return. Giving, and even if what comes back is a slap in the face, you're saying, well, my task here is to give, and I give without reservation. So think about this exercise. Go through your contact list and see if you can find a few people that you haven't talked to in a long time, and write them a letter. Write them an actual, paper letter, like so 20th century kind of technology. A postcard, a small thing, and then just stick those letters in the mail and forget about them. And do this maybe once a month. Try and write these letters. My gosh, I really should do this more often. But try and write these letters and just send them off. This is what my mother does. My mother is really an amazing person. She writes letters like this constantly. Little slips of paper that are, individual. Not like full pages like this and not typed, but she'll find a little note. You don't care about this. Actually, you can get that material. So just write those letters, send them off, and don't expect any response. If you get a response, then that's wonderful, and I'm sure it'll make you feel really good. And if you don't, well, that's okay. You'll put yourself into that kind of modality of giving unconditionally. And that's really at the root of this concept of the Melech Ne'alav, the insulted king. That God knows he is going to be insulted. God knows that, giving us this kind of energy, we're bound to do the wrong thing with it from time to time, and we will be using the energy he gives us contrary to his will, even when he's completely aware of that, and nevertheless he does not stop that flow of energy. He keeps giving and giving and giving. So that's the first level of the 13 levels. Please, click on the playlist, try the second level. It gets a little bit harder and actually a little bit more Kabbalistic. Thanks for watching.
Torture.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second level of Rabbi Moshe Cordevero's Tomer Dvorah, which I translated as the Kabbalah of Forgiveness with a commentary. The first level, just to do a very quick recap, in the first level, God, as it were, provides energy to human beings for whatever they do. All that we require for our existence is constantly flowing into us like electricity into let's say, a computer or a toaster or something like that. And if the toaster were to start doing something strange, like let's say playing music, or more common, let's say burning the toast, and the timer isn't working right, then, on a human level, we just pull the plug and that's it for the toaster, and we get rid of it and buy a new one, that kind of thing. But God doesn't do that. God, as it were, forgives the toaster, keeps giving it energy until the toaster can figure out how to start toasting bread properly. Now, that's a really bizarre and maybe inappropriate analogy, because humans are not toasters. Humans hopefully have the capacity of change, have the capacity to reform their ways. So we hope that God continues to give us energy so we can work through those issues on our own. And so too, as we said in the first level, Rabbi Cordovero says that we should forgive others and allow them their transgressions, giving them the time to resolve their issues on their own. Now, the second level, which we're going to discuss today, in many ways just develops that idea a little further. And at this point, it gets a little more Kabbalistic and a little more spooky, in fact. So here's a basic element of Cordoveran Kabbalah. It actually goes very, very far back into the Jewish mystical tradition, and in fact, certain elements of it are present even in what's called Torah Nigla, or the revealed Torah. When a person commits an act, either a positive act or a negative act, an energy is released into the universe. When the act is a positive act, a mitzvah, something that is good for the universe, fulfillment of God's will, then that releases a kind of a messenger known as a malach. In fact, young children in observant Jewish homes are often taught that when they say a blessing over the food that they're eating, things like that, they are actually creating malachim. They're creating angels, positive energy sources that go out, benefit the world, and so on. That's also known as sneger in Aramaic, a defender. Something that after 120 years, when a person has to account for their deeds, then all these snagers, all these defenders come forward and say, he gave tzedakah, he gave charity in this moment, or he, helped out a person in this way, or he smiled appropriately at a person who was down, cheered them up, that kind of thing. These are all snagers. Now, unfortunately, the converse is also true. If a person commits a hurtful act, a wrong deed, transgresses God's will, then this creates a kind of a negative energy source, which can be called a kategor, or a prosecutor in the language of the Mishnah, or in the language of Cordoveran Kabbalah, it's called a mashkis, a destroyer. And this kind of energy being is rather different in that, whereas the malach, the positive being, wants to benefit the universe and fill the universe with God's light, as it were, the mashkis wants to detract from it, darken the world, and it kind of feeds on something. And that mashkis is actually connected to the person, just like Neger, the defender, as it were, has an address saying that so-and-so created that person. The same is true of a kategor, of a prophet. That the kategor then, after 120 years, says, hey, this person, spoke words of lashon hara, words of character assassination. This person's back. And it's true, there it is, the kategor standing there, the negative energy source is there, and so on. So this is the second level of God's forgiveness, is that, just like God continues to provide energy to human beings in their actions, we also accept the premise, which is based in Jewish thought, that no being can exist outside of the constant energy flow of God. It stands to reason then that even these negative energy beings, these mashchisim, these kategorim, these prosecutors, they also require a constant influx of energy to keep them alive. And if that energy doesn't come from God, then that energy must come from the one who made them. God is within his right, so to speak, to say to the potato, you ugly being, I did not create you. Go back to the one who did create you and take your energy from that person. And in fact, that being can then go back to the human being who made him and say, all right, you created this amount of evil in the world, this amount of negative energy, this is a kind of an energy debt that you imposed on the world, and now I'm going to take it out of you. And that can come out, as the Tomer Devorah says, in one of three ways. Either through suffering, or painful physical suffering, or emotional suffering, what have you, or through death, because death atones for a lot, or through Gehenna, which is sort of like purgatory. It's not exactly like hell, but it's kind of like something bad that happens after death. The latter two are definitely much worse than the first. The first option, that is suffering, is something that we can choose for ourselves. And we're not talking here about necessarily taking out whips and self-flagellation and rolling in the snow and things like that. It's the kind of suffering that comes through introspection, evaluation of one's deeds, regret, understanding how we've done wrong, and then working through the process. There's a lot of literature in the Jewish tradition on exactly how to do this. In fact, one great book, the Shari Kuba, lists 20 different levels of regret that a person can go through. Quite amazing. But nevertheless, the idea of taking a hard look at yourself, saying, I really didn't treat that person right, that is the kind of energy that it can cancel out the energy debt that one created through this hurtful act. This is kind of the overall physics of transgression that is set up in the Proto-Baron Kabbalistic system. All right, so let's just understand that properly. In the first level, God is constantly giving energy to human beings, and even when human beings use that energy correctly, God still continues that energy flow to God. Second level, what happens is that God, that when we behave inappropriately, we create these negative energy beings. These negative energy beings are also looking for sustenance. They're also looking for some kind of energy source. And God, within his rights, could say, hey, I didn't make you. Go to the one who made you. Take your energy from him. But nevertheless, God says, no, I'll take care of this. I'll keep paying down the debt and let the person who created that mashkish eventually come around to address that in him or herself, and then reduce the energy debt by seriously repenting, going through their ways. Well, now bringing this down to a human level, I mean, this is all kind of weird and spooky, this idea of these energy beings that are surrounding us and have names on them so everybody knows who created them. That's very weird stuff. How do we actually implement it into a human level? So the Tomer Devorah is, as I've said in the early lectures, really a pragmatic human document. It is for our, actual use in daily life. And in fact, we can apply this principle to our daily life as well. Specifically, what's really going on here is that God is, as it were, granting forbearance on a loan. As the Talmud says, for example, a person owes money to two people. One is his friend and one is his enemy. The friend says, you owe me a lot of money, you can pay me back a little at a time. The enemy says, no, I want it all right now. So as it were, God is like the friend who says, you can pay me, you owe me money, as it were. You committed this negative disease, element in the earth, you harmed the spiritual environment, so now you've got to fix it. But I'll let you fix it a little at a time. You don't have to do it all at once. And that's, that's a benefit to us. So too, in our interpersonal relationships, when someone harms us, the Tomer Devorah says the main thing is to try and give them time to fix it themselves. You don't have to be a dish rag. You don't have to be a doormat. But when you are wronged, give that other person a chance to rectify the situation. Myself, I'm just one of those people. When someone wrongs me, I like an apology. But I have to say, one of my own weaknesses, I like apologies to be just so. The apology has to be said right. If you don't apologize right, it's really hard on me. So what I have to work on myself is that I have to understand that there are a lot of different ways that people apologize. Sometimes people apologize in exactly the right wording, please forgive me, identifying exactly what I did wrong and things like that. Other people apologize by, just going out and getting me a cup of coffee. And they don't really have it in themselves to say, I'm really sorry for doing that particular thing. That's kind of hard, but they want to show that they are sorry. And so they'll buy me the coffee, as it were. And, I should learn that it's upon me. The onus is on me to accept the coffee as the full apology. In other words, give them time to address it themselves. So on a pragmatic level, to implement the second level of Tomer Devorah is to give people a chance to address their wrongs. They do something wrong to you, you don't let them know, but don't demand that they change on the spot. Give them a chance to work through those issues on their own. Okay, that's about it. I hope you found this useful. Come back for the third level, which is even weirder. Thank you.
My favorite thing to do is cook my man a nice ribeye steak after a long day of making him cry. Like a reward. You just cry. You just like to see men suffer. I don't like to watch men suffer. I like to make them suffer. It's actually seasoning her food with the tears. Like, that's the real secret. You know, like, my girl, she's like collecting your tears. Before I get that's insane.
Okay, once again, let's do a little bit of a recap as to what we've gone through so far in the first two levels of forgiveness. The first level is this idea that God is constantly supplying energy to human beings, even when they use that energy contrary to God's will. God nevertheless continues to supply this, and this is a tremendous level of forgiveness. The Ramak, the author of the Tomer Devorah, says that this is like the insulted king at work, because he ignores the insult to his person that we abuse the energy that we get from God. The second level goes even further and talks about the fact our misdeeds create these negative energy beings that also require sustenance, also require this influx of energy, and God also, as it were, foots the bill for those rains as well, and doesn't send them back to collect energy from us. It gives us a chance to address our own wrongdoings and to cause that energy debt to be paid of our own regard. Now, on the third level, this is where God is not only being forbearing, that is, tolerating sin. Now, this is where he starts to actively be involved in the cleansing process. And this is something as we should lives, because as I've emphasized in the last few lectures, Tomer Devorah really is a pragmatic work that's designed for actually implementing into our lives. So the third level deals with this concept of washing away of the sins. The Tomer Devorah adopts a Kabbalistic approach, which depends on the structure of 4 distinct worlds, beyond the scope of our discussion here. But there are different creatures that are allowed to affect different worlds. Angels, as it were, do not have the power to forgive sin. That's something that is reserved for God alone. Angels are not created in a high enough world of these 4 worlds to be able to remove the effects of sin. Only God, as it were, can personally intervene and forgive sin. Now, this is something of an exception to the general operation of the universe, as Rabbi Cordova explains elsewhere in his Kabbalistic works. Normally, God sends out an incredible number, myriads upon myriads of angels who direct the functioning of the world as a whole. But there are certain key things that God, as it were, reserves for his personal involvement, rather than through the various energies that he sends out to represent. I know that gets all kind of weird, and it's way above my own understanding of these things. So I'm just sort of saying words that I've read without really deeply understanding them. But if you'll forgive my own ignorance, let's understand how this applies specifically to forgiveness. So in this third level, God is compared in Tomer Devorah to a very, very powerful image, a human image that is of a parent washing away the filth off a child. Many of the commentaries really speak about this at great length, because all of us have, as human beings, we have experienced this to one degree or another. The word that's used in the quotation that the Rabbi Cordero chooses is the Tzoat Benot Zion, which literally means the excrement of the daughters of Zion. That God will wash away the filth of the daughters of Zion in, the most human sense of the term filth. And this is something that we as human beings have all experienced in one way or another, in that, when we were children, before we were toilet trained, there was a parent or a caregiver who was able to step in and clean us up. Many of us who have aged parents also understand what it's like to do learn for a parent. It is an act of tremendous love and kindness, and also it's an act of phenomenal forgiveness, because one cares for the person so much that one will be, that we are willing to, forgo our own honor in order to benefit this person who really needs to be cleaned up. So God, as it were, forgives human sin at this level. God doesn't send out a messenger or send out an employee saying, would you please clean up this terrible mess here? God, as it were, personally gets involved and takes care of it. And this is a very, very high level of forgiveness. And this is why what the Tomer Dvor is trying to say as well here is that we should emulate this in our own interpersonal relationships. For example, when we see that someone around us has caused us some sort of harm, we shouldn't say, well, that's their problem. They made this mess. Let them clean it up. No, it is true. It's their mess, and they've got to clean it up. But ultimately, a higher level of forgiveness is when we step in and we say, you know what? For whatever reason, they're just not ready to clean it up themselves. They're not capable of understanding what they've done wrong, capable of doing the actual technical cleaning up of the mess. So we should step in and take care of it for them. That's a very high level of forgiveness. Now, with you, a personal vignette that it's kind of a small family tradition that it was not very hard for me to do at all, but it was a way to express my love for my wife in such a way that I think it's really, we joke about it, but it's a good thing for our family. When we were living in Israel many years ago, and we were studying in yeshiva and in seminary, we were living this fourth-story walk-up in the old Katamon neighborhood of Jerusalem, and it had this really beautiful terrazzo floor, which is like a really hard stone floor. And my wife was working in the kitchen. It was a Friday afternoon. She was working in the kitchen, and she had this big glass bottle of grape juice that we were using for kiddush that night. And as these things happen, it slipped from her hand, smashed on the floor, and there was like grape juice everywhere. And that time of just trying to get everything ready on a deadline, it's going to be candlelighting soon, it's going to be a very frustrating time, and my wife was just kind of like, oh my gosh. But here I was newly married, so I was married about a year and a half or so, and I stepped in. I was the big hero, and I said, don't worry, I'll clean it up. It's very big of me, I know, but at that point, I did clean it up, and she was so appreciative that it sort of evolved from then on, that whenever there is that kind of an event, a spill, especially involving breaking glass around, it's my job to clean it up. And I do it as a tremendous privilege to be able to do that, especially because there are a lot of things that she does for me that I'm not even going to list here, but she does the same kind of things for me. So there's something that's deeply ennobling on the one hand about stepping in and forgiving the other. In this particular example, obviously there's no sin involved in breaking glass, but the metaphor is, a person makes a mess. You don't say, hey, you clean it up, your mess. Step in there and do the right thing and clean it up for them. Something very deeply ennobling about the person who steps in to do that, but at the same time, especially if you think of this in terms of a child-parent relationship, there is a huge deterrent to sin as well. Because if I know that, like, let's say, for example, we go back to the metaphor of a child that soiled himself and has to go to his mother for cleaning. If I know that I let my parents down and I soil myself, and I go to my mother and I need her assistance, she'll do it for me because she loves me and she cares for me. But on the other hand, I'm humiliated. I'm a big boy now. I should really not do these kinds of things. It's hard. So it's like a deterrent. It makes us feel we really shouldn't sin because our parent is the one who's going to be cleaning us up, and we really don't want to subject our parent, whom we love, to that kind of behavior. How much more so when the parent God in his glory, God himself will come down and actually engage in the cleanup process. So this is, a very, very pragmatic level of forgiveness. It's a level that we have to work up to say, okay, I know I'm not responsible for this mess, but I want to do the right thing, and I want to go in there, and I want to help take care of the mess. By the way, this is also really very useful with children. We have, thank God, 6 children at home. Well, they're not all at home, but we have 6 children, and so often when there is something that goes wrong, the very first thing the kid says is, I didn't make that mess, go check out my sibling over there. That person should take care of it. But that's not the point. The point is that we should all chip in together, and when we have strengths, we should lend those to others to help them take care of their messes. Again, this can be abused, but the goal here is to develop ourselves and to develop that muscle of forgiveness. So we see that, this third level of forgiveness has a very pragmatic and human element to it. But let me take it back to this idea that I mentioned earlier, that the angels themselves are unable to do this. There are some elements of forgiveness that you simply cannot delegate these things out. You have to take care of them yourself. And one of the metaphors that I've seen in my own life is the fact that we have at home a laptop that many members of the family have their own profiles on, their own logins, and they can use this laptop. And every now and then, one of the kids will download something or will play some kind of crazy game on the internet, and bang, we'll get some kind of virus and things like that. And all of a sudden, the computer's all jammed up, and what are you going to do about it? So, that's when they come to me, because I am the only administrator of the computer. I have the administrator password, and I can go in there and I can wipe everything clean. And I can say we're going to start over. And that's the same kind of idea here with God. That God, as it were, has the ultimate administrator password. That no matter how badly we mess things up, it is within God's power and God's alone to go and just enter that password and say, go back to an earlier state in the time machine, so to speak, and make it all right again. So we have to realize that we have that power as well with our interpersonal relationships, and there are times when we should bring that to bear. Okay, so that's the third level of forgiveness, and I hope you'll join us for the fourth level as well. Thank
Why do you think you're so strong? Is it because you never stopped working out? Genetics and all that, I know, but that's weird. You've never not worked out. Like, ever since the whole
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth level of forgiveness, as expressed in the fantastic 16th century work of Kabbalistic Musar by Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, entitled in Hebrew the Tomer Devorah, which I've reworked in an English translation and with a commentary called the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. In this fourth level, Rabbi Cordovero focuses specifically on the family dynamic and on the special nature of forgiveness that is required within families. I myself, I'm an only child, and so we had a tight little unit of, father, mother, only child. But with my wife, we have 6 kids, and boy, have I got an education about family dynamics, watching them grow up and interact with one another. And I see that it's really a very complicated process. But what I'd like to do in this short excerpt is focus on the idea of these as a family unit, which is really the direction of the Tomer Devorah in original Hebrew. And then I'd like to expand it a little bit and talk about humanity in general, because there is a fundamental connectedness of all human beings with their single parent in heaven. And we'll explore some of the discussions of that, and we'll get down to some pragmatics to see, if we actually implement this level of forgiveness, both within our families, where it's really crucial, also with the people around as a whole. So to understand this properly, we have to start with the basic idea that one owes more of one's forgiving energies for one's family. This is kind of a given, I would think, in most societies, but certainly in the Tomer Devorah. For example, in the laws of charity as codified by Maimonides, there's a whole list of what's called kedima, or precedence. And one is obligated to give, for example, to the poor people of one's own city before one gives to the poor people of another city. One is obligated to give to poor members of one's own family before giving to the other strangers poor. One is obligated to give to oneself before one gives to one's own family. Now, these are all really complicated and fascinating questions that you have to explore in some other YouTube channel. But for the time, or hopefully in Maimonides himself. But for the time being, the idea is that they're like concentric circles of relationships, and one has more of an obligation to the people in that concentric circle, starting with oneself, than one has to the people on the outside of the concentric circle. Despite this fact, one has obligations that extend throughout. I mean, one has obligations to complete strangers as well, but obviously if, let's say, God forbid, a person's brother needs a kidney and a total stranger needs a kidney, and you're a match, it would seem wrong to give that kidney to the total stranger than it would to give to one's own brother. There is this idea of flesh being a connector, of family relationships being connective, and the fourth level of forgiveness recognizes that we have to go the extra mile to forgive our siblings, our children, our parents, our cousins, and so on. Even though they may drive us crazier than anyone else, we have more of an obligation to forgive them. Now, the Ramak, that's the acronym, by the way, of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak specifically touches on a complicated issue regarding the nature of the Jewish soul, which according to Kabbalah has 5 distinct levels. There are 3 levels that somehow infuse the human body in various organs, the heart and the brain, for example. And then there are 2 levels that somehow reside above the human body in some kind of metaphysical sphere. Going from lowest to highest, there are the Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama that reside in the human body, and then there is the Chaya and Yechida that reside above. The Nefesh, Ruach, and Neshama are fascinating. They are compared, for example, to a candle, which is made up of 2 parts. There's the wax, which is like the nefesh, the lowest part, which is like kind of like the basic vitalizing soul that just animates life. But it is something that always seeks the bottom. It always wants to go to ground, like candle wax will melt. And then there is the flame, which is the opposite. The flame is the most ethereal of the elements of the candle, and it wants to rise up on high. That's like the neshama. And then there is the wick, which is the connection between the lower level nefesh soul and the higher level neshama soul. And somehow the wick, or the ruach, holds these things together. This is also really fascinating stuff. If you read the book, you'll see that I have a little bit more discussion there, and of course there's a lot longer discussion in other Kabbalistic works. But our purpose for now is not to get onto that topic, but to go to the 2 that are above them. And in the model that Rabbi Moshe Cordovero relies on, it's as if that each individual human being derives his or her soul function from these 2 larger soul repositories that are above, from the Chaya and Yechida. If you want a metaphor, the Piaseczna Rebbe, a very important 20th century rabbi, also known as the Eish Kodesh, who died as a martyr in the Warsaw Ghetto, actually just outside the Warsaw Ghetto, but he was in the Holocaust. It's like there's a huge vat of wine suspended above all their heads, and then there are conduits that descend down into each individual human being. And that vat of wine is like a metaphor for the soul, or a simile for the soul, and that each of the wine itself is the soul material, the soul content. So here's the idea. Even though we all may look very different, and some of us may contain larger souls than others, and we can actually change the amount of volume of soul that we can ingest at the higher level of the high-end wine that comes down, that is the soul material that infuses all of us. We are all from the same source. We are all sharing the same soul material. And that's a very important idea, that we all constitute one family, that we have special relationships with each other. The Ramak, sort of reserves his or direct action towards Jews, because he is writing this book in Hebrew for Jews. But one can understand this metaphor to a certain degree as applying to all humanity, because we are all descended from the same spiritual parent. We are all descended from the same biological parents, in fact. And so we do fundamental connectedness that is superior. We're all the same species, where, I have more of a relationship to another human being than I do to a tree, for example. And so we should recognize this level of connectedness. Nevertheless, being true to Tomer Devorah and the direction that the Ramak takes, he's specifically looking at the relationship between Jews as a family unit within the larger family of humanity. Now, taking it from that perspective, let's look at it, how does God feel when people are distressed? God is like a parent who feels tremendous agony when people are having difficulty. Now, it's true that, God is capable of doing everything. God is omnipotent. God is omniscient. God is ubiquitous, all of these things. And it is one of the great mysteries of most monotheistic religions, try to understand, why there is evil, or to put it in the Hebrew term, tzaddik v'ralo. Why do the righteous suffer? But if we set aside that huge question, because it's not really our point here, there are so many passages in the Jewish rabbinic corpus that speak to the issue of God suffering along with humanity. When humans abuse one another, when humans are violent to one another, there is pain to God directly. And the Ramak offers several verses that specifically, in a biblical context, allude to God's suffering. So we have to understand that God has a special level of connection to humanity, and God suffers along with it. And when we understand that, we can furthermore understand how we should relate to each other on a more healthy basis. As Rabbi Lipsker of Bal Harbor, in a Hasidic tradition, it's kind of like when, how can we speak ill of one another if we realize that, let's say you're talking and there's you're saying Lashon Hara, you're saying evil speech about some other person, you're gossiping about some other person. Would you say those same things if that person's parent was listening in? Would you want that person's parent to hear you maligning them? And how much more so if that other person, the sub your evil discourse, is actually the only child of this parent from his or her old age, there's the special connection when it's the only precious jewel kind of child. Oh my gosh, that would just be an incredibly cruel thing to do. And obviously we want to refrain from it. So this is the idea of recognizing that we're all connected in a very basic way. Now, let's take it to the pragmatics. There's some beautiful passages here, both in the text, and I found a few that I've included in the commentary that mean a lot to me. So, for example, Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, a 20th century rabbi, when discussing these concepts in a different vein, he talks about a metaphor of, let's say a person is cutting a piece of meat on his hand. That's really stupid. I think we really should do this. Kids, don't try this at home. But let's say you've got a piece of meat and you've got a knife and you're cutting the meat, and as your right hand cuts your left hand. So then Rabbi Dessler asks the question, does it make sense for the left hand to become angry with the right hand? Obviously not. The right hand is not to blame. It's the human being to blame, let's say. But for the hand to be angry with the right hand is ridiculous. So Rabbi Dessler, one person harms another. You have to address the claim and you have to rectify the wrong. But getting angry over it is, to a certain degree, we are all one family. We're all one. Deal with our problems, but not necessarily being angry with each other. I know I'm simplifying a little bit. I'll put it another way. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, a great Tana of ancient Israel, great teacher of ancient Israel, he has an amazing medrash in which he says, imagine that you're sailing in a boat. And as you're, in the middle of the ocean and there's a whole bunch of people on the boat, the person next to you picks up his chair and pulls out a drill and starts drilling a hole in the bottom of the boat. And you turn to him and say, "What are you doing? You're putting a hole in the bottom of the boat. We're going to sink." And the guy looks at you and says, "Well, what's it to you? It's under my seat. After all, I'm only putting the hole under my seat. I'm not putting it under your seat." And that obviously misses the point that when we put a hole even under our own seat, of course, that's going to sink the entire boat. This is the whole life fourth level is recognizing that we're all in the same boat. So two last things. First of all, there's an amazing German word, which I'm going to put at the bottom of the captions here because it's such a great word. We don't have that word in English. Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude literally means the joy that one experiences seeing the shame of another person. So let's say, for example, and one of the examples I give in the book is, let's say a hypothetical, you're at a wedding and someone comments on what you're wearing in a way that makes you feel a little embarrassed because you feel like they've noticed that, your dress or your suit is a little tired. And then as you're just beginning to feel this emotion, someone else accidentally bumps into your interlocutor, and he or she spills a glass of wine all over their own outfit, glass of red wine. So what do you feel at that moment? Well, that's Schadenfreude. The feeling of, see, you got what you deserve. You were making fun of my outfit, or you were like looking down on my outfit. Now look at your outfit. Totally unkosher kind of emotion, something that we really have to try and control. Schadenfreude is not a healthy emotion to work on this fourth level forgiveness. We have to try and release that Schadenfreude. We have to try and, have mitgefühl or sympathy with another person and imagine how they must feel when that happens to them. And the final teaching, which I found also very meaningful for myself and in my own work on this level, and this is a teaching which I have heard ascribed to the Baal Shem Tov, the great founder of the 18th century Hasidic movement. I haven't been able to see this in writing anywhere, perhaps in the comment section. If you know this occurs, you'll send it to me. But apparently the Baal Shem Tov spoke about the mitzvah of the Ahavta l'reacha kamoka. You shall love your fellow as yourself. And it's a very difficult mitzvah to do. How exactly do you love another person like yourself? We're so deeply connected to our core identity, person at the same level. So the Baal Shem Tov apparently said it's very easy. When as a simcha, like they have some kind of happy occasion, a wedding, circumcision, bar mitzvah, whatever, then go and be with that person. Go and share in their simcha, in their happiness. And also when a person has something go wrong in their life, forbid they lost someone in their family, or they lost a job, or something went untoward, something they hoped it wouldn't happen, then go and share in their sadness. That is how one loves one's fellow as oneself. Okay, wow, that's a tough level. I hope you'll stick around for the fifth level. Thank you very much for watching.
In regards to Shaw and other comedians and
Welcome everyone to another level of the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. My commentary on Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's amazing Tomer Dvorah, a 16th century classic of Kabbalistic Mussar. that deals, if you've been following along, this is kind of redundant, but it deals with 13 different levels of mercy in the first chapter, which is what we're focused on in these videos. So, by way of preamble, I have to tell you that this